Introduction. During her third year of participating in a talent show, Soo Young became entwined with an intriguing gossip system. The rising star meets an internet celebrity, and even the children run away. The aloof actress surprisingly reveals herself to be a whiny creature. As her fame grew, Soo Yang's perception expanded. Yet, she never anticipated that what she observed would manifest as a barrage of comments floating above her head. While other fans watched the talent show, Soo Yang's fans indulged in gossip. Voting? Building popularity? Nothing was more significant than gossip. 3 years had passed. If she could debut, she would have by now no worries. Onlooker? I won't allow it, Soo Young outwardly replied. Okay, internally, she mused. Ah, my teammate is actually the pampered wife of a big shot. Is that greasy mentor capable? If not, he'll step in. The assistant director is selling tickets? I bet you won't spend that money. The entire online audience gasped, as everyone indulged in gossip and harbored little hope for her debut. Soo Young astonishingly secured the center position. What happened to the fans' promised laid-back attitude? Turns out it was merely talk. Chapter 1. The Ultimate Rebirth. After a car accident, a once popular starlet, suddenly awakened to a premonition ability. Best actor? He's indeed handsome, but lacking in brains. His money was all embezzled by his agent. Top idol boy group? Stop with the brotherhood nonsense. One just stepped down from a fan's bed, and the other has a 3-year-old child. Netizens. Gossip? Where did that come from? Soo Young, let me emphasize once more. This is your last chance. Manager Wong Hong shouted, spittle flying everywhere. Soo Young covered her face, retreating in fear of being sprayed, and obediently nodded. I heard. Both ears are listening. This must be what they call menopause unpredictable moods. Last week, a new girl at the company was scolded to tears. But I've grown accustomed. It's not her fault she turned out this way. Her husband cheated and raised a rebellious little ingrate. It's no wonder her temper is volatile. Wong Hong, trembling slightly as she held her coffee, stared at the string of words bubbling from above Soo Yang's head. What is this? A barrage of comments. Feeling Wong Hong's intense gaze, Soo Young shrank back. Hong, Sister Hong, what's wrong? Nothing. She had never encountered anyone more exasperating than the girl before her. In a group of 9, she ranked 10th. Wong Hong consoled herself it was still commendable for a vase to reach such heights. The following year, she entered another talent show. Debuting 10 members, Soo Young placed 21st. Wong Hong refused to believe it would happen again. The third year, unexpectedly, she failed to debut once more. Observing the girl before her, who seemed impossibly obedient, Wong Hong sighed heavily. Xiao Yang, if you don't debut this year, it's over. Soo Young lowered her head. Sister Hong, I will try my best. Not getting selected isn't entirely my fault, right? That girl who debuted in the first year was making out with a judge backstage. She had connections. The second year, that businessman looked like a pig's head and expected me to toast him. I almost poured it over his head. And last year, the CEO's pampered wife was pregnant, yet still jumping around on stage. How could I compete with that? Wong Hong. This illusion was becoming increasingly vivid. She needed to find time to visit a doctor. Her phone beeped twice as she sent Soo Young off in a car. There are a few new trainees at the company I need to attend to, so I won't see you off. Call me if you need anything. Avoid conflicts with others. We can't afford to offend anyone. She closed the car door but added, work hard for your debut. Soo Young nodded, momentarily unsure whether to feel pity for Wong Hong or for herself. Sister Hong is also quite pitiful, toiling for work daily, with a face full of wrinkles, looking a decade older. Her 2 ingrates at home don't even appreciate her. I wonder what they are up to. Goodness, they brought the mistress home and bought the little ingrate a bunch of junk food. Seriously? They're carrying on in Sister Hong's bedroom? Ugh, I'm going to be sick. How is Sister Hong enduring living with this greasy wild boar? As the car drove away, a series of round bubbles floated up to Wong Hong, wavering and bursting. By some strange impulse, Wong Hong hailed a taxi, providing her neighborhood's location. The closer she got to home, the faster her heart raced. She had been married to her husband for 7 years. After their child was born and he lost his job, she had worked tirelessly for a better life for them. She fought for resources for her artists, drinking to the point of gastric bleeding, and couldn't sleep a full night for a week. What were her husband and child doing during that time? Standing at her front door, Wong Hong found the soundproofing excellent. She couldn't hear anything from inside. Even so, her fingertips trembled slightly as they searched for the lock. After several attempts, Wong Hong opened the door and immediately spotted a pair of pink high heels on the floor that did not belong to her. She strode inside, in the living room. Her 5-year-old son, Lele, clutched a large bucket of fries, his face smeared with ketchup, frozen in place upon seeing her. Such things Wong Hong had never allowed him to eat. Junk food. Her bedroom. Wong Hong recalled the words that had emerged above Soo Yang's head and marched toward her bedroom. Just as the ketchup-covered hands were about to reach her, Wang Hong kicked the door open. On the bed lay two entwined bodies, the nauseating scent hitting her hard, unable to control herself. She hurled at the little ingrate. The couple, engrossed in their activities, finally noticed the commotion at the door, screaming as they pulled the covers over themselves. Half an hour later, Wang Hong signed her name on the divorce agreement, pushing it forward. "Hurry up, don't waste my time." The man moved his lips, wanting to say something more, but ultimately signed his name. Wang Hong checked the document and instructed the people behind her, "Throw out everything of theirs in the house." "Oh, and that bed too, throw it out." The man panicked. "Wang Hong, what do you mean? It's late, where will Lele and I go?" He shot a glance at the child, who immediately rushed over, clinging to Wang Hong's leg and crying, "Mommy, are you going to abandon Lele?" Wang Hong's eyes filled with disdain when she was chasing after the adulterers. This little ingrate was begging her not to hit them. She worked tirelessly outside, and yet they had taken advantage of her. Throw these two ungrateful wretches out too. With a command from Wang Hong, the bodyguards executed their orders, unfazed by the father-and-son duo's protests. For years, Wang Hong had been the breadwinner. Her husband hadn't even held a job, yet he expected to care for a child. Their future was bound to be prosperous. After everything was cleared out, the room felt eerily empty. Seeing the emptiness, Wang Hong felt unsettled and contacted a real estate agent to list the house, moving herself to a hotel near the company. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her, and Wang Hong suddenly thought of Su Yang. If it weren't for those peculiar words she had seen, she would never have realized she had raised two ingrates. How did Su Yang know? Is that Su Yang? I haven't seen her. Found her in the training room. What's wrong? Wang Hong suddenly felt a tinge of concern and quickly inquired. The other party stammered, finally managing to utter, "She's just smiling foolishly at those little girls practicing their dance." "Sister Wang, Su Yang. She can't be that, right?" Wang Hong remained silent. "Wow. This young lady is so aloof. Her dancing is incredible. Too cool. I must cast my vote for her. That girl in the crop top, let me see. She has a boyfriend? Her boyfriend seems quite spirited, and he secretly took intimate photos of her to sell. Is there really such a disgusting man? The one in jeans, such a slim waist and long legs, I adore her, he. Wait, why does she look somewhat familiar? Goodness, she's actually the little lover of a big shot. Even a stand-in, you all are playing quite the game." Su Yang curled up in the corner, her legs hugged tightly, gazing intently at the few people rehearsing their dance in the room, the smile at the corners of her mouth impossible to suppressed. A week ago, she had been out for a stroll when a dog chased her, causing her to crash into a tree and lose consciousness. Upon waking, Su Yang discovered she seemed to have awakened a special ability. With just a glance, she could glean the entirety of a person's life. She was certain she was just an ordinary person, neither traversing through time nor the pages of a book. Unlike traditional time travelers who comprehend plotlines, she could foresee others' futures and witness past events in their lives. The deeper her connection with the individual, the more she could perceive. Though for those she had only just met, she could only see events from the last few hours. The entertainment industry was different. The more famous the person, the more she could see. Especially now, she felt that with this ability, even after being eliminated, she could become a fan club leader or a paparazzo, lurking in the bushes. Ha 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 ha. Su Yang was so absorbed in her observations that she completely failed to notice the changing expressions of those around her. Su Yang. Your head. Chinning covered her throat, her eyes wide. Was that her voice? Having become somewhat familiar since arriving here this year, they sat together. Before they could settle in, she saw bubbles begin to form above Su Yang's head at first. Chinning thought she was mistaken and pinched her thigh. This was not a dream. Could what she saw be Su Yang's innermost thoughts? Su Yang was enjoying herself when she turned to meet Chen Ying's astonished gaze. With a face full of confusion, she asked, "What's wrong? Could it be I was so engrossed earlier that I drooled?" "No way." Chen watched in disbelief as another bubble emerged from Su Yang's head. What had initially seemed like a guess now appeared to be confirmed. Su Yang rubbed her dry chin, pondering if perhaps Chen Ying was too tense. Surely not. This wasn't their first time. 6th place in the initial stage, quite impressive, and a propitious number. I could even be the captain next time. Should I cling to a big shot? It's a dilemma. She patted Chen Ying on the shoulder. Don't worry, we will definitely advance. Whose confidence is so grand? Surely we won't be eliminated in the first round? No sooner had Su Yang spoken than a shadow loomed before her. Long legs clad in jeans appeared distinctly detailed. What legs? A large bubble emerged, and Yu Qiao blinked, her face instantly flushing crimson. Su Yang. You. Huh? What's wrong? Su Yang looked up in confusion, only to realize it was the delicate stand-in. Truly a stand-in, resembling the deceased white moonlight of the CEO, especially in those brows and eyes. Next month, there's someone even more similar. What a pity. The big shot turned out to be a scoundrel, casting her aside while she was pregnant. He forgot his old love for a new flame, even gifting the promised debut opportunity to someone else. Though the onlookers were puzzled by the text bubbles appearing above Su Yang's head, nothing was more shocking than the revelation that Yu Xiaoqiao was being kept. Why Yu Xiaoqiao had once been a social media influencer, raking in tens of thousands from a single live stream, yet last year she suddenly announced her withdrawal from the internet, claiming she needed some time to reflect. It turned out she was being kept. Countless scrutinizing gazes fell upon Yu Xiaoqiao, her fists clenched. Su Yang.
You.
The onlookers remained baffled. Only Chinning maintained her composure. Su Yang was equally bewildered, but, recalling Yu Xiaoqiao's dismal fate, she stood and patted her shoulder. Don't get so worked up, look at you. You can hardly speak. So tragic. Even her speech is faltering now. No wonder she couldn't articulate her defense when the second stand-in framed her, only able to endure humiliation. The expressions of the spectators shifted from curiosity to sympathy as Yu Xiaoqiao could no longer bear it. Bursting into tears and fleeing the room, Su Yang exclaimed, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" The crowd shook their heads, choosing to remain silent. The practice room door swung open again, and the assistant director strode in with several staff members, casting a scrutinizing gaze over everyone. What was that about a member crying and leaving? What happened? Though the onlookers knew the truth, they were at a loss for words. They couldn't possibly say it was Su Yang who had upset her. Does this assistant director still wish to select a consort? Don't waste your time. In 2 months. That useless third leg will be severed, and his eyesight will be lost. Cherish your normal life now, for soon you'll be walking ahead of the director, shouting, "By the decree of heaven, the emperor commands." A series of enormous bubbles began to rise, the crowd's attention shifting to the director's midsection. The scruffy director squeezed his legs tightly, shouting in exasperation, "Train properly." Even so, some dared to size him up, and even more audaciously, someone burst into laughter. Su Yang was startled by the shout, glancing discreetly at the individuals behind the assistant director. "He's still laughing. He's lost a leg, and you've lost all 3. Having accepted ill-gotten gains, manipulating stage props, others remain unscathed while you've been split in 2 by a vehicle." Chinning and the others widened their eyes in shock upon reading the content within the bubbles. The bubbles continued unabated, one after another. However, it seems this assistant director is indeed a villain, reaping what he sows. His wife has been involved with his brother. No way, they must have been together for a while. The child is his brother's. TSK, after becoming a eunuch, he treasures a child that isn't even his. The crowd's gazes shifted from the director's legs to his head. Oh dear. What a large green hat. The assistant director was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to keep or remove his dark green baseball cap. The prop guy in the back with the hat isn't bad looking. How does he have a girlfriend? Let me see who it is. Oh my, he's been cheated on. He's just one of her 18 boyfriends. How tragic. The crowd. Who is it? Do tell. In just a few minutes, their expressions transformed from confusion and disbelief to one of entertainment and intrigue. Chapter 3. He groped his bottom. Half an hour later, over 100 people gradually filled the venue. Meanwhile, the online live broadcast officially commenced. Is there truly an undiscovered gem among the countless talent shows held each year? Even those selected never showcase their singing or dancing. They debut only to disband. They all look rather ordinary. No familiar faces, and their talents remain indistinct. The venue was arranged with over 100 chairs in a triangular formation, where self-proclaimed talented contestants occupied the top rows on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon entering, Su Yang chose a secluded seat, primarily for the convenience of gossiping. Who says there are no familiar faces? Seeing Su Yang evokes a sense of embarrassment, as if encountering an acquaintance. Is she a main participant? She has appeared in every talent show yet remains unnoticed. Her looks are passable, and her talent is mediocre. She lacks any distinctive flair. The audience, upon spotting Su Yang, did not express surprise, as they were all familiar faces, with other young ladies appearing more refreshing. Conversely, several individuals from the training room sat harmoniously not far from Su Yang. Who are this year's mentors? Could it be that greasy fellow Lu Fengchen from last year's boy band talent show? With his lack of talent, what could he possibly teach us about winning over wealthy women? How does the entertainment industry endure such greasy men? His singing is subpar, his dancing inept, and with that voice of his, can it compare to mine when I call someone sister? Bubbles of gossip began to form above Su Yang's head as those around her widened their eyes in excitement. Could the mentor the production team had refused to disclose be Lu Fengchen? Would he face backlash due to drug scandals? Such explosive gossip is something they could also know. Exchanging glances with her friends, they all wore expressions of exhilaration. How frustrating it is to know such juicy gossip, yet be unable to share it. It felt suffocating. How could the boy, once beaming and a local anti-drug ambassador, engage in such behavior, let alone being supported by a wealthy woman? If Lu Fengchen were indeed being kept by someone, how could his resources be so limited? As Tang Xiao pondered, the lights in the venue dimmed, eliciting gasps from the timid girls. A beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, where a man stood. This was a figure that had appeared countless times in her dreams, and Tang Xiao whispered his name. It was Lu Fengchen. My idol. Is Teacher Lu our mentor? How delightful it would be to spend every day with him. Ah. Teacher Lu, I love you. Wow, it's actually Lu Fengchen. He looks incredibly handsome. Why does Lu Fengchen seem different from before? Has he had plastic surgery? Can the haters refrain from their baseless criticisms? This is called being nourished by fame. Just look at how high the cheers from these young ladies are to understand how popular our brother Chen is. Regardless of whether the contestants genuinely liked Lu Fengchen, they all cheered in courtesy, except for Su Yang's circle. Handsome? Those dark circles are unmistakable. He looks exhausted. The scent of the fan's perfume still clings to him. He didn't even pay for his accommodation. What a miser. When Tang Xiao saw another negative comment about Lu Fengchen emerge above Su Yang's head, she could no longer contain herself. Su Yang, can you not? Yet the words stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. What's wrong? Su Yang gazed at the round-faced girl before her, exhaling a sigh. With such an adorable appearance, how could she lack common sense? How could she be deceived by a scoundrel like Lu Fengchen, even taking silly private photos as keepsakes? When another bubble floated towards Tang Xiao, she was utterly stunned. How could Lu Fengchen possibly engage in such behavior? Interrupted during his introduction, Lu Fengchen furrowed his brow, taking the microphone and addressing the two students. Do you have something to say? Despite his annoyance, he suppressed it. This was a live broadcast, and every move was under the watchful eyes of netizens. Tang Xiao felt a surge of grievance, her eyes reddening. When will Lu Fengchen ever speak to me so gently? With Lu Fengchen so close, Tang Xiao could faintly smell his fragrance, a sweet floral scent, unlike ordinary men's colognes. She inexplicably recalled the text she had seen earlier, a lover's perfume? Impossible. Lu Fengchen had no female friends at all. Instead of dwelling on the disparaging remarks from haters, she resolved to strengthen her own heart. Raising her chin, she nervously spoke. Teacher Lu, I'm your fan and I joined the talent show to follow in your footsteps. Lu Fengchen paused, then smiled and opened his arms. Is that so? Then I must embrace my fan. Embrace? He had feet that stink so badly, even his perfume couldn't mask it. He not only groped himself before going on stage, but also bit his fingernails. There's earwax under his pinky nail. I can't take it. Who will save me? Another bubble floated over Su Yang's head. Tang Xiao hesitated in her motion to leap into Lu Fengchen's embrace, instinctively glancing at his hands. And it seemed she could indeed see dirt beneath his nails. Lu Fengchen's arms were growing tired, and the girl before him remained motionless. He felt slightly irritated. What was wrong? Was she too excited to see him? Don't be shy. The girl looked average, not as appealing as his previous partners. But her figure was decent enough. Tang Xiao took a step back, forcing a stiff smile. Perhaps not. I fear my friends online will be envious. She wanted to embrace him. Woman, do you know what you've missed out on? Living in luxury without realizing it. If it were me, I would have thrown myself at him, hands all over him. This is Lu Fengchen after all. Why do Su Yang and her friends look a bit inexpressive? Shouldn't they be excited? Chapter 4. 40 wealthy women, the little diva Kai Kenny, first-generation idol Wu Xiaokuei, and the top-tier Yan Long Wao. I initially came to see if there were any newcomers, but I didn't expect Nini to be here. Just a few days ago, someone online mentioned that Wu Xiaokuei was making a comeback. It's actually true. The first round of performances began. The names of each company appeared sequentially on the large screen, calling contestants to perform. Su Yang had experienced such a stage format 3 times. She was not particularly interested, nearly dozing off if it weren't for the tantalizing gossip surrounding everyone. What a pity, that long-legged girl has sustained an injury. A perfectly lovely girl. Yet she insists on bullying others, an angelic face with a devilish heart. Bubbles of commentary continued to rise above Su Yang's head, drawing more and more attention her way. Performances on stage could be seen at any time. The excitement of gossip was unmatched. As the text-laden bubbles shattered in an instant, the sounds of sighs filled the air. Su Yang, what is going on? Is there a lack of confidence? Soo-young prepared a sweet love song, singing and dancing without any particular flair, yet undeniably error-free. Upon completion, she hadn't even lost her breath.
Huh.
Is Soo-young's talent this strong? Why do I feel that Soo-young is much stronger than those who performed earlier? She's definitely in the running. Lu Fengchun raised the microphone to his lips, his teasing words laced with malice. Soo-young's smile was polite, yet devoid of sincerity. The unknown loomed over her, but she vowed to strive harder. Lu Fengchun. Being the closest to Soo-young, he was the first to notice beads of cold sweat forming on his back. How did Soo-young know these things? Soo-young replied calmly, my company and manager also hope for me to showcase myself more publicly. Could she disclose that her company lacked funds? Those greedy vultures wouldn't allow that. If she didn't debut this time, she would be kicked out of the company, ending up singing on the streets. Uncertain if anyone would even listen. However, the renowned Kai Tianho, shortly after giving birth, emerged to earn a living for her child, which is truly commendable. Soo-young, lost in thought, was entirely oblivious to the fact that the atmosphere around her had become palpable. The students in the front row, along with the anxious Lu Fengchun and the other two mentors, were all in a state of shock.
What?
The seemingly unattainable Kai Kenny had actually been married for some time? And she even had a child? She had meticulously concealed the existence of her child, with only her agent being aware. How could they possibly know? Could it be that someone spotted her at the hospital? That seemed implausible, as she had ensured discretion during her prenatal checkups. Who could have leaked this information? The father of the child seemed quite unfortunate. Could it be that Kai Tianho hadn't informed him? Was she perhaps running away with the pregnancy? Kai Kenny watched helplessly as yet another bubble emerged from Soo-young's head, its speed rendering it impossible to stop. Soo-young, Is there something wrong? Teacher Kai? All right. Thank you, esteemed mentors. Lu Fengchun and Kai Kenny were worried that even stranger notions might bubble forth from her head, while Wu Xiaokui and Yanlong were increasingly concerned that she might also be privy to their secrets. After Soo-young left the stage, the next group was immediately summoned. Faced with such a significant performance mishap, the backstage crew had no time to cut the live stream, leaving the director gasping in frustration. How could this happen? His fury was palpable, yet he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, creating a scene of undeniable absurdity. The director, undeterred, recalled the earlier events.
Ah,
how infuriating! Several staff members dared not breathe, fearful that the ire would be directed at them. After several attempts, the director conceded defeat and snatched the assistant director's phone. If the earlier footage were to be broadcasted, he shuddered to think of the chaos it would incite. Rumors of popular young stars being supported by wealthy women or revelations of Kai Kenny's marriage and motherhood would undoubtedly dominate the trending topics for a week. The director prepared for a live stream filled with discussions surrounding these two matters, only to be met with a screen full of question marks. What? Is this some sort of illusion? It can't be, I saw it too. What just happened when I entered the live stream? Is this some new technology? Virtual reality has come so far, hasn't it? Newcomers to the live stream were bewildered. What were they talking about? Why couldn't they comprehend? Those who had remained in the live stream were equally at a loss for words. The comments they wished to share were simply not going through. This frustrating knowledge of a scandal they could not discuss. Who among them understood? The assistant director had just sent someone to discreetly conduct a paternity test. Although the results were yet to be revealed, he was increasingly convinced of Soo-young's unusual nature. Observing the director's expression, he cautiously suggested, "Director, perhaps we should." Chapter 5 was clearly intended to draw my attention, and it was still gaining traction. There was no doubt these individuals were here for the drama.
No,
the director exclaimed, striking the assistant director on the head. Keep filming. Keep filming. The director swiftly turned to the assistant director, noting the cold sweat on his face, confirming the gravity of the situation. The assistant director clenched his fists. It was merely a song. Purchasing the rights for a couple of days should suffice. No need for exorbitant costs. Merely the original creator demanding a lion's share. Yet, how could she have known about this? He had thought he had covered his tracks flawlessly. Could you speak a little less, Lu Fengchun? This bubble sound you're making is giving me goosebumps. Could you stop smiling? Doesn't he realize how pronounced the wrinkles on his face have become? Just moments ago, he had been playfully flirting. My goodness. Who bestowed such confidence upon him? Could he share a bit with me? Soo-young rested her chin in her hand, intently watching the stage. If not for the occasional text bubbles emerging above her head, one might believe she was genuinely engrossed in the performance. Just before the bubbles were about to disappear, The director switched the screen. Though it was only for an instant, the viewers were captivated. Upon seeing the text, Lu Fengchen's fans erupted in fury. They had come to enjoy the gossip, but how could this gossip involve their beloved brother? He was so kind, so radiant, so hardworking. How could a mere nobody like Su Yang speak such nonsense? Su Yang, you better watch out. Lu Fengchen's fans had never been so united in their efforts. They could tolerate bullying, but not when it came to their brother. Although they couldn't articulate their thoughts, they knew exactly what needed to be done. They scoured Su Yang's life, from her childhood accidents to her clumsy moments at 23, but found nothing to tarnish her image. It was all too vague, with hardly any material to work with. Yet, they could not swallow their indignation. Lu Fengchen's ardent supporters resorted to fabricating baseless accusations. Meanwhile, Wang Hong, on a break from her marriage, was watching the live stream online. Whenever the camera panned towards Su Yang's position, she sensed something amiss. The text within those bubbles was visible to all, yet unspeakable, and inevitably, someone could not contain themselves. The results of the first round of the audition had yet to be announced, yet rumors about Su Yang were already spreading like wildfire. Su Yang is frequently seen entering the rooms of investors at night. No wonder I found Su Yang unlikable at first. She's just another resourceful player. Even internet celebrities like Yu Xiaoqiao, with nearly 10 million fans, can't compare to her popularity. Just look at her face. She doesn't seem like an innocent person. Who knows how many people have played with her? Wang Hong nearly pulled out her main account to confront the bystanders. Entering sponsors' rooms at night? You lot are quite something. Wiping the rest of them clean. As for those mysterious benefactors, if there truly were any, would Su Yang have remained inside for 4 years without making a name for herself? Wang Hong gulped down an entire cup of coffee to calm her nerves. Through a few shady marketing accounts spreading negative press, she identified the individuals orchestrating the smear campaign. All right, everyone was quietly enjoying the drama, but you had to elevate these matters. After her divorce, she no longer had to manage 2 ungrateful individuals and found herself in a more comfortable position financially. Given that Lu Fengchen was affiliated with the opposing company, Wang Hong invested in several comments to steer public opinion and released a few videos of Su Yang practicing in the studio. The young woman, clad in pink sportswear with her hair tied back and donning a black baseball cap, could only be vaguely recognized due to the distance of the camera. I came to roast her after seeing the trending topics, but this woman has captivated me. Is this the nonchalance my dance teacher taught me? Why is watching her dance so effortless? Who says Su Yang lacks talent? If this is deemed talentless, what am I to do? Oh no. I might just become a fan. I searched for her singing videos and found her voice to be exactly my taste. Bystanders discovering such a talented dancer buried beneath negative trending topics, while those criticizing Su Yang were primarily Lu Fengchen's fans. What a coincidence. Now that all the performers had concluded their acts, everyone took a brief respite. I needed to engage in the first round of rankings with the other 3 mentors. Lu Fengchen, while speaking, unconsciously glanced towards Su Yang's position, pondering whether she had spoken ill of him during the performances. The initial conflict with the adorably looking Tang Xiao had drawn his attention, prompting him to approach her. Later, her peculiar text bubbles on stage had further intrigued him. Ultimately, she simply sought to garner his attention. Lu Fengchen scrutinized the girl seated in the audience. He had never been fond of women who appeared aloof. Yet Su Yang intrigued him. Su Yang felt a shiver run down her spine. Glancing towards the air conditioning vent, the temperature was not particularly low. To her surprise, upon looking up, she caught sight of an overly exaggerated figure. Ah! Someone save my eyes. What is that greasy man staring at? Is she still pining for Tang Xiao? Who on earth finds such a man appealing? Are their eyes truly devoid of clarity? Those short legs, stumbling even while walking, let alone dancing. The powder on his face may cover up to a certain degree, yet it cannot conceal the dark circles beneath his eyes, which are all too telling of his frailty. A torrent of thoughts erupted in her mind, overwhelming her senses. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Fengchen, after attempting to master his expression management, found that the anticipated cheers were conspicuously absent. Chapter 6. Exercise Caution. Folks, who understands why Lu Fengchen would make such a gesture? It's utterly perplexing. Could he genuinely believe himself to be handsome? Goodness, am I truly out of touch with contemporary aesthetics? Is our brother truly handsome like this? Those who disagree must have never encountered a real handsome man. Despite Lu Fengchen's fans fervently attempting to steer the comments in a favorable direction, onlookers remained unconvinced. With a growing trend of disillusionment emerging, it was unbearable. When would this individual fade into obscurity? No way. Previously, It was said he would only be discovered indulging in substances 2 years from now. How has it turned into next month? Soo-young wished to scrutinize the situation further, but was abruptly jostled. Chunning seized her arm, casting an irritated glance behind her, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Beside Tang Xiao stood a tall girl, glaring fiercely at Soo-young, as if wanting to speak, but finding her voice trapped. Chunning understood, while Soo-young remained oblivious. A mere bump is inconsequential, but a collision with a vehicle could yield far more disastrous results. Even in the pursuit of fame, one must not entice a married man. Otherwise, there would be no recourse for grievances. In stark contrast to previous bubbles, this one was a vivid red. "You." The girl attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted as Tang Xiao grasped her arm, saying, "Xiao Nian, I need to use the restroom. Will you accompany me?" Chunning had intended to demand an apology. Yet upon noticing the words above Su Yang's head, a chilling thought emerged. Would that girl truly face dire consequences? What's wrong? Meeting Su Yang's gaze, Chunning sensed that another bubble was about to materialize. She quickly interjected, "It's nothing. Let us go buy a bottle of water." My treat. Having already consumed enough gossip for one day, she wished to avoid any further entanglements. In the restroom, Lu Nian shook off Tang Xiao's grip. "Why did you stop me earlier? What on earth is she up to?" I should have dragged her into the bathroom and given her a good beating, so she'd never dare speak out of turn again. Lu Nian was a rebellious girl who had dropped out of middle school, spending several years working in a coastal city, where she was discovered by a talent scout while dancing on the street. Though she had trained for a few months, her tough demeanor remained unchanged. Naturally, like Tang Xiao, she was also a fan of Lu Fengchen, which had fostered a quick bond between them. "There are cameras outside, and we're live streaming. If you act out, you'll be thrown out," Tang Xiao whispered. "Humph, coward. If they throw me out, so be it. How dare she speak about the one I admire?" Lu Nian retrieved a cigarette from her clothing, placing it between her lips. In her mind, Soo-young was merely someone who could sing and dance slightly better, and had a more appealing appearance. No matter how impressive, she could never compare to Lu Fengchen. Tang Xiao took a step back to avoid the smoke, pondering aloud. "Don't you think Lu Fengchen seems somewhat different from how he is portrayed online?" "Different in what way?" Lu Nian expertly flicked the ash from her cigarette. "He's incredibly handsome, treats people well, and looks even better up close than online. If only I could exchange WeChat with him." Suddenly, Tang Xiao recalled her close encounter with Lu Fengchen earlier that day, and she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe Soo-young's words. When Lu Nian nudged her shoulder, saying, "No way, you too?" that same indescribable feeling welled up inside her, leaving her feeling stifled. Tang Xiao stumbled slightly, but steadied herself. "I believe it's better to maintain some distance from idols." The sound of gathering echoed from the hallway, prompting Lu Nian to hurriedly dispose of her cigarette in the drain. Tang Xiao had already left, and she muttered a few curses under her breath. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a familiar figure. "Teacher Lu, I'm your fan." Soo-young sat in the assembly classroom, acutely aware that all eyes were upon her. Had someone witnessed her picking her nose earlier? Surely not. Had everyone seen it? "I've cleaned my hands." Upon reading this, the crowd diverted their gazes. What had once been unknown was now common knowledge. Led by Kai Kenny, the 4 mentors entered, each carrying a box in hues of pink, orange, yellow, blue, and purple. The results of our class assignments are in. They range from strongest to weakest, corresponding to the colors we hold. Next, we will announce the names of the students in each class. First, I will announce the names for my class. I wonder which lovely lady's fate has brought to me. Lu Fengchen declared, holding the orange card with an enchanting smile. Clearing his throat, he began, "Now I will read the names. Yu Qiao Qiao, Lu Nian, Tang Xiao, and Soo-young." Upon reciting the final name, he turned to the dazed girl, only to be met with an expression that seemed to convey utter disbelief. "Shouldn't you be thrilled to be in my group? Perhaps you're just too shy to express it?" "Yes, that must be it." During the discussion of class assignments, the director had insisted on giving Soo-young a prime position, prompting Lu Fengchen to take action. What an intriguing woman. It would surely be more entertaining to work with her. Soo-young, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the class uniform from Lu Fengchen. Were it not for the fact that she could not debut this time without risking being shelved indefinitely, she would have preferred to remain a considerable distance from this greasy man. After showing them the theme song video, the remainder of the time was designated for self-practice. With only 24 hours to learn, how could one possibly master it? After stowing her luggage in the dormitory, Soo-young had not even reached the classroom when she overheard Lu Nian's complaints. Pushing the door open, She found several people gathered around Lu Fengchen, particularly Lu Nian, who was practically glued to him. Lu Fengchen had one arm wrapped around her waist, exuding an aura of intimacy. Don't worry, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I hope we can all achieve great results this time. To an outsider, it might appear as though they were a couple, Su Yang thought. Suppressing a snicker. She was not particularly well acquainted with the others in her class. Yu Qiao had been rolling her eyes since Su Yang entered, while the rest were preoccupied with Lu Fengchen. Ignoring them, Su Yang activated the classroom's display screen and pulled up the instructional video. As the music played, it seemed to dawn on the others that she was present. Lu Fengchen released his hold, finally remembering that he was, in fact, a mentor today. Let us follow along with the video and learn. Oh my, how enviable it is for them to practice dancing with Lu Fengchen. Had I known, I would have signed up too. Just one glance at him would have sufficed to satisfy me. Wait, isn't Lu Fengchen offbeat? He looks rather awkward. Nonsense. Our brother is a prodigy. He just needs some time to acclimate. In truth, it was not only the online audience who noticed. The atmosphere in the classroom had turned slightly peculiar. Yet, Lu Fengchen seemed oblivious, pulling out the score for the theme song. How about we start by learning the singing technique? And then he hit a wrong note. Chapter 7. Who would be envious? After all, it was the first stage, and the song's difficulty was not particularly high. Su Yang glanced at the relatively manageable high notes, wishing she could push him aside and take over. If only I had 40 wealthy patrons, this mentor position would not be occupied by this greasy man. Oh wait, now there are only 14. The chat of Lu Fengchen's fans in the live stream erupted once more. However, what they observed was difficult to articulate, leading them to divert the conversation elsewhere. Is Su Yang truly capable? How did she manage to get into the class? Lu Nian is so adorable. I think I'll vote for her. Her performance is just like me when I see Lu Fengchen. In places equipped with cameras, the use of mobile phones is strictly prohibited. Hence, they remain oblivious to the current online evaluations. During the filming, it is imperative to present oneself in the best light, leaving a favorable impression on the audience before the screen. After the director's remarks, he glanced at Su Yang, pondering how much gossip had already circulated that day. If live streaming were to become a daily affair, it would be overwhelming not only for him but also for the viewers online. Su Yang, indifferent to how the show would be broadcast, was more concerned about why that greasy man, who frequently arrived late and left early, had yet to depart. Su Yang, is there something you do not comprehend? Feel free to ask me anytime if you have questions. While Su Yang was engrossed in her sheet music, a figure loomed over her. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift enough to evade what nearly turned into an unwelcome shoulder touch. No, thank you, Teacher Lu. The other students likely need your assistance more. Goodness, how could Lu Fengchen still have body odor? Even perfume couldn't mask it. How could those wealthy women tolerate sharing a bed with him? This scent was unbearable. Seeing Su Yang's attempt to dodge, Lu Fengchen's face turned a shade of green. Body odor. He raised his arm and took a deep breath, detecting a faint scent, but it was merely the sweat from his recent dance practice. Was it really that exaggerated? Teacher Lu, I'm having a bit of difficulty here. Could you assist me? Came Lu Nian's voice from behind. Her practice time was short, and she struggled with many fundamentals. Her entry into the class was solely due to her mastery of the prepared piece. Lu Fengchen cast a glance at Su Yang, harboring a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Time would reveal that this woman would eventually fall into his grasp. He approached Lu Nian, who, before he could speak, suggested, Teacher Lu, it's getting late. Why don't we discuss it over dinner? Receiving her flirtatious glance, Lu Fengchen instantly understood. Very well, I will guide you step by step. You shall surely succeed in this trial. The two, emboldened by the absence of live streaming, conversed freely, while the others in the training room listened intently. To commence the first day of recording with a mentor was indeed audacious. And wasn't this the Lu Fengchen who was said to gently reject girls? Although the others understood the unspoken truth, they dared not voice it. As expected, Lu Nian did not return home that night, and they all feigned ignorance of the situation. Soon, the afternoon of the following day arrived. Su Yang and her peers had already performed the theme song seamlessly, while Lu Fengchen and Lu Nian sauntered in late. Upon entering, they immediately separated, fearing that others might suspect something amiss. Seated in the corner, Su Yang took a sip of water, curious about what had transpired between the two the night before. She believed that even Lu Fengchen, bold as he was, wouldn't he whisk a young girl off to bed so quickly? Wouldn't she find that peculiar? Ultimately, Her desire for gossip triumphed over rationality as she rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts wandering. Oh my, Lu Fengchen is such a toothpick of a man. Catering to those wealthy women and still needing medication? How could he be so inept at such a young age? Lu Nian appeared unfazed, feigning comfort. With such acting skills, why not pursue a career in acting instead of idol singing? Just then, Tang Xiao, who had approached, chimed in. I remember when Lu Fengchen first debuted. Their group shot a magazine spread that included swimsuit photos. Fans even had to screenshot from a certain angle to prove his endowments. It was all a fade. Lu Nian's face flushed crimson, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Even if she could speak, she couldn't very well announce that she and Lu Fengchen were now together, could she? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fengchen turned around to find several intense gazes directed at him. He, believing himself to be dashing, tossed his hair back and asked with a charming tone, Is there anything you need me to explain? However, the others in the classroom averted their eyes, engrossed in their tasks and ignoring him. Only Lu Nian, blushing, seemed to be caught between words. As the time for assessing the theme song approached, each student was called in turn to showcase their performance. Tang Xiao, listen to me. Last night was really quite enjoyable. As Su Yang settled down, she heard Lu Nian's voice beside her, only to turn and meet Lu Nian's disdainful glare. Even at this juncture, she was still defending Lu Fengchen. Truly, love blinds. Tang Xiao's expression remained impassive as she lowered her voice. Lu Nian, do you truly believe this is appropriate? They have known each other for less than a day and have already engaged in such intimate acts. Lu Nian may be enamored with Lu Fengchen, but does he reciprocate her feelings? Tang Xiao could not discern. Upon seeing Lu Fengchen, his every action gradually shattered the illusions she had harbored. Had she not witnessed Su Yang's situation, might she too have fallen victim to the same fate as Lu Nian? Suddenly, she recalled the incident where Lu Fengchen had coaxed Su Yang into taking private photos, shuddering at the thought. Before she could warn Lu Nian abruptly pulled her arm away. If you're jealous of me, just say so. Isn't this feigned innocence disgusting? Lu Nian shouted. The other occupants of the room were drawn to her outburst, witnessing a bubble of exasperation floating above Su Yang's head. What was there to be envious of regarding a toothpick? Chapter 8. Are we really going out? Su Yang felt an intense gaze of resentment directed at her. It was Lu Nian. Clenching her fists, Lu Nian seemed ready to pounce at any moment. What are you doing? Are you serious? Next, Lu Nian. At a critical moment, the staff called Lu Nian's name, and the cameraman swiftly turned the lens toward her. Caught off guard, her expression transformed rapidly. Su Yang was nearly ready to applaud. She had predicted this girl possessed potential for acting, evident in her swift change of demeanor. Alas, Lu Nian did not appreciate the acknowledgement. When it was Su Yang's turn, she felt no anxiety. She had been through this type of situation thrice before and was unfazed. Despite having only 24 hours to prepare, she was confident that she could recall the essential movements and lyrics without significant issues. As the music concluded, Su Yang halted, standing in the center of the room, awaiting feedback from the four mentors. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lu Fengchen interjected. Su Yang, did you know? When you were dancing just now, I felt a physical impulse. The room fell silent at his utterance. Such words were tantamount to sexual harassment, yet Lu Fengchen seemed utterly indifferent, confident it would be edited out later. Su Yang, I believe you will undoubtedly debut this time. Su Yang was left speechless, wishing fervently for his legion of ardent fans to witness his repugnant demeanor. Kai Kenny, the sole female mentor present, could no longer tolerate the scene. Even if the girl before her seemed aware of some of her secrets, it was no justification for Lu Fengchen to humiliate her publicly. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Kai Tianho was indeed a kind-hearted individual. The toothpick man did not deserve to sit alongside her, as his mind seemed filled with nothing but trivialities. Subsequently, mentors Yan Long and Wu Xiaokue also provided favorable scores, leaving Su Yang's spirits intact, unaffected by the toothpick man. Those who scored comparably high to Su Yang naturally became the focal point of the theme song recording, and over the next 3 days, they would strive wholeheartedly to secure a prominent position. While the other students continued to practice diligently, Lu Nian and Lu Fengchen grew increasingly close, often disregarding the cameras and indulging in public displays of affection. Rumor had it that during the previous theme song assessment, Lu Nian had ranked near the bottom. Why wasn't she studying earnestly? After all, she had someone backing her, and even with lower scores, she wouldn't face elimination. However, they were not in the same position. They needed to practice diligently. Hey, Soo-young, what do you think? Suddenly called upon. Soo-young felt curious but recognized that discussing others' affairs privately was inappropriate, so she merely shook her head. How had she gone from potentially advancing to the third round to being eliminated in the first? Originally, those who questioned Soo-young sought merely to elicit a few words from her. Previously, many had been somewhat hesitant regarding her capabilities, but after a few days of interaction, it became evident that Soo-young not only possessed strength, but could also assist them. Who would fear Soo-young?
Certainly.
Only those with guilty consciences, or who had strayed onto the wrong path. They followed Soo-young, learning while indulging in gossip. Yet today, upon seeing the contents within the chat bubble, they felt something was amiss. As a few attempted to inquire further, they noticed Soo-young hastily rushing outside. In just 5 minutes, Soo-young arrived at the underground parking lot, feeling immensely relieved that she wasn't directionally challenged and simultaneously locating Lu Fengchen's vehicle. The headlights flickered on as he began to reverse, preparing to depart.
Wait.
She dashed over, positioning herself in front of the car. The two individuals inside, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, nearly collided with her, slamming the brakes in fright. Are you insane? What are you doing standing in front of the car? Soo-young, are you really not going out today? Soo-young fixed her gaze on the girl in the passenger seat, articulating her question deliberately. Lu Nian was taken aback, unsure of Soo-young's intentions. Soo-young, are you regretting your decision now? Do you wish to accompany me? Lu Fengchen inquired. This statement seemed to awaken Lu Nian, who realized that Soo-young's words were merely slandering Lu Fengchen. Otherwise, how could she have chased after them today? Soo-young, are you out of your mind?
Lu.
Ignore her, let's leave. Lu Nian reached out, attempting to pull Lu Fengchen away, but he evaded her grasp. She could clearly see the intrigue in his eyes and felt a sense of dread. However, Soo-young paid no heed to his words and once again asked Lu Nian, are you really not going out today? After being ignored twice, Lu Fengchen felt a surge of annoyance. With a decisive slam, he closed the car door. Don't regret this. Watching the vehicle drive away, Soo-young sighed. There was little she could do when some individuals seemed intent on self-destruction. Inside the car, Lu Nian suppressed her discomfort and asked, what did you mean by that, Lu Fengchen? If Soo-young truly begged you, would you take her along? What? Lu Fengchen occasionally glanced at his phone, appearing distracted. This woman was a nuisance, always competing for attention. Just a few more days, and I'll kick her to the curb. Yet, he decided to maintain a facade of composure. She cannot compare to you. She lacks your physique and doesn't possess a voice as melodious as yours. As he uttered those lewd remarks, his gaze lingered on Lu Nian. Today, I'll introduce you to my friends. There are some entertaining activities planned. The following morning, upon arriving at the practice studio, Soo-young overheard several individuals engaged in animated discussions.
Did you see?
I never expected him to be that kind of person. Reflecting on our previous conversations, it leaves a bitter taste. Weibo is nearly crashing, with several trending topics exploding. Just as Soo-young was about to investigate the situation, the loudspeaker in the practice room blared. All trainees, gather in the main classroom within 5 minutes. When she arrived, she noticed the expression of Tang Xiao at the front of the crowd was rather grim, unsure of what had transpired. Soo-young, over here. Chunning waved to her from the throng. Chapter 9. Who truly remains unscathed? Was it the deputy director coaxing young girls that the media exposed? Everyone, please quiet down and ensure all classes are accounted for. Soo-young scanned the room. Their class had only a handful of individuals, nearly all present. Where is our mentor? Lu Fengchen? Someone suddenly inquired, prompting a ripple of suppressed laughter. Soo-young instantly understood. Surely Lu Fengchen had encountered some trouble. But that couldn't be right. She recalled that he would not be apprehended until 2 years later. Could it be a minor issue? What has happened? Is there truly a scandal? She thought to herself, regretting not having concealed a backup phone, now feeling like a lost soul searching for gossip. Almost forgetting, she needed to discover what had transpired the previous night. Due to Lu Fengchen's fans being overly conspicuous online, they had attracted the attention of paparazzi, who had been tailing him. Last night, they observed a group entering an apartment and noted they had yet to leave by 2:30 in the morning. The paparazzi even resorted to pretending to deliver food, only to find the scene chaotic when they knocked on the door. Sensing something was amiss, they promptly called the police. Soo-young couldn't help but applaud the paparazzi for their unexpected diligence. The entire cast, thank you. The previously unclear gossip has now become crystal clear.
Lu Nian,
who had accompanied them, was also caught up in the scandal. Though it was her first offense, such a stain would be indelible, making a successful debut nearly impossible. In a less conspicuous corner, Tang Zhao's complexion turned pale. If she had failed to discern Lu Fengchen's true nature, would she have been the one dragged into this mess? Unbeknownst to Su Yang, the catalyst for the turmoil stemmed from her own heartfelt sentiments, inciting a feud between fanbases on Weibo. The paparazzi, sensing a hot topic, sought to capture as much as possible, ultimately uncovering a significant incident. Several of Lu Fengchen's major fans hastily fled, and the fan club disbanded overnight. Previously, some criticized you, and I defended you tirelessly, believing you incapable of such actions. Yet is this how you repay us? Who in the entertainment industry can truly remain unscathed? I am utterly betrayed. I support one, and another collapses. Please refrain from commenting further. It's disgusting to contemplate. Indeed, the entertainment industry is tainted. Does anyone have a comprehensive summary of the gossip?
Please share.
While no summary existed, many were aware of the channels through which to obtain the latest gossip. As long as I consume the news swiftly, I need not worry about the downfall of the artists I support. They all understood. It was likely another artist from a different group, hoping it wouldn't be another Lu Fengchen. After ensuring her class was settled, Kai Kenny arrived at the practice studio, feeling somewhat unsettled by the peculiar messages directed at Su Yang. Who was she, and how could she possess such knowledge? Kai teacher, you've arrived. As she immersed herself in thought, the door swung open from within. Several girls eagerly looked at her. Kai teacher, please come in. We have a question to ask you. As she entered, Kai Kenny deliberately ignored Su Yang, recognizing that despite her capabilities, she had not leveraged them to threaten her regarding the children's matters. Surely, there was no cause for concern. Just days prior, Lu Fengchen had been playfully interacting with Lu Nian, disrupting others' practice, and now, with the situation escalating, he had become a liability. Kai Kenny's arrival meant that the dance movements that had troubled them and the high notes they struggled to reach were no longer issues. As a member of the trainees, Su Yang naturally benefited from her guidance. As Su Yang gazed into the proximity of Kai Kenny's face, she couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of maternal warmth. Previously, some media outlets claimed Kai Kenny had a bad temper. How could that be true? I must confront them. Kai Kenny lifted her gaze from the sheet music just in time to catch Su Yang's words. I'm teaching, yet my students are distracted. Is this the kind of distraction I cannot explain? Su Yang and a few others were singled out, competing for a position among themselves. Chen Ying was also among them, and as her turn approached, her palms were slick with sweat. I seek not for any particular position. Even standing in the first tier would suffice. I implore you. Su Yang patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be nervous. I believe in you. Chen paused, instinctively glancing above Su Yang's head, yet not perceiving any bubbles. It seemed Su Yang was not utilizing any foresight abilities. Could her words be genuine? Even so, Chen felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. I will strive for success. Though Su Yang professed calmness, her heartbeat quickened as she stood center stage. What is with your expressions? It's merely a performance, isn't it? If all goes as expected, this position will undoubtedly be mine. The speaker, Guan Lulu, a student in the class, excels in stage expression management, and her performance elevates everyone's mood. While others might say such things, when Guan Lulu speaks, it is hard to refute her. After all, Su Yang also admires her. Even clad in the ordinary training attire of a student, standing in an unremarkable training room, she exudes an astonishing charm, as if a beam of light follows her every movement. As the performance concluded, Su Yang was preparing to leave when she suddenly remembered that she was supposed to present her designated conclusion, but her mind went blank. Chapter 10. You're quite nice. Aren't you? After several performances, they awaited the three mentors to announce the final results. Don't be overly anxious. This position is certainly mine. Guan Lulu declared with a triumphant expression, already believing victory was hers. Others wished to voice their thoughts, but the classroom door swung open, revealing the three mentors alongside a tall man.
You.
Upon hearing someone exclaim, Su Yang turned to find only Yu Qiao with flushed earlobes. Were the same three mentors not present? You're blushing like a bubble tea. Next, I will announce the student who will perform the theme song. Su Yang glanced at Guan Lulu, who stood tall and proud, ready to claim her prize. However, Yu Qiao's expression appeared different from before. The member for the theme song is... Kai Kenny elongated her voice, causing hearts to flutter. Her gaze finally rested on Guan Lulu and Yu Qiao, and she announced Yu Qiao. Congratulations. At this revelation, Su Yang and the others fell silent. Guan Lulu immediately questioned loudly, "Why her? I refuse to accept this." It was not only her who felt this way, the others were equally discontent. They had performed exceptionally well, so why had the position fallen to Yu Xiao? Kai Kenny said nothing and stepped back. Wu Xiaokui, observing Guan Lulu's agitated expression, attempted to soothe her. "Lulu, although your performance was commendable, this result was a collective decision. You will have other opportunities." Guan Lulu glared at the director's position, scoffed, and strode out of the classroom. Other opportunities? What opportunities? She practices diligently every day just to secure this position and showcase herself before an audience. Just last night, she had only 4 hours of sleep to prepare for this theme song. Now, a forgetful person has defeated her. It's truly absurd. Wu Xiaokui wished to intervene but couldn't, so he tried to comfort the remaining students. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Although you did not secure the position, compared to other members, you have greater room for expression. I hope you all prepare diligently for the first public performance, and also advise Guan Lulu. As he spoke, he began to usher the students out. "Wait, Yu Xiao. I need to discuss some matters regarding the stage with you." "Sure, teacher." Thus, only Yu Xiao and the tall man remained in the classroom. No wonder I thought that man looked familiar. He is, after all, the wealthy benefactor who remains infatuated with by Yue Guang while supporting Yu Xiao.
So,
This is how Yu Xiao secured this position, thanks to the benefactor's financial prowess. She quickened her pace and encountered Su Yang, who was lost in thought. A bubble of words appeared above her head, and upon seeing what was written, Guan Lulu turned on her heel. Unaware that her thoughts had been exposed, Su Yang continued into the classroom, still in a daze. These wealthy individuals are heartless. Now that Yu Xiao seeks to debut, she can simply pay for a position. When love fades, she can just kick him to the curb even if she bears his child. As she stepped into the classroom, she was met with astonished faces, as if their jaws might drop. Had Yu Xiao truly been supported by someone? Did she receive this position? Yet, it seemed she would soon be cast aside. One could only wonder what this so-called benefactor was like. The others scrutinized Su Yang, hoping to glean some insight. Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor, retrieving a bottle of water from the corner, while her thoughts raced. It seems there are nuances to relying on wealthy patrons. One wonders how Lu Fengchen manages to have those affluent women willingly spend on him, considering his lack of looks and talent. What's the matter? Is this really the time to be pondering such things? The classroom door swung open again, this time revealing a familiar face, Xie Zhichuan. The original idol from the country, who debuted at 16 abroad, is a true icon. Although he rarely participates in domestic variety shows, he has maintained a top 3 popularity on Weibo for years. "Hello. I am your new mentor." The man squeezed through the door, appearing somewhat anxious. "Hello, Teacher Xie." Several students quickly responded, eager to greet him. Although Xie Zhichuan had been in the industry for years, he was only 25 and, due to his disciplined lifestyle, appeared even younger. His deep-set eyes twinkled with warmth. Hello, this is my first time as a mentor, and I hope for your support." The students had not anticipated that after Lu Fengchen's departure, they would be graced with Xie Zhichuan. Wasn't this akin to losing a sesame seed but gaining a watermelon? However, having learned from past experiences, they stifled their excitement and frequently glanced at Su Yang. They wondered if Xie Zhichuan had any peculiarities and decided it would be best to keep their distance. Yet he had perused the profiles of the class members in the car and noted one unfortunate soul who had trained for 3 years without debuting, named Su Yang, as well as Yu Xiao, whom his manager had warned him to avoid at all costs. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on the girl in the corner. "You must be Su Yang, right?" The group instinctively parted to create a path as the man approached, gently patting Su Yang on the shoulder. "I watched your performance video. You did exceptionally well. Although you did not secure the position, we will have other opportunities." "Thank you, Teacher Xie. You're quite good at comforting people." Upon hearing this, the others laughed, while Xie Zhichuan appeared perplexed. He thought he was comforting Su Yang for missing out on the position, yet she seemed even more disheartened. "What else with your expressions? Did I say something wrong?" Aside from his lack of conversational skills, Xie Zhichuan is genuinely a good person. He doesn't smoke or drink and knows to avoid the rain. Unfortunately, he lacks acting talent and insists on pursuing a career as an actor, which led to a disastrous incident that marred his handsome face. As Xie Zhichuan turned, he caught a glimpse of a string of words floating away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It seems he was simply too tired. Perhaps he was seeing things. With the theme song finalized, the first public performance officially commenced with group assignments. Each class member served as a captain, leading their chosen members in the interpretation of various classic pieces. Each song would be performed by two groups, with audience votes determining the top 60 students who would advance. Soo-young was selected by Chin-ing to join her group. Chapter 11. So this is what a benefactor looks like. Selecting a team primarily depends on personal strength. Relationships do not matter here. However, Soo-young possessed both qualities and was pleased to team up with Chin-ing. When it was Guanlulu's turn to select her team members, she chose Yu Qiao. The others were oblivious to the situation surrounding the theme song role, but Soo-young and her peers were acutely aware. It seemed the two were on the verge of a feud. Why would Guanlulu, who clearly disliked Yu Qiao, choose her for her team? It didn't appear to be a sign of reconciliation. Soon, it was time to select the songs for the first public performance, which was done by drawing lots. Unfortunately, Chun-ing drew a slow ballad. The song lacked choreography, but in order to better present the stage effect, the group decided to create a simple dance. As they worked on the choreography for the ballad, they also had to find time to practice the theme song, leading to a hectic schedule. Every day's leisure time has been significantly reduced, leaving Soo-young with no opportunity to indulge in her favorite pastime of gossiping, let alone concern herself with the affairs between Guanlulu and Yu Qiao. Despite her disinterest in the latest gossip, it seems to find her nonetheless. The speaker is Mengyuan, aptly named, slightly plump with a round face, and a true food enthusiast. Nothing can interrupt her mealtime. I just memorized my lyrics. And now I've forgotten them again, she laments. Amidst the collective grumbles, Soo-young notices Yu Qiao appears particularly joyful, her smile noticeably brighter than usual. Upon reaching the large classroom, she indeed spots that familiar figure, a man clad in a black suit, sporting slicked-back hair, exuding an air of elegance. As Yu Qiao glances over, their eyes meet, and the scent of budding romance fills the air. Mr. Xie, do you know what event is happening today? Someone quietly inquires of Xie Zhichuan, who looks puzzled as he scrolls through his group chat. No, nothing has been posted here. Just as he finishes speaking, staff members roll out a cart laden with an array of delectable snacks.
Wow.
They actually have delicious food. It smells amazing. Can we really eat it? But I'm on a diet, Wu Xiaokue remarks as the assortment is presented. These treats are all sponsored by our general manager Su. So let us all express our gratitude. Su Qingya nods casually, uttering not a single word. Though the crowd may not be familiar with this so-called general manager Su, the allure of food prompts eager acceptance. Soo-young is handed a generous duck leg, her attention subtly diverted to the commotion nearby. The cameraman, astutely avoiding capturing Su Qingya and Yu Qiao, focuses on the couple as they sit together, peeling shrimp and cracking crabs, radiating affection. This is what they call a big shot, handsome and charming. It's impressive that he enjoys these little clandestine moments. Truly, if not for his wealth, he'd surely face consequences, she muses, her thoughts drifting to her own unrequited love. Unbeknownst to her, a throng of people has gathered around, lured by the tantalizing cuisine. Food, after all, is far more enticing than gossip, and the delectable offerings can wait. This gossip is fleeting. Guanlulu glances at the bubbles hovering above Soo-young's head and, seizing the opportunity while no one is watching, slips into a corner to enlarge her phone's camera. Why is everyone surrounding Soo-young? Focus on your meals. The director bellows in frustration. Only then does Soo-young realize the crowd encircling her. She lowers the duck leg and quietly retreats from the throng. It turns out everyone enjoys duck, if only they had mentioned it sooner. On the day of the public performance, as the live stream begins, a wave of viewers floods in. Why is it only 1:50? Hurry up. I want to watch the live stream. Isn't the theme song supposed to coincide with the first public performance? How long will this live stream last? I wonder who the leads are. The first 3 seasons felt like they were missing something. The various groups take to the stage, aligning according to their rehearsed positions. The staff at the corridors end directs them, and Xie Zhichuan encourages the members with a thumbs up. You all got this. As the clock strikes 2, the lights dim entirely. A single beam of light illuminates the center of the stage. The music commences, and the lead girl, clad in a uniform, guides all the trainees in presenting the theme song.
Wow.
It's Qiao. I knew she would secure the lead. It's been a year. And Qiao looks even more stunning than during her platform streams. She used to be so awkward. I'm genuinely proud. Wait, where's Lulu? Why is she so far back? Soo-young, you're different. Get up there. As the lead, Yu Qiao occupies the center stage, flanked by Chening and Su Yang, with Guan Lulu and other trainees positioned behind. The formation radiates outward, with those on the edges likely to receive barely a moment of screen time. Yet they all persist, dancing fervently. As the performance concludes, the audience erupts in cheers, calling out the names of their favored trainees. Welcome to Season 4 of the girl group debut project. Were you satisfied with the performance? Thanks to her high emotional intelligence and exceptional ability to salvage situations, the online popularity of the show is considerable. Yes. The audience responds enthusiastically. Xiaolon beams sweetly, continuing with her script. Next, let us welcome the 4 mentors to the stage. Many in the crowd are fans of the mentors, and their cheers rival the previous applause, especially as each mentor showcases their signature works, sending the atmosphere soaring to new heights. Is that Xie? Didn't he just arrive in the city yesterday? When did he fly over? Who knows? I came for the gossip, but discovered several talented and beautiful young ladies. How did I not realize how handsome Uncle Long was before? I suddenly understand his charm. Once the mentors are seated, the initial performance of the trainees officially commences. Chapter 12. Can I truly get used to this? The sequence of performances is determined by a lottery among the mentors, with groups of the same song engaging in rock, paper, scissors. Su Yong's group is positioned perfectly in the middle, but they lose the game, allowing the opposing group to decide who performs first. Although both groups are performing the same song, their presentations are entirely different. The ballad has been transformed into a lively, charming rendition, with the girls donning sparkling headbands and bright silver skirts that showcase their slender legs. The striking outfits, paired with well-managed smiles and playful dance moves, evoke waves of applause from the audience. Su Yang worries that their style, when juxtaposed with the other groups, may falter, particularly with 2 members from the opposing team. The risk of elimination looms ever closer. Next group. Chening's team. Prepare. As team leader, Chening encourages everyone. It's okay. They can do it. We can too. As the stage lights dim, the voice of host Xiaolon rings out from the side stage. It's their turn to shine. In stark contrast to the previous performance's style, Su Yang and her group retain the original song's essence, adorned in light-colored Han-style garments, emerging onto a fog-laden stage. As the music plays, each member turns to reveal themselves, ultimately converging in the center of the stage. Is this really the same song? No, I didn't recognize it at all. The first group was so cute, while the second group feels ethereal. I'm torn on whom to choose. I feel the same. I love both. Don't you think the first rendition was a bit odd? I adore the song and have only ever listened to the ballad version, but the intense background music is overwhelming. The first group is more innovative, okay? I still prefer the first group. They radiate such vitality. Xiaolon steps onto the side stage, clapping her hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "These 2 renditions of the same song are truly refreshing." To all our viewers at home and our friends in the audience, which group will you cast your votes for? A 60-second countdown begins. Viewers in the live stream can click the options that pop up, while the audience members press their voting devices. Debates erupt in the live stream as the audience grapples with their decision. Why can they only vote for one group? They love both. Choose us. Choose us. Our group is virtuous. We do return $1 if we found it and help an elderly lady cross the street. Don't let that group fool you. Someone forgot their lines, and someone else lost a shoe. Their skills aren't up to par. Even though I forgot my lines too. As long as I don't mention it, no one will notice. Su Yang felt increasingly anxious, unable to restrain the words bubbling up in her mind, completely unaware of her predicament. The camera panned over, projecting her face and the thought bubbles above her head onto the large screen behind her. Xie squinted, fixated on the words displayed on the screen. Could this be real? Was it truly not an illusion? The girl on stage remained vacant, while the audience was rendered speechless. Beside her, Kai Kenny appeared remarkably composed as she picked up the microphone. Let me first address the questions from the first group. Su Yang nodded. Indeed. I noticed she hit a wrong note. This could have been avoided, but she was too excited. Young people must learn to remain calm. Teacher Kai's tone had grown increasingly gentle, and she even managed to catch a glimpse of our group's little design. He. Teacher Kai's makeup today was absolutely stunning, resembling a little princess. I wonder how much that dress costs. Could I possibly afford to rent it? Kai Kenny's ears blushed slightly as she quickly relayed the feedback she had noted. The crowd murmured, if it weren't for your random critiques, one might think you were aware that we could see your innermost thoughts. Xie rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was true. The bubbles above her head continued to emerge. How is this even possible? Beside her, Kai Kenny smiled softly, whispering, "Stay calm. You'll get used to it." Get used to it? Is this truly something one can acclimate to? Both groups received commendable scores from the four mentors. And now it was time for the votes from online viewers and the audience. The production team had decided to keep the suspense, revealing only the real-time voting results at the venue. After all the groups had performed, the online votes would be disclosed. As Su Yang descended the stage, she was momentarily blinded by the path ahead, nearly colliding with someone. "Are you alright?" Su Yang shook her head, realizing it was Guan Lulu. The latter appeared to be in quite a good mood, a smile gracing her lips, her previously arrogant demeanor nowhere to be seen. The stage lights had dimmed, and Su Yang left only after they had taken the stage. Although Yu Xiaoqiao had secured the position for the theme song with Su Qing's assistance, her standing within the team was rather unimpressive. Positioned toward the back, she barely received any lines, faring worse than the other trainees. No way. Our Xiaoqiao has the theme song position. Why does this song feel so insignificant? Who is the captain of this team? The distribution is utterly outrageous. As a bystander, I must say, Yu Xiaoqiao's talent isn't remarkable either. She has an unmemorable appearance. The live broadcast continued, and Yu Xiaoqiao's fans were the first to voice their discontent. The director quickly seized the opportunity and passed a note to the mentors. Upon receiving the note, Xie Zichuan appeared perplexed. Was this truly an appropriate question to ask? But before he could speak, Kai Kenny interjected. "Yu Xiaoqiao, as the one in the theme song position, why does your presence in this song feel so minimal? I can hardly see any standout moments from you." The girl on stage had yet to catch her breath when the microphone was thrust toward her. Glancing up, she saw Guan Lulu's smiling face, clenching her fists in frustration. It was all her fault. While she did not consider her own talent to be remarkable, she was certainly not the weakest link. Yet Guan Lulu had managed to secure more lines than her, even from two different classes. She was harboring resentment over the theme song position. However, with countless online viewers and audience members watching, Yu Xiaoqiao could not reveal her feelings, forcing a smile. "Because I've already had my chance to shine. We are a team. And everyone deserves to stay. I hope everyone will vote for us." This statement was quite eloquent. Though its sincerity was debatable, the sentiment of selflessness was commendable. "Oh, I'm in tears." Xiaoqiao is still the same as before, so gentle and kind. This is the initial stage. How could she pass such an important opportunity to someone else? I'm a fan now. Chapter 13. I want to say a word. Guan Lulu, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Backstage, Yu Xiaoqiao yanked the microphone away, grasping Guan Lulu's arm. "You wanted me to embarrass myself in front of everyone, didn't you? How could I possibly have no lines in a group like this? What will others think? How could I dare?" Guan Lulu shrugged off her hand, pouting softly. "Little darling." Yu Xiaoqiao was infuriated, yet she knew her ability paled in comparison to Guan Lulu's. Guan Lulu smirked, whispering just loud enough for only the two of them to hear as they brushed past each other. "Are you angry now? Just wait. There will be even more to be upset about." "What?" Yu Xiaoqiao intended to inquire further, but the girl had already walked away. Yu Xiaoqiao, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those in the room, maintained her composure as she exited, her heart racing. However, upon entering the small resting room, Su Qingye was nowhere to be found, only the director present. "Yu Xiaoqiao, your photos with President Su have been captured and circulated online," he stated bluntly, offering her no opportunity to react. Yu Xiaoqiao was stunned by the revelation. Taking the phone, he handed her in a daze. "We are currently investigating the surveillance footage to ascertain who took the photo. The news has already spread online. You need to prepare yourself mentally." The director's face was etched with fatigue. Lu Fengchen's incident had been troublesome enough, and now another issue had arisen with the trainees. With so many people backstage, not to mention the staff coming and going, finding the person who had taken the photo would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, the director seemed to recall something, leaping from his chair. "Oh, dear. How could I have forgotten this? Yu Xiaoqiao, stay here and sort things out. Ask President Su how to resolve this. I will go help find the culprit." Girl group trainee Yu Xiaoqiao is being kept by someone. Who is it? Yu Xiaoqiao? Isn't she the one from tonight's performance? My roommate mentioned she was quite pretty. I wondered how someone like her could hold such a position. Turns out she has someone backing her. Though, her figure is indeed quite nice. I'd be lucky to marry someone like that in my lifetime. Yu Xiaoqiao watched the screen filled with various comments, feeling as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. Just the word kept obliterated all her efforts. Growing up in a challenging household, the only way to pass the time was with a small television in her room. Watching the glamorous stars on screen, Yu Xiaoqiao silently vowed to become a star herself one day. As an adult, she became an internet sensation through short videos, earning money. Yet it was still not the same as being a star. Until she met Su Qingye. Though they had signed a keeping agreement, being with Su Qingye brought her the joy of love. In her heart, this was not a case of being kept. They shared an equal romantic relationship. Why did netizens have to view them through such a sordid lens? Yu Xiaoqiao hurriedly dialed Su Qingye's number, but it rang several times without an answer. Sweat beaded on her forehead in anxiety. He must be busy, or he would have answered. "Oh, President Su, is that your little lover calling?" In the private room, chaos ensued. The young master of the Li family embraced his female companion, grinning mischievously. Su Qingye watched as the call ended automatically, raising the nearby champagne glass to his lips, draining it in one gulp. This little lover had been by his side the longest. He had thought she might finally be promoted to a proper relationship. The door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and the newcomer hurriedly approached Su Qingye, whispering something. Su Qingye set down his glass, rising calmly. "I must take my leave today. Please charge my tab for everyone's expenses." He had previously stated that trainees were not permitted to bring phones, yet some still concealed spare devices, hoping they would act responsibly and hand them over. The director's face was stern, clearly displeased. The trainees remained unmoved, claiming they had none. Just as the words left his mouth, a bubble appeared, swaying gently. "Why the sudden phone collection? Are you afraid we'll vote for ourselves? Surely, it can't be that serious. Just yesterday, she was on the phone with her family, and this morning she was taking selfies. Their phones had not been discovered, as they were hidden under the blankets." The other trainees murmured in agreement. "Director, thank you so much." Guan Lulu stood unnoticed in a corner, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The director examined the phones collected for the second time, finding no traces of photographs, but instead discovered two individuals secretly in a romantic liaison. This ruled out the students on that side, necessitating a search of the staff. Those in the live broadcast room saw that Yu Xiaoqiao was the first to be called out, followed by all the trainees. And they all understood that this was certainly a consequence of the recent scandal. "How dare you sympathize with capitalists, sister? Are you a bodhisattva?" Laughing to death. The fourth season of A Tumultuous Fate. It's just love. We're all adults. Why can't we engage in relationships? Our Xiaoqiao deserves her freedom, all right? Of course. Adults have the freedom to love, but she is supposed to compete in a talent show to become an idol. Meanwhile, she's counting money in the arms of a wealthy benefactor who has time to care for you fans. As a former major streamer on a video platform, Yu Xiaoqiao's fanbase was predominantly male, and among those participating in the voting, men also made up the majority. Upon hearing rumors of her alleged sugar daddy, many who had gifted and voted erupted in outrage, demanding refunds. Even though they promoted the idea of romantic freedom online, the majority of onlookers were already repulsed. Exactly. Enjoying the benefits as a single idol while secretly being affectionate with her partner. What a dodge. Chapter 14. Unreliable. Yu Xiaoqiao? Is she popular? I don't even know who that is. Although it might sound unflattering, even notoriety can be a form of fame. The director reassured himself. Moreover, there was still Su Qingye, the investor. He would never allow the project to fail. Yet, upon opening the door, he found Yu Xiaoqiao alone weeping. "Director, but Mr. Su won't answer my calls, wah." Yu Xiaoqiao interrupted, crying even harder. Meanwhile, all the teams had completed their performances, and it was time to announce the rankings. Su Yong followed closely behind Chinning, scanning the area, but failing to spot Yu Xiaoqiao. Where could she have gone? Could it be that wealthy benefactor again? Surely not. Is she that clingy? This was the first public performance, after all. Yu Xiaoqiao was still a newcomer, so she ought to be here. Su Yong was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the others had stopped, and she bumped straight into them. Chenning, quick on her feet, caught her and whispered in reproach, "What are you thinking about? You seem so lost." When a bubble floated in front of her, revealing a message, Chen-ing was left speechless. Su Yong shook her head and immediately stood up straight, putting on a look of obedience. "Now that all our trainees are here. But the online voting hasn't stopped yet. Does any team want to rally for votes?" Teams on the other side eagerly raised their hands, while Su Yong's side remained hauntingly silent. The revelation of the sugar daddy relationship had been exposed? No way. Who was the brave soul who took the picture? A few behind her craned their necks, wondering who had done it. Guan Lulu held her breath, her heart racing. "Ah, has Su Qingye already found a new substitute?" The reason he hasn't helped you Xiao Xiao clarify is that he is busy defending his new partner. Su Yang could only sigh, men. So unreliable.
Huh.
Su Yang, do you have something to say? The microphone was suddenly thrust towards her, and her lighthearted remark echoed throughout the studio. Men. So unreliable. Unreliable indeed. Only Yu Xiao Xiao, who had stealthily taken the stage, burst into tears and fled once more. Xiao Lan's expression almost cracked. Haha. It seems Su Yang isn't quite ready for us to interview the other trainees. The contrast in atmosphere on either side of the stage was stark. Xiao Lan wanted the trainees on her side to show their faces. As she prepared to pass the microphone to Su Yang, who would have thought she would say such a thing? A career disaster. Xiao Lan knew this incident would undoubtedly trend on social media. What is Su Yang doing? Trying to go viral? Does she even realize she is a public figure? Creating a male-female divide. How outrageous. Am I the only one who thinks her words imply certain people? Just an hour ago, rumors of being a sugar baby surfaced. And now she says men are unreliable. Just think about it. However, as the situation escalated, the so-called wealthy benefactor did not retract the trending topic. And Yu Xiao Xiao's management company remained silent. It was as if Yu Xiao Xiao had been abandoned. Is this Yu Xiao Xiao? A screenshot from the earlier live stream, leaving with her face covered. I wondered why I didn't see Yu Xiao Xiao earlier. She once stated in a live broadcast that she hoped to become a big star, and now with this incident, she must be heartbroken. But wasn't this all her own choice? The man hiding in this matter is truly despicable. Aren't netizens all-powerful? Hurry up and expose the other party. Leaving a girl to face online harassment alone, what kind of man is that? Su Yang was unaware that her words had shifted public sentiment online. At this moment, her eyes were vacant, and she felt utterly despondent. It was over. How did she let her inner thoughts slip out? That damned scumbag. Not only ruining Yu Xiao Xiao, but also causing her pain. Wah. Chuning and the others beside her hadn't anticipated such an outcome. And there was no time to stop it. As a result, the bubbles around them were filled with dark lines, and one could faintly see the words snowflakes falling. The north wind howling. Now, without further ado, the director has provided me with the public performance rankings. And I will announce the highest scoring group from the girl group debut plan season 4. In the distance, the host Xiao Lan's voice announced the rankings. But Su Yang couldn't absorb any of it. Pain, it hurt too much. Only when the cheers around her erupted did Su Yang realize their team had secured second place in the performance, the only lyrical piece among the top 3. Xiao Lan did not dare to let Su Yang give a speech, fearing she would utter something shocking again. Second place meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, all members of their team would remain. Except for her. Su Yang pouted. I curse that scumbag Su Qingye, relying on his little wealth. He goes around supporting this one and that one without considering the children in impoverished areas. Just because he can't forget his first love. He hurts so many young girls. He deserves to be cursed. Immersed in her own complaints, she didn't notice that the camera capturing Channing also recorded her words, which were simultaneously streamed live. Netizens. Su Qingye?
Who is that?
The president of Su Corporation. Upon hearing the commotion, netizens immediately began to unleash their wrath. Although they couldn't speak out directly, it didn't stop them from venting their frustrations at that scumbag. Countless netizens flooded into the official account of Su Corporation seeking confirmation, bombarding it with abusive messages one after another. The assistant, disregarding the sight of his boss and his new girlfriend being affectionate inside the room, burst in once more. Mr. Su, it's bad. Chapter 15, what a mess.
What?
Su Qingye suppressed his anger, his eyes blazing red as he glared at the assistant, as if he were about to swallow him whole for delivering what seemed to be trivial news. So, Su Corporation is also an investor in girl group debut plan season 4? No wonder they wield such power. Not only that, but it's also the parent company of the management agency. A heartless scumbag, dare to speak up. What brands does their family involve? I want to boycott them. The phone screen was flooded with passionate comments from netizens. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing Su Qingye would see him. He had deleted a few particularly nasty comments before coming in. Su Qingye was tempted to throw his phone against the wall, but the door behind him wasn't shut tightly, and the commotion would surely be heard by those inside.
Who did this?
He asked in a low voice, gritting his teeth. That woman, Yu Xiao Xiao, is big-chested and brainless. If she dares to expose such matters, she shouldn't expect to gain any fame. The assistant continued to sweat profusely, still unable to find any information. There were no clear photos of Su Qingye online, The images from marketing accounts were indistinct, and there was no one around to provide insights. It seemed as though the news had taken the online community by storm, causing the official Weibo account to crash. The assistant, perplexed, thought it was utterly bizarre. Withdraw the trending topic. Remove it all. Su Qingye suppressed the anger bubbling within, then instructed Yu Qiao to take some money to ensure she wouldn't speak out of turn. The assistant nodded, hastily departing with their phone in hand. On the sofa sat a young woman with long hair, appearing to be in her 20s, her ankle wrapped in several layers of bandages. Mr. Su, is there an urgent matter at your company? My injury is no longer an issue. I can leave now. The situation required the announcement of the rankings, with only the top 60 allowed to continue recording. If I placed 61st, I would be devastated, truly. It's alright, our group will definitely remain. Two trainees behind her encouraged one another, while Su Yang felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Indeed, everyone can stay except for me. I wonder if Hongjie made it today. Will she lash out at me? At that moment, Wang Hong, seated below, overheard her words, victimized by public opinion. The host, Xiaolon, stood center stage, gesturing toward the large screen behind them. First, we will announce the rankings from the first performance, positions 21 to 50. Please look at the big screen. The trainees craned their necks to see as names began to appear. Meng Yuan, Tang Xiao, Qiao Lin. Congratulations to these trainees. Please take your designated seats. Next came the announcement of the 6th to 20th positions. Su Yang felt herself pushed and was suddenly pulled into someone's embrace. Su Yang, I knew you could do it.
Huh?
Before she could register what happened, she was nudged forward. Looking up, she saw her name in the 6th position, Su Yang. Su Yang placed 6th, how remarkable. I don't ask for much. As long as she isn't eliminated, there will still be entertainment. How did Yu Qiao end up 15th? Who is still voting for her? What happened to Yu Qiao? Wasn't she ranked just now? I really liked her. Ha ha ha, look at Xiaolon. She was going to let someone speak, but she skipped over Su Yang. Many newcomers to the live stream were lost, confused about what had transpired. What happened to Su Yang? What about Yu Qiao? Chen Ying's results were undoubtedly secure within the top 5, but 2 trainees from their team remained on the brink of elimination. It's over. There are only 10 spots left. What will we do? If worst comes to worst, we'll just be eliminated. I've packed my bags. The two huddled together for warmth. But as the screen displayed positions 51 to 60, their names appeared among them. Wonderful. We can stay. 59 and 60. What luck we have. Though they barely made it through, they would remain, affording them more opportunities for exposure. Lastly, the top 5 were revealed, and both Guanlulu and Chening made the cut. The other 3 were trainees from major agencies. Although not yet debuted, they had garnered some recognition. Their impressive abilities made their rankings unsurprising. Those without names, naturally, faced elimination. Many formed clusters, unsure if their tears were genuine farewells or mere performances for the cameras.
Wow.
My favorite underdog actually made it. This is fantastic. No way. Is this ranking truly valid? Our team is so strong. How could we be eliminated in the first round? There must be some foul play. Someone with no talent and average looks managed to stay. Ha ha ha, top 10. It was worth rummaging through my grandparents' phones to vote. In the end, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Whispers of foul play were inevitable. The audience, a mix of concerned and curious onlookers, erupted when Yu Qiao appeared on stage. Her eyes reddened as she bowed deeply. This declaration shocked the crowd. What is happening? Why has she suddenly announced her withdrawal?
No.
Qiao, you have been misled. Su Yang's prediction had proven true. Men were indeed unreliable. Having witnessed numerous auditions for boy and girl groups, it was unprecedented for a contestant to announce their withdrawal during the first public performance. Su Yang was not surprised by the outcome. It was entirely expected. However, she had anticipated a discreet exit, not a public announcement at the end of the live stream. The Yu Qiao of now seemed a far cry from the self-forgetting girl who had cried over a man. The girl in the center of the stage bowed, once more, bidding farewell to this platform. Chapter 16. Both ears were listening. Guanlulu gazed at the departing girl, her lips pressed together. The first recording concluded, and the audience began to exit while the trainees prepared for their second performance. Before Su Yang could reach the resting area, an arm extended and pulled her away. Wang Hong pointed an accusatory finger at her. Su Yang, did I not tell you? Do not offend those you shouldn't, and refrain from speaking when you shouldn't. What are you doing? Tell me, what are you doing? Su Yang sat on a small stool, burying her head in her legs. Haven't they divorced? Why is her temperament still so volatile? Oh, I see. A second spring has arrived. And our company's manager is actually Brother Hua. So Brother Hua has secretly adored Hongjia for a long time. Upon learning of her divorce, he immediately pursued her. Discovering the secret, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle, only to have a large hand land atop her head. Wang Hong's face, flushed either from anger or embarrassment, was a sight to behold. What are you thinking? Did you hear what I just said? Su Yang replied, I heard it. Both of my ears heard it. Wang Hong, seeing through her but saying nothing, demanded, then repeat it back to me. Su Yang replied, that seems unnecessary, doesn't it? Yet, surprisingly, Yu Qiao posted a Weibo message, expressing gratitude for Su Yang's words that had awakened her. She had been unable to reach Su Qingye by phone, and the company showed no intention of removing the trending topic. She had overestimated her standing in Su Qingye's heart. From this day forth, Yu Qiao would no longer be anyone's substitute. She was simply Yu Qiao. As for Su Qingye's company, following this incident, many partners had fled, and there was no time for new romantic entanglements, as various issues left Su Qingye overwhelmed. When Xie Zichuan saw her arrive, he rushed over with a worried expression. Su Yang, are you alright? In his mind, Su Yang had the potential to debut, and she thrived on the stage. The fact that she hadn't debuted in the first 3 rounds surely had its reasons, and now that he was in charge, he would ensure she made her debut. Su Yang shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Xie. As the 6th place finisher from the first performance, Su Yang earned the right to be a team leader. Originally, each group consisted of 6 members, perfectly dividing into 10 groups to perform 5 songs. However, with Yu Qiao's sudden withdrawal, only 59 trainees remained, meaning one group would consist of 5 members. Unlike the previous selection process where members chose songs, this time, it was a draw, with the top 10 selecting songs in order. Guan Lulu, as the first place winner, entered to choose first. When she emerged, her expression was far from cheerful, her slender fingers tightly clutching the envelope. As the 6th place finisher, Su Yang entered 6th. Why does everyone look so troubled? Surely not everything can be a disaster? Su Yang pondered, yet she was shocked upon entering the room. What is all this? Traditional opera, children's songs, folk songs, ballads, and incomprehensible English. Now she understood why others wore expressions of despair. It was indeed perplexing. Perhaps the success of their first public performance with traditional elements had led to the 2 opera slots being taken. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yang chose a children's song. Let us have fun. Let us play. After all the captains selected their songs, it was time for the remaining trainees to draw lots. To enhance the excitement, the chosen songs were not immediately revealed. Nameplates of the 10 participants were placed in a box. Whoever's name was drawn would automatically form a group. I hope to be in a group with Guan Lulu. Her strength is truly impressive. Perhaps I will soar if I follow her. This time, my name was at the bottom of the list. I wonder if I can remain next time. I wish to be with Su Yang. If you say that, then I too wish to be on the same team as Su Yang. The inexplicably popular Su Yang found herself surrounded by several intense gazes.
Wow.
Is my popularity this high? Come on, it's a children's song. Cute girls, hurry over. But when they stood beside their captains and saw all the song choices, the audience gasped in shock. Director, what are you doing? Are these songs within our capability? Traditional opera? I can't even hit the high notes. What should I do? The director smiled silently and discreetly kicked the assistant director again. If this person hadn't failed to secure the copyrights for other songs, would they have had to present such options? I told you, this director has ill intentions. A person like him will surely slip on a banana peel when he steps outside. A bubble floated clumsily in front of the director. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. I'm used to it, just be careful later on. He had already resolved the copyright issues himself. So why worry about a mere banana peel? How ridiculous. Well, let us hope everyone's second performance goes smoothly. After announcing this, the director left contentedly with his thermos. Such an obscure selection this time. Practice well, and let us see who dares to create any trouble. He was so pleased that he completely forgot about the banana peel incident. In the classroom, the trainees only heard a thud, followed by the director's lament. My back. My back. How about we start with self-introductions? Someone broke the awkward silence. There were 6 people in their group. Among them was Meng Yuan, the foodie whom Su Yang remembered, and Yen Weiwei, who had ranked last in the previous group, along with 3 other trainees ranked around the 20th position. As they pondered over the children's song, cheers erupted from the hallway. What is happening? All eyes in the room turned to Su Yang. who thought they were asking if their captain would allow them to go out and see. I'll go take a look. Just as she approached the door, it swung open from the outside. There's an event tonight. You can call your family, the director said. Everyone prepare. The messenger was Tang Xiao, looking particularly cheerful. Su-young thanked her and turned to repeat the message to her team. Truly impressive. I hid my phone so well. How did they find out? Everyone. Isn't it all your fault? Who are you all planning to call tonight? Chapter 17. Why don't you two fight it out? I want to call my grandmother. She must miss me. Hey, Su-young, who will you call? Suddenly called out. Su-young was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Yan Weiwei asked again. Why are you so distracted? Although we are adapting a children's song, it shouldn't be too much of a problem compared to the other groups.
Who should I call?
My brother, I suppose. The thought made Su-young more troubled. Yan Weiwei gasped in shock. What? Su-young, you actually have a brother? Su-young nodded, but said no more. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang several times without any response. Su-young grinned. No one picked up. What a pity. The production team, we didn't see a trace of pity on your face. Just before the call was about to disconnect, a magnetic male voice suddenly came through. Hello? Su-young? The production team. Su-young. It seems you connected just now, right? Is there? You must have misheard, right? Just as Su-young finished speaking, her phone rang again. The production team. Su-young had no choice but to answer. Neither of them spoke, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere.
Su-young, what are you doing?
After what felt like an eternity, the voice on the other end spoke again. It seemed that the other party had no intention of probing further, merely asking if she had completed her tasks. Yes, completed. Then keep at it. I'll hang up now. Wasn't it supposed to be a close brotherly bond? The relationship felt so distant. Since her parents divorced when she was young, both had formed new families, leading Su-young to feel like an extraneous presence. When asked to call a family member, she could only think of one person. Regarding the children's song, Yan Weiwei was the first to propose an idea. I just heard from another group that they seem to be doing something dark-themed. I think we could try it too. Dark themes and fairy tales are quite popular now. The stage effects might turn out splendidly. Meng Yuan had some reservations. Are you sure? Our group doesn't seem as strong as theirs, and if we clash on themes before she could finish her sentence. Yan Weiwei interrupted. Isn't that precisely because your style doesn't quite fit the dark theme? What do you mean by the other side being strong? From an appearance perspective, Meng Yuan is more of a cute type. If she goes dark, it might feel awkward. The other three didn't expect such a discussion could lead to an argument, but Meng Yuan had a point. Their strength indeed didn't match the opposing group. Actually, I also think it's better not to clash head-on with the other group. A girl timidly chimed in, only to be shot a glare by Yan Weiwei. Su-young, you're the captain. You decide what's best for us. Su-young, why didn't anyone tell me that being a captain also means mediating disputes? I've never done that before. Otherwise, why don't you two just fight it out? I'll call the director to mediate, since it's his fault we're in this situation. After a moment's thought, she continued, how about each of you briefly share your ideas and we'll see which effect is better to decide? Yan Weiwei huffed and took her notebook out of the room. Upon hearing this, Su-young understood. It was akin to pairing with someone close to you for similar activities, like a best friend's outfit. She was a trainee from a major entertainment company, inherently talented, and well-liked among the other trainees.
Su-young.
Our group only has 5 members. Yan Weiwei just expressed a desire to join us, and I'm here to ask for your opinion. Well, look at that. In just a moment, everyone has left. I have no objections, as long as the instructor agrees. Chi-Chi smiled. I already informed Teacher Kai. It's not a big issue, and I hope we can all showcase a better stage. After the others left, Su-young and her team decided not to dwell on it and opted for a sunny, cute style. With the producer as assistants, they redistributed the song and lyrics. Initially, they thought adapting the children's song would be quite challenging, yet the outcome was surprisingly pleasing. Meanwhile, in the adjacent practice room, daily quarrels over differing opinions could be heard. After 2 days of this routine, the first round of mentor evaluations began. Su-young and her team finally got to see their stage. To create a terrifying fairy tale atmosphere, the performance opened with Chi-Chi as solo. Her vocal quality was exceptional, possessing an ethereal beauty that sent shivers down their spines. Just as the astonishment in Su-young's eyes began to surface, she was taken aback by the chaotic dance unfolding before her. What is this? My eyes. The expressions of the 4 mentors grew increasingly grim, while they felt quite pleased with their performance. Xie Zhichuan stammered, finally managing to ask, have you considered adjusting this dance? Yan Weiwei, panting and blushing, replied, Teacher Xia, our stage is quite free. Although it may appear chaotic, if you savor it, you'll detect a hint of horror. Kai Kenny's brows furrowed deeply, as if she could crush a mosquito. Savor? Do you know our performance is subject to live voting? You only get one chance. And I hope you can take it seriously. Compared to the other group, Su Yang's team was indeed refreshingly different. After the two performances concluded, as they exited the classroom, Su Yang could distinctly feel the resentful gazes directed at her from behind. If those glances could manifest physically, she would have been pierced by several invisible daggers. Yan Weiwei's expression was uncontrollable. She had initially intended to cling to Chi-Chi's leg, inspired by her fondness for the dark aesthetic, yet ultimately, the mentor was dissatisfied. In contrast, Su Yang and her group's cute style garnered much praise, receiving numerous accolades. With only 2 days remaining, could their choreography be reworked? Absolutely not. Su Yang's performance could not be allowed to outshine theirs. Chapter 18. But he's a good boy in light of the recent events involving Chi-Chi. All the students had been notably subdued this week. Soon, the day before the second public performance arrived, and they gathered for their first rehearsal on a stage that had yet to be constructed. Meng Yuan, having overindulged and feeling unwell, prompted Su Yang and Chi-Chi to allow their group to rehearse first, granting her some time. However, as soon as they entered the studio, they were met with the sound of a girl sobbing. Could it be that someone had been scolded by the mentor to tears? Meng Yuan shivered. Su Yang took the lead and approached to find a circle of people gathered around a weeping Yan Weiwei, her face streaked with tears. Her meticulously applied makeup now in disarray. Kai Kenny and several members of her group were gently comforting her. What happened? Su Yang inquired. Chi-Chi rose and pointed to a nearby section of the floor that had collapsed, explaining that Yan Weiwei had been injured due to tampering with the flooring. Who on earth did this? The director fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at the props crew, exclaiming, Don't tell me this was an accident. The rest of the floor is intact. Only this patch is damaged. You expect me to believe this was merely chance? I thought this floor would hold. But it turns out you were the culprit. It was clear that someone had bribed the props team, only to end up stepping on the very trap set for others. But that wasn't all. How could Yan Weiwei have kissed a man over 40, who was reeking of sweat and had clearly not brushed his teeth? Even from where she stood, Su Yang could see the flakes of dandruff on his shirt. All eyes turned to the middle-aged man at the back of the props team. So, it was you, the director exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. It wasn't me. I swear, I wouldn't dare. The man protested, panic evident in his voice. With irrefutable evidence against him, how could he still deny it? Su Yang was baffled, wondering why they were attacking him when it was the assistant director who was truly at fault. Though he smoked, drank, and had a penchant for ogling others' legs, he was, after all, a good boy. A shiver ran through the crowd. Turning her gaze, Su Yang spotted the assistant director attempting to slip away, guilt etched across his face. Ah! How could I have forgotten about you? Su Yang had never seen the director move so swiftly. Just days after injuring his back from slipping on a banana peel, he was now remarkably agile. He seized the assistant director's collar, reprimanding him. Your audacity grows by the day. I haven't settled the score from before. And you dare to act out again. He threw the assistant director to the floor, pummeling him mercilessly. Oh my heavens, anyone going to step in? What if the assistant director gets hurt? As the words bubbled up in her mind, Su Yang had already rushed in, delivering several discreet kicks to the assistant director. Believing herself to be inconspicuous, the others soon joined in, thinking, if that's the case, we won't hold back. After a strenuous effort, they finally separated the two directors, the assistant director's face now swollen and bruised. This matter with Yan Weiwei and the assistant director, I will not let it go unaddressed. The director gasped, his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. His frustration turned toward the remaining props crew as he roared, What are you standing around for? Get that floor replaced immediately. Can't you see there are still many rehearsals to complete? Yes, we'll fix it right away. Yan Weiwei, still seated on the floor, hadn't he noticed the bubble of thoughts that had appeared above Su Yang's head? However, when the director called out her and the assistant director's names, she felt a pang of guilt. Yet, their clandestine dealings were so well concealed. How could anyone know? As the staff brought in a new floor panel, Yan Weiwei reached out for help to get up. But the very people who had been so solicitous moments before now shied away from her. She locked eyes with her captain, Chi-Chi, who spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, You're dirty. Oh, my hands are dirty. I can't help you.
Sorry.
Yan Weiwei felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. If she wasn't mistaken, there was a glimmer of disdain in Chi-Chi's gaze.
How could that be?
She was the injured party, and as the captain, she should be helping her, not turning away. A sense of foreboding gripped Yan Weiwei as she glanced at Su Yang. Standing by the stage, Su Yang appeared to be observing the crew as they replaced the damaged floor, but the bubbles of thoughts above her head were multiplying rapidly. Oh dear, this is utterly ridiculous. Yan Weiwei had thought that a kiss with the assistant director would ensure her privileges. Yet it turned out he merely sought to exploit her beauty. Henceforth, he would use their compromising photos to threaten her, leaving Yan Weiwei as nothing more than a mistress to a middle-aged man. The assistant director and his wife had their own twisted relationship, with his wife entangled with his friend while he sought a bride through this competition. Ultimately, neither party would come out unscathed. A chill enveloped Yan Weiwei. How did Su Yang uncover the truth? If she knew, did it mean others were aware too? It's fine, she reassured herself. Soon, the medical personnel arrived to examine Yan Weiwei's foot, their demeanor serious. Your injury is quite severe. You must refrain from vigorous activity for a month to ensure proper recovery and avoid lasting repercussions. A month without movement. What about my performance? Yan Weiwei was taken aback. But the doctor was merely a healer, not a repository of answers. If you insist on dancing, prepare to do so with a limp. Yan Weiwei collapsed back to the floor, but this time, no one came to console her. The assistant director, nearly in tears, realized that this was not the first time such events had transpired, and he could not simply walk away without consequence. Chapter 19. I truly tried hard. With the assistant director gone, Yan Weiwei found herself at a loss for words. Take care and rest. You will have another opportunity in the future. Your health is paramount, Xie Zichuan advised. Yet in that moment, Yan Weiwei was deaf to his concerns. It's all right, Teacher Xie. I believe I can manage. After all her efforts, and even sacrificing her integrity to make a deal with the assistant director, wasn't he at all to secure her place? The mentors, unable to sway her resolve, chose to cease their pleas, understanding that this was her decision alone. Yan Weiwei refused to withdraw. Her groupmates, aware of the scandal between her and the assistant director, ceased communication with her. Gradually, she became isolated within the team. Soon, it was time for the second public performance. Commencing with the Children's Song Group. Su Yang and her 4 companions, clad in vibrant attire, radiated energy as they showcased their adorable moments on stage. Who can even distinguish between children's songs and pop music?
So cute.
A kiss here, a kiss there, now I'm off. This opening number is delightful. Even my little niece adores it. The lively, upbeat tempo heralded the commencement of the second performance, and while the audience brimmed with anticipation, the Children's Song Group delivered a staggering blow. The dark aesthetic, inherently cool, had to be adapted due to Yan Weiwei's leg injury, leading to a lackluster display of their choreography. It appeared as though the entire group was merely going through the motions. I've even brought a little stool. And this is what you show me? After the stage performance concluded, the applause from the audience was sparse, revealing their lack of enthusiasm. We extend our gratitude to our children's song group for their performance. The audience on-site and friends in the live stream may now cast their votes for their favorite groups and contestants. Just as Xiaolon was about to finish her words, a student collapsed behind her. Following the previous incident with Su Yang, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to rush forward or feign ignorance. Yan Weiwei's 2 teammates were equally bewildered. What was happening? Can someone help me up? Yan Weiwei's expression was nearly unsustainable. Why wasn't the host coming over? Her teammates lacked awareness, failing to offer assistance. She had intended to feign a fall, but the injury on her leg was more severe than she had anticipated. If she didn't get up soon, she would truly become the subject of ridicule. Upon seeing the person helped up, the host Xiaolon sighed in relief, only for the individual to shout out, Teacher Xiaolon, may I say a few words? With a strained smile, Xiaolon responded, a student wishes to speak. Let us listen. Yan Weiwei took the microphone, and tears began to flow. To my fans and friends who do not yet know me, I am Yan Weiwei. I sustained an injury during yesterday's rehearsal, and the fall just now is due to that. I hope you won't hold it against me if I am a burden to the team. Team leader Chi-Chi suppressed her impulse to roll her eyes. She had thought it foolish that she was romantically involved with the deputy director, but this behavior was even more absurd. After Yan Weiwei's words, sympathy appeared on some faces. She still performed despite her injury. This girl is truly dedicated. Did you not hear her? The doctor said her injury is serious. Continuing to dance may lead to complications. This is what it means to genuinely love the stage. She's worried about being a burden, and yet no one helped her when she fell. Wait. Hold off on voting. In the center of the stage, Yan Weiwei disregarded the director's grim expression and continued. Everyone hopes I will withdraw from the competition. But I still want to present the carefully prepared stage for you. Her words were indeed eloquent. Could it be that she had memorized a script before taking the stage? Performing while injured was incredibly touching. Why not mention that you bribed the deputy director, hoping to sabotage others, and then inadvertently fell victim yourself? And that earlier feigned fall, did it not appear somewhat contrived? Surely no one would genuinely believe that, would they? One after another, bubbles of doubt surfaced. Yan Weiwei could hardly continue her sob story. I hope everyone votes for us so I can continue on the stage. Just as she was about to topple backward again, the director's staff rushed up to half-drag her off the stage. Who would believe it? I was genuinely about to vote for her. Everyone can feign hardship. If she has the ability, she should let her talent speak for itself. My support has turned to disdain. Xiaolon chuckled. This student truly was trying hard. Should we also rally votes for our children's song group? Suyong thought that since others were garnering sympathy, she might as well do the same. She reached for the microphone, only for Xiaolon to hold it tightly. With a sweeping gesture, she passed it to Meng Yuan beside her.
Come on.
You all can solicit votes too. Haha, do you not know why Su Yang is being silenced? The expression on Su Yang's face is killing me, huh? Why can't the team leader say a few words? Ha ha ha. Meng Yuan shared a few lines to rally votes, and then both groups exited for a break. The remaining 8 groups, each with their unique characteristics, displayed innovative performance styles. Just when it seemed Yan Weiwei would quiet down during the final ranking announcement, she was up to something peculiar again. After dismounting the stage, she was sent to the medical room, her dark eye makeup smudged into panda eyes from tears. Without time to retouch her makeup, she proceeded for the final summary, appearing somewhat disheveled. Nonetheless, she refused to relinquish her plea for votes. Dear children watching at home, are you frightened by my appearance? If you don't behave, I might just crawl out of the screen.
Ha, ha, ha.
What is happening? Stop looking at the camera. I'm scared. Is she really okay? Or is she trying to gain attention through controversy? Suyong suspected she aimed to align with a dark fairy tale aesthetic, but unfortunately, there were indeed children present who began to wail. One child crying led to a chorus of sobs from the audience as parents struggled to console them. Still hoping for votes? Just consider yourself fortunate if you don't receive complaints. Yan Weiwei was forcibly escorted off the stage. Her series of bewildering antics led her group to achieve the highest score of the night, albeit in last place. The second performance resulted in the elimination of 20 contestants, with Suyong's group losing 1 member. Chi-Chi's group faced the most significant losses. Apart from herself and another contestant, Yan Weiwei and 4 others were all eliminated. The group appeared unfazed, instead desiring to tear Yan Weiwei apart. Chapter 20. The Freeloader. Much like the post-performance call with family after the last show, new activities awaited them after the second performance. Tomorrow, I, along with 3 other mentors, will take you out to shoot advertisements. The sales of the products filmed will directly relate to their voting results. The production team advised them to rest well tonight to maintain good condition. And the song list and groupings for the third performance would not be announced. Early the next morning, the trainees gathered at the entrance of the training camp. According to the rankings from the second performance, they were assigned to different filming locations. As Su Yang and the others boarded the bus, a camera crew followed closely behind. This topic seemed to become more reasonable each time it was mentioned. If they succeeded in the end, what did their struggles truly matter? They, along with another group of trainees, arrived at the cosmetics shooting location, changing into outfits prepared by the brand and having their makeup adjusted by the artists. ISNT, my early morning makeup wasted now. Someone lamented. However, the priority in shooting advertisements was to align with the product's image, no matter how well prepared one was. They had to adhere to the designated plan. A dozen individuals crammed into the same makeup room felt somewhat stifling. Hey, this foundation is quite expensive. What are you using? There's not even a label. It won't ruin my skin, will it? You're associated with a major brand. How can you use such stuff? If I have an allergic reaction, just wait for the compensation. At first, some suspected Fong Li was also being kept, but upon interaction, they discovered she was genuinely a highborn lady. Her casual wear started from 4 figures, and bodyguards frequently appeared to deliver items to her. The group humorously remarked that it was the young lady experiencing life, but Fong Li did not bother to refute. She lived her life as she pleased. However, This was outside the training camp, and the makeup artists were also affiliated with the brand. They seemed to look down on this group of yet-to-debut newcomers. Oh my, what is this brush made of? It's poking my face. Finally, after Fong Li's next complaint, the makeup artist rolled her eyes and slammed the brush onto the table. If you don't want to be made up, get out of here. Don't waste my time. The other trainees in the room were startled by this turn of events, and before they could respond, they heard Fong Li snort coldly and pushed the door open to leave. Next, Su Yang, the makeup artist, infuriated, spoke with a hint of anger. Su Yang hurried over. She didn't possess Fong Li's courage. Upon exiting the makeup room, she saw Wu Xiaokue with a nervous expression. As soon as he spotted her, he rushed over and asked Su Yang, "Have you seen Fong Li? I heard she had a spat with the makeup artist, and now I can't find this young lady anywhere." Su Yang shook her head. At this moment, she was also searching for someone. The production team member, Wu Xiaokue, is indeed a kind-hearted person. Last time when Su Qingye arrived, he took charge of the situation, and now with Fong Li missing, he was the first to come looking for her. However, Su Yang had no desire to confront the irate young lady. She merely intended to ascertain Fong Li's whereabouts and discreetly relay the information. After taking just a few steps, she spotted Fong Li holding hands with a man. Su Yang wanted to hide, but it was too late. Fong Li released the man's hand and strode purposefully towards her. Teacher Wu said filming is about to commence. "And I was instructed to find you," she said. Su Yang pondered for a moment before adding, "I didn't see anything just now, so you needn't worry." Fong Li chuckled, seeing is one thing, but you certainly wouldn't tell anyone else, would you? Su Yang was uncertain where Fong Li's confidence stemmed from. Yet she nodded in agreement. Observing Su Yang's obedient demeanor, Fong Li felt a twinge of confusion. During the few weeks they had spent together, she had come to understand Su Yang possessed an uncanny ability to perceive others' inner thoughts. If Su Yang were to harness this talent, she could undoubtedly rise above the fray in the entertainment industry. Even if she chose not to, she could still leverage it to threaten the director for more screen time or persuade the company to allocate more resources to her. Why did she remain passive? Contemplating this, Fong Li suddenly inquired, "What do you think of my boyfriend?" The question took Su Yang by surprise. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." "It's nothing," Fong Li replied, but before she could finish her sentence, an exclamation escaped Su Yang's lips. "Oh my." It turns out the wealthy young lady can indeed be easily deceived by a despicable man. The man, merely blessed with good looks, was nothing but a fleeting presence in bed. His current persona was a facade. The gifts he presented to Fong Li were mere replicas devoid of value. And he was banking on their relationship to cover his gambling debts. A mere freeloader, he tangled with Fong Li while indulging in nightlife and even acquired a certain ailment. Su Yang walked ahead, entirely oblivious to the increasingly pallid expression on Fong Li's face. Fong Li's countenance darkened, rendering her nearly speechless. She had chanced upon the man while shopping, and they had quickly fallen for each other. Her casual inquiry had unveiled this shocking revelation, which was utterly unexpected. Although she was not particularly close to Su Yang, she inexplicably trusted her words. Without further ado, she turned to leave, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to confront the scoundrel. Su Yang shook her head and promptly informed Wu Xiaokue about the situation. The filming proceeded smoothly, with each participant showcasing their most satisfactory performance. Su Yang sneaked a glance at the footage, feeling quite pleased, eagerly anticipating the advertisement's release. However, instead of the advertisement going live, they were all summoned for a discussion. The director paced angrily in the room, glaring at all the trainees. His silence left everyone hesitant to breathe until a bubble of laughter burst forth. Wasn't it just that someone used a foot towel on their face this morning? Why the outrage? Could it be the director has athlete's foot? Chapter 21. What's wrong with being demanding? One trainee could not suppress a chuckle, earning an even angrier glare from the director. Some trainees, though young, carried themselves with an air of superiority. The director's furious gaze swept across each participant. "Here I am, managing things, and you dare to act like prima donnas while filming a commercial?" No one in the audience dared to speak. What prima donna behavior? They should consider themselves fortunate that no one had been rude to them. The director activated the large screen behind him. Fong Li, realizing he had been too harsh and might frighten this young lady, he softened his tone slightly. "Even if the products used for the commercial differ from your usual ones, there's no need to be overly upset." He gestured. "Look, our makeup artist is already being criticized online. The 18th? Isn't that when the girl group debut project crew went for filming? With so many people involved, they might not be able to pay attention to everyone. Doesn't tea that confirm it's them? What? Complaining about the quality of the products used. Who dares to speak so grandly? And this is before their debut. If they're already acting so high and mighty, what will happen once they actually debut? Could you tell us who it is? I'd like to avoid any pitfalls. No, didn't he the blogger claim to work with major brands? How could they possibly be critiqued for using subpar products? If they truly did the makeup for the girl group, why not hire more makeup artists? Are the people upstairs out of their minds? Are they just basement dwellers who can't think straight? The ongoing buzz around the program was beneficial, yet if it comprised solely negative rumors, how could they endure it? Ironically, it was Fong Li who had instigated this situation. After all, she was a young lady who couldn't be reprimanded or mistreated. Su Yong observed the director's expression, which resembled one who had just consumed something unpleasant, and sighed. What was he doing? The facts had yet to be uncovered. Luckily, justice was on their side. It wouldn't be long before the truth surfaced. Everyone's eyes fixed intently on Su Yong, sensing a potential turning point in the situation. Just as they were eager for the next development, the door swung open abruptly. The director's newly recruited assistant rushed in, phone in hand. Director, that makeup artist has deleted her post. She also issued an apology. The young man hurriedly shared the joyous news, only to be met with a chorus of resentful glares. Why did you come now and not earlier? You interrupted at the most critical moment. The director felt more irked by this interruption than by the bizarre rumors circulating online. An apology statement? Bring it to me. Many apology statements often lacked genuine remorse, serving merely to stoke the flames, so the director needed to scrutinize it closely. To his surprise, the makeup artist admitted to using ordinary cosmetic products on them and stated she shouldn't have made baseless claims online. Wait a moment. Why did she apologize so easily? Is there some hidden agenda? Su Yong watched as the director's expression morphed rapidly, displaying various emotions in a minute. The makeup artist had effectively dug her own grave, intending to compel Fong Li to apologize, only to discover that her backing was formidable. Leading to a thorough investigation of the matter, it was revealed that she had been reselling the products provided by the company while using inferior or counterfeit makeup for her work. Such cleverness wasted on a makeup artist. If she were truly wise, she would have discreetly sold the company's resources instead of brazenly proclaiming it and attracting Fong Li's ire. It could only be said that her intellect was lacking, compounded by her unfortunate encounter. The third performance was approaching, themed around self-composition. With an extended preparation period of 15 days, the 40 trainees were divided into 8 groups of 5. Within this time frame, each group was tasked with creating a song and choreography, ultimately presenting a polished performance to the audience, all while claiming it was their own creation. Though guidance from instructors was provided, Su Yong drew a favorable lot and found herself in a group with familiar faces: Meng Yuan, Fong Li, a cool girl named Lu Ke, and Zheng Meru. Su Yong asserted her position with confidence, prompting the cameraman to remark on her audacity. You want others to pay? But why don't you contribute? Meng Yuan was not one to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Little did they know, her words struck a nerve with Zheng Meru, who abruptly leapt to her feet. Isn't your family wealthy? What's wrong with spending a little money to ensure we aren't eliminated? You all have money, right? Why not pitch in together? I don't have a single cent. After her outburst, Zheng Meru retreated to a corner, while the others chose to ignore her. Gaining a spot in the third performance required substantial talent. Whether in choreography or composition, everyone had some level of understanding. Zheng Meru, however, had relied on her sob story to remain thus far, because she, too, desired to earn money to repay her elderly father's debts. Zheng Meru possessed an appealing appearance. Even if she sang off-key and danced with a lack of coordination, there remained an abundance of sympathetic souls willing to support her. Thus, she managed to survive the elimination performances each time.
Yet,
who could have imagined that the girl who lamented her hardships on stage would present such a contrasting reality in private? Su Yong shook her head and called the remaining 3 over. But how could she convey to Fong Li that she must absolutely refrain from purchasing songs? Another group that had attempted to buy songs was caught, and before debuting, they were condemned by netizens as human traffickers. Fong Li responded, "Thank you, I understand now. I had no intention of purchasing any songs." Su Yong intended to find a quiet place to ponder, but as soon as she exited the training room, Fong Li hurried after her. Su Yong, thank you.
Huh?
Chapter 22. Why is it you? Su Yong, thank you. Fong Li approached to express her gratitude, leaving Su Yong bewildered. What for? I haven't done anything particularly commendable lately. It was just me. Fong Li was at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only sum it up in one phrase. In any case, thank you. Su Yang, still confused, nodded and departed. That day, while out shooting an advertisement, she caught sight of the words in the bubble above Su Yang's head and promptly had someone investigate the man. The findings aligned with what Su Yang had said. Aside from his gender, everything about him was fabricated. His name was false, his clothing borrowed, and every experience he claimed was a fabrication. The gifts he presented were either stolen or high imitations. After visiting the studio to see Fong Li, he immediately rushed off to a nightclub. Upon receiving the investigation results, Fong Li couldn't help but scold herself for being so blinded by love that she couldn't even see through such a simple ruse. She was still grateful to Su Yang. If it weren't for her, she would have had nowhere to cry in the future. It was not merely a minor obstacle. After all, they were all newcomers lacking experience. Never mind composing. Even crafting simple, rhyming lyrics proved exceedingly challenging. There was even a pile of sheet music they couldn't decipher. 40 trainees awaited in the large classroom, all curious about who would arrive. Could it be Su? Her popularity has surged recently, and her new song is absolutely delightful. I hope it's teacher Tong Shoa. I'm a fan of his. Please let it be teacher Yu Chi. Although his songs are rather niche, I genuinely adore them. Amidst the buzzing discussions, the classroom door swung open once more, revealing 2 men and 2 women, all unfamiliar faces, none of whom were the individuals they had just been discussing.
Who are they?
I don't recognize them. I must say, that guy is rather handsome. What is his name? They don't seem to have much fame. Can they truly assist us? The last comment, although whispered, was still clearly audible in the classroom. Su Yang glanced over and noticed that the 4 individuals appeared unfazed, not letting the trainees' comments about their lack of fame dampen their spirits. Kai Kenny was the first to approach, giving a hearty hug to the one leading the group. Allow me to introduce you all. These are Li Jiala, Pan Jingye, Yuan Heng, and Chen Ran. They are good friends of mine in the industry and renowned songwriters. Kai Kenny proceeded to name a few songs, leaving the trainees utterly astonished. These familiar tunes, which they could hum along to upon hearing the titles,
Were all penned by them.
Oh my, have you seen teacher Yuan Heng? He is incredibly handsome. I hope he comes over to guide us. Fong Li, can I borrow that lipstick of yours? The color is lovely. Su Yang, do you think my hairstyle looks okay today? Initially expecting just a regular recording, she hadn't bothered to put on much makeup, only to be graced with such a dashing mentor. Luca shot her a glance, but said nothing, opting to prepare her own things. Meng Yuan teased, who knows, he might already have a girlfriend. Why are you being so proactive? So, what if he has a girlfriend? Perhaps I would suit him better than she does. Zhang Meru scoffed, focusing intently on enhancing her own appearance. I'm different from you all. My mother says a woman should find a good husband to marry in order to live a good life. Teacher Yuan is handsome and surely wealthy. If I could, oh dear. Why am I sharing this with you? Just don't try to steal him from me. Su Yang found it difficult to comprehend such individuals, but was curious about Zhang Meru's future path. She cast a glance, nearly dropping her notebook. At that moment, Zhang Meru glanced up from the mirror, and upon seeing the words in the bubble, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? Zhang Meru patted her shoulder. Oh, it's nothing, Su Yang. I'll borrow your good fortune.
Huh.
Su Yang pondered her own silence. What luck was she borrowing? Yet Zhang Meru's grin stretched from ear to ear, and without further ado, she sashayed out the door. Fong Li and the others shared similar bewilderment. Could someone like Zhang Meru truly achieve fame? If one could debut and gain recognition solely by playing the victim, what then of their years of hard work? Just then, the previous bubble vanished, replaced by new text. What are you so happy about? Good luck, but not the sharpest tool in the shed. If you worked a bit harder, you wouldn't have to endure the scorn of fans turning against you, the trainees in the training room.
Su Yang sighed,
turning to find Fong Li and the others staring intently at her. What is going on? Fong Li chimed in, I could use a drink too. The remaining Lu Ke and Su Yang exchanged wide-eyed glances. Before long, the classroom door swung open yet again, and it was not Yuan Heng, whom Zhang Meru had been eagerly anticipating, but rather Li Jiala. Why are you here? Zhang Meru stood reluctantly, peering outside. Is it just you? Where's teacher Yuan? Li Jiala's smile faltered slightly. Yuan Heng has gone to another class. But I only want teacher Yuan. What can you help us with? Yet no one in the room paid her any mind. Su Yang consolidated the group's thoughts and handed Li Jiala their work. Teacher Li, this is what we wrote previously. Please take a look. Chapter 23. What do you understand? Zhang Meru waited in the corner of the training room for what felt like an eternity, yet no one came to summon her. Teacher Li, this is what I wrote. Please take a look. Although it was a request, her tone lacked any hint of seeking assistance. Thankfully, Li Jiala had a good temperament. Had it been someone else, she might not have even bothered to glance at it. Li Jiala copied the sheet music and, after confirming the direction with Su Yang and the others, took his leave. Fong Li breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Li is so kind. I thought he would just give us pointers, but instead, he is teaching us step by step. He was indeed quite skilled. The chaotic lyrics and melody underwent slight refinement, transforming them into something sophisticated.
Had I known he was this talented,
I wouldn't have bothered writing any lyrics. After all, singing yours would yield the same result. Zhang Meru grumbled. She was utterly clueless about songwriting and had merely dashed off a few lines that had been whittled down to just one. Though somewhat displeased, at least she no longer had to exert her brainpower. Lu Ke was the first to lose patience and snapped at her. She had trained the longest among the group, having studied dance from a young age. Among everyone, she was second to none. A person who had reached this point through mere victimhood was hardly worthy of her respect. Lu Ke might not have sought her favor, but that didn't mean she could argue back. When she became wealthy in the future, she would make sure Lu Ke apologized to her. As the four prepared to rehearse their dance, Zhang Meru slipped out the door. What good is choreography? It's far better to shed a few tears on stage. Surely, those netizens and fans would rush to cast their votes for her. At that moment, everyone was busy preparing for the next stage in the training room, and Zhang Meru searched around but found no one. Teacher Yuan,
what are you doing here?
I am your admirer. Could you offer me some guidance? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Yuan Heng, who extinguished the cigarette in his hand and turned to smile at the girl jogging towards him.
Who are you?
I am Zhang Meru. Look, my name is right on my shirt, the girl said, puffing out her chest. A shadow flickered in Yuan Heng's eyes, so it was Zhang, a classmate he hadn't noticed earlier. Are you here to consult me about a piece of music? He inquired. Zhang Meru nodded enthusiastically. Teacher Yuan, I absolutely adore the songs you write. I would have been heartbroken if you hadn't been here. Could you assist me in crafting a song just for me? I must tell you, just now I saw Teacher Yuan, and he promised to write a unique song for me. Don't be jealous. Su Yang exclaimed, congratulations. You are indeed fortunate. Even stepping out brings you a personalized song, unlike the director, who gets hit by bicycles. Simultaneously, the director donned a new outfit, preparing to meet an investor. Just as he opened the door, a bicycle-riding elementary school student collided with him, causing him to tumble into a foul-smelling ditch. Sir, are you all right? The child, equally grimy, looked concerned. The director waved his hand dismissively, lamenting his ill fortune and wondering if he should visit a temple for a talisman of safety. As the students rehearsed fervently, the preview of girl group debut project finally aired, accompanied by an advertisement they had shot a few days prior. Among the first batch of trainees, the most popular members featured prominently in the ad. Oh my gosh, has Lulu always been this stunning? The advertisement turned out beautifully. Her expressiveness is simply that of a true lady. Having Our Lady endorse this is quite an honor. Look at Fong Li's disdainful expression. Yuan is so adorable. We need to send her more products. Who understands Su Yang's serious demeanor? She seems to be earnestly studying like an elementary student. Ha! As the advertisement concluded, the theme song began playing, and Yu Xiaoxiao and others made their entrance. Even with much of Yu Xiaoxiao's part edited out, throngs of her fans still gathered to watch. I must say, Xiaoxiao is indeed beautiful. She even promoted it on Weibo. I'm in tears. I came for Xiaoxiao. I didn't attend the live event. But seeing this is not a regret. Fans from various places, along with onlookers, chimed in. Why is Lu Fengchen portrayed as a duck?
Ha ha ha.
What happened to Lu Fengchen? Didn't he get arrested? Is there something I'm unaware of? Some things are better left unsaid. As they tried to gossip amongst themselves, they discovered it was impossible to express their thoughts. Whenever they mentioned the peculiar bubble above Su Yang's head, their words were automatically muted, leaving them with a belly full of gossip they could not share. Could this be the fabled concept of understanding without speaking? 2 hours after the program aired, Girl Group Debut Project Season 4, along with entries featuring Su Yang, surged onto trending topics. Chapter 24. The Initial Stage. Director. The office door swung open abruptly, nearly causing the director to drop his large cup of tea. He wiped the tea from his clothes, casting an annoyed glance at the person at the doorway. What's the hurry? Did I not advise you to remain calm? The assistant, holding a tablet, exclaimed, Director. The heat of our preview has surpassed 50 million and is still climbing. By tonight, it will exceed 80 million.
What?
50 million? The director sputtered. spitting out the tea he had yet to swallow, which splattered across the tablet. Yet he did not mind. He hugged it tightly. 50 million. It has been years since anything exceeded that figure. The last time was a certain boy group's 10th anniversary reunion. And now, it's not even been 24 hours. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. It was a call from an investor. The director, trembling with excitement, answered the call. The assistant stood nearby, catching the tablet that almost slipped from the director's grasp. Director, what is wrong? The director's face flushed with exhilaration as he gulped down the remaining tea from his large cup. Notify all the trainees. We are going live tonight. When Su Yang and the others were gathered in the large classroom, they appeared bewildered. With training in full swing, why were they preparing for a live broadcast? I heard our preview aired.
Could it be about that?
Meng Yuan whispered. But shouldn't we wait until the first stage? Chuning questioned, somewhat puzzled. She had been practicing dance for days, with bruises on her legs that looked quite alarming. Next up is the live broadcast, so everyone should be mindful of their expressions. As all the trainees assembled, the broadcast commenced. Can we focus the camera on Su Yang? I want to see her. What a coincidence. I want to see her too. Where's Lulu? Is this the latest grouping? Su Yang and Chenning are sitting together. I ship this pairing. No way, can this even be shipped? Unbeknownst to Su Yang, she had already caught the attention of netizens as she stared blankly at the stage on the screen. What a pity for you, Xiao Xiao. I wonder how her influencer income is faring? Let me check. At that moment, Yu Xiao Xiao was also watching the live broadcast, unexpectedly coming across updates about Su Qingye. Some of his donations went to schools in impoverished mountainous areas, while others were for boosting his live stream popularity. As she pondered forgetting Su Qingye, witnessing his misfortunes gradually alleviated her frustrations. She typed in the comments, Go, Su Yang. It's Yu Xiao Xiao. She's watching the live broadcast. Is she just trying to ride the coattails of popularity? What is she doing here after being eliminated?
Go, Su Yang.
Xiao Xiao, you need to cheer up too. Regarding the peculiar bubble above Su Yang's head and the incomprehensible comments, many netizens were left baffled. Is technology this advanced now? Real-time comments are appearing? Yu Xiao Xiao. Is this real? Understanding without speaking. Those who know, know. Chuning, sitting beside Su Yang, was initially oblivious, but as the camera frequently panned towards them, she suddenly understood. This was not meant for them, it was all for Su Yang. Trying to subtly shift away from Su Yang, she noticed everyone else had already distanced themselves. Oh, dear. Isn't that someone's partner? Bold of them to pretend to be an assistant. This song must have been written after that one person's ship. It sounds a bit unhinged, but the stage effect is indeed impressive. This song is a blatant copy. The original artist may not be famous now, but in a couple of years, they will suddenly rise to fame, and many will rush to settle scores. This one do. Just look at that half-hearted effort. It's as if they're wearing their indifference on their faces. Isn't that the backup dancer, who was cheated on? With a girlfriend and a child, yet none of it was his. How tragic. Each time a bubble appeared, the surrounding individuals would subtly step back, fearing their expressions would betray them when the camera turned their way. Chuning, I'm going to die laughing. This is true love, steadfast and unwavering. Is this for real? Su Yang is so adorable. She truly is my heart's darling. She must debut. I believe in you. Count me in. I can accept everyone else being eliminated, but Su Yang must remain. I'll contribute $1. Can we have a full-day live stream? Agreed. The live broadcast buzzed with excitement, and various marketing accounts and paparazzi struggled to keep up. Who knew there were so many juicy tidbits hidden in corners they had never noticed? Taking notes quietly, they resolved to keep a closer eye on these key subjects in the future. Who could resist a morsel of gossip served right at their doorstep? They simply had to savor the first bite while it was still warm. Through this live broadcast, Su Yang's popularity has sharply declined. Do not ask. Those who understand, understand. Just look at those trending stars. They are truly captivating. Director, surely you require some level of popularity for this talent show, do you not? It's not solely about Su Yang. You could also send a few other contestants, right? As for the appearance fees, rest assured. The director replied, one can refuse for oneself, but one cannot refuse on behalf of others. Consequently, Su Yang, along with 8 highly popular individuals, was thrust into an outdoor reality show as surprise guests. Just before boarding the vehicle, the director hesitated, saying, Su Yang, do your best. I believe in you. Su Yang responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 25 carries a sense of antiquity. He did his utmost to avoid looking at Su Yang, unable to remind her not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. This was entirely different from the training camp. Fans from various factions were observing, and a single disparaging remark could drown Su Yang in disdain. The recording location was a prestigious secondary school, and before even approaching, the sound of students studying could be heard. Zheng Meru quietly remarked, "This is a prestigious school? It looks no different from our village school." Upon realizing her words, she quickly covered her mouth, smilingly changing the topic. As the car door swung open, Xie Zichuan was the first to alight. With his youth and striking looks, he ranked among the most popular, instantly surrounded by admirers. "Director, I request to team up with Xiao Xie," exclaimed Pang Yanren. In his youth, he starred in a martial arts drama, becoming an idol for many young people. But having gained weight in middle age, he now appeared rather greasy. Lu Wenbin chimed in. With such a face, Xiao Xie would undoubtedly be the heartthrob at school. Wouldn't he? He'll have the girls swooning in no time. "Hey, Xiao Xie, if someone asks for your contact information, remember to pass it to me." Laughter erupted among the men, while Xie Zichuan stood awkwardly amidst them. The production crew sensed it was time and raised a loudspeaker. "All male students, stand ready. Your desk mates have arrived." As the familiar tune of Classmate played, the car door opened once more, and Su Yang and her companions, clad in uniforms, stepped out in succession. As several gazes fell upon her, Su Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. What was the difference between this and the old bachelors at the village entrance? Staring at young girls' legs, such individuals were rightly branded as lecherous. As bubbles of anticipation formed, applause abruptly ceased, leaving only the lingering background music. Several middle-aged men appeared bewildered. What was this oddity? Men, after all, often found it hard to tear their eyes away from beautiful women, especially those with the highest popularity. Guan Lulu took the lead, introducing herself and the others. Naturally, they did not expect these middle-aged men to remember their introductions, as each wore a name tag. Lu Wenbin, donning a composed expression, stepped forward, questioning. "Shall we divide into teams now?" He made an effort to appear serious. Though nearing 40, he had managed to maintain his physique, at least devoid of a beer belly. As the director's voice faded, a staff member rushed in with a cardboard box, the ends of which revealed red ribbons. Pang Yanren draped an arm around Xie Zichuan's shoulders, saying, "Xiao Xie, as our mentor, you'll be interacting with these beauties daily. Why not let us choose first?" "Indeed, we are the seniors. We should have the first pick," chimed in several men, not allowing Xie Zichuan a chance to refuse. "Is this not a blind selection?" Their words sounded akin to selecting a consort. They must have engaged in such matters often. Chuning and the others were taken aback. Though they too felt uncomfortable, they recognized that these men were established figures in the entertainment industry. Offending them could hinder their future endeavors. After a draw, Su Yang approached Lu Wenbin with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lu, I entrust today's recording to you." Lu Wenbin extended his hand, replying, "Don't worry, Xiao Su, just follow my lead." "All right, Mr. Lu." Su Yang subtly sidestepped his outstretched hand, stepping aside. The director felt a tinge of regret. Lu Wenbin often put on a facade, managing to avoid any faults on camera, embodying the image of a refined middle-aged gentleman. Before he could speak, a bubble of anticipation emerged. Did that lecherous man just attempt to embrace me? The unspoken rules can go away. Be wary, I have trained in Taekwondo for 8 years. Lu Wenbin, however, was indeed dull and pretentious, even wearing perfume that was overwhelmingly strong, leading one to wonder if he bore the scent of age. The gazes of the remaining individuals slowly turned to him, questioning, "Is this for real? Su Yang, are you there?" Su Yang jolted back to reality, responding, "I am." "Mr. Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Wenbin instructed. "Could you refrain from wandering off and just stay behind me?" "Okay." The director observed Su Yang nodding obediently at the monitor, surprised at the effectiveness of their pairing. Was this fate? They were divided into 4 main groups, with Su Yang, Guan Lulu, and Lu Wenbin, along with Fang Tunghua, heading to the same class. As Su Yang walked, glancing at her schedule, she inadvertently exclaimed, "It's actually an English class." "English?" Lu Wenbin, seemingly forgetting their earlier conversation, beamed with confidence. "You need not worry, Xiao Su. I once studied abroad in England as an exchange student, so foreign languages are no issue for me." Su Yang frowned slightly, realizing that if the teacher posed questions later, she would have to depend on Mr. Lu. What was this old lecher pretending to be? Claiming proficiency in English. Yet he might struggle with simple words, fearing others would learn how he secured his exchange student placement. Lu Wenbin suppressed his emotions, How did Soo-young know about this? What else did she know? Chapter 26. Pretending. Oh, how he pretended. As the four reached the academic building, they were greeted by the sound of a bell, with a throng of students rushing to class. Soo-young was about to quicken her pace when Lu Wenbin pulled her back. What's the rush? Take your time. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Soo-young decided not to fret. They could face criticism together. By the time they ambled into the classroom, 5 minutes of class had already passed. Lu Wenbin knocked on the classroom door, calling out, "Excuse me." However, the middle-aged female teacher at the podium, wearing glasses, seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing to discuss the exam papers. Moreover, the students within the classroom completely ignored the newcomers, treating them as if they were invisible. The gaze of the camera and the scrutiny from Soo-young's companions made Lu Wenbin feel somewhat embarrassed. He knocked again, repeating himself. Yet, the English teacher remained silent, and Lu Wenbin's expression began to falter. "Let us not bother with her. We'll just go in," he said, attempting to step inside, only to have a piece of chalk thrown at him. "Who allowed you to enter?" The English teacher, as if finally noticing them, approached with a cold expression, demanding, "Do you know how long class has been in session? You're late." As stars, they had naturally assumed they would receive special treatment, but this teacher offered them no courtesy, denying them entrance to the classroom. Fang Tunghua awkwardly smiled. "Teacher, we just transferred here today and are unfamiliar with the surroundings. That's why we are late.
Please let us in."
Soo-young and Guan Lulu joined in pleading, "Yes, teacher, please let us in. We promise we won't be late again." The English teacher's demeanor softened slightly, handing each of them a paper, stating, "Then you can take a vocabulary test. Only those who pass may enter." Soo-young thought to herself, fearing what was to come, gripping her pen tightly. The English teacher began with the first word, allowing them 10 seconds for each, disregarding their pleas. Soo-young's mind went blank as she covertly glanced to the other three. She had heard that Lulu had previously been an academic achiever, even pursuing further studies after debuting. Surely her English foundation was solid? Teacher Fang Tunghua hails from a literary family, excelling in the realm of literature, yet regrettably, he's been assigned to the wrong class. He ought to be with the Chinese language group. What is Lu Wenbin trying to portray? Do not presume I am unaware. He has usurped someone else's spot in college, and his pursuit of graduate studies was secured only by gifting several properties to his advisor. Are you familiar with these 24 letters? The final word is honesty. The English teacher lifted her gaze from the textbook, just as the bubbles in the air began to dissipate. What is this? Could it be a hallucination sparked by the antics of mischievous children? She blinked, and upon looking again, the bubbles had vanished. Well then, let us begin teaching me the words we just transcribed. Soo-young, despondent, passed her paper forward, and predictably, it was a failing mark. After class, copy these erroneous words 50 times. Your seat is by the window. You may enter. Only after receiving permission did Soo-young dare to enter with her backpack, arriving only to be tasked with copying words. Who could understand? The next to be checked was Fang Tunghua, who barely passed. Any mistakes must be copied 30 times. As he took a seat in the empty spot behind Soo-young, as expected, Guan Lulu scored nearly full marks. Very well done. Your foundation is solid, and I hope you will not become complacent in the future. Guan Lulu nodded, expressing gratitude to the teacher. The English teacher acknowledged her with a nod, instructing her to take a seat beside Soo-young. What? Isn't Soo-young my deskmate? Before Guan Lulu could fully grasp the situation, Lu Wenbin interjected, questioning, "Teacher? Soo-young is my deskmate. Guan Lulu and Fang Tunghua are supposed to be together." The English teacher ignored him, giving Guan Lulu a gentle pat on the shoulder. "You may proceed." With the teacher's directive, Guan Lulu naturally complied, moving to sit next to Soo-young. From their perspective, the smile Guan Lulu had just shown now turned grim after glancing at Lu Wenbin's words. One could only wonder how Lu Wenbin's fans might rationalize his performance. Surely they could not claim he had forgotten all his English due to age-related decline? It was baffling to consider how he had managed his years abroad. Was he using sign language? Guan Lulu sensed the curious gazes of her classmates upon them, nudging Soo-young's arm. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask. I still know a bit." Thank you." With a diligent deskmate by her side, Soo-young felt reassured. After enduring several trials, the four finally settled in their seats. Every time Soo-young stood, Guan Lulu discreetly provided answers. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, it proceeded relatively smoothly. However, Lu Wenbin's face grew increasingly ashen throughout the lesson, his usual gentle demeanor faltering. Finally, the bell rang. And Soo-young went to the snack shop to purchase a notebook and began copying words. Soo-young, Lulu, there's half an hour break. Come watch us play ball. Lu Wenbin exclaimed, clutching a basketball amidst a throng of students, attempting to maintain his youthful facade despite the evident signs of aging. No, Lu. I still have homework to do. You all go ahead, Soo-young replied, reasoning that the teacher had surely intended something by her words, perhaps anticipating a check later on. Even those who appeared studious could not resist the allure of watching their idols play basketball. Before long, only a handful of people remained in the classroom. Lulu, aren't you going to watch? Soo-young inquired, puzzled by her companion's lack of enthusiasm, especially since she had seemed so eager upon arrival. Lulu flipped through her textbook, shaking her head. It's not interesting. Studying seems quite appealing now. Soo-young was taken aback. Had Lulu already begun to show signs of success in her future graduate studies? Truly the mark of an academic achiever. Lulu, surprised by the unexpected bubbles, pondered the prospect of pursuing graduate studies in a few years. Just before the class bell rang, Soo-young finally completed copying all the words. After such a long time without writing so much, her hand ached.
Ah.
Lulu, Soo-young. It's such a pity you didn't come watch us play. I just made several three-pointers. Lu Wenbin strode over, and Soo-young instinctively covered her nose. Oh my, Lu Wenbin's body odor rivals that of Lu Fengchen's. Despite the copious amounts of cologne he must have applied. Lu Wenbin's smile froze on his face. Not only was that bubble a nuisance, but it also revealed his heavy scent. He fixed his gaze on Soo-young as he opened the window, pondering who could have divulged his private matters. The new assistant? Unlikely. She lacked that kind of bravery. The manager? No, they were in the same predicament together. What else could Soo-young possibly know? Chapter 27. You are not picky about food. Soo-young. How Lu Wenbin began, yet faltered as he realized he was unable to articulate his thoughts as before. When it came to discussing the peculiar bubble, the words seemed to fade into silence. Is there something wrong, Teacher Lu? Lu Wenbin shook his head. Perhaps it was merely an optical illusion. After years in the entertainment industry, he had managed to keep certain matters well concealed. Soo-young was just a newcomer. How could she possibly know? Lu Wenbin reassured himself not to dwell on it, but before he could exhale, a shadow fell before him. It was the English teacher. The woman looked down upon the three of them. Have you completed your punishment writing? Hand it over. To his astonishment, Soo-young had inadvertently guessed correctly. She presented a thick stack of papers. Teacher, this is mine. The English teacher casually flipped through a few pages before fixing her gaze on Lu Wenbin and Fong Tunghua. And yours? Teacher, Lu Wenbin started, but the teacher interrupted. No excuses. If you haven't written it, you'll complete it in the office after school. Lu Wenbin could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. As he approached the podium, he muttered under his breath, could this woman possibly be one of our fans? She has been staring at us the whole time. Despite his lowered voice, Soo-young could still hear clearly. Previously, she had merely thought Lu Wenbin was being unfairly judged. But now it appeared he was not only oily, but also rather presumptuous. Just look at that wrinkled face. How could anyone prefer him over someone like Xie Zichuan? Lu Wenbin rambled on to himself, yet Fong Tunghua did not chime in, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. When he glanced up, he noticed Fong Tunghua staring ahead, his expression one of shock. Following his gaze, Lu Wenbin was startled to find that strange bubble again, filled with remarks about him. It was neither an illusion nor a mistake. Fong Tunghua could see it too. Did that mean his secret was now common knowledge? Lu Wenbin spent the entire class distracted, occasionally casting glances in Soo-young's direction. When the bell finally rang, Soo-young and Lulu received their meal cards, while Lu Wenbin and Fong Tunghua were summoned to the office to make up for their assignments. They wouldn't be able to eat until they finished writing. Soo-young and Lulu met up with a few others in the cafeteria, clutching their meal cards to get their food. It's my first time in a cafeteria. What dishes are good? Fong Li looked around, appearing as though he were experiencing life for the first time. I'll go ask someone, Pang Yanran offered. Being the eldest among them, he naturally took on the role of the caring older brother. The group waited for him while sharing the events of the morning. Soo-young learned that even those who were not late could still face the teacher's challenges. Wasn't he the director fond of tormenting others? It seemed he had faced similar punishments during his own school days, which explained his current demeanor. Not far away, the director nearly choked on his drink. No way. Soo-young even knows this? I can handle it. I'll eat whatever the teachers eat, Zheng Meru declared, her voice sounding entirely different from when she was in the practice room. Soo-young shivered at the thought. Clip it. Just use the small clips. They're much more convenient than chopsticks.
Uffed.
Fong Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zheng Meru stomped her foot and darted toward the food window. What's gotten into her? Su Yang appeared utterly bewildered, wondering how things had escalated to anger so suddenly. It's all right, let's go too, Chinning sighed inwardly, contemplating the potential chaos if Su Yang were to discover that others could hear her innermost thoughts. The school cafeteria's offerings were characterized by a blandness that lacked flavor. Yet a few individuals attempted to evoke a sense of nostalgia while eating. Pang Yenren remarked, "You may not know this, but during my time filming in the remote mountains, I often went without meals, surviving solely on wild fruits I foraged. Is that true? How intriguing." Zheng Meru responded, feigning exaggerated enthusiasm. The already unappetizing food took on an even more inexplicable taste. Yet, Su Yang continued to eat heartily, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort that hovered over the table like a dark cloud. Pang Yenren's expression shifted from red to pale. He had been furious when paparazzi first approached him, spending a small fortune to buy the incriminating photos, vowing to keep the incident under wraps. Had it not been for Su Yang's mention, he would have long forgotten it, but now, everyone was aware. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Pang Yenren attempted to change the subject. "Aren't you girls supposed to manage your figures? Is this little you're eating enough to fill you up?" The remaining male guests chimed in. "Indeed. You ladies really ought to lose some weight. I could hardly lift you while filming." "Exactly, it's like lifting a mountain." Thankfully, the director had a solution and got me support, which made quite a difference in post-production. Zheng Meru pushed her barely touched plate forward, forcing a smile. "Is that so? I have a small appetite and have been maintaining my figure." She glanced at Guan Lulu and the others, hoping for some support, but silence enveloped the table. Then her gaze landed on Su Yang, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "You certainly don't need to manage your figure. You're practically a pig. I bet you wish you could loosen your pants a bit, don't you? Proud of not being able to lift a girl who barely weighs 100 pounds? I wish I could borrow some of your confidence. All that muscle must be just for show. Did the director really cast you? You don't even possess the strength of a normal man. Haven't the big shots on the leaderboard ever told you that you resemble a poached chicken? And Zheng Meru, how can you even claim to have a small appetite? Just the other night, I caught you sneaking a chicken leg in bed. And you didn't even throw away the bones. Surely you didn't eat the bones too?" Su Yang finished her meal with gusto, exclaiming, "I'm full. You all take your time." The others were too disheartened to continue eating, the chicken on their plates seeming to mock them mercilessly. "I've finished as well. Take your time, teachers." Fong Li felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even wanting to hum a little tune. "Wait, they finished eating so quickly? Isn't it enjoyable to have beautiful women dining with you?" Lu Wenbin, unaware of the earlier commotion, was preoccupied with thoughts of the other girls. Pang Yenren, with a forced smile that barely concealed his irritation, replied, "Yes, you all should hurry and eat. Have more." Chapter 28. Are you Mediterranean?
Classmate.
What are our plans for this afternoon? Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, several individuals awkwardly retreated. The remaining girls appeared to be class leaders. "It's physical education. Will you be filming with us?" Su Yang nodded. "I suppose so. The production team would surely create some commotion, and those middle-aged, greasy men would undoubtedly want to showcase themselves. Perhaps there would even be dancing involved." As anticipated, once the meal concluded, everyone headed to the playground. Numerous students settled on the lawn, forming a circle with an open space in the center. After an exuberant half-hour speech, they finally got to the main event. "Today, our school welcomes several transfer students. Let them introduce themselves." Oh my goodness, even this elderly gentleman can still do the splits. Truly a testament to age being just a number. I bet he showcased this talent in front of capital moguls back in the day. Why is Pang Yenren still only able to sing off-key after all these years? He could be the original artist or the plaintiff. My eyes. Is it possible to refrain from such antics? Did the audience genuinely enjoy this? As the spontaneous dance in the center concluded, the attendees clapped politely. The grade director, taking on the role of host, fervently attempted to engage the crowd. How did our star performers do? Let's give them another round of applause. The applause was sparse. A solitary bubble lazily floated forth. It was mediocre at best. It rivaled the Spring Festival Gala. They would have been better off memorizing a few vocabulary words. What was that phrase again? Give up. The grade director shouted, "What do you mean, give up?" Learning English is not about giving up. Su Yang pulled out an English notebook borrowed from another student, exclaiming, "Oh, it really does say give up." What was labeled physical education turned out to be merely a series of amusing games, designed to foster a joyful atmosphere among the students. The first game was a variation of Pictionary, and Su Yang was pushed to the forefront. Don't be nervous. Just say what comes to mind when you see our drawings. Lu Wenbin reassured her, adopting a wise demeanor. Soo-young nodded, but when the board turned around, she nearly exclaimed a curse. What on earth is this? It looks like a hodgepodge. I can't discern anything. It's all abstract art. 2 words. Chunning, believing in Soo-young's capabilities, placed her in the guessing position. Observing her furrowed brow, she offered a hint. Soo-young's expression grew even more perplexed as the countdown approached its end, and she cautiously uttered, "Infusion?"
Correct.
The group embraced joyfully, cheering as they moved on to the next word. Soo-young sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought it was something worse." Behind the camera, the director noted the change in wording. It was no surprise. He was cautious and would never dare to write such terms outright. Although Pang Yenren and his companions often reveled together, they wouldn't dare bring such matters to light. The director stood frozen, pondering the implications of her answer. In the center of the field, the game continued, but the director could not regain his composure. Soo-young felt a sense of accomplishment, having successfully navigated through the array of confusion to arrive at the correct answer. Completing all the terms without incident, the next game involved each participant leading a team of students in a game of Eagle Catches the Chicks, with the first team to lose all their chicks being eliminated. "Soo-young, can we last a little longer? That way, my family can see me on television," a chubby little boy implored. Initially, Soo-young thought he was joking, but upon turning, she saw the sincerity in his eyes. An idea sparked and she said, "Follow me." The director, questioning the unfolding drama, was startled to see 2 large faces pop up on the screen, nearly dropping his cigarette. "Soo-young, what are you 2 doing?" He waved his hand, signaling them to continue, turning back to smoke even more intensely. As the preparation time concluded, the game commenced in earnest. Soo-young's team adopted a strategy of waiting, allowing the other teams to clash before making their move. The moment the whistle blew, Jung Meru charged forward, only to be surrounded by 2 other teams, leaving not a single chick unscathed. Disheveled, she found herself in the midst of chaos, her appearance akin to one who had just emerged from a grease trap.
Soo-young.
Incoming. As Soo-young surveyed the situation, she heard a sudden shout from a little chubby boy at the back of the line. They were under attack. With a swift maneuver, the boy evaded danger, and Soo-young soon realized the assailant was none other than Pang Yenren. With arms wide open, his eyes reflected more than just a competitive spirit. He was prepared to show that while Soo-young might know his secret, she was not the only one capable of standing her ground. In this world, some individuals were simply not to be trifled with. Soo-young observed a man approaching with an aggressive demeanor, and the years of taekwondo training surged within her. She instinctively blocked his arm and inadvertently grasped a handful of his hair, only to find herself clutching at nothing but air. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent as she stared at the few greasy strands resting in her palm. "Mr. Pang, you seem to be experiencing a Mediterranean moment." The man's thinning hair was quite sparse at the crown, yet the efforts of the makeup artist and stylist rendered it nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. It was no wonder she reacted defensively when he charged at her. In a short while, the allied team surrounded them, capturing both parties in one fell swoop. Within 20 minutes, Soo-young and her companions were all eliminated and seated to rest nearby. As she received a hand from a staff member, she felt an unrelenting gaze upon her. Could it be that her charm was so profound that even the high school students were captivated? The director announced in 10 minutes. A cheer erupted from the center of the arena. "I won." Lu Wenbin shouted ecstatically, arms outstretched to embrace the sky. Meanwhile, a cacophony of sirens echoed from just beyond the wall. "What is happening? Why are the police here? Who made the call?" The students erupted into chaos upon hearing the sounds from outside. Each homeroom teacher scrambled to maintain order, and the principal hurriedly approached the director, inquiring, "What is going on?" The security guard said someone from our school reported an incident.
Indeed.
It was I who called the police. The principal was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. The urgent blaring of sirens filled the air while warm sunlight bathed the scene. The director could not help but close his eyes, feeling a swell of pride within. Humming to himself, "The light of righteousness shines upon the earth." He had never felt such a profound sense of pride. The principal watched in disbelief as the middle-aged man before him closed his eyes, appearing as if he had transcended the mundane. He was merely fulfilling a commitment to film at the school. No one had informed him the police would also arrive. "Hey, did you hear? The Embrace Youth filming site had police show up today." "Exactly. Rather than wasting time, perhaps they should reflect on their own work and cease harboring biases against celebrities." Though the photographs were blurry, The figures within were unmistakably recognizable to their devoted fans, surrounded by a group of special police officers, being escorted to the police vehicles. Before the fans could fully comprehend the situation, an official announcement was made. On date, the police received reports from the public and apprehended suspects involved in drug use, including Pang, male, 46 years old, and Liu, male, 43 years old, among a total of 6 individuals who will face administrative detention according to the law. In less than 10 minutes, the news of Pang Yanren and Liu Wenbin's drug use caused a surge of topics on Weibo, crashing the platform under the weight of trending discussions. Is the entertainment industry undergoing a purge? So many individuals? What? Uncle, you're confused. That one role alone is enough to sustain you for a lifetime. Why seek further excitement? Haha. Why are the fans suddenly silent? The main figures have been taken away, and now we can't see your fervent admiration. With so many involved, who made the report? Will there be retaliation? My goodness. How can such scum earn so much money and remain unsatisfied? Do they not owe their loyal fans any gratitude? Good riddance. Such disreputable artists should never return. Director, look. In the office, the director extinguished the last remnants of a cigarette, sighed, and instructed, let's edit this episode for the school. We must ensure the children are included. Despite having received a better life than many, they remained unsatisfied, testing the boundaries of the law. That young girl. When will your family come to pick you up? He noticed that everyone else had left, leaving only one girl still seated in the hall. What's the issue? Just call your family. They can come to sign and take you home. Thinking of that cold, unyielding face, Su-young immediately shook her head. No need. I can wait. Very well. I shall return to my tasks. If you need anything, just call for me. Some individuals were taken to a small room, while the others departed. Now, only she remained, like a solitary cabbage in a field, abandoned and forlorn. The heavy glass door swung open once more, but Su-young did not bother to look. Wang Hong had gone to a nearby city, and the earliest train would not arrive until the early hours. Su-young, someone has come to pick you up. The female officer from earlier called out to her. Su-young sprang up from her seat. Sister Hong, you finally made it. Her false sobbing ceased abruptly as she noticed a man signing papers at a distance. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, he appeared to have rushed over from work. Thank you for your trouble, he said in a businesslike tone, his demeanor icy, though his handsome face made it difficult to feel anger towards him. He turned and approached Su-young, saying, let us go.
Oh.
Su-young pouted, her head nearly buried in her chest. As they exited the police station, she hurriedly explained, I didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't mean to trouble you. Honestly, you didn't have to come. My manager is on the way. Upon meeting his emotionless gaze, she fell silent, knowing he wouldn't believe her regardless. By the time Su-young realized what had happened, the car's exhaust had vanished into the distance. Cut it out, who cares? Just because you didn't come doesn't mean I couldn't leave. You wear that cold expression every day, one might think I owe you money. Muttering to herself, she reached for her phone to call a cab, only to discover it had been confiscated. Well, I suppose it's just exercise, huh? After taking a few steps, the car returned, the window rolling down to reveal the man's tense expression.
Get in.
Su-young was not one to concede. No, I can take a taxi myself. It's no trouble for you. Beg me once, and I'll let you in. Yet, he simply replied with a nonchalant pressing the gas and speeding away. Su-young thought to herself, can you be a bit more serious? Upon disembarking, she was immediately surrounded by a group, each offering enthusiastic hugs that left her feeling somewhat bashful. What's the issue? I didn't do anything wrong. She rubbed her nose. While it appeared everyone had been preoccupied with games at the time, the secrecy surrounding the incident was tight. Who else but Su-young could have known what transpired? As she gathered her clothes, ready to shower, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Zhang Meru squeezed through. With a mischievous smile, she seemed intent on staying until she received an answer. What are you up to? Su-young felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Zhang Meru extended 5 fingers and lightly tapped Su-young's shoulder. We're good friends, and you must share such resources. Imagining that cold, unyielding face, Su-young shuddered at the thought of revealing his contact information. Zhang Meru was pushed out, stomping her foot in frustration. Still not telling me? Are you worried I'll steal your benefactor? While I may be slender with a petite face and a better figure, I already have teacher Yuan. Who knows who you have in that car? By early the next morning, news of their visit to the police station had spread like wildfire. Upon arriving in the main classroom, they were bombarded with questions.
Who were you recording with?
Did you really get taken to the police station? I heard yesterday's events trended online. Who was involved in drug use? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is we were playing games when the police arrived to take us to the station, Su-young replied, shaking her head. Not one to indulge in gossip. She preferred to enjoy the drama from a distance. In the moments spent at the police station, her mind had gone blank, leaving her unaware of the ultimate outcome.
Now,
Hearing others discuss it piqued her curiosity. It was indeed peculiar how they were suddenly reported for drug use. My goodness. Pang Yenren has indeed been indulging in such vices for 3 years now, and as if that weren't enough, he even led his friends down the same path. And then there's Lu Wenbin, a seasoned hand as well, whose previous earnings have been squandered on gambling and drugs, prompting his return to earn money again. But that's not all. They once gathered together for a revelry, only to be discovered, resulting in a grievous injury inflicted upon an innocent bystander. The mere mention of this sent shivers through the crowd, who perceived these seemingly honest, middle-aged men as paragons of kindness and approachability. Yet they engaged in such reprehensible acts in private. Su-young remained silent, noticing the sudden hush that enveloped the room, and abruptly raised her head. What's the matter with you all? Meng Yuan, the leader, quickly waved his hand, saying, It's nothing. I heard the teachers are coming to inspect soon, and we didn't rehearse yesterday, so let us familiarize ourselves quickly. Upon hearing this, the others hastily pulled out the sheet music. This version had been refined by Li Jiala, exuding a more sophisticated aura, yet paradoxically, it was simpler to perform than the previous rendition. Zheng Meiru, could you please take this seriously? You can't even lift your arms properly in the dance moves. Lu Ko, who had higher standards for the stage, glared at those who were slacking off, itching to correct Zheng Meiru's movements herself. After the choreography was set, they practiced diligently, and through repeated rehearsals, they managed to execute the dance flawlessly. However, Zheng Meiru, feeling unwell today and moody tomorrow, had missed several rehearsals, making her appear out of sync with the rest. I've been trying my best. What more do you want from me? Zheng Meiru exclaimed, plopping down on the floor, tears streaming down her face. I'm not like you. You all come from wealthy families and have been singing and dancing since childhood. I've only practiced for a month before coming here. Is it my fault I can't perform well? At that moment, the practice room door swung open, and in walked Li Jiala, Xie Kai Kenny, Yuan Heng, and others, immediately spotting the crying Zheng Meiru on the floor. What on earth is going on here? Kai Kenny asked coldly. Zheng Meiru sobbed even harder. Teacher, I know my singing and dancing aren't good enough, and I'm holding the team back, but I didn't mean to. Get up now. It's alright if you can't do it yet. We still have 3 days to practice, Yuan Heng said, helping her to her feet and wiping her tears away. Embodying the image of a caring older brother, Zheng Meiru tilted her head back, her bashful demeanor as a young girl vividly apparent. When did these two become so close? Su-young pondered, feeling perplexed.
Huh.
I barely even saw Yuan Heng's face clearly, and you're already in a relationship? But wait. Yuan Heng already has a fiancée who is 5 months pregnant. How could he be so intimate with Zheng Meiru?
Ugh.
Another man living off his family, flirting with wildflowers outside. If he gets caught while visiting a brothel, it'll be his pregnant wife signing the papers. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically upon reading the chat bubbles. Fong Li had just dealt with a scoundrel herself and could relate to feeling deceived. Chun ran and Li Jiala stepped forward to separate the two. Alright, we're still filming. Let us focus on the music. Before Zheng Meiru could react, the music began to play. In her flustered state, she first fell out of tune and then struggled to keep up with the rhythm, naturally drawing the ire of several mentors in succession. Today, I'm staying right here. I want to leave until you've practiced properly, Chen Ran declared, sitting down with a stern expression that sent chills down the spine. Zheng Meiru cried out earnestly, casting a desperate glance at Yuan Heng. Chapter 31. I'll break your legs. Why are you all so serious? She asked, just a young girl who still has time to practice. Yuan Heng attempted to comfort Zheng Meiru, but was abruptly pulled back by Li Jiala. Yuan Heng, you're not actually feeling sorry for her, are you? You're just an ordinary mentor. It's not your place to coddle her here. A few students instinctively took a step back, feeling this was not their place to intervene. Yet Zheng Meiru seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, suddenly crying out and lunging towards Yuan Heng. Who says Teacher Yuan, and I have no connection? He asked my boyfriend. What is wrong with him feeling sorry for me? Your boyfriend? Zheng Meiru sensed a shift in the expressions around her, but stubbornly lifted her chin and proclaimed, Yes, he is my boyfriend. Li Jiala let out a cold laugh, glancing at Yuan Heng. Well, let us see if he acknowledges your relationship. The atmosphere in the room thickened, and the cameraman had set down the equipment, unsure of how to navigate the unfolding situation. Perhaps I should message the director to come over quickly. Zheng Meru didn't grasp the implications of her words. But what was there to deny? They were in a free relationship. Yet the man merely turned his face away, coldly stating, Li Jiala, while you're a good friend of Fong Fong's, could you refrain from causing a scene? I'm merely looking out for a student. TSK. This man had quite the audacity, accusing others of making a fuss while casting the first stone himself. Looking out for a student? I've never seen someone take care of a student all the way to the bedroom. How serious is this? Surely it doesn't involve injections too? Just as the director pushed the door open, he was met with a face full of bubbles. What on earth is happening here? Kai Kenny was the first to speak. It's nothing serious, just a minor disagreement regarding rehearsal. Sorry for troubling you, director. The director scanned the room suspiciously, still unable to shake off his unease. Wasn't it just because they hadn't bought the pig-ass head before recording? Why were there so many trivial issues now? Well, I'll take my leave then. You all continue, and don't cause any ruckus. Once he left, the atmosphere in the room plummeted again. Li Jiala suppressed her rising anger, reminding herself that mentors should maintain a respectful distance from students, or else they might find themselves in a precarious situation. With that, she exited the practice room, followed closely by the other mentors. Chun Ran pushed you on hang out. I'll handle the progress here. You can leave. After the support she believed she had departed, Zheng Meru found that no one cared even as she cried. Su Yang scoffed. Why can't you learn your lesson? Haven't I told you that men are unreliable? Just look at you Qiao Qiao, and then at Yan Weiwei. Of course, there are still good men in this world, like our teacher Xie, who never engages in playful banter with girls. And then there's our teacher Chen, who is saving up to propose. One must truly keep their eyes peeled in this world. She drained her cup of water, shaking her head in disappointment as she approached the water cooler. Entirely unaware of the various expressions around her, Chun Ran held his jaw in disbelief, glancing at Fong Li and the others, who nodded, displaying a sense of resigned familiarity. Everyone expected Zheng Meru to give up after such an incident, yet she boldly approached the director, asking, Director, why hasn't Teacher Yuan come these past few days? Is someone preventing him from coming? Upon hearing this, Li Jiala and Chen Ran fell silent, eager to see what this young girl would concoct next. The director replied, he has some family matters to attend to, but there are still 3 other mentors, and if you have questions, you can ask them. Yes, Zheng Meru. Is there anything you need help with? Pan Jingya inquired, unaware of the dramatic scene that had unfolded in the practice room that day. Zheng Meru scoffed, turning on her heel to leave, leaving Pan Jingya feeling somewhat awkward. It wasn't that she had questions to ask. It was that she had someone she wished to ask. Li Jiala unflinchingly exposed her. What does it matter if you can't control your man? Why shouldn't you speak up? Perhaps Fong Fong was too kind-hearted, wanting to keep this matter under wraps to save face for him. As the 3rd public performance approached, Su Yang sensed that Zheng Meru was starting to take things seriously. Although her foundation was weak, her repeated practice yielded initial results. The group's dance grew increasingly synchronized, and the harmony in their singing became more attuned, proving that their efforts were not in vain. Su Yang and her companions merely regarded her as someone who had turned over a new leaf, finally seeing the light. Little did they know that after the performance concluded, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Following a draw, they found themselves in the 5th group for the presentation. The position they occupied, neither leading nor trailing, made it exceedingly challenging to leave a lasting impression on the audience. As their performance wrapped up and they engaged in the customary voting appeal, Zheng Meru abruptly seized the microphone from the host, Xiaolon. With a mere flutter of her eyelids, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Why is Meru crying? Today's performance was flawless. She shouldn't burden herself with excessive pressure. Go, Meru. Reaching this stage has not been easy. We all stand behind you. Has someone been bullying Meru? I scarcely saw her today. Good afternoon, everyone. And to my dear fans, Zheng Meru sniffled, her nose reddening. And to Teacher Yuan. Even though you are not here in person, I know you are watching. Having navigated several live broadcasts, Xiaolon had become adept at handling such situations.
Zheng.
What do you say about Teacher Yuan? Su Yang and her group remarked, we are merely props. A good teacher is truly vital. My elementary teacher always called me foolish. And I became one, sobbing. Meru must be immensely grateful to this teacher, to be crying like this. May all teachers guide Meru well. Thanks to him? What about our gratitude? We wrote the lyrics. We taught you the dance. What did he contribute? Did he wipe your tears with his lips or your mouth? She dares not admit her relationship with him, yet pretends so convincingly. He is an unfaithful man, and she is eagerly pursuing him. A perfect match, indeed. Regardless, you are so adept at garnering fans. If they discover the truth, they will surely bless you. So fret not. The camera barely shifted before broadcasting the scene verbatim. Chapter 32. I am truly unfortunate. Did I just misinterpret that? What is happening? Haha, this is hilarious. You bare your heart to her, and she promptly reaches for your wallet. It's the 4th season, and there are still those who resort to such pity-inducing tactics? Surely not. As Jung Meru finished wiping away her theatrically produced tears, the tension in the air dissipated. She was so engrossed in her performance of victimhood that she failed to notice the unusual expressions of those around her. When Xiaolon refused to hand her the microphone, Meru simply leaned closer to it. I know how hard it has been to get here, and I cherish this opportunity you've given me. I hope you'll continue to support me and vote for me. Isn't it your brother who represents the beginning of your tragic life? If your family is impoverished, why have children? Is poverty the reason you became an online beggar? How is this different from those ostentatious streamers begging for significant donations? Is it that you suddenly realize that life is so dismal, yet fail to strive for improvement, hoping we will foot the bill for your miserable existence? Who would have thought? I always saw her as a naive little girl. The atmosphere plummeted due to her sob story, and Lu Ke and her peers wore disapproving expressions. Achieving the same result merely by playing the victim was unacceptable to them. Su Yang scoffed, her face clouded with concern. Sigh, I wonder why the director never allows me to speak. Does playing the victim truly yield results? Had I known, I would have fought for a chance earlier. After all, being advised to leave school can be spun into a tale of voluntary withdrawal. And running away with a man can be glamorized as alleviating family burdens.
How could this be?
Jung Meru just accurately perceived the text bubbles, her mouth agape in shock, with the unwiped snot streaming into her mouth. How could Su Yang possibly know about such matters? Unbeknownst to her, her gaping expression only served to corroborate the veracity of the statements within the bubbles, and the barrage of comments in the live chat soared to a crescendo. Why did I ever like her? All she does is play the victim and seems to be a love-struck fool. I didn't believe it before, but now I have no choice. Wipe your nose, girl. I wish you success. Xiaolon, stationed at the gossip front, kindly offered her a tissue, advising her to conserve it, as there would be no second pack if she were eliminated shortly. Jung Meru, lacking in actual talent, found no solace in her last-minute efforts. The scores from the 4 mentors for others were fairly consistent, but when it came to her, they plummeted. Nevertheless, thanks to her sob story, the audience still awarded her a decent score. Upon descending the stage, Jung Meru wore a smug expression. Thinking, singing, and dancing are trivial. A few days of practice suffices. My scores can't be that much lower than yours. The aftermath of her pitiful display left her eye makeup smudged, resembling a drenched rooster strutting about.
Su Yang commented.
This is difficult to evaluate. When Jung Meru glimpsed the real-time voting results, her heart swelled with pride, wishing she could walk sideways in her triumph.
What are you looking at?
Are you envious of my votes? But it can't be helped. After all, my life is so miserable, she boasted, shaking her head and selecting a seat. Suddenly, the door to the lounge burst open, and the director's assistant rushed in, casting frantic glances before his eyes landed on Jung Meru. He strode toward her, seizing her clothing.
Hey,
what are you doing? Stop being a pervert. Jung Meru's shrieks diminished as she realized he was holding her microphone, the red light still blinking. Her microphone had not been turned off, which meant that everything she had just said was heard by everyone in the studio. Jung Meru's face paled. The microphone was supposed to disconnect if it was too far from the stage, wasn't it? The director's assistant wore a grin more distressing than a cry. If that's what you think, that's fine. Our 4th season equipment is state-of-the-art. Who would understand? I was just idly watching beautiful women when I suddenly heard this strange conversation. He rushed to catch up but was too late. Everything that should and shouldn't have been said was already out in the open. This is difficult to evaluate, truly, a bit clever but not excessively so. Why did I ever vote for her to stay? That vote is not just a simple mark, it's a stain on my life. Oh no! My pure singing has been tainted by this unclean thing. Originally, Jung Meru's fans had quietly unfollowed her. But her remarks post-performance alienated not only the fans of the next group of performers, but also passers-by. Can we please kick out those who resort to such clever tricks? The sight of her is just repulsive. It's not just that Jung Meru deceived me for my vote. I will now question those who are genuinely suffering. In the mentors' lounge, Chen Ran approached and noticed Li Jiala with red eyes. "Why are you crying?" He hurried to grab a tissue. Li Jiala wiped her tears away, took a moment to compose herself, and smiled. "Chen Ran, it's wonderful news. Fan Fong has divorced that scoundrel." The man was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes," Li Jiala nodded emphatically. Their studio had been established during their university years, and while Yuan Heng had some talent, he was not yet capable of joining the studio. Fan Fong had assisted him in finding inspiration and refining his work. Initially, Fan Fong had pursued Yuan Heng relentlessly, leading to his reckless behavior. They had watched helplessly, anxious for the situation to change. Now that the two had divorced, they could finally put the matter to rest. Chen Ran excitedly exclaimed, "That's fantastic. I'm posting on Weibo right now. Let us kick that scoundrel out. I've long been dissatisfied with him." Fans online, initially condemning Zheng Meru for exploiting their sympathy, found themselves confronted with a statement that brought Yuan Heng into the spotlight. "Mr. Yuan, is he the teacher Yuan mentioned by Zheng Meru in the girl group debut plan? I checked the production team of several songs. It's undoubtedly the same Mr. Yuan who posted. You're the one who was fooling around while your wife was pregnant. You scoundrel." Sisters charge. Chapter 33. All is well. The moment for the third public performance and ranking announcement finally arrived, with all 40 trainees standing on stage. As the lights illuminated the stage, the host, Xiaolan, held the list tightly in her hands. Even before she spoke, the palpable tension in the air was unmistakable. All performances had concluded, showcasing the exuberance of youth, the sweat of hard work, the thrill of first love, and the tears of helplessness.
Now.
The moment of utmost excitement had arrived, the rankings of the third performance. After Xiaolan uttered those words, Su-yong could distinctly hear the rapid heartbeat of those around her. This round from 40 to 30 seemed to eliminate only 10, yet that accounted for a quarter of the participants. As names began to scroll on the big screen, Su-yong felt her own nerves beginning to fray. A warm hand clasped her own, offering comfort. "Don't worry, it's going to be all right," Chening said with a gentle smile, providing her with a sense of security. Su-yong reassured herself internally. If eliminated, she could always try again in the 5th season, should the company and Hong Jie grant her that opportunity. Due to the smaller number of participants, names were announced individually. Su-yong likened this feeling to a lottery, albeit with the hope that her name would not appear on the list of those eliminated. "We must keep Yuan in the competition. Seeing her every day brings me joy." "Oh please, isn't maintaining a good figure the most crucial aspect?" "I won't elaborate on that. Those who understand, understand. If your physique is lacking, you can lose weight, but if your skills are inadequate, you'll undoubtedly be eliminated. Enough chatter. The others can do as they please. I came here to support Su-yong. Count me in for supporting Su-yong." The big screen displayed the rankings from 15th to 29th. Joy and sorrow filled the room. Most remaining participants had already surmised their standings, yet they still held on to the hope of being the 30th to remain on stage. Next came the announcement of the 4th to 14th positions. As the host concluded her words, the screen flipped. Su-yong fixed her gaze on the screen, her palms slick with sweat. The moment her name appeared, her tension finally dissipated. 6th place. Wonderful, splendid. It seems fortune favors me. The surrounding cheers erupted as Su-yong maintained a calm exterior, though her heart was elated. Her teammate, Fong Li, secured 10th place, while Meng Yuan came in at 14th. Only Lu Ke and Zheng Meru, who had awkwardly gone silent after misspeaking, remained. Meng Yuan squeezed Lu Ke's shoulder reassuringly. "No worries, our team will definitely stay." Halfway through her sentence, her gaze caught Zheng Meru. Lu Ke was undoubtedly skilled. Had she not been in this range, she would have surely ranked in the top 3. However, Zheng Meru had relied on pity votes to advance and had foolishly spoken out of turn. Audience votes were but a fraction. The mentors and live stream votes were paramount. She was in jeopardy. With only the top 3 and the last place yet to be revealed, the remaining contestants wore anxious expressions. Suddenly, Xiaolan spoke up, her voice ringing out. "Now, for the girl group debut project season 4 third performance, the first place winner is..." The whole venue held its breath, eagerly awaiting the name. "Let us congratulate Guolulu." Simultaneously, the second and third places were announced as Lu Ke and Chi Chi, respectively. Guolulu stood in shock as her teammates lifted her in celebration. "I knew you could do it," Meng Yuan exclaimed as she embraced Lu Ke. With all team rankings now revealed, only Zheng Meru remained. Her fists clenched tightly, her face pale as she gazed at the chair marked with the number 30. Only one spot was left to remain. "I sincerely thank everyone for voting for me. Achieving this first place is a testament to the efforts of our entire team and our supportive mentor, Teacher Lee. I am truly grateful. It was clear that Guolulu was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in her eyes. After the top 3 expressed their thoughts, it was finally time to unveil the last place. Our Sioyu's performance was truly remarkable. Why did no one vote for her? Our Loyulu is impressive too. Even being the team's position holder, why such a low ranking? As long as it isn't some drama queen, I can accept anyone. Soo-young sat at 6th position, resting her chin in her hand, observing the contestants yet to have their rankings revealed. Wait, this contestant was eliminated due to the company shutting down? That's absurd. And another was eliminated after breaking up with her online partner, vowing never to appear online again, leaving her partner in remorse? How ridiculous. Soo-young was not alone in her astonishment. Viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. Especially for some fans, their chosen contestants were inadvertently implicated by these statements. I wholeheartedly voted for you, and yet you chose to give up. Just as Xiaolon was about to announce the name of the 31st contestant, an advertisement interrupted. What is happening? Why must this ad play now? You didn't air ads when announcing the first place. Why now? If my favorite contestant is eliminated today, it would truly break my heart. Who could it be?
This is agonizing.
The audience sighed collectively, entering a brief intermission of 3 minutes.
Soo-young, who do you think will stay?
Someone suddenly asked. Instantly, all eyes turned to her, and Soo-young fidgeted. They are all quite talented. I really don't know.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm not the director. I can't dictate who stays and who goes. Yet, Zhang Meru's luck was uncanny, relying on pity votes to barely scrape into the 30th spot. Finally, the 3-minute advertisement concluded. Viewers in the live stream noticed that the contestants, who had previously been tense, were now surprisingly composed. Had the 31st contestant been announced while they watched the ad? Thank you to all the viewers who stayed in the live stream for your support. Now, I will announce the last contestant to advance from the 3rd performance. It is. Xiaolon elongated the suspenseful moment. Zhang Meru. Congratulations, Zhang Meru.
What?
How is this possible? What is happening? How can such a person remain? Who even still supports her? The venue erupted in boos, while only Zhang Meru walked confidently to claim the final spot. She was certain she would not be eliminated. Soo-young had predicted she would debut high and become the most recognized member of the team. Chapter 34. Surprised? Following the conclusion of this performance, there was no respite. Preparations for the next performance commenced immediately. The original large classroom, once bustling with over 100 individuals, now housed only 30. The mentors stood at the forefront, with Yen Long proclaiming, "Congratulations to each of you for reaching the stage. Although you have successfully progressed from the 3rd performance, do not let your guard down. Your friends next to you are now your competitors." Recently, he had styled his hair into dreadlocks and donned a nose ring. His serious demeanor was intimidating enough. The students remained silent, fearful of being singled out. After a brief reprimand, the sweet rewards were finally presented. The students were bewildered, speculating if they were to receive a lavish meal at the cafeteria. Only Meng Yuan seemed ecstatic, nearly leaping with joy. Soo-young glanced at the director, who was grinning foolishly with a cigarette in hand, sensing that things were far from straightforward. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, the staff halted them. "Hold on. Please take your seats according to your names, and do not switch places." She was not picky. The boiled vegetables and lettuce were served in ample portions for 2. Upon the arrival of other trainees at the training camp, some inevitably lost a few pounds due to the unpalatable dishes combined with the rigorous training. Consequently, Meng Yuan appeared noticeably rounder. Soon, they reached their turn, receiving the name tags from the aunt, with their designated seating numbers inscribed on the reverse. As they stepped into the dining hall, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the bland boiled vegetables and leafy greens. This was food sautéed in oil. Each dish was covered, concealing the contents within. Was this the surprise? Meng Yuan swiftly found her seat, confidently proclaiming, even before lifting the lid, that she was certain it contained sweetened braised pork. A few soft chuckles emerged from the crowd, but Meng Yuan, undeterred, asserted, "Don't doubt me. My mother is a food vlogger. I've tasted exquisite flavors, and I can discern them by scent." The 4 mentors entered, and upon witnessing the scene, they too chuckled.
All right.
Everyone may now unveil their meals. Soo-young gazed at the stainless steel cover in her hands, a sense of ominous anticipation stirring within her. Could it be braised pork?
Indeed.
It was. Before she even had the chance to lift the lid, she heard Meng Yuan's exclamation. "Oh, I got sweet and sour ribs. Chun-ing exclaimed with delight. I have fried sauce noodles. I have dumplings. Each meal before them was distinct. Su-young, what do you have? Chun-ing approached with her dish. Noticing Su-young had yet to unveil hers. I haven't looked yet. Quick, take a look. Su-young lifted the lid, only to replace it immediately. She knew it was certainly not a delightful surprise. What? You haven't seen it yet? Su-young inhaled deeply, striving to muster a smile.
Oh.
It's just ordinary food. Ultimately, only Chinning remained, and upon facing her somewhat amused expression, Su-young lifted the lid again. Inside lay 2 small rabbit-shaped fried eggs and a round rice ball. Due to the excessive sprinkle of seaweed flakes, the white rice was nearly obscured, resembling sheep droppings. Feel free to laugh, Su-young said, as she picked up a rice ball and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. The meals of others looked rather presentable, while hers appeared juvenile, reminiscent of someone else's culinary style. Thank you, Su-young remarked after tasting a piece. The rich flavor of the sauce paired perfectly with her sheep droppings. This tastes remarkably like my mother's cooking. Typically, ribs from restaurants are sweet, but my mother's leaned toward the sour. Su-young pondered, recalling how the dining table was initially filled with arguments. Then she shook her head. It seems there are none. Perhaps takeout? Haha, this little girl is too funny. It's takeout. In the restaurant's kitchen, a throng of people gathered around the electronic screen, searching for glimpses of their children. How could they order takeout for the kids? Such food is unhealthy. It's far better to prepare meals at home. Indeed. I've been cooking for my child since she was small, not allowing her to eat outside. Just look at how healthy she appears. A lively discussion ensued, yet no one noticed the man at the back, his brow furrowed in concern. He gazed at the girl on the screen, noting her frailness. Could it be due to the lack of nutrition from takeout? Yet, every time the delivery arrived, she seemed quite happy with it. The kitchen door swung open, and an assistant announced, "Everyone, you may exit now."
Great.
My darling must be missing me. Lighthearted trailed at the rear of the crowd, his height affording him a view of the mother and daughter joyously embracing. Simultaneously, he spotted Su-young's terrified expression. 2 minutes later, they sat across from each other. Su-young shook her head vigorously. No. You're usually so busy. You don't have to attend such events. She realized those sheep droppings were indeed crafted by him. Su-young hastily finished the rice balls, though slightly choked. It didn't detract from their unpalatability. Watching her gulp down half a bottle of water, Lighthearted questioned himself. Should I learn to cook?
Huh?
You want to learn to cook? Su-young nearly spat out her water. Lighthearted was still clad in his impeccably tailored suit, not a wrinkle in sight, and a limited edition watch adorning his wrist. Worth 7 figures. He barely had time to eat, and now he wished to learn to cook? Lighthearted's expression turned stern. Am I not allowed to?
Of course you can.
Su-young quickly amended her response. What's going on? The age-old stoic tree has finally blossomed? Is he perhaps enamored with one of the ladies present? Chapter 35. Early in the morning, going to pick up manure. Could it be a crush that has changed his demeanor? Lighthearted observed Su-young's bubbling excitement, suspecting he might be mistaken. Yet the way she scrutinized him made him feel uneasy. Su-young, what's going on with you? Lighthearted wanted to voice his thoughts, but found the words lodged in his throat.
Huh?
Su-young frowned. He hadn't even pulled out his phone. How could he know there were matters at work? Could it be that I truly have a sister-in-law now? What sort of girl would fancy a man so entwined in his work? Could he have been deceived? Or is he the one deceiving others? He recalled the girl from middle school who had passed him a love letter, only to reject him after 2 weeks due to his lack of excitement. As Lighthearted reached the door, he turned back to glance at Su-young, her excitement still bubbling forth. Upon reading the text, his pupils dilated. How did Su-young know? The heartwarming family visit soon concluded, and the following morning, all trainees were gathered once more, this time at the entrance of the training camp. The director, unusually clad in different attire, announced, "Princesses, it's time to board the bus." Chi-Chi instinctively retorted, "Are there any princesses dressed in sportswear? Boarding a bus?" The director replied, "Budget constraints, please understand." 30 trainees boarded 2 buses as they set off. Without filming obligations, everyone felt more relaxed. Su-young, was that your brother, who came yesterday? He is quite handsome. Just as Su-young was about to doze off, someone queried and she nodded. Immediately, others chimed in. He is so tall and handsome. I thought he was a celebrity. It's such a pity he hasn't entered the entertainment industry.
Really? Ha! He is not interested in that.
Su-young replied dismissively. He has only got looks. He asks quick to anger, and often shows his displeasure. Which agency would want such a temperamental artist? What would be the point of signing him? To serve as a mere decoration of the company. The few who had been fawning over him fell silent abruptly. The conversation ended so suddenly that Soo-young welcomed the peace. After half an hour, the bus finally came to a halt. Host Xiaolon had arrived early, sporting a baseball cap and brandishing a small flag, beckoning the students, "This way, everyone." Through her introduction, they learned they were at a local attraction related to their third public performance. Xiaolon retrieved a box from beneath the table, stating, "Unlike the previous method of selecting songs, today we will draw lots. Our goal lies in the ancient town behind me. Only by gathering all clues can we summon our guest performers. Those who drew bamboo sticks of the same color would form a team, each stick bearing different clues. Do you all understand the rules? You may come up to draw lots now." The sequence of drawing was casual, with no specific order. Soo-young reached into the pile of slips and randomly extracted one, which was purple. "We're a team." A voice sounded from behind. It was Chi-Chi, holding up her slip, revealing the same color as Soo-young's. Soo-young nodded, unfolding her slip to find the clue inscribed with 4 characters. "King of the stage." "What does your clue say?" She leaned closer to Chi-Chi. The description on the note held by the other party was rather straightforward. "Master of expression management." "What kind of clue is this?" Based on the color of the note, the 30 participants were divided into 5 teams, each consisting of 6 members.
Shu-yang, Yi.
Chen-ing, Jiang-yi, Lu-ing, and Lin-wen comprised one team, and together they synthesized the contents of the note, which included Stage Sovereign, Master of Expression Management, Aloof Male God, Face of the Group, Language Inept, Composing Genius, and Screen New Star. Upon reflection, it appeared that their guest performer was someone who had transitioned to acting. As Lu-ing analyzed, they named several potential candidates, but none seemed to fit. Chi-Chi suggested, "Let us go inside and take a look. Perhaps there are more clues." The others found this reasonable, especially since other teams were gradually entering to search for clues as well. The ancient town was vast, and Chi-Chi proposed splitting into 2 smaller teams, reconvening at the entrance in half an hour to maximize their chances of uncovering more leads. Chi-Chi led Soo-young and Lin-wen in another direction, but after just a few steps, she noticed Soo-young seemed somewhat distracted. "What's wrong?" she inquired. Coming to this desolate ancient town so early, and the guest performers arranged R&T exactly promising, I wonder if this episode will even air. "It feels like picking up dung at dawn," Soo-young lamented. Chi-Chi was taken aback and could even hear her humming a tune, "Up early to pick dung, only to find my house gone. This sister-in-law claims infidelity, while that sister-in-law accuses of theft. Who could it be?" The lyrics were shockingly explosive. Through the clues found in the ancient town, the 6 successfully identified their guest performer, Dong Ruo. The young man debuted in a foreign boy band and gained considerable popularity overseas due to his chiseled profile and outstanding stage presence. Their team's 4th performance piece was the debut song of Dong Ruo's group. "Teacher Dong, I'm your fan," Lu-ing exclaimed as she rushed towards him, radiating the enthusiasm of a besotted admirer. Dong Ruo appeared somewhat bashful, greeting them, "Hello, I am Dong Ruo, the guest performer for the show. You can just call me by my name." Lu-ing couldn't contain her excitement. "Let me introduce Teacher Dong to you all. He trained for 2 years before debuting, becoming the most popular member of his group. With Teacher Dong's assistance, we are sure to win the championship." Lu-ing rambled on, eager to promote Dong Ruo to everyone present. Furthermore, she detailed their performance piece, eventually sidling up to Dong Ruo, asking for a signature after the recording. "Please, can I have your autograph when the recording is over?" Dong Ruo was momentarily taken aback but replied, "Sure, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just grab any notebook and I'll sign it. Just please don't have me sign your clothing. If I fall from grace, you won't be able to wash it off and will have to wear it. Aren't you supposed to be a language inept?" Lu-ing remarked. "How can you flirt with girls online without using a translation app?" Chapter 36. Crash, crash, crash. As Lu-ing looked up, she caught sight of those bubbles and abruptly turned to Dong Ruo. Evidently, he was equally unaware of this turn of events. His usually composed demeanor now marred by a look of sheer terror. Seconds felt like centuries, and Dong Ruo realized he had to act. How could one not be happy? With so many beautiful women around, he must be wondering whom to exchange contact information with.
Fortunately,
he was the only one in the group who could speak Chinese. Otherwise, this task would not have fallen to him. Lu-ing's smile instantly faded, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Most of what she had said had been validated. She looked at Dong Ruo, who appeared flustered, his lips moving but unsure of how to defend himself. So, is this incident true as well? Just then the host, Xiao Lan, approached, exclaiming, "Wow. Team Purple. You are the first to find your guest performer. Congratulations." Xiao Lan's arrival was akin to a lifeline for Dong Ruo, who accepted the first-place card. "Alright, let us go." The group boarded the vehicle, a heavy silence prevailing due to the earlier events. The accompanying assistant, unable to bear the tension, quietly urged, "Ladies, please lighten the mood. Otherwise, there won't be any material to edit later." Hearing this, Dong Ruo sat up straight and earnestly spoke. "Let me share some amusing anecdotes from the recording of this song. When I first arrived abroad, I was unfamiliar with the place and couldn't speak the language. I was just out shopping with friends when a talent scout discovered me, and after 2 years of rigorous training, I finally debuted." "Enough. I've heard this before," Lu Ying interjected. "You should appreciate how hard it is to debut, instead of wasting time with female fans and online flings." As Su Yang reflected on the scenes flashing through her mind, she found it ironically tragic. The entire team had put in so much effort, yet because he couldn't control his impulses, the group's reputation suffered, and they never truly made it. Lu Ying admitted that she had indeed felt joy upon seeing Dong Ruo, but now she struggled to articulate her feelings. When Lu Fengchen fell from grace, she had thought her idol would never stoop so low, only to be slapped with reality so swiftly. She felt like crying, yet the tears wouldn't come. How could he do this? Consequently, the assistant witnessed Dong Ruo speaking animatedly while the girls appeared to be on the verge of slumber. Following the airing of the second episode, the teaser for the fourth performance was officially released. Although the editing team had pixelated and altered the voices of the guest performers, it did little to deter the fans. Within half an hour, everyone's identities were uncovered. The production team capitalized on the momentum and released behind-the-scenes photos. Fans soon noticed discrepancies. "The atmosphere in these two teams looks great. It seems parents need to bring their kids along, haha. Could the fans consider our feelings as devoted followers? Aren't we all good buddies? Why must everything be a competition? Why is our Ruo so indifferent? In the photos, he's the only one talking while everyone else looks serious. Other groups seem to be having fun. What is going on with this group? After experiencing so much, I've learned to enjoy the gossip rationally without taking sides. Well, actually, I just saw Su Yang. Count me in. I don't trust the fans' words." Only Su Yang. Who is Su Yang? It didn't take long for Dong Ruo's fans to realize that one of the indifferent figures in the photos was indeed Su Yang. And they quickly found her Weibo account. Wang Hong would never forget that day. It was the first time since Su Yang registered that her Weibo was so lively. Fans of Dong Ruo, fans pretending to be passers-by posing as fans, and those eagerly awaiting Su Yang's revelations all converged. Wang Hong sighed. "I'm used to it." The guest performers were all notably from boy bands, now emerging with some fame. Yes, they even promised to bring us delicious treats in the future. The girls huddled together, and the young women couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement upon seeing the guest performers. They chattered excitedly about how wonderful their team's guest performer was. "Chi-Chi, why are you all so quiet? How's Teacher Dong? The song you're performing this time is in a foreign language. It must be quite challenging. What can we expect from that man? He can't even comprehend his own lyrics. How could he possibly teach us? It's better than that pair who seem to be 1,000 miles apart. Even fans can ship them."
Huh.
Sun Lu Yao stared blankly at the text bubbles before her, finally realizing they were referring to Teacher Huang and Teacher Lin. She glanced back and saw the two whispering to each other, but their previously sweet expressions now appeared increasingly awkward. No way. How could what I ship possibly be fake? In the forthcoming week, each team of trainees will cover selected songs with the assistance of guest performers. We can also anticipate that each team will present a unique stage performance. Under the guidance of the host, Xiao Lan, Su Yang learns that the fourth public performance will not lead to the immediate elimination of trainees. However, the top 3 in terms of popularity will have the opportunity to perform on the final stage. Thus, winning this performance is of significant importance. The remaining few, however, preferred not to engage with such individuals. After a few turns, she tentatively suggested, "Shall we go over the lyrics first?" Chapter 37. The director was unaware. Dong Ruo was not a decent person, but their team's debut song was quite commendable. Initially, a small company invested a substantial amount to hire renowned lyricists and composers to create a piece that resonated widely. The chorus was remarkably catchy, and it became a sensation upon release. Even in a foreign language, one could hum a few lines after just 2 listens. Soo-young thought it a tragic waste that such a splendid song was sung by a man of such questionable character. Observing Dong Rua, who was once again choked by the bubble, she mused, was it not normal for an adult man to have physiological needs? Besides, those involved were willing participants, and he did satisfy their desires. What was amiss? With this thought, Dong Rua suddenly felt emboldened. Yes, there was nothing wrong with him. It was a mutual arrangement. Let me see how capable you all are. Demonstrate your skills. I will outline the lyrics and choreography. Dong Rua cleared his throat and straightened his chest. As Chi and the others gathered close, they had yet to see the lyrics, which he snatched away. Their previous distaste for him, fueled by his portrayal in the bubble, had intensified. How are we to demonstrate? Lu Yingying inquired. Although the other party had previously erred, it seemed prudent to grant him some grace in this context, did it not? Yet, Dong Rua appeared oblivious to such considerations. Granting him face only seemed to enable his arrogance. Let us do this, he declared, sitting directly in front of the camera. Each of you shall take turns showcasing your most proficient song and dance. Moreover, was not Lu Yingying herself a fan of his? She had been quite excited to see him moments ago. Why was she not eager to be the first to perform? However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. They exchanged glances and continued their discussion, when suddenly, a round bubble struck him squarely in the face. What on earth? Dong Rua exclaimed, attempting to peel the strange bubble from his face, but it was intangible, clinging stubbornly regardless of his efforts to evade it. Soo-young endeavored to ignore such a greasy man, yet the commotion behind her was impossible to disregard. Unable to contain herself, she turned and asked Mr. Dong, "Is there something wrong?" Chi and the others followed her gaze, realizing that the man was enveloped in a bubble, nearly gasping for air. Simultaneously, they recognized a more pressing issue. Had Soo-young truly seen that bubble? Soo-young looked at the man struggling on the chair, her eyes filled with disdain. What was he doing? Had he lost his composure simply because they had not allowed him to perform? He indeed appeared to be in distress. His face flushed. Was he truly unwell? Would it be contagious? Soo-young swiftly grabbed a notebook from the table, covering her mouth and nose, retreating a step, genuinely concerned about potential contagion. Chi and Chinning observed as each bubble struck Dong Rua, confirming that Soo-young seemed oblivious to their presence. How astonishing! It was truly remarkable. The group marveled at the aggressive bubbles while entirely disregarding Dong Rua, who was on the verge of madness from their torment. What a stroke of luck. I shall certainly contact you in advance for this kind of promotional tactic in the future. The director ended the call, rubbing his ears. Soo-young's manager was indeed formidable, having brought up the issue of the guest performer's leaked footage. They had not intended to edit it this way. Yet the trainees who had previously welcomed Dong Rua with enthusiasm had suddenly changed their demeanor. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Unable to clarify matters with the director's assistant, the director resolved to investigate personally. After all, they were young. What could possibly be unsaid? Surely, they were merely shy. He forcefully pushed open the training room door, only to freeze in his tracks. Right at the entrance, Dong Rua sat twisting and turning, resembling a large white maggot. Let me see what is happening with Dong Rua. A cold breeze swept in, and the bubbles clinging to Dong Rua's face gradually dissolved. Finally able to breathe fresh air, he disregarded the onlookers and inhaled deeply. The director exclaimed, "Is this truly Mr. Dong? Why does he appear somewhat unhinged?" Soo-young nodded. "Indeed, this is your Mr. Dong, who enjoys discussing risky topics with young girls and has been known to send nude photos to internet celebrities."
Additionally,
it seemed he might be experiencing some mental instability. Had Dong Rua's company ever mentioned this? The director instinctively shook his head. Had he known? He would never have invited such a person. What a misfortune he had brought upon himself. Each guest invited seemed to harbor their own issues. Now that you are in the industry as public figures, can you not exercise some self-restraint? He seized the camera operator, forcefully pushing him forward. What are you dawdling for? Do you not see that Mr. Dong is unwell? Hurry and assist him. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted him away. Soo-young and the others stood dumbfounded. Was such an action truly possible? Do you think Mr. Dong is genuinely unwell? Chunning asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. If he were indeed unwell, would they still proceed with rehearsals for the song? Observing his abnormal state, Soo-young pondered quietly, noting that aside from his diminutive stature, he appeared relatively fine. She looked up to find her companions wearing expressions of concern directed at her. She touched her head, feeling its roundness. Why was she suddenly scrutinizing herself? Chuning grasped her hand. Now that Mr. Dong has left, we need not practice anymore. Let us go buy some drinks. It's on me.
Really?
Su-yeon quickly dismissed the earlier events from her mind. I'll have juice, the one with fruit bits, the kind you bought last time. Lu Yingying lay on the floor. What should we do now? Chi-Chi? What else can we do? We wait. Meanwhile, Dong Rua, expecting to be taken to the infirmary, found himself stuffed into a minivan. His hair was disheveled from the earlier struggle, and he was bewildered by the current situation. Director, are we not going to see a doctor? The director replied, yes. But it seems there are some issues with your company. We will have to see the doctor next time. Chapter 38. Unable to comprehend, Naiman Shemi Shurho, Wisher Naiman de Pig Salt Jiabing, Wujiao Jindong Kai. Hello. Su Yang was bewildered, unable to understand the words. Due to Mr. Dong's health issues, he can no longer serve as a guest performer. This is another member of his team, Jin Dongkai, whom you should all recognize, Xie Chuan explained. The remaining individuals were equally perplexed. Had the director not stated that Dong Rua would be sent to treat his mind? How had they ended up with a different person? Perhaps the impact of Dong Rua was too overwhelming, for even Lu Yingying showed little excitement upon seeing Jin Dongkai. While the group was in a state of confusion, Jin Dongkai began to chatter away. The accompanying translator explained, he says he is very happy to meet you all and hopes to assist you.
Oh.
And he has brought you gifts. Chuning quickly replied, thank you. The man pulled a suitcase from behind him and excitedly presented a beautifully wrapped box. In such circumstances, expressing happiness was customary. However, the moment they opened the box, Su Yang and the others were left speechless. What were these large corn cobs and leaves? Even the usually composed Chuning and Chi-Chi found themselves at a loss for words, managing only to express their gratitude. What did he say? Xie Chuan inquired. The man spoke too rapidly, and he was unable to comprehend. A hint of embarrassment appeared on the sister's face as he remarked that their expressions did not seem very pleasant, questioning whether they disliked the gift he had brought, which would surely sadden him. The group paused momentarily, then erupted in laughter, exclaiming that they truly adored it. This was, after all, the first time they had received a gift from a foreigner, and what a peculiar one it was. Those unaware might have thought it was something scavenged from the kitchen waste. Only those who possess nothing would regard such an item as a treasure, which was indeed pitiable. Chuning and the others nodded in agreement. Observing their enthusiastic reactions, Jin Dongkai finally breathed a sigh of relief, although before he could fully compose himself, two bizarre bubbles floated toward him. He reached out to touch them, only to find he could not raise his hand at all. Even the words he wished to utter remained lodged in his throat. As his expression grew increasingly fearful, Xie Chuan stepped forward, waving his hand to disperse the bubbles, and then naturally extended his hand for a handshake. I truly appreciate your music. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Jin Dongkai nodded in a daze. Truly a person of mysterious powers from the East. Xie Chuan turned to see the group giving him a thumbs up, raising an eyebrow slightly, concealing his accomplishments. Only Su Yang remained oblivious. What had Jin Dongkai seen just now? It resembled what Dong Rua had witnessed that day. Could it be that this practice room truly harbored something unclean? And what were they up to? She had been closely following the main group for the past 2 days. Yet still couldn't he comprehend. She exchanged glances with Su Yang, who promptly placed the light box on the sole podium in the room. Would others genuinely envy them upon seeing this, rather than ridicule them? Although slightly foolish, Jin Dongkai was a good person. Should they not offer him a taste of their Eastern specialties to broaden his horizons? Perhaps lacking funds, it might be best to refrain. Jin Dongkai looked content as he observed the gift he had brought being placed on the table, only for his smile to freeze once more as the same bubbles emerged, one after another, revealing his Chinese name within them. At this critical moment, Xie Chuan once again intervened, pulling him close. Let us take a look at these lyrics. They are the Chinese version penned by top domestic talent. See for yourself. This was already the second person being presented. They must not frighten him away again. Jin Dongkai was forcibly turned to face the paper, unable to comprehend a single character, wondering what was expected of him. After the pleasantries of their meeting, they finally delved into serious practice. Despite the language barrier, they could at least converse in English, and with the aid of the sister translator. The process was arduous yet manageable. The group meticulously refined the awkward parts of the lyrics before heading to the recording studio for the first version. The original song was performed by a male group, and the pitch had been lowered by 2 tones prior to their recording. Even so, translating it from a foreign language to Chinese proved somewhat challenging. Lu Yingying felt goosebumps rise. I really loved the song before, listening to it every day. How can the translation sound so awkward? I think I might have a case of linguistic embarrassment. Chuning, in utter despair, added, and these lyrics. Are they truly that straightforward? When they emerged from the recording studio, they felt as though they had been skinned alive. In stark contrast, upon hearing the first version, Jin Dongkai raised his thumb in approval. Excellent. You are truly remarkable. Su Yang replied, Thank you, sir. It was uncertain how he could discern its beauty when he hardly understood the language. If it was the melody, was it not identical to the original? Was this the fabled self-praise? With the first version of the song complete, the next challenge was the dance component. The original choreography was exceedingly strenuous, and the group was drenched in sweat merely attempting to follow along. This is so difficult. Do other teams struggle as much? Lin Wen collapsed onto the floor, unwilling to move even a finger. Lu Yingying, not wanting to reveal her status as their fan, could only approach awkwardly, appearing even more fatigued.
Jin Dongkai,
slightly out of breath, eagerly shared amusing anecdotes about the song. He mentioned that during performances, he would sweat profusely, unable to open his eyes. Yet he still loved the song dearly. Su Yang glanced at the man, who was not much older than them, and silently sighed. Jin Dongkai truly cherished singing and dancing. It was such a shame, like a rat dropping in a pot of porridge. One could only wonder if the rat could ever mend its ways. Is this really the case? Are teammates stealing such resources? Will they even understand us when we speak? Our Dongo has finally secured a solo schedule. Yet it is only for one day of recording, this heartless company. Wow, those who debut abroad really have it tough. They can't see any resources at all. Chapter 39. Brother. Upon confirming that Dong Ruo was indeed abroad, the fans immediately expressed their discontent, flooding the company's account with their grievances. They could endure their own grievances, but their brother must not be wronged. Why was our brother replaced? The company owes us an explanation. If not for this hindering company, Dong Ruo would have long become an international superstar. Come on, without even a single international event, what talk is there of breaking out? A topic regarding the interception of Dong Ruo's variety show resources was forcibly propelled to trending status by the fans, no matter who they were. Bullying their brother was simply unacceptable. Who is Dong Ruo? I haven't followed stars in ages, and I don't recognize these people anymore. I think I've heard of him. He belongs to some foreign boy band. It seems that small stars have it quite tough. I heard they had to finish their promotional photos, only to be replaced. Is the power of capital truly that frightening? I'm a bit worried about my brother suffering outside. You worry about $18 a day, while fretting over 180,000? You're truly a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. An increasing number of passers-by join the discussion, with the fourth season of the girl group debut plan also falling victim to the trending fate. The director extinguished his cigarette, growing increasingly frustrated. Did he look like someone who could afford to buy trending topics? No, he could not endure this. The director stood up, pacing the room.
Right?
Let us give Su Yang and Jin Dongkai a bit more screen time, you know what I mean? Understood. When the news of another live broadcast emerged, the trainees lamented in unison. Wasn't there just a live broadcast? Why another one? With practice time already scarce, adding a live broadcast was simply outrageous. The mentors could only comply with the director's orders, attempting to soothe all the trainees. This is just a regular live broadcast. Sit here and snack a bit. Consider it a break, and don't say too much. Su Yang, however, found it inconsequential, planning to lie down and sleep, closing her eyes and reopening them to find the live broadcast task concluded. To her surprise, before she could settle into her seat, she was beckoned to sit by Xie Zichuan. Teacher Xie, isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to sit here? The lazy sofa beneath her seemed unsuitable. All the other trainees occupied ordinary spots, and here she was on a sofa. Wasn't that inviting criticism? She had anticipated that the director had ulterior motives, assigning her this position merely to provoke others' disdain. Suddenly required to go live, and given such a prime viewing spot, did he intend to impose unwritten rules upon her? At that moment, the director entered the room, and upon seeing the text within the bubbles, he spat water all over his assistant's face. What unwritten rules? I am a good person. A good person. The peculiar glances directed at him multiplied, and he felt increasingly uncomfortable. The joy of being a spectator was replaced by the discomfort of becoming the spectacle. At his age, he could hardly bear it and fled in haste. Why did he leave so suddenly? Jin Dongkai inquired, puzzled. The assistant wiped the beads of water from his face. Perhaps the office was on fire. You can just sit here. When the viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, Su Yang and Jin Dongkai were reclining on the front lazy sofa, while others sat behind. Is it too much to ask for an explanation when you have time to go live? Why was Dong Ruo replaced? Does Jin Dongkai not feel any shame? Using his teammates' resources and still grinning like a fool? If there's an issue, take it to the company. Do they think Jin Dongkai can't read the bullet comments? Putting aside everything else, I truly admire Su Yang's choice of seat. Jin Dongkai, with an earpiece, was able to communicate smoothly with the trainees. He pointed at the rolling bullet comments and asked, "Is this my name?" Su Yang, sitting closest, glanced over and remarked, "How did Jin Dongkai debut? With looks like that." He is as appealing as the local village elder. "Well, very well," she whispered. "They're saying you're handsome." Jin Dongkai couldn't comprehend much, but he understood the word handsome and laughed even more joyfully. Su Yang shook her head. "TSV, this big fool is still happy? How tragic. I wonder if he'll cry under the covers tonight after seeing these harsh comments." Stuck with a beetle of a teammate, pushed out by the company to weather the storm, and now facing the beetle's sarcasm, his popularity plummeting. And those mindless fans, who could easily find the news online, pretended not to see it, which is why Dong Ruo could act so recklessly, flirting with beauties everywhere. The furious fans of Dong Ruo stormed into the live broadcast room, bewildered, while another party from abroad, eager for the drama, was also perplexed. What is this strange bubble? Is it the latest technology? Nevertheless, Jin Dongkai truly doesn't seem like the type to steal others' resources. Am I on the second network? What does beetle mean?
Is it what I think it is?
Sisters, don't panic. How could our brother Dong Ruo do such a thing? After browsing a certain platform, guess what I saw? He is an adult. Isn't it normal to chat with the opposite sex? Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, and Dong Ruo was unexpectedly kicked to the ground. The manager slammed the contract down on him. "You've been kicked out of the group." Chapter 40, You Big Fool. What Dong Ruo? This foreign lad looks rather charming when he smiles. Family, did anyone notice how happy he was after Su Yang spoke to him just now? Stop right there. This is not a matter to joke about. Once the number of viewers in the live room increased, the trainees began their performance. The first to take the stage was Yanlong, leading two teams, his face stern as he spoke, while his trainees dared not utter a word. Teacher Yanlong was putting on quite the act, afraid that if he relaxed even a little, the trainees would take advantage of him, and only spoke with a serious demeanor. The trainees glanced back, noticing Yanlong at the back, appearing calm. Yet his ears were flushed. My goodness, so this is what you're like. Although he had been on stage before, seeing him on screen felt refreshingly new. In fact, the scene of Lu Fengchen failing at showing off was quite amusing, but alas, the netizens missed it. The audience holding signs turned out to be hired. I thought their expressions looked so mechanical, haha. I wonder if Hong Jia can buy me a few too, they look so impressive. Bubbles kept emerging, and the trainees at the back could hardly see the screen. Did they really have that many issues during their first performance? I remember it went pretty smoothly back then. Now it's a race against internet speed to see which company can release information faster. Girl group debut plan Season 4 encryption technology. Yanlong turned out to have a tender heart. The fans on site were part-time workers. While bubbles emerged over Su Yang's head, marketing accounts were frantically releasing new videos. Rounding it up, this is what they discovered. Regardless of whether you watch Girl Group Debut Plan Season 4, you will inevitably come across news related to the fourth season. What is this? Is one person supporting all the marketing accounts? Is Su Yang your magnifying glass? Thus, Su Yang smiled, and Jin Dongkai followed suit. Su Yang maintained a serious face, and Jin Dongkai immediately restrained his laughter. When Su Yang ate, he did too. This white chicken claw in his hand was impossible to fit into his mouth. Aren't cooked chicken claws supposed to be red? Why eat them raw? Jin Dongkai wanted to ask Su Yang beside him, but the bubbles over her head were almost drowning him. Should I ask the translator?
No.
That would make me seem inexperienced. What is Jin Dongkai hesitating about? Could it be he is afraid to eat chicken claws? No way. A big man afraid of this? Don't say he is not brave. I'm not brave either. I've never eaten chicken claws at home. As the live room prepared to bet on whether he would eat the chicken claws, the man finally made a move. It seemed he had made a decision. Shoving it straight into his mouth. After a few painful chews, his expression suddenly brightened. This chicken claw, looking rather terrifying, is actually so delicious. After swallowing one, feeling a bit spicy, he reached for some fruit. This fruit is available for everyone. What is this? So spicy. Chugging a bottle of yogurt. Another chicken claw. I heard that fruits in their country are particularly expensive. Now it seems to be true. You big fool. You can't eat the bones of the chicken claw. Did you really swallow that? Stop eating. I can't even call myself your fan anymore. This is embarrassing. Sisters, next time you pick him up from the airport, remember to bring some chicken claws. I used to think this guy was average, but now he is becoming more and more likable, haha. Upstairs, sisters. This is Jin Dongkai, responsible for lyrics, music, dancing, and singing in the team. Investing in him is not a loss. At the beginning of the broadcast, the bullet comments were all against Jin Dongkai. Half an hour later, everyone had changed their minds about him. Although this lad looked rather foolish, he was inexplicably charming.
Ah.
It's time to announce the rankings, Chunning whispered. The director must be pondering something, eliminating so many during the first performance. Now it seems the rest nothing to see. She held a handful of sunflower seeds, as if suddenly remembering something, her face panicked, preparing to leave. Who knew that Jin Dongkai beside her had eaten too much, and there was rubbish all around his feet, making it increasingly difficult for her to get out. Just as she was about to pull her foot out, a sound came from the screen in front of her. Host Xiaolon, in the final moments, does this team still want to rally some votes? Su Yang, do you have something to say? Men, such unreliable beings. That lighthearted remark felt like a heavy blow, leaving Su Yang stunned. After a brief silence in the room, laughter erupted instantly. Su Yang wished she could dig a hole with her toes to hide in. Meanwhile, Jin Dongkai, holding a watermelon, looked completely lost, wondering what had just happened. The translator sister on the other side. Can these words really be said? Ha ha ha. I knew this would happen. Su Yang, now you know why the host and director didn't want you to speak, right? I wondered why Su Yang suddenly stood up. Turns out it was to escape a social death scene. Jin Dongkai, stop eating. Tomorrow, your expression will be all over the internet. There's no saving it now. Stop laughing. At least Su Yang taught us the truth. Chapter 41. Did I ask you to speak? After this event, no one cared about Dong Ruo anymore. After all, this person was unknown, apart from his own fans. It could be said that there were no casualties. Soon, the rehearsal for the fourth public performance began. Everyone, let us do our best. Jin Dongkai shouted loudly. In recent days, the other party has not only gained a bit of weight, but has also become more proficient in the few Chinese phrases they knew. With determination, Su Yang and her companions took their positions. As the stage lights dimmed, the first notes of music resonated, and Jin Dongkai began to move. This arrangement was a result of discussions following their practice throughout the week. As the original singer and an indispensable member of the stage, his appearance was sure to be a refreshing sight for the audience. On stage, the lights shimmered, casting dazzling colors upon their silver costumes. Each movement was perfectly synchronized with the beat, exuding an impressive sense of power, and their fluid stage presence left the four mentors in awe. As Su Yang and her companions gasped for breath, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Kai Kenny, visibly excited, declared, that performance was absolutely perfect. The finest I have seen today. If you maintain this level for the official performance, I am certain you will secure a place among the champions. Yan Long, flushed with excitement, beamed with joy. Each team had an hour for rehearsal, and they were confident that their current state was optimal, allowing them to refine their performance even further. Unlike their earlier performance, this time they radiated confidence, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. The next team, arriving for their rehearsal, could not help but cheer, transforming the rehearsal space into a lively spectacle. After the final rehearsal concluded, Su Yang was so exhausted that she could scarcely raise her arms. A bottle of cold water pressed against her cheek startled her, revealing it was Guanlulu. You're incredible. The current you instills a sense of urgency in me. And, I'm not joking. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Guanlulu replied, feigning indifference, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in her tone. Just as they settled down, playful banter erupted behind them. Teacher Lin, you didn't bring us here so early just to watch Teacher Huang perform, did you? Ha ha ha. Keep it down. Don't spoil the surprise. Su Yang turned to see another team, who still had an hour before their rehearsal, arriving so early. On stage, Huang Songjia appeared equally surprised by the sudden presence of Lin Guangxiu and others, momentarily losing the rhythm. In a flustered attempt to regain composure, he accidentally collided with Guanlulu. The once orderly stage devolved into chaos, prompting the mentors in the audience to call for a halt. Huang Songjia, what are you doing? Kai Kenny's face was a picture of fury. Do you not recognize the significance of every performance? Still daydreaming. What were you thinking? Lin Guangxiu stepped forward to mediate. Kai teacher, please don't be upset. This is their first rehearsal, and minor issues are to be expected. His words resembled those of a peacemaker, yet Kai Kenny, as a senior, was unyielding, determined to address the misstep. Why are you here so early? Did the director summon you? Kai Kenny, who typically disdained those who relied solely on their looks, was even more incensed by their carefree demeanor. Spotting Lin Guangxiu stepping forward, she felt her temper flare. Huang Songjia, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, I apologize, Kai teacher. It was his concern for me that caused the misunderstanding. He hoped to defuse the situation, but Kai Kenny refused to relent. You were anxious about him? Then what were you doing? Is the stage a place for such errors? Yes, you are merely a guest performer, and once this is over, you can simply collect your payment and leave. What about them? The two guest performers, chastised mercilessly, shrank back in silence. Yet, to the observing trainees, this was a testament to shared hardship. A few huddled together, whispering, my goodness, Teacher Lin and Teacher Huang are so sweet. They even defend each other. I knew my ship was sailing true. Why is Kai teacher being so fierce? The young couple is left speechless. Aren't they just riding on the coattails of their success? They don't even have each other's contact information, but when the cameras are on, it's all sweetness. Off camera, they're insufferable. Chuning, having observed their escalating conflict, kept her eyes on Su Yang, knowing that if she continued, the fans would surely tear her apart. All right, it's time for us to go. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the third public performance. Countless fans awaited eagerly in front of their screens, ready to savor the first glimpse of the fresh stage. Here it comes, the long-awaited live broadcast, finally seeing the new stage. Where's Su Yang? Can we get a dedicated camera for her today? I'm different. I watched Jin Dongtsai's livestream the other day and caught up on his stage. That silly boy is surprisingly charming. Su Yang's team was scheduled to perform later, so they first settled in the lounge to watch other teams. The first to perform was the veteran Zhang Tao, leading his team. As one of the first idols, despite his age, his dance moves remained clean and precise. With excellent body management, he did not appear greasy while expressing himself. Jin Dongkai may not understand the lyrics, but he was astonished by the consistency of the dance, Su Yang remarked, nodding in approval. This group is fantastic. The combination of the uncle and the beautiful girl would have been even more synchronized if it weren't for Zheng Meru dragging behind. After the earlier blunder during the live broadcast, Zheng Meru had become considerably more low-key. Her singing and dancing were not exceptionally outstanding. Yet neither did they fall into the realm of mere accompaniment. Why is this drama queen still here? How has she not withdrawn? Her mental fortitude is commendable. Your uncle is still your uncle. Though older, his moves are as sharp as ever. I think I'll vote for this team. They all performed splendidly. But who should I vote for? After the performance, Xiao Lan rushed onto the stage, thanking the team for their performance, especially Teacher Zhang, who had not graced the stage in quite some time. How did it feel today? Zhang Tao wiped the sweat from his brow. Not great. Hold off on the interview. Let me catch my breath. Ha ha, Teacher Zhang is just adorable. Teacher Zhang still looks young as ever. My first-generation male idol. Understanding this was an opportunity for the seniors to speak, Xiao Lan allowed them to gather votes. Just as the microphone was extended, someone interjected. Hello, everyone. I'm Zheng Meru. If you like me, please cast your votes for me. Zheng Meru, oblivious to the barrage of comments, remained unfazed. She had been validated by Su Yang as someone destined for great fame. It was merely a matter of time. The audience who currently ignored her would soon find themselves seeking her autograph when she became a star. The next team to perform was led by Huang Songjia. And as they made their entrance, the live chat exploded with excitement. Wow, Jia Jia finally made her appearance. She seems more beautiful than these girls. I came here for Jia Jia. Teacher Lin, be ready. Perhaps sensing pressure from Kai Kenny, Huang Songjia performed remarkably well on stage, avoiding any significant mistakes. However, compared to Zhang Tao's team, Guan Lulu's performance stood out, captivating the audience. I believe the person with the most votes from this group will be Guan Lulu. Her expressiveness is truly exceptional, Chi Chi remarked. Su Yang nodded in agreement. The heroes share a similar vision. The next stage is yours. You may begin your preparations now. A staff member knocked on the lounge door, and Su Yang felt a pang of regret. She wanted to see how this team would rally for votes. Clad in black, white, and gray performance outfits adorned with metallic accessories, the six of them radiated a sweet yet edgy vibe. On the dimly lit stage, Su Yang returned to her original position, exhaling a breath of anxiety. A slight tension enveloped her. The moment the music commenced, Her body instinctively reacted, a reflex honed through countless rehearsals and meticulous refinement. The exceptional musical talent of the composers bestowed a soulful essence upon the song, while Soo-young and her peers conveyed the power of music to the audience with unwavering passion. This performance was destined to provide the spectators with an exquisite visual delight. As the finale approached, even outside the studio, the echoes of resounding cheers could be heard. Who understands, my dear family? It feels as if I am seated at a live concert. I came here merely for amusement, yet I find myself enchanted. Although Jin Dongkai is impressive, I cannot help but glance at the other lovely ladies. Chi-Chi and Chening are stunning as well. Why are you all in the same group? How shall I choose? Xiao Lan clapped her hands as she took the stage, her eyes shimmering with awe. Where's my manager? Prepare the phone. I must cast my vote. Thank you, everyone. Please vote for us. Jin Dongkai exclaimed, delivering his most polished line after extensive practice. Wu Xiaokue, who had missed rehearsal the previous day, was left speechless. Teacher Kai mentioned that today's performance would leave us astounded. Initially, I was skeptical, but witnessing your performance just now was truly remarkable. I believe you could debut right on the spot. Such high praise left the group flabbergasted. Just as Soo-young began to speak, the microphone abruptly fell silent. Such a statement has rendered the director mute for an entire season. What an honor. Chi-Chi interjected. Thank you, esteemed teachers. We shall continue to strive for excellence. We also hope the audience and fans will cast their votes for our team. Soo-young nodded. Indeed. Well said. I wanted to mention that too. Curse that wretched director. If he silences me again, I shall cast a spell upon him. Where are my fans? Let me see. Oh, there you are, smile for me. He just as her lips curled into a smile, the microphone was thrust before her. Chi-Chi and Chening giggled. Let Soo-young have her moment. She hasn't solicited votes for herself in ages. Am I allowed to speak? Soo-young thought, astonished at the prospect of actually being able to voice her thoughts. Yet, the carefully prepared speech had slipped her mind entirely. What should she say? I hope everyone will support us, vote for us, and also support our esteemed teacher Jean, who has helped us tremendously. That's it. Ha ha ha. After being silenced 3 times by the director, Soo-young finally gets to speak. What a warm team. Soo-young is undoubtedly the group's darling. Did the director hear that? Do not silence Soo-young's microphone again. They endeavored to present a flawless stage, leaving the scoring to the fans. As the votes were tallied, Xiaolon inquired, is there anyone else who wishes to share a few words? She waved her script, her expectant gaze scanning the crowd. Huang Songjia was the first to raise his hand. I would like to rally votes for our team. Everyone has worked exceptionally hard for this stage. Of course, I hope all contestants will be cherished by everyone. As his words concluded, the microphone shifted direction. Lin Guangxu leaned in closely beside him. I hope everyone will love each contestant of Girl Group Debut Project Season 4 as much as they love us. This brief interaction ignited a frenzy of cheers from the audience below. I told you this was genuine. Which other group can be this sweet? Even if it's staged. Isn't delightful for me to enjoy. What's wrong with that? Thank you, teachers. The food truly tastes delightful. While the fans in the venue and the live stream reveled in excitement, the camera suddenly panned to someone who wore a blank expression. Can you please stop pretending? Dancing is exhausting enough. Seeing you two flaunt it is even more irritating. Did you have a rendezvous with a fan yesterday? That hickey on your neck is not well concealed. You nearly arrived late today because the hotel was too far from the rendezvous. No wonder that group of paparazzi couldn't catch you. Your child is already running around, and yet you still stir trouble with him. Does your partner truly not mind? Fans are remarkable. They can turn anything into sweetness, showing no signs of picky eating. The cameraman, momentarily stunned, instinctively focused on Huang Songjia's neck, where a conspicuous purple mark was evident. The entire fandom responded with confusion. Chapter 43. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to Soo-young, her spontaneous thoughts had inadvertently caused 2 more houses to collapse. The announcement of the top 10 had commenced. The envelope contained the names of the top 10 contestants, and her palms were already sweating. Are you all ready? Xiaolon stated as she slowly opened it amidst the audience's cheers. Soo-young clenched her fists. She was certain she would be among the top 10, yet uncertain of her exact rank. Now, let us reveal the results. 10th place. One by one, names that did not belong to her were called, making Soo-young increasingly anxious. Only 6 remained, then 5. 4th place, Chening. Congratulations. 3rd place, Soo-young. Congratulations. Xiaolon raised her voice, ensuring that name resonated in the ears of everyone present. Su Yang was unexpectedly enveloped in a tight embrace, causing her mind to spin. What? What place did I come in? Third place. Su Yang. You are in third place. There's an opportunity for you. Each word spoken was comprehensible, yet the assembled message eluded her understanding. In the live stream, Wang Hong felt a surge of pride. Su Yang, go for it. I knew you could do it. Those who are good-looking lack Su Yang's talent, and those with talent lack Su Yang's charm. Investing in her is a sure win. A walking harvest. You truly deserve it. The announcement of the top two concluded with Guan Lulu and Chi-Chi taking the lead.
Jin Dongkai.
Witnessing his team achieve 3 placements in the top 10, nearly broke down in tears in the waiting area. At this moment, the fans who had come to stir trouble were overshadowed by the celebratory barrage from the supporters. Sitting in third place, Su Yang could hardly suppress her smile. Was this truly her rank? Where are my fans? Quick, take a screenshot. I'm third. Capture my name. So this is the feeling of being in third place. It is exhilarating. What a wonderful day. It seems all my wishes are coming true. Upon descending the stage, Su Yang immediately spotted Wang Hong waiting backstage. Sister Hong, look. What is this? She pointed at the number 3 before her name, her face lit with triumph. Impressive. Wang Hong intended to inform her of the trouble she had stirred once again, but seeing the girl's joyous expression, the words caught in her throat. Su Yang bounced over. Sister Hong, don't you have work today? Why did you suddenly come to see me? I see. You're out on a date with Hua Ge. Oh dear. It seems your second spring is approaching. Wang Hong inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to dampen her spirits. Keep up the good work. It seems your popularity is quite promising. Strive for a successful debut this time. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly pivoted back, adding, don't overthink. Focus on yourself.
Huh? Su Yang was perplexed.
Soon, Su Yang found herself being scrutinized by the fans of Huang Songjia and Lin Guangxiu, and some even went so far as to circulate black and white photos. On Weibo, fans defended their beloved idol, and upon discovering that the leak originated from the girl group debut project, they swarmed into the accounts of several participants and various expos posts. Who is this lady? Not particularly attractive, and her voice is quite unpleasant. She hasn't even debuted yet, and she is already so arrogant? She'll surely flop after debuting. No, she must never debut. Oh, why are you fans so anxious? Their loyal fans haven't even spoken up yet. Naturally, the loyal fans were too shocked to respond. Had their beloved idol truly arranged to marry and have children with a fan? The object behind the neck was merely the reflection of light from a nearby person's clothing. Dear friends, do not be misled. Jia Jia is still single.
Indeed.
Jia Jia had previously stated that she would inform us in advance of any good news. I will always believe in Jia Jia. After all, he is just a child. How could he engage in such conduct?
Are you all so self-deceiving?
We are adults, and we can discern whether it is a hickey or merely a shadow. The two who voiced their doubts were swiftly expelled from the fan group, leaving behind loyal supporters who firmly believed in their idol. Meanwhile, the fan group of Lin Guangxiu was even more boisterous. Sisters, who has a recording of the recent live interaction? Could you share it with me? Are you out of your mind? This is Xiao Lin's fan group, not yours. I have it, but regarding that child.
Ha ha ha.
While others are exposed for entanglements with their fans, Lin Guangxiu seems to have a child already. Haha. We can tolerate your romantic escapades, but now you've produced offspring? That's rather swift. Lin Guangxiu has a child? Surely, I must still be dreaming. Let me sleep a little longer.
No.
I never imagined you would engage in normal romantic relationships, and now you have a child? The fans caught between both camps felt like outsiders, yet when such matters arose, they were the first to charge into battle. Marketing accounts, rumored marriage, and child of the rising star. Early signs evident? Picture included. Fans, starting with an image. The content fabricated, isn't it? Marketing accounts, is it a hickey or guasha? Traditional Chinese medicine teaches you how to discern if your partner is unfaithful. Fans, guasha? Do you want to slap?
Who?
I stand right here. Let us see who dares to spread rumors. Let me see which fan base is broken down. Those who watch the live broadcast, why are only the fans clarifying? Where are the main parties? The fans had not yet arrived at the scene when the marketing accounts directly leaked photos. The images depicted a joyful family of 3, hand in hand, smiling brightly. Chapter 44. What is truly real? Isn't it inappropriate to expose a child's photo? Although I am single, I have a child? You certainly know how to play with words. Lin Guangxiu's clarification post was quickly deleted, an act of guilt that only fueled further suspicion among netizens and fans. The marketing accounts boldly challenged Lin Guangxiu to present any clarification plans they had. They were waiting. Fans, who previously had confidence in their idol, now hesitated to speak, questioning what was truly real. Huang Songjia and Lin Guangxiu were merely ordinary newcomers a year ago, insignificant in the dazzling entertainment industry filled with handsome and beautiful faces, barely noticeable in a crowd. However, after their collaborative efforts in a shared outdoor variety show captured the audience's attention, some fans took the initiative to edit their videos, which went viral online, reaching the top of a fan-created content website. The two, naturally good-looking, were a visual delight together, and the edited videos showcased numerous subtle interactions, prompting fans to exclaim how sweet they were. Thus, Huang Songjia and Lin Guangxiu rose to fame, and their respective companies quickly recognized their commercial value, signing contracts for consecutive joint activities. It was also mentioned that their interaction seemed overly contrived, suspecting it to be merely manufactured sweetness. Therefore, this collaboration for the girl group debut plan was a reunion after several months, attracting numerous fans for group activities, yet the outcome was unexpected. Xiao Lin. How can you treat our Xiao Huang this way? You already have a child and still need to cling to this industry. Do you think we are so easily satisfied? The mention of Huang Songjia here is quite amusing. What good can your idol possibly be? Do not slander without evidence. If you have proof, present it. The words they had seen in the broadcast were impossible to voice, and to obtain the complete follow-up, they still needed to rely on marketing accounts and paparazzi. Bystanders urged the paparazzi to intensify their efforts and release any remaining information, while fans from both sides demanded that their studios take legal action against the paparazzi. Yes. I have a child. I am divorced, and the child is raised by the other party. Please do not disturb their private life. To summarize, I was married, I divorced. I have a child, and the mother is raising it. This situation affects my career, and I must clarify. So, was it an act, or has he genuinely been swayed? It's all an act. Just look at the opposing side. They are in chaos as well. As the onlookers arrived at Huang Songjia's side, several top fans were already at war. Through analysis of their private accounts, it was discovered that a few girls had previously interacted with Huang Songjia. They were the ones who had privately contacted him, and while indulging in ambiguous relations, the revelation of the hickey emerged. Only then did they realize that during the same period, Huang Songjia had been flirting with several other girls. To them, Huang Songjia was straddling multiple boats. For Huang Songjia's fans, not only was he involved with fans, but he was also deceiving their affections. The entire affair was nothing short of chaotic. One had a child, while the other was a straight man. The two were forced to promote a facade of intimacy, all the while harboring disdain for one another. What appeared to be sweet gestures were, in fact, mere pretense. What sins have we committed to deserve this? I truly have had enough. Can't we enjoy our fandom in peace? I shall remain focused on my career from now on. Fortunately, I am a fan of Su Yang. I have avoided the collapse this time. With Su Yang, there is no need to worry about gossip. Who is Su Yang? After a flurry of urgent calls, many casual fans began to learn about Su Yang. At first glance, wow, she is actually a beauty. On a second glance, wow, she has some talent as well. Although Su Yang has some skills and is quite attractive, it was because of her that my idol faced a scandal. It's hard to feel affection for her. To the one above, perhaps you should consider another perspective. If she were truly a good person, how could there be a scandal? Oh my, I give up. I initially liked Lu Fengchen, but he faced a scandal. Then I liked Dong Ruo, and she was directly exposed for engaging in nude chats. I thought I would find a good ship to board, and then... In a sense, sister, your judgment of character is quite remarkable. From now on, I will follow Su Yang. Thus, unbeknownst to Su Yang, she garnered yet another wave of fans. In the production team, Su Yang and others were preparing farewell gifts for Jin Dongkai. Chun Ying's gaze fell upon the fruit platter in the room. Feeling despondent, surely we cannot send him these snacks? Although he quite enjoys them. As the farewell time approached, they racked their brains. Su Yang wandered around the room, catching a glimpse of the corn cobs Jin Dongkai had gifted them during their first meeting. That big silly said they were particularly sweet for tea. 5 minutes later, the director's office door was abruptly kicked open. The usually composed and mature Chen appeared flustered. Director, something is wrong. Su Yang is missing.
What?
Who is missing? We had an argument, and she ran out in tears. It has been half an hour. We must check the surveillance. The director, hurriedly putting on his shoes, rushed with the team to the monitoring room. The cafeteria, dormitory, and common activity room showed no sign of Su-young. What were you all doing? You couldn't keep track of a living person? Did anyone see her leave? Chi-Chi chimed in, no way. The staff monitoring the surveillance footage looked bewildered. Director. It seems there's a shadow of a person here. In the bottom right corner of the display, Su-young was seen wearing a coat, glancing around.
Ah.
Found it. The director was once again pulled along, heading straight to the farewell scene for Jin Dongkai. It was peculiar how the paper bag Jin Dongkai was holding while getting into the car looked so familiar. The director scratched his increasingly thinning hair, not giving it much thought until he discovered that his cherished tea had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 45. Would you like to give it a try? With only 15 days left until the final performance, the students were once again regrouped. This time, they were divided into 4 teams to perform classic songs from their mentors. Su-young, Chi-Chi, and Guanlulu not only had to meet their training objectives, but also prepare for the final stage performance. For Su-young, the true challenge lay not in teamwork, but in the task at hand. The song? I'll negotiate with the company, Wang Hong sighed, but you need to be mentally prepared. You know what our company is like. After hanging up, her teammate fondly approached. What's wrong? Aren't you happy with third place? Su-young remained motionless as Fong playfully rubbed her chin. Is there really something troubling you? Speak up, and I'll help you out. Su-young shook her head, deciding to take things step by step. Has teacher Wu Xiaokuei arrived? She understood that such matters were trivial for Fong and could likely be resolved with just a word. Yet, she felt uneasy about being indebted to others. The grouping was once again determined by drawing lots, placing Su-young with familiar faces Fong and Meng Yuan, alongside other students she had not interacted with much before. Moreover, the song they drew was Wu Xiaokuei's signature piece. In contrast to the versatile Kai Kenny and Xie Zichuan and the outstanding Yan Long, Wu Xiaokuei represented a refreshing change. His songs demanded exceptional vocal skills, and unlike the previously rehearsed pieces that had been pre-recorded with post-production sound, Wu Xiaokuei's songs would require them to perform live. Here he comes. Meng Yuan whispered, and Su-young quickly assumed her position, awaiting the allocation of lyrics and tasks. The practice room door swung open, revealing Wu Xiaokuei at the entrance. Perhaps due to his age, he exuded a more mature aura. You all drew my song. Do you have anything to say? His question left Su-young and the others momentarily speechless. Xin Yan tentatively spoke up. I think Wu Laosher's song is quite different from others. Beneath its surface, charm lies an ambition that is hard to articulate.
Oh.
It's that profound? Meng Yuan interjected. I thought if it sounded good, that was enough. I see now how short-sighted I was. Before Wu Xiaokuei could turn around, Meng Yuan hastily deflated the bubble on her head. Meng Yuan, what are you doing? Now tell me your thoughts on my song. Wu Xiaokuei's expression darkened slightly.
Me?
Well, Meng Yuan never expected to be caught off guard, having not even finished reading the lyrics, let alone giving an opinion. A commotion erupted in the hallway as Yan Long's team passed by. An idea struck Meng Yuan. I think we could collaborate with Yan Long's team to present this song with more depth. Yes, exactly. Wu Xiaokuei looked bewildered. Su-young couldn't help but give Meng Yuan a thumbs up. She truly was a diligent student, making such a brilliant suggestion that even Wu Xiaokuei would take notice. A sudden slap on her head startled Meng Yuan, who feigned a smile while covering her head. I believe music should involve experimentation with various styles. What do you think, Teacher Wu? The others chimed in. Indeed, many classic songs have gained popularity among young people after reinterpretation. Exactly. If we can incorporate Yan Long's style, we'll definitely make a remarkable impression. They enthusiastically proposed collaborations with Kai Laosher or Xie Laosher, eager to explore new avenues. As their discussion unfolded, it became clear that the competition had transcended mere student rivalry. This performance represented their signature works and, in a sense, was a contest among mentors. Wu Xiaokuei, now older, could not compete with the popularity of mainstream artists like Kai Kenny and Xie Zichuan. As for Yan Long, who publicly dismissed competition, who could truly discern his thoughts.
All right.
You all practice a bit. I'll check back. With that, he hastened out the door. The group in the practice room finally exhaled, beginning to familiarize themselves with the song and assigning parts. This section requires high notes. Who can hit them? If not, let us assign it to Su-young for now. It might be a challenge when paired with choreography, so whoever has the stamina should take it. Fong Li used different colored pens to delineate the lyrics, distributing copies to everyone. If there are no objections, let us start practicing based on this. I have an objection. Xin Yan, who had been silent, suddenly raised her hand. I know you and Su-young are close, but you've assigned all the standout parts to her. What are we supposed to do? Exactly, it's our final performance. Who wouldn't you want to showcase more? Fong Li was at a loss for words. They had all been silent when the lyrics were divided, relying on her. And now they were dissatisfied. Besides, the song itself was only 3 minutes long, and with varying abilities, achieving complete fairness was impossible. Xin Yan and the others exchanged glances, but still failed to articulate their thoughts, clearly wanting a bit more fairness. As a privileged young lady, Fong Li could hardly tolerate this slight, and with her temper flaring,
Su Yang intervened just in time.
if you feel it's unfair, why don't you choose first?
Su Yang.
Fong Li was unwilling to relinquish her hard-earned success, preparing to voice her discontent when she suddenly noticed Su Yang winking.
Got it.
Xin Yan and her friends had initially intended to negotiate, but never expected to actually succeed, knowing their popularity paled in comparison to Su Yang and Fong Li. However, since Su Yang had genuinely opened the floor for them to choose, they felt no need for courtesy. After some murmuring, they finally reached an agreement. All right, those of us who wrote our names here will take these parts. The rest are yours to choose. Fong Li glanced over and nearly laughed. These individuals were quite greedy, not even considering the potential for overextending themselves. The parts left for her and Su Yang, along with Meng Yuan, were merely peripheral lyrics that would struggle to shine even with choreography. Okay, Su Yang nodded, appearing unconcerned. Let us not dwell on that. Have you all practiced the song privately? Let us hear it now. Xin Yan and the others were filled with enthusiasm. But as they began to sing, silence enveloped the room. They had practiced well earlier. How could they sound so awkward with the background music? High notes eluded them. Low notes faltered, and some parts were off-key. Shut up. Wu Xiaokui's already grim expression darkened further. Chapter 46. Clay Sculpture Defecation. What are you singing? Are you just giving up because you didn't get to choose a song you like? Wu Xiaokui's anger flared. How was the allocation of lyrics decided? Or did you all simply disregard this matter? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, being the least popular mentor among the four. How could they perform so poorly? Xin Yan and the others were too intimidated to speak, knowing they could adapt to the song. It was merely a matter of time. If only Wu Xiaokui would grant them a little patience. Yet in such a tense rehearsal environment, Wu Xiaokui himself was anxious and unwilling to give them that time. You, Su Yang, take the high notes. He plopped down on a chair by the door, holding his notebook. Su Yang glanced at the disheartened faces of Xin Yan and the others. Let me sing. Isn't that a bit unfair? Wu Xiaokui roared, can you sing? If not, you all can leave. I can sing. Su Yang, with a light throat clearing, sang the chorus effortlessly, dispelling any lingering tension in Wu Xiaokui's expression. He scribbled notes, acknowledging that her vocal qualities surpassed his expectations. This marked the third division of lyrics for the day. Initially, Fong Lihua's contributions had been harmonious, but as Xin Yan and others made independent choices, Wu Xiaokui expressed disdain. Ultimately, he designated a version himself, allocating the majority of the lyrics to the more skilled Su Yang. If they did not assert themselves, they would merely become backups. Teacher Wu, isn't this a bit unfair? Qi Zhongyi cautiously inquired. Wu Xiaokui shot her a glance. Where's the unfairness? You've given all the singing parts to Su Yang. What are we supposed to sing? Xin Yan protested. The song was inherently lyrical. Without lyrics, they would be relegated to mere backdrops on stage.
Xin Yan, sing,
whispered a nearby friend. All eyes in the training room turned towards her, and Xin Yan suddenly regretted her words. She felt powerless to make demands of Wu Xiaokui, her mentor. While she was merely an ordinary student, faced with scrutiny, she reluctantly spoke. I'll give it a try. After sipping some water and clearing her throat, she prepared herself to sing again. Fortunately, she managed to hit the high notes, albeit with some effort, avoiding disaster. Afterward, Xin Yan anxiously looked at Wu Xiaokui. Not bad. You can give it a go for now, but if it doesn't work out, Su Yang will sing, he replied, and Su Yang nodded in agreement. Just as they anticipated moving on to choreography, Wu Xiaokui interjected. By the way, Meng Yuan mentioned incorporating elements from other mentors. That task falls to you. The choreography team arrives tomorrow, so handle this today. He exited decisively, leaving behind a metaphorical bombshell. The group exchanged glances, having just argued over the lyrics division. Now confronted with an even larger issue. What should we do? What else is there to do? Whoever stirred the pot should clean it up. The speaker glanced at Meng Yuan, who, without expecting assistance from them, sought support from Fong Li and Su Yang. Sisters, please help the kids. with a pair of pleading eyes fixed on them. Who could resist? Certainly not Su Yang. All right, we'll help. Wonderful. Meng Yuan felt a surge of relief. Xin Yan quickly gathered everyone to leave, asserting, since you've taken this on, it's no longer our concern. If anything goes awry, don't come to us. If integrating other elements were truly straightforward, Wu Xiaokuei would have done it himself rather than leave them with this mess. They not only needed to select a song with a similar style, but also ensure the transitions were smooth. The three girls huddled together, appearing despondent, yet inwardly resigned. What if I pay someone to write a song for us? Fong Li suggested, covering the microphone on her clothing and speaking softly. Meng Yuan shook her head. That's definitely not an option. If Teacher Wu finds out, he'll think we're disregarding him. The lyrics in her hands were scrawled chaotically, a source of frustration. Sigh. Surely Teacher Li Jiala could solve this problem with ease? Why don't I possess her musical talent? Meng Yuan lamented. Suddenly, Su Yang straightened up, right? If integrating is troublesome, why not write our own lyrics? While melding other songs might be complex, crafting their own would be different. Here, we could probably write 7 or 8 lines in 30 seconds, and we can replace the lackluster parts. The more she spoke, the more ingenious she felt for having thought of this solution. This method of reinterpretation had grown popular in recent years after composing their version. They could seek assistance from Li Jiala, which would surely resolve the issue. However, their confidence waned as they completed their writing. What is this? What is this? A pile of rubbish. Would Teacher Li Jiala truly assist them? Seeing their work, would she not be appalled? Clearly, I am not cut out for this. Some tasks should be entrusted to professionals. Despite their lack of confidence, they mustered the courage to contact Li Jiala. Upon receiving their file, she remained silent for a considerable time. The three sensed hope and exclaimed, "Thank you, Teacher Li. We await your good news." In their room, jubilant cheers erupted, while Xin Yan and her companions felt increasingly uncomfortable. It sounded simple, yet they had resorted to seeking help. With Wu Xiaokuei as high standards, who could craft lyrics that would meet his approval? Tomorrow would reveal their performance. The following day, before Wu Xiaokuei arrived, Li Jiala appeared, accompanied by a woman in a leather jacket. With her long hair tied in a high ponytail and her eyeliner sharply defined, she exuded a cool demeanor. "This is my good friend Fong Fong. I mentioned your dilemma to her yesterday, and she has drafted a version for you to review." Upon hearing the familiar name, Su Yang turned eagerly. "Fong Fong? Is she the one I'm thinking of? She doesn't seem like a lovesick fool at all." "No. The one from Yuan Heng's family is so stunning, yet she's unfaithful." "How outrageous." Fong Fong remarked. "Thank you. I'm now clear-headed and no longer consumed by romantic delusions." Fong Fong and Li Jiala played the revised song. The originally lyrical piece, after a simple adaptation, had transformed significantly. With the additional lyrics from Su Yang and her companions, it felt cohesive rather than jarring. Incredible, incredible, incredible. They truly deserved accolades, turning my crude lyrics into exquisite porcelain. Should we take advantage of Fong Fong's generosity and borrow money to purchase a couple more songs? A tiny bubble floated before her, then burst. Fong Fong thought she was dreaming. However, Li Jiala recognized the truth. The accolades were meant for Fong Fong. Clearly, after leaving that dreadful man, the world had brightened considerably. They made further slight adjustments to the song, and the final product was nearly flawless. Fantastic. Just yesterday, I thought this was impossible. Thank you, both teachers. Meng Yuan felt as if she could bow in gratitude. Xin Yan and her group had anticipated Su Yang and her friends would struggle to produce anything worthwhile, so they arrived early at the practice room, eager to witness their misfortune. However, upon hearing the polished song that Su Yang had brought in with outside help, they felt a wave of dread. If Wu Xiaokuei's original version had scored 90 points, this reimagined rendition surely exceeded 120 points. While the previous version was pleasant, it paled in comparison to contemporary music trends, whereas the revised piece opened up new possibilities. Just listening to it was delightful. Performing it on stage would yield an even greater impact. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. How should we distribute these lyrics? As Su Yang bid farewell to Li Jiala and Fong Fong, Xin Yan and her group approached her eagerly. "Are these lyrics yours or Li Jiala's? Just give each of us a line." Fong Li had never encountered such shamelessness. When Wu Xiaokuei assigned the task, they had all but avoided any connection. Now that the song was complete, they were eager to claim credit. Meng Yuan, we're a team after all. If we can present a better performance, It benefits us all. I apologize for the prior events, but surely you don't mind, do you? They pushed past Su Yang and Fong Li, seizing Meng Yuan's arm. Chattering incessantly, Su Yang remarked, "What audacity. I've encountered brazen individuals before, but none as shameless as this." It turns out the foundation was too thick, which explained their lack of embarrassment. Meng Yuan, typically cheerful, exuded a disposition of remarkable patience, leading them to choose her as their target. Just as Fong Li intended to caution Meng Yuan against their flattery, she witnessed Meng Yuan forcefully shake off Xin Yan's hand.
Who said that?
What we wrote is none of your concern. Moreover, the teacher Wu has yet to arrive for inspection. What if he finds this version unsatisfactory? Will you pass the blame onto us again? The group, taken aback by the usually mild-mannered Meng Yuan's sudden assertiveness, hesitated to press further. Xin Yan responded, "Do not be too self-satisfied. Teacher Wu has yet to approve anything. Your opinions hold little weight until he gives his consent for it to be presented on stage." Meng Yuan nodded dismissively, provoking further irritation among them. An hour later, Wu Xiaokui finally arrived. The moment he pressed the play button, familiar melodies flowed forth, now accompanied by an additional rhythm. Wu Xiaokui initially appeared stunned, seated closest to the phone, his eyelids lowered as he gently closed his eyes. In that instant, the practice room fell silent, leaving only the music in its wake. Breaths synchronized with the beats, and the unexpected additions took everyone by surprise. Although Su Yang and her companions felt anxious, the song's ebb and flow gradually calmed their nerves. Once the music ceased, they noticed Wu Xiaokui with tears of joy in his eyes. "Teacher Wu, are you all right?" Meng Yuan quickly offered him a tissue. The man shook his head, his eyes filled with contentment. After years of fame and fortune, he felt an emptiness within. He could no longer find the passionate creator who once toiled late into the night crafting lyrics and melodies. Until just now, upon hearing this rendition, it seemed he had touched a broader world through the notes, uncovering emotions he had not realized were within him. He felt as though he had transformed into a character within the song, a torrent of feelings flooding his heart. The music had concluded, yet he continued to savor the moment. Su Yang and her friends, sensing his prolonged silence, felt apprehensive. "Teacher Wu, what do you think of the adaptation of this piece?" At that instant, everyone's hearts raced in anticipation. Wu Xiaokui slowly rose, applauding fervently. "Excellent. This is precisely the emotion I sought. You have done remarkably well." Who could have anticipated that such a piece had been adapted from one of his earlier songs? He envisioned it soaring to the top of the music charts upon its release. Wu Xiaokui was exhilarated, his heart racing. "Yes, let's proceed with this version." Before contacting the recording studio, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, who wrote this song?" His gaze shifted among the group. Such talent must not go unnoticed, and he considered signing them to his studio, confident it would yield great returns. After receiving their affirmations, he tucked his phone away and hurriedly exited, determined not to let this gem slip away. This time, Teacher Li had aided them, bringing them to Wu Xiaokui's attention. Signing them would ensure their excellent compositions reached a wider audience. Su Yang mused on the serendipity of life, recognizing how such coincidences shaped each individual's path. Her gaze fell upon Xin Yan and the others before she averted her eyes. "Wait, didn't Teacher Wu say he would contact the recording studio? Where is it? Wasn't the choreographer supposed to come today? Where is the teacher?" In the wake of the choreographer's assistance, after 3 days of relentless effort, Su Yang and her companions finally unveiled the dance for their song. It was neither overly exhausting nor devoid of personal flair, which was quite satisfying. Each day, they practiced the choreography separately, aiming for a final, synchronized performance once they had mastered it. "Su Yang, someone is looking for you." As Su Yang awaited news on the song, preparing to reach out to Wang Hong again, the latter appeared in person. "Hurry, there's news about your song. I've spoken to the director on your behalf. There's a dinner gathering tonight." Wang Hong scrutinized Su Yang's training attire with distaste, urging her to change quickly. Although Su Yang was unfamiliar with the intricacies of such social affairs, Wang Hong's visit indicated that the matter was almost settled. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Is it a legitimate gathering? What are you thinking?" Of course, it is. After years in the entertainment industry, Wang Hong was well aware of her associates. If one wished to take shortcuts, she could facilitate introductions. Whether one could seize the opportunity was another matter. For those who preferred to work diligently, patience in solitude was essential. Su Yang belonged to the latter category, and Wang Hong respected her choice. Moreover, having learned about the betrayal Wang Hong faced, she would never wish harm upon Su Yang. The two boarded a vehicle toward the designated hotel. Sister Hong, who will be there? Please give me a hint, so I won't be caught off guard when it's time to greet them. That would be so embarrassing. Su Yang whispered. Surely, the company wouldn't spend lavishly to invite anyone significant. I'm not entirely sure, but they mentioned you've collaborated before. Wang Hong knew well the company's reputation. Yet Su Yang was now on the brink of stardom, nearly rivaling their leading figures. Even the dimmest of minds wouldn't dare jeopardize her. Collaborated before? Su Yang racked her brain, but could not recall who it might be until she opened the door to the room, revealing none other than Yuan Hung. At long last,
Come in.
the person inside waved, yet neither Su Yang nor Wang Hong moved. They were all part of the same circle. Any events that transpired would surely be heard. Yuan Hung's scandal involving infidelity had become widely known, leading to his expulsion from the studio. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in, the person urged, visibly anxious. Wang Hong, having lambasted Yuan Hung countless times online through her alternate account, felt displeased but recognized the necessity of enduring this dinner with the higher-ups present. She pulled Su Yang inside, without introducing the two. Su Yang forced a smile. Hello.
Teacher Yuan.
She appeared polite, yet her expression was akin to boiling water, bubbling with disdain. She had no desire to know him, not in the least. Who would want to associate with such a disloyal man? He was a blemish on her life. He had always seemed insincere, but after his divorce, he appeared even more gaunt. Yang Wenyuan's expression darkened, and she yanked Su Yang back. Hello, Yuan Hung. He rose, his countenance slightly grim yet unperturbed. Su Yang. It's a pleasure to see you again. After some brief exchanges, they finally settled down. Yang Wenyuan remained in shock, struggling to regain her composure, her expression contorted in discomfort. Is it that difficult to manage one's expressions? Perhaps she should take a page from Yen Weiwei, who excelled in expression management. Another bubble escaped, seemingly taunting her. Yang Wenyuan nearly choked, but Yuan Hung gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. When your company first reached out to me, I was hesitant to engage. However, upon hearing Su Yang's name, a former student of mine, I felt compelled to assist. Yuan Hung raised his glass, appearing somewhat dignified. It was this woman who had caused his infidelity to be exposed. The one who professed undying love had so easily sought divorce, leading to his exclusion from the studio. He was left to start anew with nothing, as all his friends distanced themselves from him, and online, he was met with disdain. It is all Su Yang's fault for ruining herself. Today, she must pay the price. Indeed, it's as clear as day that the weasel is not visiting the chicken with good intentions. However, how did Yuan Hung and Yang Wenyuan become acquainted? Their relationship appears rather amicable. Goodness. Yang Wenyuan is actually hiding an affair with Yuan Hung from her husband. Is it possible? I thought Yang Wenyuan and her husband were the model couple at work, yet privately they are each pursuing their own interests. Furthermore, Yuan Hung, who is entangled in gambling debts, sought out Yang Wenyuan and even stole her wedding ring to sell for money. Yang Wenyuan suddenly turned to Yuan Hung. Earlier that morning at the hotel, she realized her long-worn gold ring was missing, and he claimed not to have seen it. Yet, the words in the bubble asserted that Yuan Hung had stolen it and that he approached her due to his gambling debts. Could it be true? The questions lingered on her lips, but she couldn't voice them. She could only glare fiercely at Yuan Hung. The flicker of guilt in his eyes did not escape her notice. He had indeed stolen the ring. Wait, you can't just leave, Yuan Hung exclaimed, attempting to block their exit. Wang Hong ignored him entirely. She was staying for Yang Wenyuan, and he was inconsequential. Sister, is it really all right for us to leave? Su Yang asked anxiously. She had heard that Yang Wenyuan harbored grudges, and while she could withstand the scrutiny, she certainly didn't want to drag Wang Hong down with her. What are you afraid of? I'll treat you to skewers. Wang Hong tossed her hair back. She had leverage over Yang Wenyuan now, and besides, Yang Wenyuan would be too preoccupied dealing with Yuan Hung to bother with Su Yang. Indeed, when the bosses saw this, it was a call for votes and comments. Half an hour later, Su Yang felt Wang Hong's grip tighten on her hand as she lamented the hardships of the years and the absurdity of the company. If Su Yang hadn't held her back, she might have stormed into the office demanding answers. Little Su, I'm sorry. Wang Hong raised a bottle and drank deeply. I knew Yang Wenyuan was up to no good, and I still believed in her. She deserves to be punished. With this leverage, Wang Hong reassured Su Yang that as long as she had a bite to eat, Su Yang would have a bowl to wash. Sister, you're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 directions. Wang Hong insisted on proving her sobriety, startling passers-by in the process. As Soo-young realized she might soon lose control, she pulled out Wong Hong's phone to call for help. Hello? Hwaga, could you come over? Sister is drunk. Initially, she thought the company wouldn't help find someone to purchase the copyright after everything, but 3 days later, Wong Hong returned. Here, sister has arranged this for you. Work hard, and we will definitely make our debut this time. Soo-young was taken aback upon opening the document. It was a song by Song Jirong, who had achieved fame at a young age and produced countless hits. Now, he rarely released new music, focusing instead on managing the artists signed under him, making the rights to his songs exceedingly difficult to obtain. Where did you get this from? You haven't been scammed again, have you? Soo-young asked in disbelief. Wong Hong instinctively raised her hand but halted before touching her. What are you talking about? Your sister has her own capabilities. Suddenly, Song Jirong showed up, offering to sponsor Soo-young as stage performance, provided she mentioned their studio in her thanks. After confirming there were no other requirements, they signed a contract. Securing a song from Song Jirong made Soo-young ecstatic. She was determined to meet Wong Hong's expectations. Xin Yen, what are you doing here?
Soo-young asked.
Do as you please. It was early morning, and Xin Yen's foul mood suggested something was amiss. Upon seeing the words in the bubble, her delicate brows furrowed, her bright eyes flashing with dissatisfaction and resentment. She rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath before turning to follow Soo-young. In the training room, Fong Li and Meng Yuan were thrilled to learn she had secured the song. This is amazing. With your voice combined with Song Jirong's song, you will surely astonish everyone. Xin Yen entered just in time to hear this and scoffed. So, what if you got the rights? If you don't sing well, just wait to be criticized by fans. Meng Yuan scoffed back. Some people don't even have a stage. How could fans criticize someone they don't recognize? Xin Yen was struck at her sore spot, her face flushing with anger. Don't push it too far.
Oh.
The practice room door swung open forcefully. Wu Xiaokue, upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, knew they were at it again. If you spent as much energy practicing as you do arguing, you'd have debuted by now. Meng Yuan chimed in. Exactly. Shut up. Come with me for rehearsal now. On the side of the stage, several new lighting devices had been added. The large light columns rose vertically before extending outward, forming an eye-catching trapezoid. The various lights displayed a dazzling array of colors, resembling a fantastic dream. Goodness. Is this really our stage? It seems even larger than before. Meng Yuan exclaimed, excitedly pacing the stage. The white spotlight focused on them, moving with their positions. The director's assistant approached Soo-young to communicate. That's the side stage. Your performance will take place up there. The lighting control console on stage delineated a bright space, and as Soo-young walked over, she realized the stage was quite spacious, ample room for a solo performance. All right, time is of the essence. We have other teams to rehearse. The director clapped to gather everyone, and in an instant, a sunbeam-like brilliance illuminated the entire stage. Each participant donned their name and number, confirming the sequence of light movements. The computer screen displayed winding codes and patterns, continuously inputting commands to guide the light's flickering changes. Wu Xiaokue sat in the audience recording with his phone. No matter how many times he heard the song, he still found it perfect. If the performers could deliver an even more flawless performance, it would bring him immense joy. As the song concluded, he promptly approached to make adjustments. Xin Yen. Soo-young felt fortunate not to have been singled out when Wu Xiaokue's gaze landed on her. And you, Soo-young. How is the stage preparation going? If you don't sing this part well, be ready for the consequences. I'm already preparing, don't worry, Teacher Wu. After 2 hours of rehearsal, the lights and movements were perfectly synchronized. The lights not only enhanced the thrill of the performance, but also infused the stage atmosphere with vibrant energy, immersing the audience in experience. Observing the performers growing weary, Wu Xiaokue declared, "This is the last run. Everyone, stay alert." Good. The fusion of singing and performance made the stage even more spectacular. Following the cameraman's steps, Wu Xiaokue captured countless photos and uploaded them to Weibo. Our stage images 18. Oh my, this is all barefaced. Soo-young and Yuan in a group. How many times is this now? So looking forward to it. Is this during rehearsal? When is the live broadcast? I'm about to start school. Wasn't it said that the performance would feature that lyrical piece? The lighting certainly does not seem to match. To my surprise, there's a dance as well. My anticipation grows. The topic of the live rehearsal quickly surged to trending status. Observing this, the other mentors began posting behind-the-scenes photos from their practice rooms and stage preparations. Setting aside other matters, This wave of popularity must be seized. The ultimate stage. Oh, I am truly looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. The truth is out. Our Soo Young is indeed talented. She is bound to debut this time. Is anyone going to the venue? I'd like to find a companion. However, after inquiring in several groups, I was unable to find a way to purchase tickets. Just as I resigned myself to watching the live stream at home, I suddenly received a private message on Weibo. Is this from a fan of the 4th season of the girl group debut project? Here are 5 tickets for the live event. Would you like to claim them? Upon seeing this message, Fu Huiqian instinctively felt it was a scam. Having participated in similar activities before, she wondered why someone would suddenly message her. Hearing this, Fu Huiqian's heart raced. Wait. I want them. The sender promptly provided a hotel location, stating to come by 12 noon the next day to redeem the tickets, or they would be invalid. Filled with joy, Fu Huiqian exited Weibo, only to receive a notification on her phone. Ha, these young girls are truly gullible. They actually believed they won a prize. The assistant director lounged with his legs crossed, extinguishing his cigarette. The floor was littered with empty bottles and ash. The cramped and dim rental space barely concealing the faint sound of mice. If he couldn't earn money soon, he would be evicted next month. However, for now, he felt no worry. He had infiltrated the fan group, successfully finding a number of naive young girls, luring them to the hotel, snapping a few photos, and the money would be his. Bright and early the next morning, the assistant director headed to the hotel he had arranged. This was a luxurious room costing 1,000 yuan a night. He had splurged to avoid raising suspicion among the girls. Here you go, sir. This is your room key. The front desk voice faltered momentarily, but the assistant director paid it no mind. He had donned new attire and shaved. Surely the front desk was simply shy upon seeing him. Brimming with pride, he failed to notice the unusual quietness of the lobby. Entering his room, he took a shower, and once the time felt right, he poured the powder he had purchased on the black market into a cup. Now he awaited his catch. Whistling a tune, he urged Fu Huiqian on social media, threatening to give the tickets to someone else if she didn't hurry. Director, please wait 10 more minutes. I'm stuck in traffic. Traffic? Perfect. A moment to rest and sip some water. Those 10 minutes stretched longer than anticipated, yet the assistant director found it unsurprising. Women often say they need just 10 more minutes, likely just leaving their homes. When his patience finally wore thin, the doorbell rang. Finally, peering through the peephole, he saw a young woman appearing around 20, just as he had gleaned from the internet. He opened the door slightly. Is this Fu Huiqian? The girl nodded, her eyes sparkling. You must be the assistant director. I'm here to collect my tickets. He fully opened the door. Come in. Before shutting the door, he peeked out. Only a cleaning lady was in the hallway, leaving it eerily empty. The girl seemed anxious, glancing around the room. The assistant director donned his work badge. You must have rushed here, right? Have some water. I need to ask you a few questions before I can give you the tickets. What questions? The girl asked nervously, taking a small sip from the cup. He stopped her, watching her swallow, smiling. So you came to collect the tickets today and your family and friends don't know, right? No, I took a leave. She had swallowed the water. Now, he was merely stalling for time as the drug took effect. Eventually, the girl's gaze became vacant, and she slumped over the table. The assistant director lifted her to the bed, but just as he reached for her buttons, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Caught in his unscrupulous deed, the assistant director jumped, preparing to flee when another voice came from the doorway. Do you need room service to clean? He exhaled in relief. It was just the cleaning lady from earlier. No, I'm sleeping. Just as he spoke, the door burst open, and a host of officers stormed in. The man was pinned to the ground, and when they glanced at the bed, the girl sat upright, no longer resembling the unconscious figure from moments before. Unfortunately, she had called for help using a public phone, and they could not determine which concerned citizen had alerted them. Had someone tipped them off? Who could have known of his intentions? The director's mind screamed, and regardless of his struggles, he was ultimately shoved into a police car. Meanwhile, at the program's headquarters, Soo Young sneezed several times. Soo Young, you are catching a cold, are you? Fong Li asked, her face filled with concern. The performance was imminent. Nothing could go awry. Perhaps someone is missing me, Soo Young mused while rubbing her nose. Fong Li scoffed, who misses you? You took a leave yesterday afternoon. Surely there isn't something going on? With our relationship. You must let me in on it. Her teasing expression made Soo Young feel somewhat uneasy. What situation? What are you thinking? Let's just practice. Chapter 51. The Final Stage, Part 1. The girl group debut project, concerning the tickets for the final stage. Fans can click the link below to purchase. The uniform price is 200 yuan and no other sales channels are currently available, so beware of scams. Do you have a ticket on Weibo? I just clicked the link, and it says sold out. Who snatched them all? Can someone sell me a ticket? I really want to go. Looks like I'm the only one without a ticket on the internet. No matter, I'll watch the live stream at home. Guys, the teaser for the final stage just dropped. Go check it out. Fans quickly flocked to the official Weibo, where a video had been posted just 10 minutes prior under the anti-fraud pinned message. Mengyuan, a platform to prove myself. I am not merely successful due to my parents. I possess my own abilities. Chi, a place to test the results of years of training. Chunning, this is my dream, an aspiration I've had since childhood. Su Yang remained silent, a stage to showcase our talents. A place that brings me closer to my dreams. What does the stage mean to you? Guanlulu, what do you think? Zhangyi, a place where I can showcase myself and gain confidence. Lu Ke, it is my dream. Zhengmeru, it allows my family to see me, to earn more money, and to lead a better life. If I cannot debut this time? Guanlulu scoffed. Do you really think there's a possibility of that? Who prepared the questions? Is it truly polite to ask me? After all, this isn't the first or second time such a thing has happened. If it comes to that, I'll just sell grilled cold noodles. After all, I am a beauty. My sales should surpass others. The video concluded with flashing lights, converging on 9 chairs, creating suspense around who would ultimately debut. Chen Ying must debut. Wasn't it said that the debut slots are predetermined? What's the point of being anxious? Haha, what initially seemed like a heartwarming video now appears rather comical. Ultimately, the contestants' votes would come from live audience voting and website votes, with daily logins to Weibo and video sites granting a vote, while users earned extra votes. The higher the level, the more votes received, with a maximum of 6 votes possible. The video platform, which usually struggled with sales, saw a tremendous spike in sales after this Weibo post, leaving the live stream hosts grinning from ear to ear. Some individuals have even resorted to purchasing high-ranking accounts on social media platforms solely to cast their precious votes for their favored contestants. On the day of the grand finale, the concert venue was already teeming with fans, some eagerly distributing merchandise, while others hoped to secure last-minute tickets. Fans lined up to enter, filled with anticipation for the arrival of their idols. In stark contrast, the trainees backstage were engulfed in anxiety. Over 100 individuals crowded the dressing rooms, and a moment's distraction could lead to unexpected collisions. Oh no, my lipstick has fallen. Sister, could you help me touch it up? I told you not to eat anything, but you wouldn't listen. At this point, how can you even eat? As the performance time drew nearer, everyone busied themselves with preparations. In the final half hour, it was time to enter the stage. Staff members hurried in and out with walkie-talkies, anxious to avoid any mishaps during the live broadcast. The countdown approached its end. Everyone lined up, following the illuminated path onto the stage, unveiling the commencement of the concert. It's beginning. It's beginning. Where is Su Yang? What about Guanlulu? I can't be mistaken. That must be Qiao Qiao. And that other girl. All these stunning sisters are making me drool. As the familiar theme music resonated, the over 100 contestants leapt into action. Unlike their initial stage filled with unease and tension, this song now flowed effortlessly for them. Who understands, dear ones? I'm on the verge of tears. The same song and dance evoke entirely different emotions. We've made it to the final stage and someone is still slacking off. I'm truly amazed. Do you understand what it means? That S called relaxation. Can we not have the capital meddling in our affairs? Just as I'm enjoying the beautiful ladies, an eyesore suddenly appears. I'm recording. I'll be watching this stage repeatedly. As the theme song concluded, the young woman retrieved her script and stepped to the center of the stage. Good evening to all the audience members present and to those watching from screens. I am your host, Xiaolon. Is this Xiaolon?
Wow.
I had no idea you were so talented. Xiaolon, you're ready to debut. My vote is for you. Xiaolon, slightly out of breath yet beaming with joy, remarked, How is my disguise today? Did anyone suspect a thing? Back in school, I always dreamed of being like the idols on TV, and today that dream has finally come true, though I must admit it's a bit exhausting. Laughter erupted from the audience, elevating the atmosphere. A heartfelt thank you to the trainees for their splendid performance. Before we welcome our mentors, let us take a moment to view the blessings sent to our contestants. The large screen behind the host illuminated, showcasing familiar faces, the debutantes from previous seasons. Having gained considerable fame, they offered their sincerest wishes to the hardworking trainees. I regret not being able to attend in person today, but I hope all the contestants can showcase their best selves in the competition. May no one's efforts go in vain. Chapter 52. The Final Stage. Thank you to all the seniors for your blessings. I too wish for all contestants to achieve excellent results. Once again, a special thanks to our sponsors. Xiao Lan fervently recited the names of the final stage sponsors. The trainees had prepared extensively for this performance, incorporating their own unique designs. Before the official stage presentation, let us take a look. The large screen lit up once more, displaying the trainees in the practice room. The final stage positions will be determined by votes from all contestants, so once everyone is ready, we can begin the recording in turn, Kai Kenny announced. Even though everyone was already aware of this news, hearing it spoken aloud still evoked shock. Each group of 8 would stand in sequence to complete their rehearsals. The performer with the highest votes would ultimately claim the position. The first group to perform, led by Chinning, clearly outshone the others. I'm voting for Chinning. She is the best at this song. I'm definitely voting for Chinning. Her talent is undeniable. She deserves this position. I think Jiangyi is also quite impressive. She has that cool vibe that fits this song perfectly. The camera shifted to Su Yang, who held a pen, looking pensive. Are you having trouble deciding? A staff member quietly inquired. Su Yang shook her head. I'm just worried Chinning's score will be too high and the others will feel overshadowed. As the recording concluded, all the stage lights dimmed, leaving a solitary beam illuminating the girl at the center of the stage. Her long hair was intricately braided, adorned with numerous decorations, and her cool makeup paired with a leather outfit exuded an air of aloofness. The audience erupted in cheers, the anticipation palpable.
Wow.
Is that Chinning? Has she always looked this stunning? Sister, look at me.
Sister, look at me.
Patting her stomach, look at me. I can't believe they chose a song by Xie. It fits perfectly. This style, my heavens, it strikes a chord with me. As the performance concluded, applause echoed from the audience. Xiaolon clapped and approached the side stage. That was incredible. I'm feeling a little flutter in my heart.
Xie.
As the original artist, what did you think of this performance? Xiaolon nodded. Every successful performance is a result of the trainees pouring their sweat into it. Audience members and fans in the live stream, don't forget to cast your votes for your favorite contestants. After the exhilarating performances, the next act will be by teacher Wu Xiaokuei, so let us see what preparations the trainees undertook to successfully cover his song. The large screen illuminated, revealing several individuals sprawled across the practice room floor. This is so hard. Why can't I keep up with the beat? This is more challenging than making Buddha jumps over the wall. Meng Yuan's description elicited laughter from the group, while Xie and Wu Xiaokuei entered, looking bewildered. Stop laughing. Let us focus on recording the video. As Su Yang reached for the camera, it was snatched away by Xin Yan. Let me go first. I'll forget if I don't hurry. After everyone's individual videos were recorded, they were submitted to the other trainees for voting. I want to vote for Yuan. She is so adorable. She has that little white flower vibe. Looking at Fong Li, she really resembles a K-drama heroine. Don't you think? As for Su Yang, her often dazed expression has its own charm. As the lights dimmed, the stage officially commenced. Wu Xiaokuei, who had been slumped in his chair, straightened up. Despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel nervous facing the stage. The first performer, Fong Li, stepped forward. Her team dressed in new Chinese-style garments that exuded both elegance and strength. After an emotional singing introduction, Su Yang performed a magic trick, producing a fan. What? Where did that fan come from? I honestly thought this was going to be a ballad. It's surprisingly captivating. I'm amazed. I had no idea the song could be adapted like this. Hearing compliments about his song, Wu Xiaokuei beamed with delight. As long as the audience enjoys it, that's all that matters. Xiao Lan took over the conversation, now that teacher Wu's song has successfully aired. Up next is the stage brought to us by teacher Kai. Let's look forward to it. Guan Lulu, having concluded the first group's performance, was already in makeup. Seeing Su Yang rush in, she said, "Don't worry. There are still 20 minutes left. I can't help it. I'm uncontrollably nervous." With the help of her makeup artist, Su Yang donned her outfit, her voice shaking with anxiety. Just yesterday, during rehearsal, she felt calm, but now her heart raced. Even though you're performing a piece by teacher Song Zhirong, I won't back down. Guan Lulu glanced at her through the mirror. Su Yang. We're going to debut together. The sincerity in her eyes momentarily stunned Su Yang, who quickly nodded in agreement. All right. All 4 teams have completed their performances, each dazzling in their own right, leaving us at a loss as to whom to cast our votes for. Personally, I am particularly fond of Kai Kenny's song. Although the delivery from a few was somewhat inexperienced, it possessed a unique charm. Su Yang's makeup today. Who understands it? Where are her fans? I want to make a wallpaper out of this. Wasn't there supposed to be a stage? When does it begin? Host Xiao Lan felt utterly astonished throughout the evening by the shared stage, a visual feast that had not been witnessed in quite some time. Next, we are about to witness the performances of the three most popular trainees from the previous concert. Are the fans in front of the screens prepared? Xiao Lan also wishes to remind everyone that there are only 30 minutes left until the voting channels close. If you have a favorite trainee, be sure to cast your precious vote for them. Without further ado, the stage is now set. In Chapter 53, we have finally awaited your arrival, and thankfully, I did not give up. Su Yang, ranking third in popularity, is the first to take the stage. Her gently curled long hair cascades over her shoulders as she walks gracefully onto the stage, clad in a shimmering silver gown that sways delicately with her movements. Her typically unsmiling demeanor might lend her an air of aloofness, yet that unique coolness has become the most vital aspect of this performance. Her ethereal beauty, combined with a voice that seems to descend from the heavens, entwines itself around the hearts of every listener. Su Yang gazes at the shimmering light boards in the audience, a portion of which belongs to her, an extraordinary sensation swelling within her heart. She closes her eyes and delivers the final note. As the performance concludes, the audience, utterly absorbed, forgets to breathe. After a brief moment of silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupt like a storm. The series of performances has left the audience's cheers resounding even louder than the host's microphone. Unbeknownst to them, their voices have gradually become hoarse from the constant cheering. As Su Yang steps off the stage, a sense of relief washes over her. At long last, all performances have concluded. She changes into a uniform shared by the other members, awaiting her turn to enter. Up to this point, all performances for the night have been completed. Our voting channel has now closed. For those in the venue and the live stream, have you cast your precious vote? 30 trainees, guided by the staff, approach the stage, taking their places as during rehearsal. Finally, after the sponsors' names have been announced, it is time to reveal the rankings. Xiao Lan takes the envelope handed to her by the director's assistant, shaking it in her hands. For I now hold the debut list for Season 4 of the girl group debut project, which 9 trainees will successfully debut. The moment of revelation is upon us. First, we announce the 8th trainee. Let us see. This trainee is known for her sunny disposition. If she debuts today, her smile will surely be even brighter. Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, the trainees immediately cast their gazes toward those who are typically cheerful. Meng Yuan, could it be you? Perhaps Lu Yingying. As there were comments online about her beautiful smile, the surrounding trainees whisper among themselves, and Meng Yuan's heart races in her chest. How could it possibly be her? There are so many trainees with higher popularity. She has already done remarkably well to reach the final stage. Meng Yuan, congratulations! In a daze, Meng Yuan seems to hear her name, embraced by those around her in joyous congratulations. Is it truly me? She points incredulously at herself. Su Yang nods, pushing her toward the stage. Hurry, go. The large screen displays Meng Yuan's name as the sponsor's brand mascot guides her to the debut position. Meng Yuan takes the microphone from Xiao Lan, her lips moving but no words escaping them for a moment. The camera shifts to her parents, who beam with pride at their bewildered daughter. Thank you for voting for me. I truly did not anticipate receiving such a high number of votes. As everyone here possesses great talent, I am grateful to all the mentors for their guidance during training and to those who voted for me. I will not let your expectations down. She bows deeply and strides toward the position marked with an 8. Xiao Lan continues. Next, we have the 7th place. A cool girl who isn't fond of speaking but whose talent is undeniable. Let us congratulate Lu Ke for securing the 7th position. And in 6th place, Lin Wen. Congratulations. And in 5th place, Fong Li. Congratulations. As each name is announced, Su Yang's heart pounds with increasing intensity, yet she comforts herself while congratulating others. 9th place would still be acceptable. Let us now congratulate 4th place, Chi Chi. Well done. Now only 4 debut slots remain, the top 3 and the 9th. The atmosphere in the venue has reached a fever pitch, with everyone eagerly awaiting to hear their name from Xiao Lan. The audience holds up signs bearing their favored trainees' names, shouting excitedly. Next, let us announce the 2nd and 3rd places. Xiao Lan glances at the data in her hand, her expression tinged with concern.
Oh dear.
The vote counts for these 2 trainees are incredibly close. Su-young raises her head, fists clenched. Could I perhaps be one of them? As Xiaolon speaks, the large screen reveals the images of Chun-ing and Guanlulu. Now, please step forward. In the background, the vote counts reveal that the two are separated by a mere 500 votes. We are about to find out. Su-young, feeling disheartened, is embraced by Chun-ing, who pats her back. I'll be waiting for you up there. The data bars next to their photos on the screen flip and rotate before finally coming to rest. Congratulations to Guanlulu for securing second place and to Chun-ing for third. Please take your seats above. Now only two positions remain, first and ninth. Which two will seize the final opportunity? Su-young feels as though she can scarcely breathe. There are only two left. Will her name be among them? Xiaolon picks up the script, her gaze flitting among the remaining trainees. And now, we announce the first place. First, our gratitude goes to our sponsors. Su-young merely lets an expletive slip. Regardless of the moment, this suspenseful teasing always seems effective. I'm dying to know who the last place is. Why hasn't Su-young's name been called yet? Where did my votes go? Su-young, you must debut. You are my only connection in this industry. I cannot lose you. Who could the first place be? I've seen all the popular candidates go up. As the audience waits with bated breath, Xiaolon finally finishes announcing the sponsors. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating this moment. So, let us reveal the debut members of Season 4 of the girl group debut project, and that is Su-young. Congratulations, Su-young. As the theme song plays, Su-young is surrounded as she walks toward her debut position. Her gaze lands on Wang Hong, seated among the special guests. She raises the microphone to her lips, only to lower it again after several attempts, tears streaming down her cheeks unknowingly. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. Over the years, I have faced many challenges in pursuit of my dreams, and I thank all the fans who have stood by my side. Without your support, reaching this point would have been exceedingly difficult. You deserve it, Su-young. This is your place. Though it came a bit late, what is yours will always be yours. I initially tuned in to watch the drama surrounding Su-young, but I am so glad to have grown fond of such a talented idol. The announcement for the 9th position follows Su-young's seating, revealing Xin-yen. After 3 months of anticipation, the 4th season of the girl group debut project concludes splendidly. The 9 members perform the closing song together. Despite having never rehearsed in unison, they exhibit remarkable synergy now. The girl group members beam with joy, immersed in the enthusiasm and passion of the audience. Finally, they join hands, bowing deeply to the audience before them, as fireworks burst forth. The moment of explosion resembles countless new stars ascending into the sky, scattering shimmering points of light. Xiaolon stands among the crowd, her voice brimming with excitement. The beauty of fireworks is fleeting, yet I hope that our 9 members shine like the stars of summer, forever radiant. The smoke wafted above the audience, and the sparkling fireworks made the attendees feel as though they were transported to a fairyland. The regret of not being present at the event lingered. The audience departed the studio amidst cheers, and on Weibo, the final performance of girl group debut plan Season 4 became a fervent topic of discussion among netizens. In Chapter 54, Crying on Sight, Su-young secured her position. On the night of the group's formation, allegations of vote manipulation surfaced, and Zheng Meru fainted on stage. Countless discussions surrounding the final performance surged to trending status, capturing the attention of even those who typically did not follow talent shows. Who secured the top position this year? It's been years since I watched a talent show. They all seem to look alike, lacking distinctiveness. It's Su-young, a versatile talent. Investing in her is a wise choice. How frustrating. My favorite contestant didn't debut, despite my votes going to her. Isn't Su-young that familiar name? The one who tried multiple times in talent shows without success? It seems so, but I caught a glimpse of her performance yesterday, and she appeared quite capable. Indeed. Her capabilities were recognized by the audience, and Chun-ing read the comments from her phone, finally calming the anxious Su-young after securing first place. Holding her phone, Su-young perused the comments, most acknowledging her talent, though a few suggested that her popularity paled in comparison to others, implying her victory was undeserved. Yet, she found solace in the supportive remarks. Just as she prepared to log off Weibo, a familiar name caught her eye in the trending topics. Zheng Meru fainted on sight? What could that mean? Chun-ing paused, reflecting that it was likely the consequence of the pressure from the bubble above her head. It appeared that her failure to secure a debut position had overwhelmed her, leading to her emotional breakdown. There were even alleged videos from the scene circulating online. Soo-young clicked on the topic, and the pinned posts featured several shaky videos, though it was discernible that the individual being supported was indeed Jung Meru. Why wasn't I chosen? I was meant to debut. I will become a superstar. That position was rightfully mine. I promised I would debut. Jung Meru's frantic shouts in the video painted a picture of desperation. My goodness, how desperately does she want to debut? Isn't she the one who failed to garner sympathy previously? She doesn't seem very capable. I assumed she had been eliminated long ago. Did you hear her? She claimed she was supposed to debut, and someone told her she would for sure. What does that mean? She probably tried to buy her way into the debut position but was outbid. The topic of purchasing debut positions inevitably led to discussions about Fong Li, the well-known wealthy heiress. Isn't her family quite affluent? If anyone could buy a debut position, it would surely be her. Can we refrain from making baseless accusations? Fong Li possesses both talent and popularity. If wealth could secure a debut position, why didn't Fong Li aim for the top 3? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Haha, dear sisters above, let us not get too ridiculous. From the absurdity of Jung Meru's emotional outburst to speculations regarding the authenticity of the debut positions, the comment section was abuzz. Soo-young furrowed her brow, feeling a mix of pity and amusement for Jung Meru. Had she not been so distracted by her infatuations, she might have debuted through hard work instead of losing the support she had once amassed. As she sat beside the silent Chin-ing, it became clear that life's trajectories are not fixed. A single misstep could alter one's future. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and a disheveled Jung Meru stood at the entrance. She rushed in, grasping Soo-young's hand, her voice laced with urgency. Soo-young, you must say I should have debuted. You must say I belong among the chosen. Her frantic demeanor startled Soo-young. What are you talking about? Are you alright? The recording of the program had concluded, and most had left, leaving only Soo-young and Chin-ing behind, waiting for their manager. Jung Meru appeared even more unhinged than in the video, violently tugging at Soo-young's clothing. Say it. Say I should have debuted. Before her words could fully escape, the director, accompanied by security, burst in, forcibly separating them. Throw her out. Soo-young shook her head, questioning why Jung Meru was fixated on a singular moment of failure. Perhaps you should learn from my experience? The director, caught off guard, was left bewildered by her incomplete statement. After a moment of silence, he finally asked Soo-young, should there be a 5th season of girl group debut plan? Would you consider being a guest? He endeavored to maintain a warm smile. However, Soo-young took a significant step back, recoiling as if repulsed. Director, there's really no need for that. Though my journey has been somewhat inspiring, I have no desire to return. The director, seemingly out of ideas, nodded and exited, announcing that preparations for the 5th season were on hold. Fortunately, he had wisely inquired beforehand. Had they commenced recording without knowledge of the situation, they might have faced severe repercussions. Chin-ing approached Soo-young, a resigned expression on her face as she patted her shoulder. You really should be more mindful. What do you mean? Soo-young asked, perplexed, when her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she froze. Chin-ing, noticing her change in demeanor, leaned in to inquire. What's wrong? Soo-young grimaced. It's my brother's call. Answer it. Reluctantly, she pressed the accept button just before hanging up. Hello? Yes. I'll be right there. With a heavy heart, she gathered her belongings, frustrated with her brother for not arriving as promised. Half an hour later, Lighthearted, at the wheel, finally picked up Soo-young. He opened the trunk, but she seemed discontent. I have a team event tomorrow, and my manager said to take me to the company apartment. This vehicle hardly resembled a luxury car. It felt more akin to a hearse. Lighthearted, maintaining a stoic expression, pulled out his phone, scrolling through WeChat, where the contact was unmistakably Wong Hong. I have other artists to attend to. I'm struggling to get through. By the way, their dormitory won't be ready for a few more days. Could you please relay that? Soo-young thought to herself how fortunate she was to have such a brother. Is this how you treat those who debut? I'm going to make a fuss. I want to terminate my contract. I want to switch companies. The man opened the car door, finding her still lost in thought.
Get in.
As they drove towards the city center, the proximity to her so-called home intensified Soo-young's anxiety. Sensing her discomfort, Lighthearted attempted to explain. Soo-young nodded, indifferent. Whatever decisions he made had never considered her feelings. The car entered a residential area and stopped at one of the entrances. Lighthearted unloaded her suitcase. Your old room has been preserved. I had it cleaned. Thank you, Soo-young replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Lighthearted glanced at her. I'll go park the car. You can head inside. Soo-young dragged her suitcase inside, her fingers hovering over the sensor area. But she could not bring herself to press it. After all these years, could her fingerprints still be valid? That infuriating Lee Hejing, who didn't even bother to assist her in opening the door. As she murmured to herself, the door suddenly swung open, causing Soo-young to freeze, instinctively holding her breath. You must be the second young lady.
Come in, come in.
The woman standing at the door appeared to be in her 40s, clad in an apron, her smile radiating warmth. How presumptuous. She swiftly took Soo-young's luggage upstairs, introducing herself as Lu-ma, the housekeeper hired by Mr. Lee. Upon hearing that this was her former room, she had tidied it up a bit and asked if there was anything else she needed. Lu-ma pushed the door wide open, revealing an interior adorned primarily in shades of pink, the quintessential style favored by a little girl with dreams of being a princess. After delivering the belongings, Lu-ma granted her some privacy. Second young lady, take some rest. Dinner will be ready shortly. I will prepare it now. Thank you. Soo-young wandered around the room, everything feeling both familiar and foreign. The wardrobe was already filled with clothes that matched her current taste. After taking a shower and changing into loungewear, she descended the stairs to find Lee Hejing waiting at the dining table, a tablet in hand. She could easily guess that it was yet another set of corporate issues she wouldn't comprehend. Just then, Lu-ma entered with the dishes, pointing at Lee Hejing's tablet and saying, this is it. Second young lady, take a look. It's just like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Soo-young almost spat out her water.
What?
She stood up, glancing at the screen behind him, her vision darkening momentarily as she nearly collapsed. What is this? What is this? You're using such a serious expression to look at this? Lee Hejing calmly closed the tablet, stating he would wash his hands first. Lu-ma, appearing somewhat regretful, continued, yesterday's debut night? The second young lady was the first.
I was so thrilled during your speech. What did you say?
Thanking the mentor, the agent, the fans. Hearing such words directed at her filled Soo-young with a sense of shame. However, after a brief moment of embarrassment, she suddenly recalled a crucial detail she had overlooked, as a resentful gaze bore into her back. Turning stiffly, she found Lee Hejing looking at her, silent yet seemingly conveying all the words unspoken. Surely, wasn't he upset because she hadn't thanked him in her speech, was he? In that moment, her mind had gone blank. It was a miracle she managed to say anything at all, let alone remember everyone's names. Next time, for sure, she would express her gratitude, right? How terrifying. Bubbles began to appear above Lee Hejing's head, and he felt as though his mind might also bubble over. What on earth was this? Unable to withstand the intensity of his scrutinizing gaze, Soo-young shrank back. What are you staring at? I look almost the same with or without makeup, don't I? Still staring? Good grief. I can hardly eat now. Lee Hejing struggled to convince himself to accept the absurdity of the situation. Could those things he just witnessed truly be Soo-young's inner thoughts? But how could that be? It defied all logic. Soo-young. Lee Hejing strode over and placed his palm on her head, his hand passing through the bubbles and landing accurately atop her head. Soo-young yelped. What are you doing? The swaying bubbles instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. After a moment of contemplation, Lee Hejing remarked, If I told you there was something on your head, would you believe me? Soo-young responded, Do you really think I would believe that? Indeed, this household is unbearable. The following morning, Soo-young awoke and headed to the first event after their formation. It was a beauty product launch, with the lipstick shades corresponding to the ranking of the 9 members. Meng-yuan looked around cautiously and finally asked, Surely there won't be any sales quotas, right? Of course. I chose the shade. You all better not try to snatch it from me. Xin-yen suddenly interjected, snatching the lipstick from Meng-yuan's hand. As she turned away, Meng-yuan huffed. It's just a lipstick shade. Whatever Soo-young wants, she can have. Her voice was loud enough for the recently departed Xin-yen and the surrounding staff to overhear. Soo-young quickly tugged at Meng-yuan's sleeve, urging her to lower her voice. Do we really want to be the kind of people who throw tantrums? What's wrong? A commanding voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. The newcomer was a decisive woman, whom Soo-young had heard of online. Song Lan-yue, a top-tier manager in the country, had nurtured countless A-list stars. However, after a disagreement with a young talent last year over work arrangements, she had resigned in a fit of anger. Rumor had it that many stars wished to collaborate with her, but none succeeded. While Soo-young was momentarily stunned, the woman in high heels approached the 9 of them. I am Song Lan-yue, and from today onward, I will be your manager. With this declaration, The 9 immediately began whispering amongst themselves. It's actually Song Lanyue. Oh my goodness, I've heard, she's fierce. They say every artist she manages becomes a sensation. Surely we'll be next. The 9 belong to different agencies. But after their formation, they signed a second agreement for team activities, which would be managed by the company affiliated with the director of girl group debut plan season 4. Having Song Lanyue as their manager was a significant show of commitment. Soo-young appeared to be silent, yet bubbles continued to rise above her head. My goodness, the director. That miser. Actually spent money to hire such an expensive manager? This is Song Lanyue. She could easily manage top-tier stars. Is it not a bit of an overreach to assign her to us 9 newcomers? Chaoning noticed the bubbles just in time to attempt to intervene. But it was too late. This was Song Lanyue. There was no way to gloss over this. The thought of Soo-young in such an unusual state was too much to fathom. She simply lifted her head to meet Song Lanyue's gaze. The woman stared at the bubbles above Soo-young's head, lost in thought. I have reviewed all your profiles. After today's shoot, we will have a meeting. The cameraman will arrive shortly, so prepare yourselves while I discuss specific matters with the brand. Once the woman departed, Chen-ing let out a sigh of relief, muttering, Thank goodness. What do you mean, thank goodness? Soo-young leaned in closer. Chen-ing glanced at her head, looking weary. Thankfully. Sister Song is someone who has seen big occasions. Song Lanyue, having seen many grand events, turned away with a complex expression. Upon hearing from the director that Soo-young was rather peculiar, she had mentally prepared herself for a range of oddities, but she had not anticipated this. Bubbles. As an avowed atheist, upon witnessing those bubbles, she nearly thought she was seeing a ghost. However, it was fortunate that nothing scandalous appeared within those bubbles. Song Lanyue stepped aside, pulling out her phone to search for Soo-young's name.
Soo-young's debut.
Soo-young's makeup.
Soo-young is worthy.
Scrolling further, she stumbled upon a familiar topic. Soo-young cannot be relied upon. Although it was a 2-month-old entry, its popularity had not waned. In fact, it surged with the updates of girl group debut plan season 4. Various screenshots of bubbles had been circulated by netizens, transformed into memes. Song Lanyue, as a top-tier manager, quickly regained her composure. It was merely a bit odd, after all. But if the audience found it intriguing, then there was potential. The 3 main shades would be assigned to the top 3 debuting members, while the rest would be secondary, ensuring optimal resource allocation based on fan purchasing power. Miss, please let me use this shade. I think it's beautiful. Xin Yan handed over the shade she had just selected. However, the other party did not take it, merely instructing her to wait a moment. Inside, Xin Yan felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Why? Isn't the makeup already done? As Song Lanyue approached, she handed over the designated shade, stating, This is yours. I dislike this. It looks unappealing, Xin Yan instinctively retorted, but her voice faltered upon recognizing her. Dislike it or not, you must apply it. It's necessary for the shoot, Song Lanyue coldly replied, turning to distribute the remaining shades to others. Xin Yan harbored resentment, but dared not voice her objections. Once everyone's makeup was completed, the shoot commenced. Soo-young walked over as instructed, positioning herself under the bright, incandescent lights. Oh my, these lights are blinding. How should I stand to showcase my smooth jawline? Like this? Or this? Feeling shy under the gaze of so many, she wondered why the photographer wasn't offering mindless compliments as expected. The cameraman, with a delicate pose, suddenly realized and raised his camera, genuinely taken aback by her unusual demeanor.
Perfect.
Smile. Tilt your head slightly to the left and pout your lips. Yes, just like that. Observers noted Soo-young's face growing increasingly flushed, even the bubbles above her head turning crimson. Am I truly that remarkable? Though it's mindless flattery.
It still makes me shy.
This lipstick advertisement far surpassed any cosmetics, and if not for the ambiguous promotional copy from the product department in a couple of years, this brand could sustain itself longer. Nearby, the brand representative, perplexed, wondered why they were being implicated. The representative, having been with the brand since its inception, felt that the words appearing in Soo-young's bubble were disparaging their brand, igniting a sense of indignation within. Young lady, what do you mean by that? His eyes wide with alarm, he was promptly pulled out of the studio by Song Lanyue. Sister Song, what did that girl mean? Our brand may not have been established for long and can't compete with the giants, but we are not to be trifled with. I expect an explanation for this. The brand representative, arms crossed, was insistent. In my opinion, that girl must be a bit unhinged. Song Lanyue chuckled lightly, secretly agreeing with his assessment. Indeed, if she weren't, How could bubbles appear out of thin air? But please, don't be angry. There is a rationale behind such occurrences. I trust your brand implicitly, but I worry about certain individuals who may employ deceit, if you catch my drift. Some things could not be explicitly stated, only alluded to. The brand representative paused. Recognizing the validity of her point, it was always wise to be cautious. His anger subsided slightly. Fine, Sister Song, I will take your word for it. He immediately contacted his superior to enhance their routine audits, ensuring that a single rotten apple wouldn't spoil the entire barrel. Originally, the intent was merely to give Song Lanyu a face, but unexpectedly, several issues were indeed uncovered. Some had leaked the brand's launch schedule to competitors, while others showed disrespect to customers, and there were even infiltrators sent by rivals to stir trouble. Xiao Zhang, what prompted this sudden thought? If not for you, our brand might have faced dire consequences. Truly, thanks to you, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. Chapter 57, Xiao Su, what are your thoughts? After the shoot concluded, Su Yang and the others followed Song Lanyu to a restaurant. Sister Song, it feels rather awkward for you to treat us to a meal. As they entered the dining area, Meng Yuan's hunger was piqued. It smells heavenly. I could easily finish 2 big bowls of rice. There's nothing awkward about it. I strive to provide you with opportunities, and you all just need to work hard, Song Lanyu replied.
Oh.
Despite the current opposition to body and appearance anxiety, this was their profession, and managing oneself was paramount. To avoid being photographed by paparazzi, Song Lanyu reserved a large private room. From this day forth, you are all under my guidance. There are certain things you should and shouldn't do, which I trust you are already aware of, so I won't elaborate further. Professionalism is of utmost importance. You are debuting at a high level, and I have faith in your abilities. Tomorrow, there will be a recording for a variety show, and as your first exposure opportunity, I hope you treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Secondly, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Think before you speak. If it's not appropriate,
Don't say it.
be cautious with your statements on social media. Do not take sides on unclear matters. No dating, no side gigs, and avoid certain gatherings when possible. Be mindful of your disguises when you go out. Although these were reasonable expectations, when articulated by Song Lanyu, it felt akin to a strict principal lecturing students. Su Yang, having always feared teachers, felt even more constrained now. Lastly, if you violate any of the aforementioned rules, contact me immediately. I don't wish to be the last to know about such matters. Understood? Understood. Song Lanyu scrutinized each of them, adding instinctively upon seeing Su Yang, and please, do not let your mind wander. Once everything was clarified, they could finally eat. Predictably, the boiled dishes vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of oil. Su Yang found the food tasteless, nothing compared to Lu Ma's cooking. I wonder if she saved some supper for me. How could such delicious vegetables be cooked so poorly? This chef must be quite skilled. Sitting beside her, Song Lanyu thought, did you not hear my earlier advice about not letting your mind wander? Just as she was about to say more, the door swung open. The director entered with a broad smile. Are you all dining? What's on the menu? Not even a solid dish. Meng Yuan chimed in, exactly. Wait staff. Refill our plates. Song Lanyu interrupted, asking, Director, is there something you need? The director chuckled, did you catch that? It's not a big deal, really. He casually pulled up a chair, wedging himself between Su Yang and Song Lanyu. Our girl group has officially debuted. We need to keep up the exposure. I'm planning to shoot a short drama about 9 princesses falling in love with a dragon. What do you think? Song Lanyu's expression turned serious. Director, if you're going to discuss such trivial matters, please be quiet. The director scratched his head. Is that not appealing? Audiences love stories of saving the villain, don't they? We could even invite members from a boy band for added intrigue. The entire room fell silent in response to his enthusiasm. Was the director truly out of touch? A princess and dragon love story? Such cliches are hardly captivating. Even elementary school kids wouldn't watch that plot. If he genuinely wished to film, he should host another audition, this time for a boy band, and replace the princesses with princes. It would generate buzz and interest. If executed well, it could sustain them for a lifetime. As the bubbles floated towards the director, his eager smile faltered, unsure if her suggestion was sincere or mocking. How about I shoot a documentary instead? Su Yang, focused on her meal, slowly interjected, a sob story? Director, have you forgotten how Zheng Meru ended up? People are working hard enough. Who has the time to pity us? A team talk show? This topic has gained traction over the past 2 years. Su Yang took another mouthful of greens.
Huh?
Are we debuting as singers or debaters? If I had that capability, would I have needed to participate in 3 auditions? Song Lanyue could no longer bear it and covered her eyes. What about a group variety show? Xiao Su, what do you think? The director's voice dwindled, no longer daring to continue. Su Yang's eyes brightened. She couldn't suppress a belch and subtly remarked, honestly, I'm fine with anything as long as there's exposure. The bubbles above her head, however, conveyed a more genuine sentiment. This sounds great. Ideally, a slow-paced variety show where we wander, collect bottles, farm, and experience life. Fans love to see us embarrass ourselves. It's definitely not, because I want to rest. Best to go to a big city for extreme survival. Allowing more people to get to know us. Witnessing the entire exchange, the other 8 members thought, can't we express our opinions? Postscript. Editor Xiao Zhen gazed at the peculiar bubbles in the video, utterly perplexed. What were these oddities? Even the pop-up ads on websites appeared more refined. Boss, what should we do about this? He inquired. Couldn't you have paid attention while filming? Now, to clean it up, we might have to erase the entire background. The cameraman, observing the incessantly popping bubbles on the screen, suddenly conceived a bold idea. That evening, the fans stumbled upon the brand's first revealing image, English words arranged with lipstick inside a pink bubble. I must support the first product endorsed by my daughter after her debut. Another fan exclaimed. I hope they release some attractive color options. I want to be a fool. Yet another chimed in. 9 members, each with their own charm. Let's charge forward. One enthusiast declared. Why does this bubble seem so familiar? Queried another. I agree. But I want to dare say it. Yet another whispered. I wonder if some will accuse it of plagiarism, mused one, with a hint of sarcasm. As the fans recognized the bubble, they immediately understood, and within half an hour, the endorsement topic soared to trending status. Later, upon seeing the promotional image they had casually created shared thousands of times, they were filled with confusion. What did this mean? Many bystanders shared the same sentiment. How could a nascent brand and a rookie easily trend? Wasn't it likely purchased? The fans, upon witnessing this, simply replied with 4 words. Those who understand, understand. Chapter 58. The Will-o'-the-Wisps. While several were getting their makeup done, Song Lanyue was also busy, advising them on various potential issues that might arise during the recording. Establishing an appealing persona in a short time is quite the challenge, particularly for newcomers who risk being mercilessly criticized online. Song Lanyue did not want to encounter complications so soon after taking charge of the group. Once the 9 completed their makeup, they accompanied Song Lanyue to greet their seniors in the lounge. She glanced at Su Yang but ultimately chose silence. Hello, Teacher Liu. These are the newcomers here for today's recording. I brought all 9 of them to say hello. Song Lanyue greeted warmly, offering brief introductions. Remembering names isn't essential. Just leaving an impression will suffice, she added. Teacher Lu Zongji scanned the group, nodding in acknowledgement. These children will need your guidance during today's recording, he remarked. Huh. They're all adults. What is there to take care of? This remark, while seemingly casual, left others slightly perplexed. Unfazed, Song Lanyue maintained her composure. Then we want to disturb your rest, Teacher Liu. See you shortly. As they exited the lounge, Meng Yuan couldn't help but murmur. Teacher Liu seems nothing like what described online. He doesn't appear to have such a good temperament. Quiet, Song Lanyue shot her a glare. Such words should not be spoken. Meng Yuan quickly covered her mouth, mimicking a zipper motion. Next came the other guests, including Bai Weijia, an actor-turned-variety star, Tang Shirley, a sports prodigy turned actor, and Yu Bin, a comedic actor. The recording took place in an office building, with the theme revolving around escaping work. In the monitoring room, Lu Zongji and the others embarked on their respective missions based on different clues. It was soon time for Su Yang and her companions to make their entrance. Hello, I'm a newcomer at the company. Have you seen my work badge? I seem to have misplaced it, Su Yang stated as she settled at her workstation. The voice behind her belonged to Lu Zongji, who was searching for his own work badge. Is there something you need with your badge? It might be in the general manager's office. But what do you need it for? Su Yang recited from her script, word for word. Lu Zongji appeared thoroughly engrossed. This company is peculiar. We can't remain here any longer. We must leave immediately. Would you like to come with us? However, Meng Yuan hesitated, raising her hand. We need permission from the team leader to go to the general manager's office. We should first visit the team leader's office. Lu Zongji required assistance from the 2 to reach the general manager's office, retrieve his badge, and ultimately achieve victory. But upon turning around, they discovered that the office door had been shut, necessitating the gathering of sufficient clues to unlock the door's code. Su-young examined the lock, which bore a 4-digit code, possibly an English word or initials. A nearby cameraman scoffed, dismissing the newcomer's belief that merely being present would garner them attention. Audiences preferred discovering well-hidden clues. Suddenly, Su-young managed to unlock the code. The cameraman exclaimed, "What?" She approached the two, holding the disassembled lock. "No need to search for clues. It's already opened."
Wow.
Su-young, you're incredible. How did you do it? Meng-yuan, who despised such mentally taxing activities, felt relieved that the first challenge was so simple. It was the English word for escape. "I just tried it casually, and it worked," the director chimed in. "As long as it's found, let us head to the team leader's office." The hallway was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the green glow of emergency exit signs. Lu Zongji, upon seeing this, confidently declared, "Don't worry. I'll lead and protect you." Suddenly, he screamed, swiftly hiding behind the two girls. "There seems to be Willow, the wisps ahead. You two go check it out." Su-young squinted towards the source of the sudden light, which indeed resembled the so-called Willow, the wisps. Yet, something felt amiss. She managed to free her arm from Meng-yuan's grip, who clung to her sleeve. "Su-young, be careful of the Willow, the wisps." After taking a few cautious steps, Su-young finally discerned that the glowing object was not a willow, the wisp. "Let go of me a bit." Coughing, she reassured them. "It's not a willow, the wisp. Now I can relax. I was worried you two might be frightened." Lu Zongji finally stepped forward, appearing as though he hadn't just screamed in terror. As the trio approached, they discovered it was merely a simple directional sign, treated with special materials that caused it to glow green, giving it the appearance of something supernatural. Chapter 59. This old fool, what is this? The company has such bizarre decorations. It's clearly not a legitimate establishment, Meng-yuan muttered. Just as they were about to move forward, Su-young felt something was off about the sign. She reached out to touch it, and to her surprise, the fluorescent paint wiped away, revealing a line of small text beneath. "If you encounter patrolling security, please evade them. Do not let them touch you." Su-young read softly. "What does this mean? Isn't this a puzzle? Why are there rules involved? Solving the riddle is challenging enough, without interference. Don't worry, we're quite fortunate. We probably won't run into any patrolling security. The team leader's office should be just around the corner. Let us quicken our pace." Lu Zongji confidently strode ahead. However, after taking only a couple of steps, a bright beam from a flashlight illuminated the area. "Oh no, it's the patrol." Su-young grasped the dazed Meng-yuan.
Run.
"I nearly had a heart attack. Thank goodness you noticed, otherwise, we would have been caught. You're amazing for spotting it." Had Su-young not identified that hidden rule, the three of them might have been apprehended by security, delaying their progress significantly. "Teacher Lu, are you alright?" After showering Su-young with praise, Meng-yuan remembered Lu Zongji. The man crouched behind a desk, sweat beading on his forehead. I'm fine. Has the patrol left?" Su-young peeked out and confirmed the silence. "They're gone." He exited with such speed that he missed the bubbles emerging from Su-young's head. This old man, with his multiple wives, must be overwhelmed, right? His legs have turned to jelly. This is unacceptable. Having an award-winning actress as a wife at home is not enough. He has to venture out for indiscretions, even indulging in several affairs. He deserves the consequences of his actions. Meng-yuan glanced up to see Lu Changji's silhouette, and indeed, his legs seemed weak, trembling even in the faint light. It was a sight too unbearable to witness. Meng-yuan, momentarily at a loss for how to manage her expression, turned to face the wall. However, she forgot that the wall was made of transparent glass, and she found herself locking eyes with the wide-eyed cameraman. In that moment, they exchanged incredulous glances. It was coming. Meng-yuan endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, adopting an air of aloofness, but in Su-young's eyes, it registered differently. "What's wrong with you, Yuan? Do you need to use the restroom? I wonder if we can step away during the recording. Sister Song didn't mention it." Meng-yuan remained oblivious to the monumental misunderstanding her forced expression would provoke, and the next second, the three of them stood frozen in place. Before them lay a field of infrared scanning, leading to the team leader's office. Only by traversing this area, without triggering alarms, could they gain entry. A note affixed nearby read, "Team leader, I trust you are well acquainted with this route, yet I hope you remain vigilant. After being illuminated by the laser 5 times, the floor will open, and you certainly do not wish to arrive at work covered in muck, do you?" A faint crack in the floor was visible. Being detected 5 times would cause it to open, sending the unfortunate soul plummeting into the abyss below. Who will go first? Su Yang whispered, wary of attracting the attention of patrolling security. I'll go first. Su Yang and Meng Yuan remained on the spot, cautiously observing the patrolling guards. Surprisingly, Lu Changji's corpulent form was quite agile, though his waist seemed to hinder him. Oh, dear, has he already triggered it once? Can we not take this game seriously? Seeing the laser beams still moving upward, it was evident he relished the thrill. Oh no, the 4th time? You must be sweating profusely now. With only one opportunity remaining, perhaps they should rush forward and see whether their speed surpassed that of the director's traps. Meng Yuan, noticing the bubble appearing above Su Yang's head, turned sharply to Lu Changji, who evidently shared this thought. It was their last chance to take a gamble. The mud was perhaps 20 centimeters deep, and Lu Changji dove in with a running start, splattering mud across his upper body and face. Meng Yuan stifled her urge to grin. How could she possibly describe the scene? It resembled a fresh pile of excrement falling into a cesspool, still writhing. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the wall, once again meeting the cameraman's eyes. I must not laugh. I must not laugh. The overhead speaker crackled to life. Ha ha ha, you fool, you really fell in. I want to tell you that behind the note is an invisibility cloak, which, when donned, protects you from the lasers. Su Yang. Meng Yuan. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and help me. Coming right away. They replied in unison, hastily tearing the note from the wall. Sure enough, a bundle of drawstring ponchos fell from the ceiling. It truly existed. Su Yang and Meng Yuan quickly donned the ponchos and waded into the muck to assist Lu Changji. Covered in filth, Lu Changji, seeing the two of them spotless and radiant, nearly gasped for breath. His appearance was so disheveled that continuing the recording was impossible. He needed a 15-minute respite to compose himself. A swarm of assistants rushed in from the employee passage, some wiping faces, others touching up makeup, and the mud on their clothes could only be hastily smudged away. Otherwise, the filming would have gaps, and the audience would not be forgiving. Meng Yuan secretly gave Su Yang a thumbs up and whispered, Indeed, if I don't stick with Sister Yang, I end up rolling in the mud. Yang, let me cling to your leg. As Lu Changji watched the two of them huddled together in such a cozy manner, he felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Today, as highlight had been achieved, yet this foolish persona contradicted the image he usually cultivated. Aware of Lu Changji's notorious temper, the director refrained from approaching him and instead sent an intern to run errands. Is this how you prepare? Lu Changji fumed, unable to unleash his anger openly, with everyone watching. He stood with a scowl. Let us begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Prepare yourselves. We resume recording in 3 minutes. The trio navigated through doors with code locks, the scrutiny of patrolling guards, and a plethora of laser traps before finally reaching the team leader's office door. As expected, a code lock awaited them. Meng Yuan stepped forward first. Let me try. It's an 8-digit numerical code. Su Yang, do you have any thoughts? Perhaps you should give it a shot? Behind them, Lu Changji, with a dark expression, sneered internally. The previous code lock was merely the first puzzle and far too simple to have been solved by chance. He needed to analyze and deduce the code himself. It's open, Meng Yuan suddenly exclaimed, followed by the sound of the lock disengaging. It's open? Lu Changji's face was a mask of disbelief as he hurried over. It truly had unlocked. How is this possible? Yet this supposedly complex lock had been effortlessly opened by Su Yang. Lu, let us go inside, Meng Yuan urged, glancing back anxiously. Lu Changji, still in shock, followed the two in, and to avoid attracting the attention of the patrolling guards, they instinctively closed the door behind them. The room was unlit, only faintly illuminated by the machines, allowing them to make out the shapes of the furnishings. Let us find the light, Su Yang proposed. The light switches are typically found on either side of the entrance. Su Yang reached out and quickly located a small metallic square. Su Yang, why are you silent? Did you find the switch? Meng Yuan, afraid of the dark environment, hesitated to move, shrinking back behind her. Su Yang swallowed nervously, nodded, and then realized Meng Yuan couldn't see her, saying, I found it. Then hurry and turn it on. What are you waiting for? Lu Changji could vaguely discern Su Yang's posture and reached out to touch her arm. Wait! Su Yang exclaimed, but it was too late. The lights flickered on, flooding the room with blinding white light. Simultaneously, the three of them saw what Lu Changji was holding. It was not the light switch, but merely a simple metal plaque. However, standing beside it was a middle-aged man in a formal suit, presumably the team leader of this game. Lu Changji had not seen him earlier and was now startled, letting out a scream as he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. "What are you doing? Why have you trespassed into my office?" he shouted, his voice trembling. Fearing for his safety, Su Yang and Meng Yuan quickly restrained Lu Changji. "Calm down, Teacher Lu. Team leader, we just wanted to." Before they could finish their explanation, they were promptly ejected from the office, left standing at the door, exchanging bewildered glances. "What now? Have we overlooked a crucial clue?" Meng Yuan clutched her heart, a look of distress crossing her face. "Is this really permissible? Well, no one said we couldn't do it this way, right?" At the monitor, the director cranked the volume to its maximum, yet could not discern what the two were whispering. "Sister Song, these newcomers." Song Lanue feigned ignorance. "Newcomers, of course. Have their own ideas. Don't worry, I've assured them everything will be fine." Lu Changji on set remained oblivious to the two's secretive exchange. They had already wasted considerable time, and if they did not hasten, they would lose. "What are you two discussing?" he demanded. "Can we still secure the note from the team leader's office?" Meng Yuan stepped closer, her expression filled with regret. "Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry."
What?
Lu Changji had yet to comprehend the situation when the girl abruptly approached him, causing him to step back and, once again, tumble into the muddy pit. Su Yang forcefully pushed open the team leader's door, exclaiming, "Teacher Lu has fallen into the mud." Recording is paused. "Quick, come help." Bewildered, he felt the headphones yanked from his ears.
Come help.
Without hearing the commands and considering Lu Changji's celebrity status, it was imperative to act swiftly to prevent any mishaps. Without further hesitation, he rushed out to assist in the rescue. In the muddy pit, Lu Changji's expression darkened, as if a storm were imminent. When pulled out, he remained silent, having first soiled the front half of his attire and then falling in again. The director's voice echoed through the intercom, calling names. But the others were engrossed in cleaning Lu Changji, oblivious to the shouts. 2 minutes later, an unassuming Su Yang emerged from the office. "Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry. I meant for you to feign a fall, but I didn't expect you to actually fall in," Meng Yuan said, guilt-ridden. Suppressing his anger, Lu Changji gritted his teeth and replied, "It's fine, as long as we obtain the item. Let us head up quickly." He used the password on a note to unlock the stairwell door, and the three ascended. Encountering a password? No matter, Su Yang would handle it. They navigated through challenges and successfully located a document in the general manager's office. It was a thick stack of text, presumably revealing the truth behind the theme of this venture. "I'll read it," she began. 10 years ago, I developed an astonishing research project, known as data beings. They possess almost no thoughts but can follow commands indefinitely. I left the research institute with this project and founded this company. However, a company solely comprised of data beings cannot function. Thus, I had to hire individuals to maintain operations. The intense workload is unbearable for normal people, yet they cannot leave. I had to confiscate everyone's work badges. Without them, no one can exit. Observing the nearly identical austere attire of the two, Su Yang's expression turned perplexed. "What does this mean? Are we data beings?" Chapter 61. All I desire is victory. "Let us not dwell on that now, we'll discuss it outside," Lu Changji urged anxiously. He surmised that everyone's task was to retrieve their work badges from the general manager's office to escape the building. Since there were no signs of disturbance in the office, it implied he was the first to arrive. "Let us head down quickly. If so, I'll be the first." Su Yang felt there was more to this than met the eye, but with Lu Changji pressing them, the trio could only retrieve the innermost work badges from the cabinet as they made their way out. The company lobby was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. As if something ominous lurked when they let down their guard. Meng Yuan found the current situation even more terrifying than the previously dark room, gripping Su Yang's clothing tightly. "Isn't that the exit ahead? Why do I feel something is off?" The air conditioning blew coolly above them, sending chills down their spines. Yet, all Lu Changji could focus on was the large door before him. What could possibly be amiss? "We're the first," he proclaimed, breaking into a jog. Su Yang and Meng Yuan exchanged glances, resignedly quickening their pace to keep up. Just as the three reached the towering glass doors, a throng of individuals in black attire surged forth, encircling them, with Su Yang and Meng Yuan pulled aside. A moment's inattention, and another attempt to escape. A voice called from behind the black-clad figures as they parted to allow a man in a black suit to step forward. "The general manager," Meng Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Earlier, she had seen a photograph of him on the office desk, marveling at how youthful he appeared. Now, standing before the group, the scene was undeniably chilling. Victory was within reach, and Lu Changji felt a surge of urgency. You heartless boss. I want to leave. I resign. You cannot stop me. The general manager stepped closer. His overly pale face finally illuminated. You wish to leave? Very well, but they cannot. The production team surely had ulterior motives. Achieving victory alone would not suffice. The man cleared his throat. Didn't you already realize this? They are data beings, destined to remain in this company for eternity. Thus, the moment your badge unlocks the door, they will cease to exist. Su-young thought to herself. Indeed, their 9 companions were likely the so-called data beings, while the expressionless black-clad individuals, akin to Lu Changji, were the humans recruited by the general manager. Lu Changji stood stunned. You must be lying. I refuse to believe it. The general manager continued embellishing. Didn't you notice on your way here? They are not like ordinary people. Why not stay? The company has provided you with ample rewards. Stay here and help me build an empire. In time, you shall be hailed as a great benefactor of the company. Such rhetoric seemed rather juvenile. Had he known better than to skip the plot, he would have comprehended nothing at this moment. Was Lu Changji's success contingent upon leaving? What about them? The comments would surely berate them as fools. Lu Changji glanced at Su-young and Meng Yuan, entirely oblivious to the unfolding storyline, refusing to yield to disbelief. I don't care. I only want victory. He grasped the access card tightly and charged toward the company's exit. What awaited him was not a triumphant streamers, but the shrill sound of a siren and flashing red lights. In the video, Su-young and Meng Yuan's forms gradually became transparent. The voice of failure echoed, a task unfulfilled, the remaining players expelled from the company. The director, holding a megaphone, lamented, unfortunately, the challenge to escape the company has failed. 5 points will be deducted from each participant. How would the editing team manage this? The other guests were uncertain whether to rejoice at finishing early or lament the lack of an engaging experience. We were still searching for clues when suddenly we were informed recording had ended. A voice rang out from above. Don't mention it. We were trapped by a complex math problem, and just as we were nearing the final answer, the staff opened the door. Teacher Lu, you were quite fast. Reaching the exit already. However, this was indeed challenging. If it were me, I would have surely botched the task. As others discussed the events, Lu Changji remained silent. His expression darkened. This recording was over, and upon going online, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism from his fans. Music filled the air, the debut song of the 9 resonating. As the show aired, an influx of fans flooded the website. Su-young, I'm here. Can't wait for Lulu. She's truly beautiful. Where is Su-young? Why hasn't she appeared? Can fans please refrain from spamming? It's disrupting the viewing experience. 20 minutes into the program, the 9 finally made their appearance, particularly Su-young, who commanded attention as she entered. What luck! Just trying and succeeding? Isn't Su-young just unbelievably talented? When they witnessed Lu Changji, who had concealed his identity from his actress wife, fall into the muddy pit, the online audience erupted in laughter. Seeing him fall into the mud again brings me relief. Lu Changji is truly being carried along by the 2 sisters. On the day of the show's broadcast, Lu Changji had braced himself for the inevitable backlash from netizens regarding his reckless behavior, hastily shutting off his phone to avoid the onslaught. Yet, the makeup artist assigned to him wore a perplexed expression, as if she had something to say. What's the matter? Speak up. The girl retrieved a piece of paper from her bag, hesitantly stating, Teacher Lu, I wish to resign. Lu Changji, taken aback, noted that the girl had been with the team for quite some time, and thus he signed the resignation. Shortly after, a crowd of others poured in. Lu Changji felt his brow twitch. Are all of you resigning too? Chapter 62. This is quite unjust. Oh dear, Su-young. You're trending again. In the conference room, Si Nian raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. Su-young, who had just entered, felt her heart skip a beat. What did she mean by again? Hadn't she herself only made the trending list on the day she debuted? As the group settled into their seats, the sound of high heels echoed from the corridor. Su-young instinctively shrank her neck. She knew she had done nothing wrong, yet felt a pang of guilt. Song Lanhua pushed open the conference room door, casting a sweeping glance over the group before her gaze finally landed on Su-young and Meng Yuan. You two, step outside. Meng Yuan reluctantly rose from her chair. A look of distress etched on her face. This was it. They were definitely about to face a reprimand. The two followed Song Lanhua to her office, and as soon as the door closed, the scolding began. What did I tell you before? Don't be clever. Don't play tricks. How did you both handle it? Soo-young shook her head, even though she had merely clicked on something casually. Besides, that middle-aged greasy man Lu Changji was anxious. It was us who and you. Meng Yuan, do you even realize what you did wrong? Under Song Lanyue's murderous glare, Meng Yuan felt as if she might bury her head in her own lap. Song Lanyue gazed at the two girls, her frustration simmering, especially since the rest of the group had only been minor players in the situation. Soo-young and Meng Yuan hastily fled the office. Guan Lulu inquired, "Are you all right?" Soo-young shook her head, but before she could respond, a mocking voice chimed in from the side. After all, she is someone of significance. What could possibly be wrong? Although Xin Yan's voice was soft, it was loud enough for the others to hear.
What do you mean by that, Xin Yan?
Chuning retorted, displeased. Can't you handle it? Suddenly, a voice came from the door. It was Song Lanyue, who had apparently arrived unnoticed and overheard everything. Xin Yan, who had been indignant just moments ago, immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor. No, Sister Song, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought it was our first chance to make an impression, and it felt a bit unfair to not have any screen time. Xin Yan dared only to speak among the few of them, knowing that in the presence of someone as commanding as Song Lanyue, it was best to keep her head down. Xin Yan's face turned pale, and she was rendered speechless. While the audience was unaware, Song Lanyue, as their manager, was well informed. The company had invested in Xin Yan, and one would expect that knowing her debut circumstances would temper her behavior. However, it seemed she remained as troublesome as ever. You must perform well this time. Stop thinking that others are stealing your spotlight. Song Lanyue's words were laden with significance, leaving Xin Yan unable to lift her head in response. Song Lanyue handed out several documents to the group. Soo-young, Guan Lulu, Chening, you three have an exclusive interview tonight, lasting about 2 hours. I'll share the questions with you once we're in the car. The documents contain names and details of several upcoming events for the group to familiarize themselves with. Song Lanyue waved towards the door. Come in. The 9 turned to see 2 women and a man enter. These 3 will be your assistants from now on. If you need to reach me and cannot, communicate with them promptly. Please introduce yourselves. The 3 appeared to be recent graduates, looking somewhat shy. After a minute of awkwardness, the leading girl stepped forward. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Jing, you can call me Xiao Jing. Hello, I'm Zhang Tao, feel free to assign me any physical tasks. He declared, flexing his muscles for effect. The last girl, wearing a mask and speaking softly, said, Hi, I'm Guqing. After her introduction, she immediately shrank back, and Song Lanyue observed her actions with an inward sigh. For assistants in the entertainment industry, emotional intelligence and confidence were crucial, and these 3 seemed somewhat lacking. Fortunately, they had been recommended by friends and were deemed reliable, so their work ethic could be nurtured over time. Just as Song Lanyue was about to facilitate their interaction for future work, a round, buoyant figure floated in. Isn't it lively in here? The newcomer's expression shifted as she surveyed the 3 assistants. Wang Jing has participated in a talent show? I thought she looked familiar, but she didn't debut. Coming in as an assistant is still a way to enter the entertainment industry. Zhang Tao is in a relationship with someone from the previous season of girl group debut project season 4. They had an on and off relationship, but never really broke up. Why do young couples always seem so scatterbrained? And what about Guqing? The gazes of the 9, along with Song Lanyue, all fixated on her. What about you? They urged, clearly eager for more. Song Lanyue could predict the unfolding events. In the entertainment industry, idol worship was commonplace. After all, who hadn't had a favorite star since childhood? However, if one were a stalker fan, then the situation became problematic. Who could guarantee that this group wouldn't engage in reckless behavior? Song Lanyue felt an overwhelming urge to blacklist anyone who had recommended these 3, wondering how they could have sent her such individuals. Having been away from the entertainment world for months, she wasn't naive. Feeling the weight of their stares, Guqing grew uneasy. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? The others shook their heads, unsure of how to respond. Only Wang Jing and Zhang Tao looked terrified, as they had kept these matters well hidden. Teacher Song, who will I be working with today? Guqing pondered which team she would join and whether she might encounter her brother. When he saw her, surely he would be captivated by her charm. Those other fans weren't truly devoted to him, only she cared sincerely. I truly don't understand the mindset of these stalker fans. Can't they maintain some distance? Must they witness their idol in such trivial moments? My goodness, I shouldn't have spoken too soon. It's not just about watching their idols. Some even buy their worn socks. What is happening? While she was aware that some individuals had peculiar psychologies, the extent of their obsession was astonishing. No way. Guiqing has also bought them? Not just the socks, but also enough. Song Lanhua shouted, unwilling to hear more. This was enough to confirm Guiqing's status as a stalker fan. Her outburst sent a shiver through the conference room, especially affecting Guiqing, who had other matters on her mind. Teacher Song, what's wrong? Song Lanhua thought to herself, how dare you even ask that question? Don't you already know what's wrong? You three, come out. Well, it seems a meeting is in order. I wonder what they will discuss. Once they exited the conference room, Su Yang sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. She then noticed that the other 8 were staring at her. What are you all looking at? Is there something on my face? No, wait. The others' curiosity piqued, and they watched as Su Yang exhaled. It must be my beauty. I used a new cosmetic today, and it's particularly flawless. Su Yang, Guanlulu, and Chuning set off toward their scheduled meeting with the reporters. Once inside the van, Song Lanhua tossed a thick notebook to them. These are the questions the reporters may ask you shortly. Familiarize yourselves with them. Sitting in the front passenger seat, she glanced at the rearview mirror and added, Su Yang, give it a try. This glorious task unexpectedly fell upon Su Yang, leaving her somewhat astonished as she promptly accepted the document. The first question posed was about her feelings upon hearing her name on the night of the formation. What feelings could there be? Of course, I was elated. Isn't that obvious? She thought. The second question inquired about her favorite piece among all the performances and whether anything amusing occurred during practice. Amusing? It was nothing but sweat and tears in the practice room, with daily squabbles. How could that be entertaining? The third question asked who she would wish to collaborate with among the seniors if given the chance. This is a tough one. There are just too many I admire. Is it possible to work with all of them? Of course. I'd prefer to steer clear of the trashy ones to avoid being blacklisted right after our collaboration. After several common questions, it was time for individual inquiries. Why is this question so strange? I say it's sweat, do you believe me? If not, why even ask? Isn't that a bit odd? This question was posed to Lulu. Someone mentioned that her style resembled that of a contestant who had withdrawn from the competition. Confused, Su Yang asked, withdrawn contestant? Who? Several gazes turned towards Guanlulu, who shook her head and looked out the window. How would I know? People online are always saying this one looks like that one. Don't you think it's disrespectful? I am simply myself. Su Yang nodded in agreement, yet sensed something was amiss. Why are these questions so peculiar? It feels like Guanlulu knows who they're referring to. Let me take a look. Could it be Yu Qiao Qiao? How are their styles even similar? She pondered. Wait. Yu Qiao Qiao's photos with that scummy rich guy were actually taken by Guanlulu? Just because of that scummy rich guy's endorsement? However, Guanlulu is quite impressive. She managed to keep it under wraps and was swift about it. Seeing the bubbles, Chen Ying and Song Lanhua's gazes fell upon Guanlulu, whose face had turned crimson. I think Guanlulu is quite brave. I wouldn't have dared to do that back then. Now that Yu Qiao Qiao has seen through that scummy guy. Guanlulu has successfully debuted and seems to be. Oh yes. I completed the updates early today, as I need to move tonight. I hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 64. Is everything you say true? A heavy silence enveloped the car. In the matter of Yu Qiao Qiao, it seemed both parties had erred. Yet there appeared to be no true fault. If this were to be considered a mistake, then truly no one was innocent. Su Yang did not sense anything amiss in the atmosphere and continued reading from the script. Next was Chen Ying's question. Has your temper always been this good? What happens when you have a disagreement with someone? Chen Ying typically portrayed a kind-hearted persona, seldom engaging in disputes even when differing opinions arose in the practice room. Su Yang was curious about this matter, but if Chen Ying were to get into a scuffle, who would emerge victorious? Chen Ying, fearing she might say something regrettable, quickly replied, my temper isn't exactly great. Perhaps it's because I seldom speak that I appear to have a good temper? After contemplating, she concluded that this was likely the reason. Song Lanhua, sitting ahead, interjected, that's a good point. The more one speaks, the more one risks saying something wrong. Sometimes, it's better to remain silent. The next question asked whom she would most like to swap bodies with in the group. Su Yang set down the script and earnestly replied, I would love to have Mengyuan's physique. Though she appears a bit plump, her metabolism is remarkable. The day we ate the same food, her weight barely fluctuated while I gained 2 pounds. That's truly enviable. After speaking, Su Yang suddenly recalled that Song Lanhua was still observing her intently and hurriedly asked, Sister Song, do you think what I said was alright? Song Lanhua, not expecting anything profound from her, nodded nonchalantly. It's fine. Netizens generally appreciate this kind of honesty. Upon arriving, the car came to a halt, and the four of them exited together. Chening and Guan Lulu were not a concern for Song Lanyue. Her primary worry was Su Yang, as the bubbles above her head were unpredictable and could emerge unexpectedly. The three of them finished their makeup backstage and headed towards the studio. As they entered the camera's view, they noticed the host, Lele, scrutinizing their faces. This behavior left Su Yang and the others unsure of how to respond. Please, take a seat and introduce yourselves. These young ladies are starting to look increasingly alike. At first glance, I can hardly tell them apart, Lele remarked, pouting slightly, with a hint of disdain. Fortunately, Song Lanyue had forewarned them before their arrival, otherwise, the three would have been at a loss. After the introductions, Lele playfully urged the three to dance. Even if he hadn't suggested it, Su Yang and her companions were prepared to showcase their performance. Yet, upon his urging, it seemed to imply their lack of seriousness. Once they were all set, the director suddenly gestured for them to begin. They had rehearsed this song countless times in the practice room, and even without background music, they would not falter. As they sat down again, slightly breathless, Lele clapped and exclaimed, "That was quite impressive. I thought after 3 seasons of auditions, the composer wouldn't be able to produce good music, but this song turned out to be quite catchy. Good, good, good," he added, inadvertently attributing all the credit to the lyricist and composer. Why is there such a negative vibe? It turns out you were dumped. That makes sense. With a temper like that, who could endure it? Who doesn't prefer someone gentle and charming? From the audience, Song Lanyue, she had anticipated such an outcome. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. Being constantly bullied without retort would only lead to being perceived as a pushover. Lele, upon noticing the text in the bubbles, appeared momentarily stunned, glaring incredulously at the director. Wasn't this supposed to be about pranking the newcomers? Why did it backfire on me? The director, perplexed, gestured. It wasn't me. Lele shot back. How could it not be you? You are the only one who knows about my breakup. Who else could it be? As the bubbles appeared, both Chening and Guan Lulu were startled, but with Song Lanyue as the anchor, as long as she remained silent, it indicated that everything was fine. After enjoying your dance, we shall commence today's interview. Honestly, it has been quite some time since I've interviewed young girls. They seem a bit restrained compared to those boy bands who can discuss so much more. Soo-young caught a glimpse of Song Lanyue in the audience and suppressed an eye roll. So looking down on young girls, are we? Do boy bands really have more freedom? Is it because they drink and dance together? Or perhaps they hold hands? What era are we living in to still entertain such notions? Just then, Lele lowered his head, reluctantly asking the first question. Formation night? That was the day you debuted, right? What did it feel like to hear your name called by the host? Were you particularly excited? Choning nodded earnestly. Yes, I was incredibly excited. Thinking of not letting down the fans and friends who have supported me. Did you cry? Lele pressed on. He quickly seized her words, questioning whether her tears were genuine or feigned, and why she felt embarrassed. Was she afraid of leaving a negative impression online? If she feared embarrassment, why choose to enter the entertainment industry? Chapter 65. Well done. If one cannot bear the thought of embarrassment, why venture into the entertainment world? Why are you so combative? Why not become a lever instead? Archimedes stated that to move something, one needs a fulcrum, but you seem to need nothing at all. With just your mouth, you can shift everything. A bubble followed another, leaving everyone in the studio astonished. Lele appeared either enraged or terrified, staring in shock at the bubbles. His trembling hand raised slightly. What on earth are all these? He had just thought that these things were merely the director's pranks aimed at him. Watching the bubbles escape one after another, each soaring towards him, Lele let out a scream and dashed desperately towards the stage's edge. There's a ghost. Help! Help me! As he reached the last step, he accidentally slipped and fell in a rather undignified manner. The crew members present, momentarily forgetting their own fears, hurried over to assist the host, Lele. What ghost? What's going on? Soo-young glanced behind the trio, only to see an ordinary stage screen. There was nothing supernatural in sight. The effeminate host's lack of decorum was one thing, but his jittery demeanor was quite another. As the bubbles began again, Chening reached out with both hands, tightly clutching Lele's head. Soo-young raised an eyebrow. Chening gently patted her head and said, "Haven't you heard that ghost story? A person has 3 flames on them, and when walking at night, one must not look back. Turning your head once extinguishes 1 flame." Her voice was soothing, reminiscent of a bedtime story. If it weren't for the chaos surrounding them, Soo-young might have found herself lulled to sleep. However, this was a recording studio. Surely looking back wouldn't matter? The more others insisted, the more Soo-young felt compelled to glance behind. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. She nodded absently, as if it made sense. Nearby, Guan Lulu observed her behavior and quietly gave a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. Go on, you go. Are you afraid? Then why should I not be? You go.
No.
My legs have turned to jelly. I can't move. You all go. Several crew members pushed and pulled, eventually shoving a slight figure forward to join the trio. The director said Lele is unwell. The recording will pause for about half an hour. His voice trembled, stuttering, making it difficult for Soo-young to listen. A hand with red nails rested on his shoulder, causing him to flinch, turning rigidly to face the source. Song Lanue, this is no longer your concern. Go attend to your duties. She cast a glance at Soo-young, unable to suppress her delight. Today, Lele's fright at the bubbles was a sweet revenge for her. Soo-young quietly inquired, Sister Song, this won't adversely affect us, will it? Hearing her words, the trio felt a wave of relief. After calming Lele, the director hesitated before stepping over to stand behind Song Lanue. Lele was startled. I've called in other hosts from the station to fill in. It should take about 10 minutes. As he spoke, his gaze flitted nervously behind the trio, as if he had seen a ghost. The director, already fearful, truly believed in the adage that fear manifests reality. Upon seeing the bubbles, he turned and mumbled, You can't see me. You can't see me. The replacement host, Xiaolan, who had previously hosted girl group debut project season 4, was familiar with the group, and the interview proceeded without further incident. However, as the trio's interview continued, the hot topics began to trend. The recording studio is haunted, Lele was taken away by an ambulance, and those without guilty consciences fear no ghosts. The marketing accounts soon reported that host Lele had been taken to the hospital during the recording, expressing sympathy for the working class. Shortly thereafter, clips from Lele's earlier interviews resurfaced, revealing her questionable inquiries into the private lives of divorced couples and the loneliness of single idols, her interruptions of veteran entertainers, and her cold demeanor towards younger talents. Even her past of forming cliques to ostracize peers during her school days was exposed. This revelation acted as a spark, prompting artists who had previously suffered at her hands to join the conversation and condemn her actions. In the hospital, Lele was administered a sedative, finally stabilizing. Upon checking the trending topics, she nearly fainted again. How had all her sins been laid bare in such a short span? Chapter 66. Should I choose? In the van, Soo-young cradled her phone, resembling an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his device. Host Lele had issued an unprecedented apology late at night.
What are you looking at?
Chun-ing inquired as she entered, chewing on a straw with such fervor it seemed she might crush it. Soo-young discreetly turned off her phone, deeply engrossed in analysis. Chun-ing, do you think I might have awakened some superpower? Soo-young shook her head, appearing slightly disappointed. No, I just suddenly noticed how much chaos surrounds me, all stemming from collapses. She sighed. I thought I had awakened some system that siphoned others' fortunes. As she spoke, a bubble slowly formed above her head. Currently, the host has no fresh gossip nearby, entering sleep mode. Chun-ing gasped, wait, is there really something? Though it sounded a bit unkind, it was undoubtedly a characteristic of a protagonist, promising to be rather entertaining. As Soo-young rambled on, she noticed Chun-ing staring at her, her pupils widening slightly. You don't think I'm being foolish, do you? She hastily added, I'm just rambling. You don't have to take it to heart. By the way, did you come looking for me for something? It's Sister Song. She wants us to attend a meeting about endorsements. When the two arrived at the conference room, others were already waiting. Si Nian, as usual, scoffed. Those who have just debuted love to act so grand. Having grown accustomed to her remarks, Soo-young chose to ignore her. All right, let us check the big screen. Song Lanue said, activating the monitor. Several brand collaborations had been sent over, and Wang Jing had compiled a simple overview. As rising stars, they had received numerous partnership offers, mostly from smaller brands, yet relatively well-known among the youth. After a brief explanation, Song Lanue consolidated all the brands onto a single page and asked, Soo-young, if you were to choose, which one would you pick? This scenario felt akin to being called on in class after daydreaming, causing Soo-young to spring to her feet. Really, am I allowed to choose? Song Lanue nodded, and in the next moment, bubbles began to appear above Soo-young's head. The two foreign skincare brands were surely out of the question. Within a year, someone would expose them for using contaminated water as an ingredient. laden with heavy metals and harmful substances. The makeup line also seemed questionable, as their operational team had been known to post misleading statements online. The beverage brand was equally problematic. They claimed to be sugar-free, only to substitute with other ingredients. As for the hygiene products, their sanitary conditions had been called into question, with numerous online complaints that had been suppressed. With each bubble that formed above her, Song Lanue's complexion paled. These brands had undergone scrutiny before being presented, and to avoid any mishaps, she had conducted a simple investigation, only to uncover so many issues. However, after eliminating these options, it appeared there were few left. I think that domestic makeup brand is quite good. It's affordable, and I've seen makeup artists using it regularly. Song Lanue nodded. Anything else? Su Yang replied. That domestic snack brand is also great. Both adults and children enjoy it. Are you serious? Su Yang, we are high-profile stars. Are you suggesting we suddenly endorse these products? Xin Yan was the first to voice her disapproval. They were legitimate debutantes. Endorsing such low-quality products could hinder their chances of securing better opportunities in the future. What's wrong with these things? Fong Li remarked. Isn't everything just splendid? One should not assume they have ascended merely upon debut. Every price point has its audience. She recalled her childhood when her family struggled financially, always opting for the cheapest options, yet she turned out just fine. Did she not? Song Lanue gestured for Su Yang to take a seat first. Let us proceed, as Su Yang suggested. Do any other members have objections? The group shook their heads, having witnessed the bubble above Su Yang's head moments ago. Previously, they would merely observe the contents within that bubble with curiosity. But who would have thought it could serve this purpose? After eliminating the endorsements that were not permissible, the remaining options were indeed easy to select. Seeing no one come to her defense, Xin Yan was incensed and huffed before striding out the door. Hey, Xin Yan. Guan Lulu called after her a couple of times. Sister Song, I'll step out for a moment. Here are the introductions for the two companies. Please take a look. I'll have Wang Jing send samples to your apartment later. Be sure to try them all, regardless of your preferences. So you aren't caught off guard when questioned by brands or journalists. Wow, Sister Song actually believes what I said. Song Lanue waved away the laughter bubble that had settled in front of her. It seemed that Su Yang was indeed a treasure, indispensable in any endeavor. Once the news of the 9 members endorsing 2 products was released, reactions varied widely. Huh? What kind of nonsense company is this that they would have our girl endorse such rubbish? What is this obscure brand? I've never heard of it before. With so many brands out there, you settled on these 2? Doesn't the company conduct any reviews? May I quietly mention that I have used this brand as cosmetics, and they are quite effective. That snack, I've loved it since childhood. You cannot speak ill of it. Both of these are domestic products. Let us support them. Since they are endorsed by the girls and they're affordable, I'll lend my support. Public opinion shifted rapidly from disdain to curiosity, eventually leading to the realization that these little items were quite commendable. Affordable and economical, coupled with being domestically produced, the sales of both products multiplied exponentially. Who understands? With a monthly salary of $1,800, I finally found something I can afford. The neighbors' kids love coming to my house to snack on these. I usually enjoy low-sugar snacks that don't contribute to weight gain, and having tried these, they aren't overly sweet, which I appreciate. Countless positive reviews sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, and the name of this group began to circulate widely. Even those who did not follow talent shows or the entertainment industry began to recognize several members after purchasing these 2 products a few times. Such a fanbase is difficult to cultivate through traditional means. Observing the online sentiment, Song Lanue decided to release news about the group's variety show. Please support us with your votes and comments. Chapter 67. Everything is just fine now. Gratitude was extended to the generous fan who sent a massive airplane, and a request was made for dance performances to be displayed on the screen. Thanks were also given to the fan who sent a rocket. In the live stream, the girls, having danced continuously, found their clothes damp with sweat. Wow. Qiao Qiao looks absolutely stunning today. Kisses for Qiao Qiao. Is she particularly suited for the new dance stage? You up there, how bold of you. I was just about to say that, but didn't he dare to. As Qiao Qiao took a moment to drink water, she spotted a comment regarding the new dance. I might need to take notes. I've been quite busy with dance classes these past few days. Thanks to my Lulu for the 10 rockets. As she began to express her gratitude, she suddenly froze, incredulously asking, Lulu? Is it the Lulu I know? Wow. It really is Guan Lulu. Truly Guan Lulu. Welcome Lulu, to our Qiao Qiao's live stream. Welcome, Guan Lulu. Turns out beautiful women also enjoy watching other beautiful women dance. Such a lovely bond. How touching. Suddenly receiving a generous donation of 10 rockets from the other party made Yu Qiao feel a bit uneasy. After performing a few more dances and seeing the time, she hastily ended the live stream. Afterward, she indeed received a friend request from Guan Lulu. The moment she accepted, a message popped up asking if it was a convenient time to call. Hello? Is there something you need? After a long silence from the other end, a hesitant voice finally spoke. There is something I need to confess. Guan Lulu took a deep breath. The photo of you and that man was taken by me. At the time, I felt it was unfair with the theme song position, and I regretted it afterward. After much contemplation, I felt I needed to apologize. She poured out everything that had transpired, listening to the breath from the receiver, her heart racing uncontrollably. No matter what Yu Qiao said, she had endured it, even if it meant exposing it to the press. After an indeterminate amount of time, a voice came through the receiver, so that's the matter. It's no longer relevant. Had you told me this 2 months ago, I would have been furious, wanting to make this known to everyone. Yu Qiao gazed at her reflection in the window, a smile of relief gracing her lips. But now it's not a concern. My current life, though a bit exhausting, is fulfilling and joyful. Perhaps I ought to even express my gratitude to you? After ending the call, Yu Qiao poured herself a glass of cola and settled into her small sofa. She earned her own money now and no longer needed to concern herself with anyone else's whims. This life was more than sufficient. On her way to the recording, every van was accompanied by a director's assistant, and the preliminary interviews were, of course, indispensable. What was your initial feeling upon hearing that you would be recording a group variety show? Chunning, I was thrilled, truly excited. Meng Yuan, surprised. This the type of activity reserved for seniors? I can't believe they prepared it for us. While the other members expressed their joy, Su Yong's demeanor was quite different. By the way, what preparations have you all made? The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a question for the members? Why was it directed at her? Furthermore, the photographer, lacking foresight, immediately shifted the camera upon hearing the question. The assistant's eyes were wide with panic. We will certainly prepare well. We hope everyone can look forward to it. Su Yong nodded. I hope there won't be any contrived games or random blind challenges. Those are far too cliché. As if perfectly predicting the situation, Su Yong guessed 2 of the upcoming tasks, causing the assistant's pupils to widen in alarm.
All right. We will do our best.
The young girl, clearly overwhelmed by the questions, stammered, her face turning a bright shade of red. However, Su Yong, oblivious to her discomfort, continued her inquiries. She rambled on, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Observing how Su Yong could almost decipher the entire script of the season, the assistant quickly interjected, It seems we are almost there. Am I not allowed? Is it right here? Upon Su Yang's arrival, 2 or 3 others were already present, seated in the living room. As she dragged her suitcase out of the car, she vaguely heard the assistant breathe a sigh of relief. This is the place where the previous sister group stayed. Right next to us. I heard the rent here is exorbitant. As Su Yong pushed open the door and stepped inside, she overheard a few discussing the property. Su Yong, you've arrived. Within half an hour, all members had gathered. The production team handed each person a form to fill out. They would then roll dice to choose their rooms. Su Yong took the so-called form, which resembled a questionnaire. Name, age, height, weight, favorite food? Director. Do we really need to make this so formal? A surprise? It won't be a scare, will it? The director seems to have ulterior motives, giving us surprises? What do you dislike the most? Are they trying to intimidate us with these things? Su Yong mumbled to herself as she completed the questionnaire in her hands, finding it rather peculiar, but deciding to fill it out nonetheless. The director then inquired, Is my credibility so low in your hearts? After retrieving the questionnaires from all members, they could proceed to roll the dice. What order do we follow? Starting from the first? Fong Li asked while holding the dice. Si Nian immediately countered, no way. It's always in that order. She gets all the advantages. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Chapter 68. I don't care. Fong Li genuinely could not fathom why they were making such a fuss over this. Alright, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Does everyone agree? The 9 of them stood up in a circle to begin the game. Rock, paper, scissors. Let me see.
Si Nian, Liu Ke, Lin Wen.
And Su Yong lost. You 4 continue, while the rest of us wait. Si Nian, who proposed this method, pouted. But seeing Su Yong lose in the first round made her happy. Su Yong extended her hand. Alright, for the second round of rock, paper, scissors, Lin won and I chose rock, while you 2 chose scissors. Xin Yen's smile had barely lasted 2 seconds before she lost to Su Yang again, her expression of frustration becoming hard to maintain. Lu Ku tugged at her sleeve. Come on, why are you always at odds with Su Yang? A person like her doesn't deserve a spot. Deep down, she felt resentful, believing that someone like Su Yang had snatched away her debut opportunity. Otherwise, she wouldn't need the company to buy her debut position. The ultimate victor of rock, paper, scissors was Chi-Chi, and it was her turn to roll the dice. The 6 sides of the dice were marked with the room numbers, which would reveal whether the selected rooms were doubles or singles. There were 3 double rooms and 3 single rooms. Once a room was filled, it would be removed from the dice, and if the remaining trainees rolled an empty die, they would roll again. Alright, Chi-Chi, you go first.
Now.
The dice bore question mark stickers, leaving everyone in suspense about what lay beneath. I want someone to sleep with me, please.
No way.
I don't want to sleep with you. I want a single room. Chi-Chi tossed the dice high into the air, and after rolling several times on the ground, it finally came to a stop. I'll peel off the sticker now. She removed the sticker to reveal room 3, single. What does this mean? Did I draw a single room? Chi-Chi held up the sticker, glancing at the director with a hint of anxiety. Next in line were Fong Li, Guanlulu, Chening, Meng Yuan, and Lin Wen. Fong Li and Chening both drew the same double room, while Guanlulu and Meng Yuan got the second double room. As for Lin Wen, she ended up with the second single room. Oh my goodness! This is amazing! I finally won't have to sleep alone at night. Meng Yuan exclaimed, hugging Guanlulu, almost bursting into affectionate kisses. Guanlulu, looking somewhat resigned, raised a hand to block her. All right, let's be clear. You can't sneak into my bed at night. Why not? Aren't we roommates? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. What's wrong with sleeping together? Guanlulu raised her hand. Director, can I request a room change now? The director shook his head. No, you must stay in the room you selected. With 1 single room and 1 double room left, Su Yang, Xin Yan, and Lu Ke had yet to roll the dice. As Su Yang picked up the dice, Xin Yan's only thought was, as long as they weren't in the same room, it would be fine. All right. The moment has come. Will Su Yang roll a single room or a double room? Even though the rooms had been assigned, they were reluctant to leave, eager to see the final outcome. Countless eyes were fixed on the dice as it tumbled and landed. Blank. Roll again. Everyone held their breath as it rolled again, revealing a sticker that hadn't been uncovered before. Meng Yuan dashed forward. Let's reveal it. Su Yang has drawn a single room, while the remaining Xin Yan and Lu Ke must share a room. She struggled to peel back the edge of the dice, yanking it off with force. Double room. Su Yang offered a polite smile, her expression neutral. While she had no preference for whom she shared a room with, she certainly did not wish to face a cold demeanor daily. Now, with 1 double room still available, would Xin Yan roll the last remaining single room or join Su Yang in the double room? It was time for Xin Yan to roll. She took a deep breath, hoping for a single room, determined not to share with Su Yang. After mentally preparing herself countless times, Xin Yan finally threw the dice. At that moment, it was no longer just a simple dice roll. All eyes were on it, eagerly awaiting the result. The dice rolled through the air, landing and spinning several times, carrying with it Xin Yan's fervent wishes. It rolled and rolled, finally coming to a halt. The group gathered around, and upon seeing the information on the dice, fell silent. Let's congratulate Lu Ke for winning the last single room, Fong Li announced, giving a few symbolic claps. Su Yang's expression remained calm, unable to muster a smile. The director issued the directive. The rooms have been assigned. The double rooms are Fong Li and Chening, Meng Yuan and Guanlulu, while Su Yang and Xin Yan share a room. The singles are Chi-Chi, Lin Wen, and Lu Ke. You may now take your luggage upstairs. You have half an hour to settle in. Once the time is up, gather back here. Well, the assignments are done. Is there no way to change them? Su Yang sighed inwardly, quietly moving to retrieve her luggage. Just as she touched her suitcase, chaos erupted behind her. Director, I disagree with the grouping. I want to roll the dice again. Xin Yan confronted the director, insisting she could not accept sharing a room with Su Yang. Once the groups are set, they cannot be changed. Whatever is rolled is final, the director firmly stated, seemingly unfazed by Xin Yan's demands. This infuriated her. I don't care. I want to change rooms. I refuse to share with Su Yang. The atmosphere grew awkward as Chening stepped forward, tentatively suggesting, how about we switch? Absolutely not. A sudden voice echoed from the doorway, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 69. You don't have a princess's fate. You truly are unwell. Absolutely not. The voice rang out, capturing everyone's gaze. Accompanied by the sound of high heels, Song Lanue appeared before them. Her eyes swept across the room, finally landing on Xin Yan. No need to change rooms. Whoever drew what is theirs. The once domineering Xin Yan now resembled a quail, her head bowed in silence. I see some individuals may not have much fame, but their tempers are quite large. Though Song Lanue did not mention names, the situation felt akin to being called out. Xin Yan wished to explain but could not outright say she disliked Su Yang, so she merely lowered her head, absorbing the reprimand. Listening to Song Lanue's words, Xin Yan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. As Song Lanue's words reached this point, no one else dared to voice any objections. Each person hurriedly retreated to their respective rooms with their belongings. Su Yang lagged slightly behind, only to receive a disdainful glance from a hidden corner of the camera's view. If a glare could kill, she would have been mercilessly tortured long ago. The double room comprised 2 1.5-meter beds, a washroom, and a small wardrobe. Although the space was not as expansive as a single room, it was still quite spacious for 2 occupants. I entered first, choosing the bed closer to the door. Xin Yan, seemingly worried that Su Yang would compete for the same spot, promptly sat on the bed nearer to the entrance, her smug demeanor appearing decidedly awkward. "Suit yourself," Su Yang remarked, shifting her belongings to the bed by the window. Not far outside lay the road, which would likely see traffic during the night. She wondered if it would disrupt her rest. While she was momentarily lost in thought, Xin Yan had already scoured the room. "We'll each take half of the wardrobe, and the washroom should remain orderly. It's best if we avoid stepping on each other's toes," Xin Yan declared, taking on the role of a commanding officer, making various arrangements from her elevated position. Su Yang nodded perfunctorily, uninterested in engaging further. Indeed. As Sister Song had accurately pointed out, you may not possess a princess's demeanor, but you certainly exhibit some quirks. If one were unaware, they might think I was desperately clinging to you, when in reality, I am merely annoyed by your snoring and teeth grinding at night, which disrupts my rest. As Xin Yan's irritation bubbled to the surface, she stomped away in fury, leaving Su Yang to observe her, shaking her head. Should I gift her a book titled The Art of Language and another on how to control your temper? However, that would require spending money, which was quite bothersome. After organizing her belongings, Su Yang explored the other rooms, her desire to switch to a single room intensifying. The single rooms even boasted massage bathtubs. Who would dare believe it? Once everyone had gathered their things and descended to the lower floor, the formal recording commenced. The director handed the script to Mixue, who gleefully clutched the thick stack of pages. Am I the host? What an honor! Welcome to the bespoke variety show crafted for the 9 of you.
Please applaud.
Although not a professional host, Mixue proved adept at energizing the atmosphere. Observing this, the director behind the camera adjusted his glasses, thinking it was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. Lin Wen couldn't resist sticking her head in to inquire, what else? What else is written on there? Mixue deliberately turned to shield the script, saying, "Patience. Let me explain slowly. This is a variety show tailored specifically for the 9 of you, filled with intriguing challenges and tasks, encouraging you to complete them diligently to enhance your teamwork." She continued, "We have hidden numerous task cards throughout the apartment. Please form groups to search for these cards and deduce the first task." After stating this, Mixue looked back at the director for confirmation. "Are they really inside the house? What do they look like?" The director shook his head, indicating that was confidential information. In the next moment, Su Yang unexpectedly pulled a card from beneath her seat. Could this be the task card? The card in her hand was palm-sized, adorned with letters that undoubtedly belonged to the show. The director, attempting to remain inconspicuous, was taken aback. "Where on earth did you find this?" Su Yang innocently replied. "I found it while tidying up the room. I went outside to grab cleaning supplies and discovered it inside the broom. It looked quite appealing, considering it a keepsake." She had pocketed it, not realizing it was related to the task. Well, without further ado, let us search for the task cards. The 9 of them divided into 3 groups, 3 on the first floor, 3 on the second, and the remaining 3 tasked with searching the living room and the yard. Su Yang found herself particularly skilled at this sort of puzzle-solving task, as if an unseen force guided her to the right places to search, whether it be in the flower pots on the balcony, the innermost drawers, deep within cabinets, or behind the television. While the other members had yet to catch sight of what the task cards looked like, Su Yang quickly amassed a collection. Had the director not witnessed Su Yang's capabilities during Girl Group Debut Project Season 4, he might have suspected someone had leaked the locations of the hidden task cards. One after another, task cards surfaced, totaling 20 in all. They could be pieced together based on the patterns on their backs. Chapter 70, Flying dogs? Funding? Could it be a 50-50 split? Surely not. If the director's emotions could be expressed, he would undoubtedly be exasperated. While he might be a tad frugal, he wasn't stingy to this extent. No, this isn't stinginess. It's prudent management. If you don't understand, please refrain from making comments. The director urgently waved to his assistant. Quick. Bring forth our activity funds. If we delay any longer, they might concoct excuses for bankruptcy. The assistant handed envelopes to a few of them, with Chun-Ing being the first to receive one. She felt inside and noted it was quite substantial. However, upon opening it, Chun-Ing was taken aback. It was filled entirely with 10-yuan bills, thick in appearance yet meager in total. Meng Yuan leaned in, eagerly saying, "Count it, see how much there is." Chun-Ing quickly counted, finding 25 bills. After a moment of silence, she recounted, confirming, "Indeed, 25 bills. Director, this is a bit unkind, isn't it?" Upon learning this figure, the others fell into silence. Receiving so little was one thing, but to be insulted was another entirely. Sensing their murderous glares, the director quickly reassured them, "Wait, don't panic. There's more. Look again. There truly is." Chun-Ing flipped the envelope upside down, and with a thud, a round coin rolled out, coming to rest at the director's feet. He picked it up, wearing an awkward expression. But here's a 1-yuan coin." The 9 of them collectively reacted, "Not 250, but 251 sounds better, doesn't it?" Meng Yuan pondered aloud. "Earlier, I noticed the kitchen on the first floor has cooking utensils. Why not purchase ingredients and cook? Let's divide into 2 teams, one for vegetables and one for meat." Fong Li suggested. "How about barbecue or hot pot? The kitchen is equipped with everything we need and would be more convenient." There were no objections from the 9, so they proceeded to form teams. Su Yang proposed, "Let's divide into upstairs and downstairs groups for convenience." "I disagree," Si Nian instinctively retorted, but upon sensing Song Lanue's displeasure, she quickly rephrased, "Usually, the upstairs group interacts more, so it might be better to mix the groups." However, this excuse appeared quite reasonable, and the other 8 members were indifferent to it. "Shall we decide by hands, palms up for one team and palms down for the other?" They gathered in a circle, extending their hands. Palms up, palms down. The group maintained their positions as they awaited the final results. Fong Li surveyed the group, declaring, "Perfect. I will team up with Lu Ku, Chi-Chi, Lulu, and Su Yang, while you 4 will form another team." This time, they successfully separated Si Nian and Su Yang, leading Si Nian to fall silent. Fong Li's group of 5 would head out to buy vegetables, leaving the remaining 4 to procure meat. "Isn't it said that the vegetables at the market are fresh? You should go there to buy them." We ventured to sell meat, hoping for a little extra money, before any distribution could take place. Si Nian snatched away a large handful of cash. "We had 160, surely that would suffice for purchasing some vegetables." Young Miss Fong Li would not indulge her, sneering coldly, "Sufficient. Just don't let it be insufficient for you." The 9 of us boarded the bus. And under Si Nian's insistence, we headed to the market. We split up, making sure not to squander our funds. Once we disembarked, she adopted a lecturing demeanor. But no one paid her any heed as we entered the bustling marketplace. It was around 10 in the morning, and the freshest vegetables had already been snatched up. The ground was slick with uncleaned water and spoiled vegetable leaves, making our passage particularly arduous. Fong Li did not disdain the market's environment, but her heart ached for her new shoes, furrowing her brow in distress. Su Yang pulled out the prepared shopping list: mushrooms, radishes, bok choy, lettuce, and cabbage. Most of these could be found at the same stall, though the only challenge lay in comparing prices. Lu Ko, having been a trainee since childhood, was unaccustomed to cooking for herself and typically relied on takeout, making her feel somewhat out of place in this environment. She approached the nearest vegetable stall and inquired, "How much for this cabbage?" The bald proprietor casually tossed a cabbage onto the scale, declaring, 10 yuan, "Beautiful lady. Would you like anything else? I can offer you a discount." Hearing this, Guan Lulu and Chi-Chi also gathered around, and together they began selecting the necessary vegetables. The bald vendor, with a grin that couldn't be contained, continued to load items into bags while gesturing towards the camera with a thumbs up. "I am usually quite busy at my stall. Hardly have time to notice those things. Have you heard of us? We just debuted." The bald vendor appeared momentarily flustered. "I Haven Tea. What do you call yourselves? Flying dogs?" The onlookers erupted in laughter, while Su Yang and the others fell silent, hastily paying and making their exit. Until a bubble of realization surfaced. Isn't this going to provide fodder for our detractors? My heavens, something feels off. That vendor's scale must be faulty. I want to report him. The remaining four nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of filing a report. That vendor doesn't even recognize us. What a bumpkin. Doesn't he ever go online? Xin Yen, visibly displeased, tossed a bag stained with blood onto an empty seat. What's this? Lin Wen sighed, don't mention it. Meat prices are exorbitant nowadays. We bought just a little, and it nearly cost 100 yuan. We hoped for a discount. But the vendor claimed not to know us, and told us to leave if we lacked funds. The five of them remarked, looking at it this way. Flying dogs seem rather acceptable. The truth was, not only did he dismiss us, but he also berated us in the local dialect, which we failed to comprehend. Heartbreaking. It was truly disheartening. In the future, we must refrain from mentioning our group identity. Su Yang expressed her genuine hurt. She had thought that debuting was an end, only to find it was merely a new beginning. However, when Guan Lulu and Lu Ku opened the bag meant for meat, they were taken aback. The meat was soaked in blood, its color slightly yellowed, and it reeked of rot. Upon cutting it, the evident staleness was unmistakable. The four who had purchased the meat gathered around, bewildered. This isn't the color we saw at the stall. Indeed, and this fatty piece wasn't even ours. As they chattered, it finally dawned on them. Could it be that we were scammed? Have you only just realized this? They exclaimed, shocked at the revelation. The overhead red lights cast a uniform crimson hue over the meat at the stall, obscuring its true condition. The vendor, with his deceptive hands, had stealthily stuffed unselected meat into the black bag. Not only that, but the quantity was also insufficient. When the vendor angrily tossed the meat bag in their direction, their tempers flared. Don't hold me back. I must confront him. Meng Yuan exclaimed, furious at the deceitful vendor. She stormed towards the exit but abruptly halted. Wait. You all aren't genuinely going to let me go alone? The 8 others nodded in unison, and Su Yang handed her the camera's memory card. Take this. It's evidence. Thus, the meal transformed into an all-vegetable hot pot. Everything was tossed into the pot, with the mushrooms seeming to provide the most flavor. Fong Li, wielding a ladle, fished around in the pot, eventually forcing a smile as she remarked about buying meat. We need more money to make it worthwhile. I expected a grand feast. Yet here we are, lacking even mincemeat. Xin Yen dared not offend her, remaining silent in acquiescence to her comments. The production team's intention was to showcase their first variety show as a joyous occasion, yet the atmosphere was palpably awkward. The 9 of us sat around a table, staring at the bubbling pot of vegetables, lost in silence. The director glanced from one to another, finally unable to contain himself. Aren't you all going to say anything? Su Yang, bewildered, responded, aren't we supposed to eat? What is there to discuss? Just as the director was about to prompt someone to address previous questions to lighten the mood, Su Yang suddenly sat up straight, posing a profound inquiry. Did we steam the rice? A heavy silence enveloped the room, with only the sound of boiling water in the pot breaking the stillness. The next morning, the first trending topic was the news of our unfortunate market experience. Yesterday, our regulatory bureau received reports of deceptive practices at a certain market, such as inaccurate weighing and stale produce. All screenings have been completed with the cooperation of the vendor. The meat stall in the market. The vendor's deceptive practices. You must be aware of the vendor's little tricks. The marketplace. Has the official finally begun to address the issues within the market? I've not visited in ages due to constant scams. Underweighing is a common occurrence at markets. It's far easier to shop at a supermarket. Why is this trending again? It seems to be in the limelight every day. Must everything be sensationalized? The more trending topics we buy, the less interested I become. I never expected that instead of albums or singles, we'd be met with endorsements and variety shows. What are you doing, agency? It's been a week since our debut. Why are there still no formal work arrangements? What are you all doing? Looking forward to the day when we have a variety show to enjoy during meals. Fans will surely have a good laugh. The agency seems unperturbed while you all fret unnecessarily. Why is there still no news about an album? Song Lanua spun her phone around for everyone to see. Did you all notice? The fans are more anxious than you. What are you doing? You can barely drag yourselves out of bed in the morning. How can you rush for announcements or albums? The few girls bowed their heads, obediently accepting the reprimand, while Song Lanua felt a surge of frustration with nowhere to vent. Previously, she had managed only 1 or 2 artists, concentrating her efforts on them. Now, with 9 new faces to oversee, she struggled to allocate resources evenly and found herself at a loss for how to manage them effectively. Today, we will record a new song. In the evening, I have a meeting with the director. Su Yang, Guanlulu, Chening, and Chi Chi. You four main vocalists will join me. We aim to finalize both the opening and closing themes. The five of you continue preparing for the new album, perhaps recording a behind-the-scenes video to post on Weibo. Show it to me before you publish it.
With that,
Song Lanue organized the day's tasks and continued reaching out for additional resources, especially hoping to bring in artists she had previously worked with for a cameo appearance. In many respects, the fans were not entirely mistaken. Upon debuting, one experiences the pinnacle of popularity, hence it is imperative to maintain visibility. However, mere ephemeral exposure on platforms like Weibo proves futile. One must possess representative works. This album, meticulously crafted by Song Jirang's team, embodies a distinct style that will undoubtedly yield impressive sales post-release. Currently, the only challenge lies in the passage of time, and one hopes for the swift unveiling of the first formal album. Through the transparent glass, one can observe 9 individuals taking turns in vocal trials. Chapter 72. The Wife Belongs to Another. Was it truly Master Song Jirang who penned this for us? Lin Wen expressed her surprise upon seeing it. As a devoted fan of Song Jirang, she had envied Su Yang when witnessing her perform a song from his album on the final stage. Now, she found herself able to sing a piece written by him. Oh, how astonishing! The entire album bears the esteemed name of Master Song. Securing even a single song from Song Jirang is a formidable task, yet here lies a complete album featuring 9 tracks. Initially, it seemed a daunting task to complete today as title track, as conveyed by Song Lanue. However, upon seeing Song Jirang's name, who would still deem it challenging, everyone yearned to sing more. The vocal trials commenced, with the recording studio instructor calling out names one by one. Lin Wen suddenly inquired, "Teacher, will we have the opportunity to meet Master Song Jirang? I mean, will he supervise our recording?" Though it was somewhat regrettable not to meet Song Jirang in person, being able to sing his compositions was already a great honor. As the members proceeded to record, Su Yang approached Lin Wen, playfully nudging her shoulder. "A fan of Master Song, are you?" Lin Wen nodded, about to express her long-standing admiration for Song Jirang's musical style, when she was taken aback by the bubbling excitement emanating from Su Yang. "Ah, how sweet. Next time we meet, you must give me a kiss. I'll even help you with your marriage registration." Su Yang's grin was infectious, and she cleared her throat, adding, "I'm also a fan of Master Song. Don't be disheartened. We're in the same entertainment circle, and we'll meet soon." At that moment, Lin Wen's heart surged with waves of emotion. What did Su Yang mean by that? Her thoughts were interrupted by the recording instructor's voice calling for the next participant. "Next up, Su Yang."
yay.
"My absolute favorite," she exclaimed, her joy evident as she moved with a trail of effervescent bubbles following her. Lin Wen scoffed, contemplating the improbability of her association with Master Song. The lyrics were distributed according to each individual style, and the recording of the title track proceeded remarkably smoothly. Even the recording instructor was taken aback. Noting how well the song's style suited them, Master Song's compositions were indeed impressive. The title track conveyed a youthful spirit, harmonizing perfectly with the 9 voices. Once post-production adjustments were made, the concept could be established. This is a popular adaptation of a film and television project. Pay attention to the details and make the most of your opportunities, Song Lanue advised. The director was an old acquaintance, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing the project should be straightforward. However, upon the 5 individuals arriving at the designated location, an unexpected situation arose. "Sister Song, what are you dawdling at the entrance for? Come in," beckoned a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Song Lanue scanned the room, noting a man and a woman. "Director Ma, weren't we scheduled for a meeting? Who are these 2? She inquired, gesturing for Su Yang and the others to follow her. Director Ma took a sip of hot tea and chuckled. "Sister Song, I know we had an agreement, but this is young Master Guan from the capital, Guan Bowen. He also desires a song, what do you think?" His statement clarified the situation. This young master was merely throwing money to please his girlfriend. Guan Bowen, showing impatience, served food to the woman beside him. "Fine. I understand you had an appointment, but I want to take your spot for free. How about 1 million? His brazen display of wealth rendered the room silent. Though Song Lanue felt anger rising, she recognized Director Ma's intent. Having Guan Bowen at the dinner was a way to avoid offending him. "Guan Bowen, you may not be familiar with the entertainment industry. It's not merely a matter of money," she replied. "Is that to say my offer isn't sufficient?" Guan Bowen snapped, slamming down his chopsticks.
2 million then.
"If it weren't for my girlfriend's fondness for this project, I wouldn't bother negotiating with you." Director Ma quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Young Master Guan, please, let us not escalate this. The woman who had remained silent finally spoke up. Xiao Wei, lower your voice. You're scaring me and the baby. Upon hearing this, Guan Bowen immediately crouched down, gently caressing the woman's stomach. Don't worry, baby, Daddy didn't mean it. The entire room watched as Guan Bowen comforted the barely noticeable bump for an extended period. At last he stood up. Today, my wife and child are present. I won't say anything further. 250,000 for the opening theme, solely to make my wife and child happy. Young Master Guan's generosity was met with applause from Director Ma. Guan Bowen scoffed, thinking, what do you mean I don't understand the entertainment industry? Isn't it's simply a matter of money? However, his smirk faded. Truly, young Master Guan was extravagant, and one could hardly resist applauding him. Yet, he was oblivious to the true nature of the situation. The girl was merely adept at playing him. Claiming to be pregnant, wasn't she just indulging too much in recent delicacies? As she placated Guan Bowen, the actress portraying the male lead in the drama was simultaneously managing 3 suitors online. Quite the masterclass in manipulation, indeed. One could almost pity young Master Guan, believing her claims, perhaps even leading him to support others' children in the future. Song Lanyue and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether the lives of the affluent were always this whimsical and captivating. The girl, realizing Guan Bowen had fallen silent, looked up to gauge the atmosphere, only to lock eyes with his piercing glare. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Xiao Wei, what's wrong? Guan Bowen, consumed by anger, could no longer dismiss the absurdity of the bubbles. He fixed his gaze on her, demanding, tell me, did we sleep together that night? Is there truly a child within you? The girl, frightened by his intensity, retreated. Xiao Wei, please, don't lose your temper, hear me out. His cold demeanor was intimidating. The atmosphere grew tense, and no one dared to breathe. Struggling for words, the girl sank to the floor, her anxiety overwhelming her. After all, she was his girlfriend. Just as Guan Bowen reached out to assist her, the strange bubbles reappeared. Isn't she pregnant? Why is she still wearing high heels? And hasn't she consumed a considerable amount of that expensive wine? Only someone as naive as young Master Guan would be deceived. Do normal couples truly not check each other's phones? Guan Bowen redirected his attention, grabbing the girl's phone from the table. Before she could react, he unlocked it using facial recognition. The software of the other person was directly opened, showcasing the avatars of several men, all marked with notes such as Fool Number 1, Fool Number 2, and Fool Number 3, while the protagonist was labeled as Fool Number 4. The chat history revealed that, throughout their time together, the girl had not ceased her conversations with these other individuals, engaging in lively exchanges daily. If no romantic relationship had been established, one might mistakenly assume he was the illicit partner. What sort of contents filled his phone? He yearned to take a glimpse. So many men? Even the album contained intimate photographs. Just as Guan Baiwei contemplated confronting the girl, he stumbled upon a particular message and casually opened the album. Inside were various private and explicit photos, not solely of the girl but also featuring her in bed with other men, to a degree that was almost unbearable. The moment Guan Baiwei seized the phone, the girl realized her fate was sealed. As she witnessed the man's expression darkening, she nearly crawled to him on her knees. Xiao Wei, Guan Dashao. I did not intend to deceive you. I genuinely like you and wish to be with you. Please believe me, I will delete all of them right now. It will only be us 2 from now on, okay? The girl wept, her eyes glistening like rain-soaked flowers, evoking a deep sense of pity. However, the very next moment, a message popped up again. Right. Today I will delete all those men's contacts, and tomorrow I will find a new batch. Out with the old, in with the new. Guan Baiwei inhaled sharply. Do you think I would believe your words? As the girl attempted to reach out again, he kicked her to the ground. He forcefully smashed his diamond-studded golden phone against the wall, declaring, don't let me see you again. You shall no longer belong in this circle. With that, Guan Baiwei left with a fierce finality. Xiaoguan, please let me explain. The girl cried as she chased after him. Director Mao chuckled awkwardly, lowering the hands that had been clapping, his expression exceedingly awkward. He was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open once more, revealing the girl, her exquisite makeup now ruined from crying. She nonchalantly returned to her previous spot, picked up the smashed golden phone, placed it in her bag, and casually grabbed a bottle of fine red wine from the table before departing with flair. Even a director accustomed to grand spectacles couldn't help but widen his mouth in astonishment. Song Lanyue turned the teapot on the table and filled it with tea. Director. Can we continue with our matters? Yes, of course. He merely wished to earn a little more. Was that a fault? Now that Xiaoguan had left, what more could they discuss? They had to sign her. What would happen if she walked away? Filled with fury, Guan Baiwei drove his car around. And as the cool night breeze brushed against his face, his mind began to clear. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. That woman had lulled him into a stupor. Even he, who had long been familiar with the world of flowers, had failed to notice anything unusual. How did that message even come to be? Or rather, from where did that message emerge? His brow furrowed deeper until he suddenly clapped his hands together. Indeed. My benefactor is truly my great benefactor. Had I remained ignorant of these matters, I might have unwittingly surrendered the Guan family's fortune. No, I must find her, to express my gratitude in person. Guan Baiwei murmured, good people truly are good people. They all left. When did they leave? The waiter assumed that Xiaoguan was searching for his recently broken-up girlfriend, thinking that young couples were indeed different, seemingly in a daze. From what he heard from the girls earlier, the girl had pretended to be pregnant, which was why Xiaoguan had fallen out with her. Now, to search for her seemed quite complicated. Observing Guan Baiwei's anxious demeanor, the waiter could only conclude that the preferences of the wealthy were beyond his comprehension. Unable to glean any information from the waiter, Guan Baiwei felt utterly devastated, even more so than when he had first discovered he had been deceived. His mother had taught him during his childhood to always be grateful. Although he had been through tumultuous years, he considered himself a good person. Yet, he continually encountered those who sought to deceive his affections. He recalled the agent who had introduced him to 4 girls. Surely, his benefactor was amongst them. Yes. The director. Although he could not find the contact information for those girls, he had the director. Guan Baiwei swiftly pulled out his phone to call the director, only to discover that the director was utterly intoxicated, struggling to articulate his words. It appeared he would have to wait until the following morning. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained blissfully unaware that she had caught someone's attention while enjoying her gossip. The next day of the group variety show recording commenced with new work arrangements. Having recorded their title song the previous day, they now began discussions on filming. Shortly after they arrived in the conference room, the company representative hurried in with a thick stack of documents. These are several proposals selected by the company. If you have anything you wish to express, feel free to share your opinions. Each document presented a different filming proposal, detailing various concepts and proposed filming locations. You have likely seen those of your seniors. Not only must the filming be exquisite, but it should also align with your own identities and the essence of the song. You may review them and share your thoughts. Although Song Lanue was strict, she did not stifle her artists' voices. Why are all the shoots indoors? Are there no outdoor locations? Chapter 74. Yes. It feels like we're slacking off. Su Yang glanced over the proposals and noticed this significant issue. Why was everything indoors? Are there no outdoor locations? The other members echoed her inquiry. Yes, I was looking forward to outdoor shoots. I also desire outdoor settings. I envy those with a vibrant atmosphere. The representative's expression changed slightly due to budget constraints. We can only offer indoor shoots for now. But do not worry. Even with indoor filming, we have plenty of set designs. In a nutshell, it was a matter of funds. Do not be disheartened. Many successful projects have also been filmed indoors. Song Lanue reassured them, emphasizing that they were newcomers and investors were cautious. If this album could make a splash, future resources would not be a concern. Su Yang sighed. In essence, it still boils down to a lack of funds. If only there were an investor like Xiaoguan, wealthy and naive. Is there truly no such investor? Song Lanue interjected. Before more bubbles could arise, she quickly sought other topics to divert attention. Upon hearing that they had work to do that afternoon, the group voiced their complaints. Can't we rest? Practicing dance is exhausting. We just had a delightful meal out yesterday. We Haven Tea had a momentous respite since last night. Let us not think of it that way. Having activities is a good thing, far better than idling in the apartment. Once they confirmed that the album's theme would be set in a school context, they proceeded to the activity location for the afternoon. What is our activity this afternoon? Meng Yuan asked the director seated in the front row, hoping to glean some information. However, the director seemed oblivious, fixated on his phone without lifting his head. Could it be a camping trip? Camping in autumn, with a cozy hot pot. How delightful that would be. If that is the case, it feels like we are indeed going camping, as the roads outside are becoming increasingly remote. Departing from the bustling studio, the bus drove into the countryside, the scenery visibly desolate and traffic dwindling. Were they truly headed for a camping trip? After driving for another half an hour, they finally came to a stop. 9 individuals disembarked in succession, and as the autumn breeze swept through, they instinctively tightened their clothing around themselves. What a desolate place this is. It feels rather cold, does it not? Are we truly in the outskirts of the capital? Upon observing the increasingly barren landscape from the vehicle, they had speculated it might be a camping trip, yet upon arrival, they found no equipment whatsoever. Surely, they weren't brought here merely to stare at each other? Here is your task card, the director announced, handing over an envelope, which Meng Yuan eagerly accepted. The 9 of them clapped their hands enthusiastically. Just as Meng Yuan finished speaking, the others turned their gaze toward a pond in the distance. Fishing? What does that mean? Are we supposed to fish for ourselves? The director must think highly of us. None of us appear to be adept at fishing. Is this truly a fish pond? It hardly seems like a place where fish would reside. Just as Su Yang voiced her thoughts, she noticed something leaping from the water not far away. A collective gasp erupted. Could it be true? There are indeed fish. It seemed that the commotion on the shore had startled the fish, causing them to leap even more energetically. This implies that the more fish they catch today, the greater their benefits will be. So, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. The 9 promptly seized their fishing rods and made their way toward the pond. Although none had ever fished before, they had seen videos online. They baited their hooks and cast their lines into the water, aware that a sinking float indicated a bite. According to the pond owner's explanation, fishing seemed particularly easy. Yet, as soon as they attempted, it became exceedingly challenging. Fish continued to leap in the distance, yet at their chosen spot, they had yet to see a single fish. What was this? A mockery of their efforts? Sir, do you think my position is unfavorable? Should I change spots to try again? Meng Yuan, unable to sit still after a short while, grew increasingly anxious, especially as her float remained unresponsive. No need. Just stay seated, the pond owner replied, retrieving a bucket of fish food and targeting Meng Yuan's hook, causing the previously calm water to ripple. There are fish.
I think I see fish.
Meng Yuan suppressed her excitement, fearful of scaring them away. At that moment, a horn blared from the shore, startling the fish into a scattered frenzy. Who is blowing a horn out here? With such a wide road, can't you pass without honking? Su Yang, sitting beside Meng Yuan, expressed her irritation and turned to look, only for both to be taken aback. A luxury car. A truly extravagant vehicle. While they might not recognize the brand, its value was evident. Meng Yuan muttered under her breath, being wealthy is impressive, but that doesn't give one the right to honk indiscriminately. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Exactly.
Huh?
Is that Xiaoguan? What's Xiaoguan? What's more important than my fish? Previously, Meng Yuan had struggled to understand the allure of fishing, but now, seated here, the thrill of uncertainty felt unmatched by anything else. Forget about Xiaoguan or anyone else. Even if the king himself arrived today, she was determined to catch a fish. Su Yang observed the ostentatious Xiaoguan as he retrieved a fishing rod and bait from his trunk. Selecting a spot away from the camera's view, he actually looked quite the part. Let me see, after that girl left you, she immediately found a new rich guy. And surprisingly, it's one of your former friends. Just as Guan Baiwei took a seat, a bubble floated into view, confirming his suspicions. The words within the bubble, could they be real? Chapter 75 was right there. That scoundrel not only deceived his feelings, but also those of his friends? No, he could not allow this. Thus, the 9 witnessed Guan Baiwei toss aside his fishing rod with a flourish and whip out his phone, the embedded diamonds gleaming brilliantly. Brothers, urgent news. All of you drinking, flirting, sleeping, or working, stop everything. This matter is extremely important. Where is everyone? This is not a joke. I mean it. Zhuzi. Zhao Wenju. I knew you were here. Listen to me. This is truly vital. It concerns our friendship and our future. I'm not joking. This really matters. Where is everyone? Are you still there? There's a woman who deceived my feelings and claimed she was pregnant with my child. Such a woman cannot be tolerated. Zhuzi, is that not excessive? Excessive. There's even worse. This woman.
She. Huh?
Why can't I send my message? Why did it turn into gibberish? Su Yang and the others saw Guan Baiwei stand up, his face a mixture of confusion and realization. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. How could he have overlooked this? As the saying goes, some things are best kept secret, and such matters should not be casually shared. Are you still there? Zhuzi, I understand now. Such things should not be spoken lightly. In short, I've experienced a breakup. This woman is a scoundrel. You all must remain vigilant. Although she is attractive, she is a bad woman. Do not fall for her trickery. Not my concern, I'm out. Zhuzi, don't leave. This woman is truly formidable. You might fall for her too. Guan Baiwei, are you unwell? Why are you sending me photos of your ex-girlfriend? Your girlfriend? This was my ex from last night. What nonsense. We've been dating for several months. Observing his grimace, it appeared that even the wealthy could suffer from such predicaments. Look, look, Chi exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Is there a fish? Be careful. I'll grab the net. Everyone rushed over, their eyes fixated on the tip of Chi's rod. The line was taut, indicating something substantial beneath the surface. What to do? It was Chi's first time fishing and she was at a loss, gripping the rod tightly without knowing how to pull. The net is coming. The net is coming. Su Yang, unable to contain herself, hastily received the net from the staff and dashed towards Chi. Just 2 meters away, Chi suddenly loosened her grip on the rod, and the tension in the water vanished. In disbelief, she exclaimed that the line had snapped. The crowd stood frozen. The day's first fish had slipped away just like that? This way. I think I've got something. Lu Ke shouted, breaking the silence. The group swiftly changed positions, and Su Yang, net in hand, charged forward once more. The fish thrashed wildly beneath the surface, the line visibly moving. Let me handle it. All right, Lu Ke replied, pulling back on the rod. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the rod snapped in two, and the fish swiftly dove into the depths, leaving no splash behind. Silence. The 9 stared at the vanished rod, enveloped in a heavy stillness. The fish had escaped, the rod had broken, and they were left dumbfounded. When you reel in, take it slow, don't rush. The owner of the fish pond had no choice but to come over and provide guidance. The staff of the program handed over a new fishing rod, and everything began anew. Meng Yuan encouraged everyone loudly, do not lose heart. Once we catch the first fish, the second will surely follow. The dejected expressions of several girls were truly pitiful, prompting the old pond owner to scatter bait generously, as if it were free. Once I've prepared the spot, the fish will come. Be patient. Thank you, boss. Su Yang, seated at the edge, also received a handful of bait. This was not fishing, it was clearly feeding the fish. Teacher Zhongzia, didn't you say there's a grace period for novice anglers? Just give me one fish, please. Great river god, grant me just one fish. Chunning stood up in surprise, exclaiming, I've got one. Quickly, bring the net. I'm coming.
Slow down.
Su Yang promptly secured her fishing rod and dashed over, only to find that the fish had already been caught. It was the length of her forearm, its scales shimmering in the light. What kind of fish is this? A carp? Meng Yuan inquired. The pond owner approached, smiling, and said, it's a silver carp. See the speckles? It's quite delicious. Then, that's splendid. Hurry, take a picture. Come here, come here. I've caught one too. It's so heavy. I've got one as well. Help me. Soon, everyone had caught fish, and Su Yang's eyes brimmed with envy. Why was it that everyone else could catch fish while she could not? The pond owner approached with more bait, reassuring her, do not rush. Fishing is a test of patience. Su Yang nodded, but the next moment, she stood up and changed her position. I think there are no fish in that spot. I'll try somewhere else. As she observed others catching their second and third fish, her hook remained motionless. The sound of a car stopping behind her reached her ears. But she had lost the motivation to look. Here it comes. Su Yang finally felt a tug on her line, the float bobbing slightly. Steady now. She must not startle the fish. As the float sank, she focused her mind, just about to reel in when a furious shout erupted behind her. Guan Dawei, you scoundrel. With a loud crack, her fishing rod snapped, shattering her heart as well. You little brat. You're just envious that I have a girlfriend like Xine. Li Muse lunged forward, delivering a punch to Guan Baiwei. You cannot disrespect a friend's girlfriend. What rumors are you spreading about Xine? Do you want us to break up so you can be with her? Guan Baiwei was caught off guard by the punch, his lips trembling in anger. Fine. Am I the one spreading rumors? This is the truth. A deity told me. Li Muse scoffed. Poppycock. What deity? Don't tell me you've been single for 22 years and now can communicate with spirits. Guan Baiwei felt wronged but couldn't articulate the truth about the bubbles. Finally pointing in a direction. Right over there. Believe it or not. Su Yang shivered at the mention of a deity behind her. Chapter 76. Are you out of your mind? A deity? Li Muse slapped him again. If you were talking about a fairy sister, that would be one thing. But a deity? Are you out of your mind fishing by the river? Guan Baiwei covered his face. utterly aggrieved. There really is a deity. You actually don't believe me? What kind of deity? The river god or the weaving girl bathing on the shore? Li Muse looked at him as if he were a fool. How do you expect me to believe you? By listening to your nonsense here? Come on. With so many girls around, point out which one is your fairy sister. If I could find her, would I be here? Faced with skepticism from his childhood friend, Guan Baiwei felt his anger rising, yet he could not locate the benefactor who had helped him. Otherwise, he would have made Li Muse kneel and repent for his foolish behavior. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? You were quite loud just a moment ago. Li Muse knew he wouldn't find any evidence. I warn you, do not post pictures of my girlfriend in the group chat again. Pictures? Yes. How could I forget the pictures? Guan Baiwei recalled this crucial detail and hurriedly pulled out his diamond-studded phone. Xian was truly my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, look at the photos and the dates. He tossed the phone toward Li Muse, feeling that, had he not considered him a friend, he wouldn't bother with such discussions.
See?
These are all photos of us together. She deceived me, claiming she was pregnant, and I believed her, even planning to propose. But she was lying. However, I've seen the light and came to remind you, so you should thank me. How about treating me to a nice meal? Guan Baiwei wore a proud expression, waiting for compliments. Are you out of your mind? Listen here, Guan Baiwei, I'll pretend I know nothing about this, and let us remain good friends. The man spoke and walked away.
Huh?
Guan Baiwei questioned his life choices, thinking the reaction to those photos should have been different. He picked up his phone only to find it had mysteriously run out of battery. In his eagerness to find his benefactor, he had forgotten to charge it. Li Muse, don't go. Guan Baiwei could not catch up, but he had not forgotten his purpose for being there. He had come to find someone. And leaving like this was unacceptable. What's going on? Aren't wealthy people supposed to choose quality genes? Why does this child seem even more foolish today than yesterday? Oh no, it was because of the quarrel with that girl yesterday. Had they even fought earlier? What kind of person was she? Love truly is a mysterious thing. He couldn't comprehend it. Ahem. Observing that today's event was nearing its conclusion, there was no need for a new fishing rod. Several girls dragged their catches from the water, feeling the weight of the fish they hadn't noticed while catching them. I think we can keep them after all. We can't eat that many. The species of fish seemed to be different. Which one should we choose? Was it because she had not caught any fish today that she couldn't feel that sense of achievement? On the other hand, Guan Baiwei failed to catch up to Li Muse, who had left with a harsh remark. As the recording session for the members concluded, it seemed that the more urgent the situation, the more complications arose. Guan Baiwei could only give up and jog after him. Wait. You're that manager from yesterday, right? We met at the hotel, do you remember?
I need to speak with you about something.
Given the ruckus last night, Song Lanyue had no way of pretending ignorance. She flashed a polite smile and replied, Young Master Guan, this isn't the best place to talk. Let us find somewhere more suitable. Without discussing anything else. Based on last night's dinner conversation and today's events at the fish pond, Song Lanyue was in full agreement with Bai Suyong's words. This young Master Guan was naive yet wealthy. She planned to engage with him thoroughly, as he would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. The two drove away from the pond and settled into a CAF. As soon as they sat down, Guan Baiwei eagerly spoke up. Hello, I saw someone yesterday. Damn it. Here we go again. He couldn't articulate what he wanted to say. He gestured with his finger, forming a round shape and looking at Song Lanyue with anticipation. Song Lanyue nodded, I understand. As long as you understand. No one believes me, and it's driving me crazy. As for the other few, they had no serious matters to attend to, and whenever he needed to find them, they were nowhere to be found. Forget it. Once his phone was charged, he would show it to that Li Muse fellow and make him regret his foolishness and apologize. But for now, the matter of his benefactor was of utmost importance. Rest assured, I didn't come today regarding the entertainment industry, but to express my gratitude to the benefactor from last night. Guan Baiwei explained, if it weren't for her warning, I would have been scammed out of everything. I wish to meet her in person to convey my gratitude. His eyes brimmed with sincerity, yet Song Lanyue shook her head. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with this. Guan Baiwei suddenly sat up, bewildered. What do you mean? Song Lanyue took a delicate sip of her coffee. You noticed just now, didn't you? The moment we mention these matters, words elude us. As if we are using forbidden terms. Even if she brings this foolish boy before Su Yang and suddenly expresses her thanks, how would we explain it then? Upon hearing this, Guan Baiwei understood and sighed in relief.
What should I do now?
My benefactor has helped me immensely. I must repay her. Song Lanua looked up, wearing a formulaic smile. I do have a solution. Would you care to hear it, Xiaoguan? Chapter 77. Let us thank our boss. We need to prepare the fish for cooking, and someone must go out to buy groceries. Xiaoning delegated tasks, determined that we would have a smooth meal today. Unlike last time, Meng Yuan recalled the trauma from the market vendor and resolutely declared, I don't want to go. I'd rather stay home and clean. The previous meat-buying group had unanimously decided to remain indoors. Initially, they thought grocery shopping was a trivial task, but after venturing out, they realized that the intricacies of household essentials are far more complex than anticipated. Su Yang offered, I'll go. Are you sure, Su Yang? Meng Yuan expressed concern. You don't understand the local dialect. What if you get bullied? Meng Yuan couldn't even bear to think of it. Si Nian grumbled. I was already annoyed about not catching any fish today. Now I have to deal with this too. You. Si Nian was taken aback by her sudden retort, stammering without managing a coherent sentence. Fong Li donned her coat. Let us go together. The two grabbed some money and headed to the nearest large supermarket. The market was rife with pitfalls, but the supermarket was a different matter. Auntie, how much for these ribs? I'll take 2. No, not the fatty ones. Let us grab 2 boxes of beef and some vegetables. Oh, should we get some tofu? Upon arriving at the supermarket, Su Yang remained silent, merely following Fong Li. While checking out with 2 large bags, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, Fong Li, didn't you say you can't cook? Indeed. Fong Li organized the supermarket receipt and change. I've never seen a pig run. How could I have not eaten pork? Ah, I see. As they exited the supermarket, they unexpectedly encountered a couple. The girl scanned them with wide eyes before rushing over. You're Su Yang and Fong Li, right? I'm your fan. The girl appeared exceedingly excited, her face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Hello. Su Yang responded hastily. The girl fumbled for her phone, her eyes filled with trepidation. Can I take a picture with you? I really like you. Of course. Su Yang and Fong Li quickly set their bags aside. This was the first fan encounter since their debut, and they were more than willing to oblige with a photo, signature, or even a hug. Can you take a picture for us? The girl handed her phone to her boyfriend. Reluctantly, he accepted it, muttering about how they were just ordinary girls he'd never heard of before. Why are you wasting money on them? You'd be better off spending it on me for internet access. His voice was loud enough for Su Yang and Fong Li to hear. What are you saying? The girl retorted angrily, slapping him lightly before awkwardly turning to Su Yang and Fong Li. I'm sorry, he usually doesn't pay attention to entertainment news. Su Yang smiled. It's alright, we can ask a store employee for help with the photo. What a shame that such an ugly man can't stand being with someone beautiful every day. And he has to ask his girlfriend for money for internet access? Why doesn't he just beg? With such a stunning girlfriend, he still wasn't satisfied, chatting with other women online. What a scoundrel. Su Yang approached the nearest supermarket staff member, oblivious to the long line of gossip trailing behind her. Excuse me, could you spare 2 minutes to help us take a photo? Of course. Such requests from customers were usually honored. However, after following Su Yang, the expressions of the other 3 became increasingly peculiar. The employee took the phone, smiled brightly, 3, 2, 1, cheese. The girl in the middle wore a peculiar expression as the staff member, adhering to the principle of making the photo look good, raised the phone again. It was a bit blurry. Let us take it again. Everyone, come closer and smile brightly. The photo was retaken, and it was indeed better than the first. The girl received her phone, stifling an impulse to cry. Thank you. You must keep working hard. I will always support you. Fong Li patted her shoulder. You too. You'll get better. The girl nodded, turning and delivering a swift kick to her bewildered boyfriend, hitting him squarely. You scoundrel. Go to hell. Unprepared, he was struck, precisely, letting out a pained cry. Su Yang smirked. If nothing else, that was quite the unexpected turn of events. Scoundrels deserve such fates. You vile woman. The man exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, angrily pointing at the girl who had already walked away. As onlookers began to pull out their phones, Fong Li hurriedly pulled Su Yang away. Once back in the car, they confirmed no one had followed them and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. If that got recorded, we'd be in trouble again. After settling in, Song Lanua, with a serious expression, addressed them. Now that everyone is here, I will reiterate. Su Yang felt the weight of her gaze upon her. Surely, she wouldn't find out about the supermarket incident with the scoundrels so quickly, right? We didn't lay a finger on him. The fan was just too quick to react. We couldn't stop her. But the scoundrel got what he deserved. Song Lanua replied, very well. I was unaware of this before, but now I am informed. However, this is not the time for such discussions.
She pulled a contract from her bag.
Regarding the main song without outdoor scenes, I found an investor today. Here is the revised proposal. Take a look. Outdoor scenes? We can have outdoor scenes too. They eagerly gathered around to see that it was indeed about a yacht. Which investor is so generous? Song Lanue cleared her throat. Su Yang. The four of you met him yesterday. He is Xiaoguan. After our meeting in the private room, he felt you all had great potential and approached me today about a collaboration. She maintained her composure, not betraying a heartbeat, for this was not a lie. Merely a different expression of the truth. Indeed, a fool with money. Su Yang felt elated, but the next moment, she froze. Didn't he Xiaoguan just break up yesterday? Is he trying to pull something with us? Chapter 78. Do you remember me? Post by user, family. I was so excited to run into Su Yang and fondly while out grocery shopping. In real life, they are several times more beautiful than in photos and videos. And they're super fair and stunning. 2 pictures were attached below. User, I'm the one in the middle. I usually think I'm somewhat attractive. But meeting the stars made me feel dwarfed. Is this the barrier between ordinary people and celebrities? Where is this? Are they recording a group show? I've seen the market footage before. Ha ha ha. After being scammed at the market, they went straight to the supermarket? Is this for real? They look too good, without filters. I always thought it was all in the video. I'm sorry, sister. Were you too nervous at that moment? Haha, it looks quite stiff when viewed this way. The original poster. At that time, after breaking up with that scoundrel, fondly even consoled me. Hugs, sister, but I truly couldn't help but laugh. Is this really an unedited photo? I find it hard to believe. It must be the beauty filter that comes with the phone, right? Look at their phone. The Ili brand, renowned for its ability to capture unfiltered images. As the topic of barefaced beauty quietly gained traction, someone promptly released other candid shots. My home is near a tourist attraction. I heard a big star was filming here, so I came over, but I never expected it to be. Oh my goodness. It really is. Why didn't I see my dear Yang Bao? Even with such shaky hands, she still looks good. What is it about her that makes them all so stunning? Do they all look the same to me? Indeed. Don't they all appear rather similar? Which one of them is the so-called goddess? Li Muse, resembling an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thought these individuals weren't even as attractive as Xian. Guan Baiwei stepped back, fearful of being discovered by outsiders. How could anyone fail to recognize this? Can't you see? It's this one.
Su Yang.
When you meet my benefactor later, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Li Muse merely nodded in a nonchalant manner. Upon receiving the photo sent by Guan Baiwei, his first thought was disbelief. How could such a beautiful girl as Xian engage in such duplicitous behavior? Yet, although Guan Baiwei was somewhat foolish, he bore no malice. Thus, Li Muse followed him here. If what this kid said were true, he would have to sever ties. Look. That's Su Yang. I lent them my yacht for their shoot. She must be delighted. Which one? Li Muse glanced in the direction he indicated, unable to distinguish who was who among the throng of girls. It's that one. The one in the light blue outfit. Guan Baiwei, resting his chin on his hand, mused, my benefactor is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. I will be her lifelong fan. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. What are you two doing? Su Dafeng, upon recognizing their faces, was greatly startled and hurriedly apologized. Guan Xiao, Li Xiao, I didn't realize it was you two. Why didn't you give me a heads up, so I could prepare? He wiped the cold sweat that had broken out on his forehead, thinking these two looked rather suspicious, as if they were some private fans. Guan Baiwei quickly covered his mouth, hoping to quiet him, but it was too late. The members all turned to look at the commotion. Guan Baiwei released Su Dafeng, stepping forward with a smile and waving, hello, I am Guan Baiwei. And this is my friendly Muse. We met yesterday by the fish pond, do you remember? The others awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say. Su Dafeng hastily introduced. This is the yacht owner, Guan Xiao. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan's eyes instantly brightened. So you're the kind person who lent us the yacht. Thank you so much. Guan Baiwei waved his hand, displaying a hint of bashfulness. No need for thanks. It's you who should be thanked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen through that woman's facade, and I would still be in the dark. Su Yang's gaze flickered between the two. Something felt off. Are the wealthy nowadays really this naive? To have even brought his friend along, could it be that he truly intends to take advantage of us?
Oh.
So this Li Muse actually has a girlfriend. You must be that backup for Xian, huh? Bubbles appeared, and Li Muse's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Why is there this phenomenon? Guan Baiwei sees his outstretched hand. I'm sorry, my friend is a bit slow. I'll take him to rest. Aren't you all supposed to be filming? Follow me. Su Dafeng immediately said, leading the 9 away. Others might not know, but the other 8 had also caught a glimpse of Su Yong's bubbles, which was why they looked so frightened. However, Su Yong hadn't considered this and felt a twinge of regret. A bit slow? Really? Why can't I see this on my end? Could it be due to insufficient interaction? But to be deceived by that Xion, it's only natural for one's mind to be somewhat slow. Let go of me. The bubbles floated into the air, bursting, as if all that had just transpired was a dream. Once Su Dafeng led them away, Guan Baiwei finally released his grip. What were you thinking? What if you scared Su Yong and the others? Li Muse was dazed. What was that just now? Was it supernatural? I've never seen anything so bizarre in my life. It seemed to reflect that girl's innermost thoughts. Guan Baiwei placed a finger to his lips, shushing him. Keep your voice down. Some secrets must not be revealed. Li Muse asked, how can you be sure this is true? He still wanted to trust Xion. Is this not enough? Guan Baiwei pointed to the photo on his phone featuring himself and the scoundrel, then pointed to the spot in the sky where the bubbles had just vanished. She saw us for the first time, yet she knew all this. Who informed her? You all are unaware of my situation with Xion. Li Muse fell silent, unable to utter a word. His gaze fell upon Guan Baiwei's phone, the diamond-encrusted case, looking oddly familiar. Guan Baiwei recognized that he had absorbed this information. He understood this feeling. He patted Li Muse on the shoulder, earnestly saying, good. As long as you know she's a scoundrel, my mission is accomplished. Li Muse, feeling a bitterness within, turned to leave. Chapter 79. Can we be friends? Throughout the filming time that followed, Su Yong constantly felt a subtle, yet palpable gaze upon her. What's wrong with Su Yong? She seems a bit distracted. The dance teacher noticed her unusual demeanor and approached her. Su Yong shook her head. Teacher, may I have a 10-minute break? I need to use the restroom. Having not paused since the beginning of filming, the dance teacher also felt a bit fatigued and clapped her hands. All right, everyone, we'll take a 20-minute break. Upon receiving the break announcement, a few people touched up their makeup, while others drank water. Su Yong headed to the washroom, and as she turned a corner, she abruptly spun around, locking eyes with a pair of flustered ones. What are you doing here? Young Master Guan, why are you following me? Guan Baiwei stammered. How can this be considered following you? You went to the ladies' room, and I went to the men's room. We're not going to the same place. Su Yong scrutinized him, attempting to discern any oddity from his expression. All right, let me be honest. Guan Baiwei capitulated first. Whether it was yesterday at the fish pond or today here, I just wanted to be friends with you. Friends? Su Yong's skepticism deepened. Friends? What kind of friends? Romantic ones? Oh my goodness. I knew he had ulterior motives. Although my figure is stunning, captivating, and enchanting, I am far from naive. Countless bubbles burst forth, visibly showcasing Su Yong's shock. Seeing that she was about to misunderstand, Guan Baiwei hurriedly clarified. No, I genuinely want to be friends. I feel like we hit it off instantly. Yes, we hit it off instantly. Really? Su Yong remained doubtful. Did I hear that correctly? Are today's rich second-generation heirs truly this innocent? However, she couldn't see anything wrong. After all, this guy merely held hands with that girl. And when she claimed to be pregnant, he actually believed her. Guan Baiwei. Goodness, this will be my lifelong embarrassment. I truly have no other intentions. I just want to exchange contact information, and then I'll shower you with money. Certainly, in order to avoid any misunderstandings. Guan Baiwei refrained from uttering the latter part of his sentence. However, it was evident that Su Yong did not trust his words. After all, friends were friends. And there was no need to exchange contact information, especially when she was aware he had the means to reach their agent. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Guan Baiwei had no choice but to relent. He fished into his pocket and produced a crumpled business card, shimmering with a golden sheen, exuding an air of grandeur. Here you go, this is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out. He added. The private number is on there too. Thank you, Xiao Guanxiao, Su Yong replied, taking the card. After all, he was one of their significant benefactors, and to decline further would have been impolite. The following 2 days of shooting proceeded remarkably well, and Su Yong did not encounter Guan Baiwei again. Yet, a notable addition to her fan group emerged, one who frequently showered the group with substantial monetary gifts. Upon inspection, it was confirmed that this new supporter was indeed Guan Baiwei. She pondered his motivations. Having spent money, why had he not sought her out? Was he attempting a slow and subtle approach? A shiver ran down her spine. She was an artist, not a commodity to be bartered. With her agency and the production company working diligently, 1 week later, the debut album, titled The First Encounter, along with its lead single, was officially released. At precisely 8 p.m., the album dropped, and within an hour, sales soared past 1 million. Just 2 hours later, they exceeded 5 million. Friends, this is our first official album. You can't go wrong with this purchase. Will there be physical copies of this batch?
I really want one.
I just listened to the lead single and feel like a bright and cheerful girl now. This genre is truly delightful. It brightens the mood. Terrible. Come on, family.
Who understands?
Our big fan in the group just bought 100,000 copies. It's as if we don't have big fans in our group. I support this. Upon waking, the group was greeted with news that album sales had surpassed 8 million, with the backend statistics already indicating 9 million, expected to reach 10 million before midnight. Song Lanue reviewed the data sent by the analysts and remarked, "Congratulations on the commendable outcome of your first endeavor." However, the dividends for participants in this talent show have become increasingly scarce. The first album achieving over 10 million in sales within 24 hours was a feat that overshadowed the recent debut of a boy band from the previous months. Is it truly 10 million, not just 1 million? Soo Young and her companions double-checked their phones, counting several times. Indeed, it was 10 million. An authentic 10 million. Meng pinched her cheek, incredulous. "Mom, I think I'm famous now." Chuning and the others were in tears, joyfully embracing one another. Song Lanue patted their shoulders. Encouraging, "You've done exceptionally well. Let us maintain this momentum moving forward." Many have squandered opportunities. Yet her duty was to ensure these few could navigate their path in the idol industry successfully. "Which film emperor?" Song Lanue inquired. "It's the renowned Zhou Qingrui from the lifestyle variety show Becoming Another You. I haven't yet decided who will participate. Do any of you wish to volunteer? Or shall we draw lots?" Zhou Qingrui was an artist she had previously collaborated with, having debuted at 20. He had made a remarkable comeback at 26 and was now thriving at 30, in the prime of his career. Song Lanue contemplated suitable candidates among her members, but worried that predetermined selections might cause discontent among the others, so it was better to let them decide. The group exchanged glances, uncertain who should speak first. "I want to go," Meng Yuan exclaimed, playfully winking. "I want to go too. Me as well." Finally, a timid voice suggested, "How about we draw lots?" "Exactly, let us draw lots." Each individual was eager to seize this opportunity, unwilling to relinquish it to another, making the lottery the most equitable option. Song Lanue nodded. "So, you've all decided to draw lots? I'll prepare everything." The 9 nodded. This seemed the fairest approach, despite its gamble-like nature, with a 3 in 9 chance being quite significant. She placed the drawing container on the table, and they glanced at one another. "Shall we draw together or one by one?" "Together." Almost immediately, all 9 surged forward. She sighed and drew the final bamboo stick.
Red.
Soo Young, who else is red? Song Lanue inquired. Xin Yen and Chening raised their hands, both holding red-tipped sticks, which meant the 3 of them would participate in Becoming Another You. "I can't believe I'm not included. I was so eager to meet the film emperor, Zhou Qingrui." Meng Yuan lamented, gazing at her stick, on the verge of tears. "Don't worry, I'll get you an autograph," Soo Young promised, her eyes sparkling with delight. Originally, she hadn't intended for Meng Yuan to accompany her, yet it seemed fortune smiled upon her. "Just let us not create any major headlines," she thought. The entertainment industry surely needed a breather. It was rumored that several individuals had resigned recently, overwhelmed by the constant trending topics. They just couldn't handle the pressure. Xin Yen chuckled, her joy palpable. "I'm so honored. I've trained as a trainee for years and hardly experienced any other type of work. It was worth the trouble of drawing lots, as she would now have a solo camera shot." Soo Young felt curious about which guest she would collaborate with. Noticing her nonchalant demeanor, a staff member inquired, "Aren't you worried about engaging in work that isn't your forte?" Upon meeting the staff member's expectant gaze, Soo Young hesitated. There was indeed a hint of apprehension. The staff member remarked, "When others claim Soo Young is difficult to interview, why don't you listen?" When the vehicle came to a halt at the amusement park entrance, she rolled her eyes. "Surely, I'm not going to be a mascot inside the park, am I?" 10 minutes later, Soo Young approached a park employee and successfully retrieved a frog costume. "Are you sure I'm supposed to wear this today?" The staff member chuckled. "That's the one." The changing room is inside. You can either change now or wait for your companions. Soo-young held the frog head and whispered, "Could you disclose who my frog companion is?" "Not at the moment. They should be here soon," the staff member replied with a smile. "All right then." Soo-young was not adamant about knowing, but her curiosity lingered. What if it turned out to be someone exceptionally attractive? The fans would be heartbroken if such beauty was concealed beneath that large frog costume. Her capacity for gossip was incredible. She could only see the drama in others' lives while remaining oblivious to her own. "Let me see. Chening is paired with Master Zhou Qingrui, serving in a restaurant. That is quite nice. And it's a wedding banquet today." Soo-young was about to linger longer when she heard footsteps approaching. Quickly, she stood up, determined to make a good impression on her seniors. However, she was met with a pair of bright, foolishly innocent eyes. "Xiao Guanxiao, what are you doing here?" Guan Baiwei's eyes lit up. "Soo-young, I came specifically to find you. Are you not happy to see me?" With his striking features and tall stature, combined with the aura of wealth, he was a clear standout from the ordinary crowd. The staff member observed the interaction between them with curiosity, nearly voicing the suspicion that they were involved romantically. In the past, she had always been the one to consume gossip. Now, she found herself at the center of it. How the tables had turned. She thought he had forgotten about her, yet here he was, seeking her out. "Ah, could it be that he truly harbors feelings for me?" The staff and Soo-young exchanged glances, questioning the credibility of such a notion. Half an hour later, the two donned their frog costumes and stood at the entrance of the amusement park, distributing flyers. "Frenzied Friday, come see the tiger. Joyful Monday, we have planes. Merry Tuesday, the roller coaster goes fast." As they handed out the flyers, they had to shout the slogans aloud. Even though it was early autumn, the frog costumes were stifling. After sweating, it felt unbearably hot, with the plush lining clinging to their bodies, making them feel both warm and sticky. Soo-young fared better, but Guan Baiwei, the young aristocrat, was quite another story. His voice grew fainter, gradually losing strength. He opened the frog's mouth and exclaimed, "It's so hot. Soo-young, are you feeling warm? Can we take a break?" Before Soo-young could respond, a furious shout erupted from behind them. "What are you doing? Did I hire you to chat or to work? Put your costumes on properly."
What kind of attitude is that?
A staff member stormed over. Guan Baiwei quickly hid behind Soo-young, his earlier bravado replaced by timidity. The staff member pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, "Not only are you slacking off, but you also dare to talk back? I'm docking you $20. Chapter 81. I will never dare again. Dock away. Why should I be afraid of you?" Guan Baiwei retorted defiantly. His words only served to infuriate the staff member further. "Is this how you treat your job? When your superior points out your mistakes, you don't correct them, and then you say such things?" Guan Baiwei thought. "Who do you think you are as a superior? If you have the guts, call your manager over. I want to have a proper discussion with him." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the frog costume moved slightly. "Please don't be angry. He just needs to use the restroom," Soo-young interjected, managing to convince the staff member to leave. Guan Baiwei was seething. Not only was he scolded, but he also dragged Soo-young into it. Once this job was over, he was determined to have the staff member fired.
Soo-young, why did you have to speak kindly to him?
People like that only bully the weak. Guan Baiwei observed the staff member placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. What's going on? Soo-young sighed and leaned closer. Yet, Soo-young's tone remained remarkably calm. Was this young person truly so skilled at navigating social interactions? Just as Guan Baiwei was about to listen to Soo-young's advice, the two were interrupted by a rustling sound, causing them to distance themselves again. How annoying! Did you just cover the microphone? Is there anything the staff, cannot hear? The staff member demanded. What were you two just saying? Soo-young tugged at the fabric clinging to his skin, inwardly scoffing. I left home at 12. What kind of work haven't I done? Handing out flyers is child's play. Bring me something more challenging. Various staff members observed quietly. User. Image 4. User. Today I took a break and went to the amusement park with my boyfriend, and at the entrance I saw two staff members being reprimanded. The tall frog hiding behind is a guy, which is oddly amusing, haha. Haha, if you hadn't mentioned it was a guy, I would have thought it was a shy girl. I can't laugh about this. It's a depiction of the daily life of a worker, constantly being scolded by the boss. User. To add, the tall frog probably just wanted to catch his breath. He looks quite handsome, almost like a star. But before he could take off the frog suit, the manager showed up, scolded him, and then he hid behind someone else. Haha, although it sounds a bit tragic, I find it inexplicably funny. It's not just a behavior, it's a feeling. I also find it amusing, haha. Doesn't anyone else think the big frog tugging at the other's clothes looks oddly cute? Seriously, you all find everything amusing. Su Yang and Guan Baiwei were surprised that even two frogs could capture the interest of netizens. At that moment, they were squatting in the break room, eating box lunches. Guan Baiwei, who normally wouldn't glance at the food, was now shoveling it into his mouth. Delicious. Su Yang, if you have anything you don't like, feel free to give it to me. I'm not picky. Su Yang replied, is this what working does? Makes everything taste better? Just as they finished their lunches and hadn't even had a chance to sip some water, the manager returned. He kicked Guan Baiwei's frog bottom and scolded. Still slacking off, huh? Get out there and work after you finish eating. The manager's haughty demeanor was infuriating. Guan Baiwei retorted, don't push me too far. The manager responded, how am I bullying you? Do you still want your wages? Seeing Guan Baiwei's aristocratic temper begin to flare, Su Yang pulled him outside. Didn't I just tell you? Don't stoop to their level. You can't afford to lose your wages after standing all day. Guan Baiwei shook his head.
I don't want to.
Su Yang understood he didn't want to work, and neither did she. Even the most demanding jobs deserve some time to digest. They decided to wander around the amusement park together, treating it as a way to digest their meals. How were the other teams faring? Surely, we can't be the worst group, right? Let me check on Chuning and teacher Song Chungrui, haha. They attracted a huge crowd of fans who only wanted to take pictures without spending money, leaving the boss's wife furious. The situation is even worse for Xin Yan. She was scolded by the boss for mopping the floor, and then got reprimanded by teacher Lu. Guan Baiwei remarked, seeing others struggle makes me feel better. At least I'm not alone. In the afternoon, the two had to play with the children, primarily to enliven the atmosphere. The kids were full of energy, playing tirelessly. The two frogs were less companions and more like playthings for the children. As night fell, they finally announced the completion of their tasks for the day. The villainous manager reappeared, handing them their wages for the day. Here is your pay, 150 yuan. The two light bills landed in Guan Baiwei's hands, nearly bringing him to tears. Earning money is so hard. I will never waste money again. Su Yang replied, thank you. With their wages in hand, they could take a vehicle to meet the other members for the final summary. Having been encased in their costumes all day, both were drenched in sweat. And neither could afford to complain. Ahem. No one reacted. Ahem. Still no response? Ahem. Finally, Su Yang spoke. Driver, could you close the window? It's a bit chilly. Guan Baiwei couldn't hold back any longer and presented his QR code. Su Yang, we've shared hardships today. Can we be friends? Please. Let me be a silent presence in your friend list. I promise.
Fine.
Given the circumstances, how could Su Yang refuse? She opened her phone and handed it over. With a beep, Guan Baiwei's previously dull eyes finally sparkled. Moreover, during their time together, Su Yang genuinely felt there was nothing more than camaraderie from him. Chapter 82. Feeling exasperated. At 7 in the evening, Su Yang and Guan Baiwei finally reunited with the other teams. Everyone visibly bore the marks of fatigue. If not for the cameras still recording, they would have gladly vented their frustrations. Hello, Teacher Song. Hello, Teacher Lu. Su Yang approached, greeting the two mentors. Su Yang was slightly taken aback. Really? Thank you, Teacher Song. A cold scoff interrupted, emanating from Lu, who was paired with Xin Yan. The disdain was palpable on her face. It was clear she did not appreciate the trio. When did this combination even come about? Suddenly, she cast a glance at Guan Baiwei, who was foolishly grinning while clutching his phone. It seemed some individuals lacked even a modicum of awareness, failing to greet their seniors, leaving one to ponder the teachings of their manager. The crowd followed his gaze towards Guan Baiwei, who at last sensed the peculiar atmosphere and diverted his attention from the screen. Are they talking about me? I don't have a manager, he confessed. Teacher Lu mused internally. What future could a star, bereft of even a manager, possibly have? Yet, before he could articulate his forthcoming mockery, Guan Baiwei continued. I'm not a star. I merely invested money to find Su Yang. The crowd reacted. Guan Baiwei, seemingly anxious that others might not have heard clearly, muttered. I spent tens of thousands. My pocket money has been drained. Teacher Lu nearly erupted in frustration, his disdain for the boy intensifying. Guan Baiwei was oblivious. But Su Yang understood all too well that Teacher Lu likely harbored suspicions about an affair between her and Guan Baiwei. She sighed deeply, lamenting her husband's irresponsible behavior and infidelity, which led him to perceive all young individuals as ne'er-do-wells. What use was it to remain with such a man? Perhaps it would be better to sever ties sooner rather than later. She couldn't fathom why, among the multitude of men in the world. One would choose to hang themselves on such a crooked tree. Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice the changing glances directed at her. The onlookers initially believed that Teacher Lu had a splendid relationship with her husband. Now, the narrative seemed to shift. If the words within that bubble held truth, the long-standing reason for Teacher Lu's disdain for young talents became apparent. It was not merely due to their lack of dedication or inability to meet her high standards, but rather a deep-seated resentment stemming from her husband's infidelity, which led her to loathe all youthful souls. The revelation was explosive. As more and more eyes fell upon her, Teacher Lu narrowed her eyes, icy disdain filling her gaze.
Su-young, you.
Teacher Lu, both furious and agitated, felt her face flush with heat. You. The words hung in her throat, unspoken, as anxiety gripped her heart, leaving her powerless. Forget it. Go play, she dismissed. Su-young, though confused, obediently nodded.
Oh.
The remaining few discreetly shifted their gazes elsewhere, feigning ignorance. It was a situation that others could not comment on. Even if they wished to, words failed them, leaving them in a state of agitation. With no one to speak on her behalf, Teacher Lu was left to seethe in frustration. Xin Yan secretly reveled in the situation. Having been overlooked by Teacher Lu all day, she had been subjected to the teacher's critical eye, her every action scrutinized. Now, however, Su-young's bubble had inadvertently revealed a secret, presenting an opportunity for her. She hastily retrieved a bottle of water from backstage and offered it to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, please don't be angry. Have a sip of water. Yet, before the cup could reach her, it was knocked over with a swift motion. Why should I be angry? Do my affairs concern you? Su-young thought to herself, good intentions met with ingratitude. At this moment, someone offered her water and she refused. What would happen when she grew old and asked a caregiver for a glass, only to be denied? Not only denied, but also entangled with her husband. Su-young could not bear to witness the scene any longer. Indeed, it was true that those one despises often have their own tragic flaws. Just moments ago, the crowd had been filled with eager anticipation, but now their expressions turned to sympathy as they observed Teacher Lu with a sigh. Teacher Lu and Song Qingrui might still be unaware, but they understood that the revelations within Su-young's bubble were likely grounded in truth. Despite her tempestuous nature, it would be disheartening if she were to succumb to such a fate because of a scoundrel. As the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, the director finally arrived. The day's recording was nearing its conclusion, prompting the director to inquire about the participants' experiences. Today, we experienced the life of a server at a restaurant. I thought it would simply involve serving plates, but it turned out to be more exhausting than anticipated. Song Qingrui, who had been scouted by talent agents during his school days, had enjoyed a comfortable life despite his initial years in the entertainment industry being relatively uneventful. Experiencing the life of a server, he faced pressure to expedite service and position the fish head correctly. Every small detail bore significant weight, revealing to him that the service industry was far more challenging than he had imagined. Also, our new album has been released. We hope for your support. Next were Teacher Lu and Xin Yan, but due to the turbulence of the bubble's revelations, Teacher Lu was somewhat distracted, offering only perfunctory remarks. Xin Yan, however, rambled on until the director called for silence. Let me begin. After Guan Baiwei added Su-young on WeChat, he became an exuberant little pup. The crowd responded. Su-young added, playing a character in the park was quite novel. I enjoyed interacting with the children. It was a delightful experience. I hope our audience enjoys our new album. Thank you all. Chapter 83 was filled with envy. Meng Yuan and the others were in the living room, watching television amidst laughter and joy. Su-young removed her coat, her face weary. Don't even mention it. I almost died from exhaustion. Stay away from me. I'm drenched in sweat. As if I would mind. Meng Yuan chuckled. Chunning followed in, changed her shoes, and upon sensing the cheerful atmosphere, inquired, how did today's recording go? You all seem in good spirits. Meng Yuan thought to herself, finally, she asked about this. Leaning closer, she whispered, guess who we encountered today? Song Zhirong. He came to the recording studio. Despite her hushed tone, her excitement was palpable. It was Song Zhirong. The elusive figure they rarely glimpsed had actually been there, even offering guidance on their singing practice. Who wouldn't he be thrilled? Oh please, it's just Song Zhirong. We also met Teacher Lu and Teacher Song Qingrui. Xin Yan scoffed, dismissing the hype. She nudged Su-young's shoulder and strutted up the staircase, her damp clothes not diminishing her air of superiority. Meng Yuan rolled her eyes. Sure. Who could compare to your greatness? Once she disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Meng Yuan eagerly inquired, "What is up with her? Who riled her up this time? Every day. It seems as though everyone owes her money." Chunning shook her head. Perhaps she was simply exhausted from being in a group with Teacher Liu. "Teacher Liu? Are you referring to the same Teacher Liu I imagine?" Meng Yuan exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise. "Yes, the very one you're thinking of," Su Yang confirmed. The group responded with disapproving hisses. If one were paired with Teacher Liu, it was only natural for things to be different.
Hey,
"Weren't you all discussing Teacher Song Zhirang? What is the story? Tell me." At that moment, Su Yang was too consumed by her thoughts to consider showering. "Can I sit on the floor and listen? You all must share." No one could deter her enthusiasm. "Let Lin Wen tell you." She was the first to encounter Song Zhirang. Meng Yuan rushed to Lin Wen's side, nudging her arm to hasten her response. However, Lin Wen, upon seeing Su Yang, was reminded of the words from that earlier bubble, her ears flushing red. It was really Song Zhirang. The man was as gentle as described in the interviews. Lu Ke, too, became animated. "You all missed out on a great experience. Teacher Song is truly remarkable. He instantly recognized our issues." "Exactly. He said I rely too much on technique and lack genuine emotion." And he praised Lin Wen's lyrics, showering us with compliments until we felt like an international group. They laughed heartily. Chun Ying felt a pang of jealousy as she listened, having toiled tirelessly on variety shows while her peers enjoyed idle meet and greets, receiving guidance and admiration. I was assigned to work alongside teacher Song Qingrui, serving at a restaurant that was bustling with a wedding reception, where many fans recognized him, leading to a scolding from the boss. Chun Ying sighed, just about to inquire about Su Yang's situation today when she noticed the bubbles rising again. Is this fate? Lin Wen had never met Song Zhirang, yet she could recognize her beloved idol merely by her voice. Wasn't it previously reported that Song Zhirang would often deny being herself when approached by fans? Yet, upon encountering Lin Wen, she claimed to be Song Zhirang. Is this not love at first sight? This is love. My grand love. Where's the pen? Bring me a pen. I must write a love story for these two. The others were equally astonished, turning to look at the parties involved. Is this for real? How could there be so much going on without our knowledge? Lin Wen's face flushed crimson. It was her first time meeting Teacher Song, and she was genuinely taken aback. She knew that no explanation could suffice. So she shoved her pillow into Meng Yuan's arms. It was getting late. I'll head up to rest first. You all should too. Su Yang watched Lin Wen's retreating figure, grinning like a fool. Just hearing the other's name made her blush. I understand. When will these two finally meet properly? I'm so anxious. I'm willing to spend my appearance fee to buy them a big bed. After hearing her beautiful love story, Su Yang felt a surge of delight, even humming a little tune while bathing. How did I forget to ask Lin Wen for Song Zhirang's contact information? Though I can see it myself. It's not the same as hearing it from the person involved. I must clarify this tomorrow. As Su Yang dried her hair and headed outside, she had already prepared her plans for the next day. However, upon opening the bathroom door, she was startled. What are you doing here? Xin Yan stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed intensely on Su Yang. Su Yang, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself right now?
Huh?
Xin Yan retorted. Don't get too smug. It's just a wealthy second generation chasing you. Look at him. He is clearly uneducated and won't he achieve much in the future. As Xin Yan spoke, Su Yang could only stare in confusion as she turned to leave, her slippers slapping against the floor. An uneducated, wealthy second generation? She couldn't possibly be referring to Guan Baiwei, could she? What does her obsession with Lin Wen and Song Zhirang have to do with her? Su Yang began to doubt whether Xin Yan had just finished showering, and her mind was muddled. I need to hurry and dry my hair before I also get confused. Chapter 84. This is not the place for gossip. Today, let us be adorable and cute. Today in the office, guess what I discovered? Family.
Today,
let us be adorable and cute. Image 18. Today, let us be adorable and cute. Who remembers this frog? Inside are Su Yang and little Guan Xiao. What? Aren't these two frogs from an online post? How does it relate to Su Yang? I don't understand. Who is little Guan Xiao?
today,
Let us be adorable and cute. He has the big shot in the fan group. He bought countless copies of the new album.
today,
Let us be adorable and cute. I followed his account, and he turns out to be the young master of the Guan group. That makes sense. But what does that have to do with the frog skin? Today, let us be adorable and cute. I'm truly baffled. I laid out all the evidence for the fans, yet no one is biting. Can't you investigate? As she grumbled internally, she sent out her meticulously organized timeline.
Today,
Let us be adorable and cute. As for the other person, after the new album was released, a mysterious big shot appeared in every fan group, purchasing tens of thousands of copies of the album. Although the accounts differ, they are all based in Jing City. Even if they aren't the same person, there's some connection. I then discovered that one of the accounts followed the official account of the Guan group and frequently liked their posts. After much comparison, I can conclude that the High Frog is indeed the young master of the Guan group. Today, let us be adorable and cute. Typing so fast my fingers nearly cramped, I thought the fans would stir up some excitement. But their reactions seemed quite different from what I imagined. Su Yang and the young master of the Guan family? Our Melon King actually knows such wealthy people? As expected of Su Yang, I knew you could do it. 3 years without debuting means nothing. We now have powerful fans. Excuse me, is there a young master of the Guan family in my group? I'm a student, and I really have no money for meals this month. Can I borrow 500? So impressive. I can't even afford to buy an album. Why can't I get just one? Today, let us be adorable and cute. Family, is this the point? The point is that these two are very likely dating.
today,
Let us be adorable and cute. Wandering across major social platforms, I shared my deductions, but received no results. This shouldn't be the case. Could there be a flaw in my writing? Yet no one refuted me. This is a solid fact. Can't you fans express your dissatisfaction? Today, let us be adorable and cute. An idol's duty is to serve fans, not to indulge in romance after becoming a star.
today,
Let us be adorable and cute. If you don't speak up, when will the company take notice? Sister, don't get too worked up. How did this turn into a dating rumor? Exactly. 2 frog skins are acceptable, but to say one is Su Yang, I suddenly find that hard to accept. I'm curious what this young master of the Guan family looks like. His physique seems quite decent. If he is handsome and rich, that wouldn't be too bad. As differing opinions arose among the fans, a pivotal comment suddenly surfaced. Would Su Yang really date? The other party must be a saint, right? The previously analytical fans fell silent. They knew Su Yang too well and understood her capabilities. Who could withstand her penetrating gaze? Furthermore, this young master of the Guan family seemed to exude wisdom from his own Weibo. It was hard to imagine what their relationship would be like. I was just about to indulge in some gossip, but sister, your words have awakened me. This is not the place for gossip. My Su Yang has just debuted and is in her golden career phase. Let us keep our discussions private. Exactly. Can there not be pure friendship between men and women? Who knows, he might just be a little fanboy. Whereas the company, come out and clarify, give Su Yang justice. Manager Song Lanyue felt a wave of dread wash over her as she saw the trending topic regarding Su Yang and the young master of the Guan family. Just a moment of inattention, and the hot search is up, isn't it? She hurriedly contacted the company to reduce the trending heat. Then, she reached out to Su Yang's former manager, Wang Hong, to clarify on Weibo that Su Yang is currently single and not in a romantic relationship. The reason Song Lanyue chose not to contact Su Yang directly for a statement was confidence. That young master was genuinely too astute. Upon seeing the clarification, fans nodded in agreement. I knew there was no romantic relationship. Su Yang, go for it. As expected, Su Yang doesn't seem like someone who would date. Today, let us be adorable and cute. Wait a moment, family. Why do I feel like this matter is not so simple? Please elaborate. We are eager to hear more. Today, let us embrace the persona of a charming and adorable girl. The company claims that Su Yang is currently single. Yet the rumors surrounding her and the frog are rampant, suggesting they are inseparable. Today, let us be a cute girl? Are you alright? Su Yang has always been a debutante. What's wrong with having slightly better resources? If I were the young master of the Guan family, having invested so much money, I certainly wouldn't be satisfied with merely being friends. I'm just saying this casually. Fans, please don't be upset. Chapter 85. Dare to spread rumors about me. Su Yang, having sweated profusely in a frogskin outfit at the amusement park yesterday and then caught a chill at night, woke up this morning feeling groggy. Just as she settled onto the toilet and opened Weibo, she instantly regained her clarity. What is this? What on earth is happening? I never believed Su Yang would date anyone, but after hearing your analysis, I think there may indeed be something amiss.
indeed,
The young master of the Guan family has spent so much money. Surely it can't merely be to hear Su Yang sing and dance? I heard from insiders that the entertainment industry is quite chaotic. Su Yang scrolled down the entire page. going from disbelief in her friendship with Guan Baiwei to suspecting some hidden agenda, and even accusations of her selling herself for money or being coerced by the company to be with Guan Baiwei. Seriously, do you have nothing better to do? You don't even follow my Weibo, yet you dare to claim to be my fan. And you, always stirring up trouble on Weibo, going wherever gossip leads you, spreading rumors everywhere. I'll block you. You are not permitted to be my fan. Someone even dared to say, I am unworthy of Guan Baiwei? Who do you think you are? Go smell your own foulness. How dare you spread rumors about me? I'm eager to discover who you truly are. A few others saw this Weibo post in the morning. Chunning, concerned that Su-young might be upset, decided to check on her. As she entered the room, she noticed bubbles seeping out from the bathroom door. Today, let us be a cute girl?
Just you?
What a venomous heart, publicly inciting conflict under the guise of a fan. I said a cute girl could never possess such a malicious heart. It turns out to be a man pretending to be my fan. Despicable. I shall tear you apart. And these people, I'll send you court summons. Chunning sighed, realizing she was a step too late, feeling quite irked. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Su-young, are you alright? Su-young, startled, almost dropped her phone. I'm fine. I'll be out shortly. Chunning stepped back a few paces, and even though she was prepared, as Su-young opened the door, a multitude of bubbles rushed out. If they were tangible, they could open a family amusement park. Su-young noticed her retreating motion and instinctively sniffed herself. I was so furious earlier that I couldn't even relieve myself. It shouldn't smell bad. What she didn't realize was that Chunning stepped back due to the unseen bubbles, not an actual odor. Sister Song just called. She wants you to contact her once you're awake, and you have practice in an hour, so hurry up.
Alright.
Su-young quickly agreed, assuming Sister Song was reaching out about the trending topic with Guan Baiwei. After washing up, she opened WeChat, only to find it peculiar that Guan Baiwei hadn't messaged her. Under normal circumstances, he should have reached out by now. Could something have gone awry? Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital, at the Guan Group building, Guan Baiwei stood in his office, head down like a timid quail. A young man dressed in a sharp black suit, with a neat hairstyle that exuded authority, sat at the desk in front of him, quietly reviewing reports. Seemingly in deep thought, Guan Baiwei frequently cast sidelong glances at him, but dared not speak. The man's icy demeanor enveloped the room, nearly freezing him into a popsicle. Finally, the man rose, tall and imposing, his expression stern, and a unique sharpness gleamed in his deep-set eyes. If you're not supporting her, why are you spending so much money on her? Is your pocket money so abundant that you have nothing better to do with it? Guan Baiwei shook his head frantically. But the words he dreaded most soon echoed in his ears. Next month, your pocket money is cut off. For the following 3 months, it will be halved. Do you have any objections? None. Guan Baiwei replied, begrudgingly, knowing he dared not voice any dissent. Merely avoiding a total loss of his allowance felt like a small victory. Brother, you want me to work at the company? At this point, Guan Baiwei could no longer remain calm. Guan Xiangyan raised his gaze, glancing at him indifferently. What's wrong? You don't want to come? Of course I do. Guan Baiwei thought to himself, not daring to voice a dissenting word. Feeling utterly drained as he exited the office. The next moment he messaged Su-young, I need comfort. My brother is truly despicable. I've spent plenty of money before. He never minded. Suddenly cutting my allowance now. You're not releasing a new album soon, right? If you are, it's fine. I'll support you with my private funds.
Su-young,
please say something. Today, let us be a cute girl. Sister Song, you know her too. She's the ex-girlfriend of young Master Guan. We met when we were with the director. Su-young sent the evidence she captured to Song Lanyue. Noting that at first glance, today, let us be a cute girl appeared to be an ordinary person, but considering her identity as Guan Baiwei's ex, it took on a different significance. Alright, I've already informed the company to reduce the hype. I'll have someone investigate this account. Song Lanyue's composed voice resonated from the other end of the call. Just then, her phone vibrated several times, and upon opening it, she found a stream of Guan Baiwei's lamentations. Su-young replied, that sounds great. I hope you return from your internship ready to become a competent CEO. Guan Baiwei, upon seeing her message, pondered, What does this mean? Is she placing high expectations on me? Alright, I will strive for that. In the office behind him, Guan Xiangyan opened a document handed by his assistant, the first page revealing Su-young's personal information. The younger sister of Li Hejing, who had participated in talent shows for 3 consecutive years without debuting, seemed rather unusual compared to ordinary individuals. Guan Xiangyan closed the file and casually tossed it into the trash, expressionless as he commanded, "Clean up the trending topic." "Understood, Mr. Guan," the assistant promptly replied. Chapter 86. Wonderful. Wonderful. After hanging up, Song Lanue immediately contacted the public relations department to check on the status of the trending topics removal. However, upon calling, she discovered that the once fervently discussed topic of Su Yang and Guan Baiwei had vanished completely. Song Lanue quickly realized that the rumored young master of the Guan family must have intervened. Otherwise, the matter wouldn't have been resolved so swiftly. She wondered what his attitude might be, and whether he would believe that Su Yang and Guan Baiwei truly had no relationship. With a sigh, she sent the "Today, let us be a cute girl" post to the technical team for investigation. If it indeed turned out to be the work of that Xin, she wouldn't let the matter rest easily. Su Yang quickly packed her belongings and joined the rest of the team, heading to the practice studio. The three of them needed to catch up on the dance and song recordings they had missed yesterday, while also hastening the completion of the theme song recording. Perhaps stirred by the keyboard warrior's instigations that morning, Su Yang felt her head growing heavier, falling to the back of the line as they disembarked. As she walked with her head down, she suddenly bumped into someone. "Linwen, why aren't you moving?" Su Yang lifted her head to look at her, noticing Lin Wen's somewhat dazed expression, even displaying a hint of girlish shyness. Following Lin Wen's gaze, Su Yang looked ahead and saw a tall young man standing at the end of the corridor. In an instant, the man's name sprang to Su Yang's mind. Song Zhirong. "Ah, it's my chance to see him again. Yes, my waist no longer aches. My legs are free of pain, and I can ascend 18 flights of stairs while carrying 2 buckets of water. At long last, I have encountered the one I cherish. I always believed that good deeds would eventually be rewarded. I have been single for over 20 years, solely to ensure your happiness together." Oh, how delightful. Although I yearn to witness their interactions firsthand, Su Yang still clings to a semblance of composure. Gritting her teeth, she manages to utter, "Good day, Teacher Song. Please, continue your conversation with Lin Wen. I shall take my leave." Before the man can respond, she dashes upstairs, forgetting to take the elevator. Was that just now Su Yang? Song Zhirang furrowed his brow and inquired. Upon seeing Song Zhirang again, Lin Wen felt shy. It is difficult to remain composed in the presence of one's idol. Is it not? She steadied her nerves and remarked, "Yes, she went to fulfill her schedule yesterday. Today, she must record additional tracks. She is likely quite busy. I will also head upstairs now." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yang hurriedly descended once more. "Apologies for the interruption, ladies." Su Yang rushed to stand before Song Zhirang and bowed earnestly. "Teacher Song, I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to sing your composition. Thank you very much." Having said that, she sprinted back upstairs. Song Zhirang and Lin Wen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Teacher Song, then I." "Zhirang." Lin Wen's words were once again cut short by the arrival of a woman in high heels, clad in a chic, short dress from a premium brand. With fair skin and impeccably maintained hair, she approached Song Zhirang with a smile. "Zhirang, why did you come without informing me? We are college classmates after all." Song Zhirang's expression remained unfazed, stating merely that he was there to listen to the recording. The woman raised an eyebrow. "I happen to have several compositions for my students. Could you take a look, Teacher Song?" He nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Lin Wen added. The woman smiled. "Then we shall head upstairs. You must also do your best with the recording." "Of course," Lin Wen replied, watching them depart, feeling a sense of relief. This is how it should be, talent and beauty together. The recording studio is on the 3rd floor. She decided to take the stairs, only to find Su Yang peering out from beside the elevator door. "Su Yang, what are you doing?" Lin Wen's voice startled Su Yang, causing her to jump. "How did you come up so quickly? Where's Teacher Song?" "He went upstairs with his girlfriend," Lin Wen shrugged. "His girlfriend?" Su Yang thought, that cannot be. "I never heard of Teacher Song having a girlfriend. Isn't he supposed to be perpetually single?" Lin Wen patted her shoulder, attempting to dispel her unrealistic thoughts. Though Su Yang found it hard to voice her bubbling emotions. Besides, the words within Su Yang's fantasies were not always accurate. Perhaps she was the exception. "I will go in first. You should hurry over." Su Yang wished to hold on to her thoughts, but Lin Wen moved swiftly away. It seems that such fates cannot be forced. If the time is not right, one cannot reach that stage. She felt troubled, a headache beginning to form. The upcoming recording of the theme song was no simple task. Performing a theme song for a popular show was even more challenging. One must evoke emotions to fully convey the essence of the song.
Wait. Soo-young, let us do that line again.
Soo-young, try it once more. Soo-young, soften your voice a bit.
Soo-young. Soo-young.
By the end of the day, Soo-young's ears felt raw, just as her throat could bear no more. She finally heard, "All right, next, Lulu, come in." Soo-young immediately popped a throat lozenge and took a moment to rest. Suddenly, the door behind her swung open, and Song Ji-rang stepped inside. His gaze swept over the group. "Is it just you all recording the song?" "Yes," Soo-young replied enthusiastically. "Lin Wen is in the next recording studio."
Thank you.
As soon as he left, Soo-young felt revitalized. Wonderful. All the fatigue from the day disappeared in an instant. In the evening, they continued with the group variety show recording. The production team set up a barbecue grill in the courtyard, with all the ingredients prepared. Eagerly awaiting the 9 of them for a barbecue gathering, Mengyuan approached the grill, glancing at the skewered meat, exclaiming, "Wow, the meat is already skewered." The director chuckled. "We were worried you wouldn't be able to light the fire after the recording ended." Chapter 87. Let us walk the flower path together. Fan questions? The 9 of them gathered around the barbecue, placing food within reach. Soo-young felt an inexplicable nervousness. "I'm quite curious about what questions the fans will ask." She hadn't forgotten how she had metaphorically stabbed herself in the heart by mentioning her 3 attempts at the talent show. The director cheerfully handed over a card, assuring her, "Don't worry, these questions have been meticulously selected." Upon hearing meticulously selected, she felt even more uneasy. The temporary host, Mengyuan, took the thick stack of cards. "All right, I will ask the first question. Elder sisters, I am 14 years old and particularly fond of singing and dancing. Can I become an idol like you?" It was a question from a child. Who would answer it? Chunning spoke up first. "I'll take this one. This path is truly challenging. If you love singing and dancing, perhaps your family could enroll you in a class. That would be a good choice." Lu Ke nodded in agreement. "I second Chunning's idea. You are still young, and it would be wise to focus on your studies for now. Cultivating an interest in singing and dancing is also commendable. There are many uncertainties on the path to becoming an idol. There is an annual talent show in the country, but only a few will ultimately make it to the stage. Moreover, due to company arrangements, resources may be lacking, and the outcome remains unpredictable." Mengyuan added with a smile, "Yes, focus on your studies now. When we hold our concert, you can be our guest." She glanced at the others. "I've said my piece, is that all right?" The director affirmed, "If this young person wishes to come, we will certainly support it." The next question was directed at Mengyuan. "Mengyuan, I am a third-year college student who loves food but accidentally became quite overweight. Do you have any tips for maintaining a healthy figure?" Mengyuan was somewhat taken aback.
Did you hear that?
"Did you all hear? Fans say I maintain my figure well. Sister Song, please don't make me lose weight." Song Lanyu replied, "However, do not be overly anxious. Regardless of your weight, health is paramount. You are still a student. Why worry about your figure? If losing weight boosts your confidence, then eat more vegetables and exercise. Lose weight scientifically." The tall Lu Ke added, "Yes, scientifically lose weight. I have a larger frame, and I didn't understand these things before. I ended up with stomach issues from starving myself, which was quite harmful to my health." Soo-young busied herself turning the skewers, saying, "I didn't realize we had so many young fans. Thank you all for your support. You must fill your stomach before you can think about losing weight. Can you resist the allure of this sizzling meat?" Mengyuan swallowed hard, clearly unable to resist. The third question posed was, "Dear members, I am 24 years old, and after graduating, I have been unable to find a suitable job and have remained at home. My family is quite disappointed in me. Should I just go out and find any job to get by?" "Indeed, once you make a choice, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others," Mengyuan replied, realizing that if she did not speak, no one else would. "What do you all think?" Soo-young, having been called upon, abruptly lifted her head from the plate. Wrapped in a white blanket, her face slightly reddened from the charcoal fire, she appeared somewhat bewildered. "Shall I speak? I believe it's fine to go out and try." As soon as Soo-young spoke, she realized she was once again opposing Si Nian's viewpoint. She glanced over to meet Si Nian's furious gaze. "I assure you, my intentions were not malicious. Do you believe me? To be candid, I find it rather exhausting. Yet the sight of so many adorable children evokes a unique sentiment within me. One could say I am experiencing both pain and joy simultaneously. Presently, you may struggle to find suitable employment, but fret not. After all, we are still young and there are countless opportunities yet to explore. Dare to take that first step." Meng Yuan applauds, exclaiming, "Well said." I can hardly believe that Su Yang could utter such mature and composed words. Su Yang retorts, "What do you think? I am a person of experience." The few remaining who wished to applaud reluctantly lowered their hands. Meng Yuan quipped, "Perhaps we spoke too soon."
Now,
We arrive at the final inquiry. Fellow members, I understand that the path to forming a group is fraught with challenges, and the days ahead will be arduous. Can you steadfastly continue on this journey? Will you honor the trust bestowed upon you by your fans? After reading this, Meng Yuan instinctively remarked, "The tone of this fan is quite solemn." Below, a name obscured by black ink. Lo and behold, it is Song Lanue. Of course we can. Our successful debut is thanks to our fans' unwavering support. As long as our fans are with us, we shall persist. Lin Wen declared, sending a heart gesture towards the camera. Su Yang contemplated briefly before adding, "It is not merely our 9 names. It also includes all of you who have consistently supported us from behind the screen. Let us tread the path of flowers together in the days to come." Chapter 88. I am ill, not dead. Having felt the onset of a cold, compounded by a slight evening breeze in the courtyard, Su Yang found herself bedridden the following day. "Surely, I won't perish from this fever, will I? I had been coughing incessantly last night, and now I cannot utter a sound." I even inquired if she desired water, yet she remained utterly still, dazed by the fever. Su Yang faintly heard Xi Nian's voice, accompanied by hands gently touching her forehead. They were remarkably soft. Then came the beeping of a thermometer. She was lifted for an injection, and despite her efforts to open her eyes, she succumbed to slumber once again. Xi Nian, incredulous, queried, "Doctor, is she truly all right in this half-conscious state?" The doctor adjusted his glasses, appearing rather composed. "Rest assured, it is merely a common cold along with exhaustion. A good rest will suffice." He retrieved an array of bottles from the medical kit, labeling each one for her to take upon awakening. Xi Nian accepted them, casting a disapproving glance at the girl lying on the bed receiving info. "Doctor, this cold isn't contagious, is it? I'd rather not end up like her. Your constitution appears quite robust. Wear a mask." The doctor glanced at his watch, noting the late hour. "I must take my leave now. Remember to care for the patient and ensure she drinks plenty of warm water." But no one assigned me to care for her. Everyone was preoccupied with their respective tasks, wholly oblivious to the events occurring upstairs. Xi Nian initially intended to leave, but noticed the feverish girl on the bed. Her face flushed. "Honestly, even being ill is a burden to others," she muttered as she opened a package of fever-reducing patches and affixed one to Su Yang's forehead, saying, "You better wake up by noon. I still wish to practice." Leaning against the windowsill, Xi Nian's peripheral vision caught sight of the camera in the room. What on earth? Why are they still filming? They were utterly oblivious when you were unwell. Mid-sentence, Xi Nian abruptly froze. The camera, of course. This was a tremendous opportunity. Currently, the apartment housed only herself and Su Yang, who lay ill in bed, unable to utter a word. Thus, all the cameras in the room were solely focused on her. Today, the apartment was effectively her personal stage. With this realization, Xi Nian brimmed with enthusiasm, surveying her surroundings. She first fetched a basin of warm water from the bathroom to wash Su Yang's face and hands. Thoughtfully, she prepared some cold medicine, placing it beside Su Yang's bedside.
"See,
I am the ideal roommate." After a flurry of activity, the once dazed Su Yang was roused to consciousness. Xi Nian, holding a towel, expressed surprise. Su Yang, are you alright? You're finally awake. Did you know you terrified me last night when you were ill? Do you still feel unwell? Just tell me, and I'll summon the doctor immediately. Do not move. You are still quite weak. Let me handle everything. Su Yang, bewildered, wore a look of disbelief. Is this truly Xi Nian? Or is it some creature masquerading in her skin? Her lips moved, but before she could speak, a cup of warm water was presented to her lips. Xi Nian smiled gently. "Drink up. The doctor advised you to consume plenty of warm water to expedite your recovery. Have a little more, and I will refill it for you." Su Yang. Oh no, this must be a hallucination. My illness has progressed so severely that even delusions have emerged. She slapped her forehead and slipped into slumber once more. However, when she awoke again, the hallucinations had not faded. Instead, they intensified. Xi Nian had somehow procured a bedside table, neatly arranging it before her and even placing 2 pillows for her comfort. "Is this comfortable?" Su Yang nodded. She then witnessed Xi Nian opening a takeout container, This is a nourishing soup I brought from a restaurant. I heard it's especially beneficial for someone in your condition. Do try it.
Soo-young,
A spoonful of warm soup was offered to her lips. It was sweet, fresh, and rather delightful. Is it good? Sin-yen playfully chided. Look at you. You're spilling soup everywhere. She retrieved a napkin to wipe Su-yang's mouth and offered another spoonful. Actually, I can drink it myself. Sin-yen firmly grasped the bowl, gritting her teeth. You are ill. As your roommate, it is my duty to care for you. It's fine. I'll feed you. Without affording Su-young a chance to decline, the nourishing soup was fed to her, one spoonful after another, until it was entirely consumed. Su-young leaned against the headboard, a complex expression on her face. Am I the one who is ill, or is it Sin-yen who has lost her senses? Why does she seem more abnormal than I do? Turning, she caught Sin-yen's gaze. I've gone to such lengths to care for you. You should be grateful. Just as Sin-yen placed the medication on the bedside table, Su-young abruptly sat up. Sin-yen, what are you doing? She pressed down on Su-yang's hand. Didn't I say not to move? Just tell me what you need, and I will handle it. Su-young, her expression unreadable, replied. I need to go to the restroom. The girl released her grip, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Oh, then go ahead. Throughout the day, Su-young was enveloped in Sin-yen's meticulous care, a sensation akin to guzzling boiling water on a sweltering summer day. Finally, when Sin-yen suggested helping her change into fresh clothes, Su-young raised her hand. Calm down. I am ill, not dead. Sin-yen, unfazed, replied. All right, just be careful. I'll wait for you outside. Once Sin-yen exited, Su-young promptly locked the door. This was too daunting. It was far more comfortable to be sardonic with herself. She grabbed her clothes and used them to cover the camera in the room. The moment the red light of the camera was obscured, Su-young had an epiphany. The door swung open again, and Sin-yen entered with a plate of sliced apples. Su-young, have some fruit. The previously listless girl rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Sin-yen. Thank you. I had no idea you were so beautiful and kind-hearted, sacrificing your practice time to care for me.
Thank you.
She blinked her eyes, attempting to conjure a tear. However, it was evident that she failed. Sin-yen felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet the situation necessitated her continued performance. You are my roommate. How could I abandon you?
Sin-yen.
Su-young.
Ugh.
Chapter 89. Would you like to hear my nonsense? Su-young reclined on the bed while Sin-yen sat beside her, their hands intertwined, exuding a tender affection. But there lurked an undercurrent of danger. Meng-yuan glanced from one to the other, hesitating before addressing Su-young. Is your health all right now? With a gentle smile, Su-young turned her head, noticing how Sin-yen's complexion appeared even more pallid than earlier that day. I'm fine, nearly fully recovered, thanks to Sin-yen's care. Sin-yen, smiling, tucked the blanket around Su-young, saying, It's no trouble at all. We are roommates, and it's my duty to care for you. Their hands remained tightly clasped, and if not for their usual contentious dynamic, the current atmosphere would have seemed perfectly harmonious. Channing pursed her lips, inquiring, Are you two really all right? Of course. They both replied. The others exchanged glances, uncertain about the underlying tensions between the two, muttering that remaining in the same space as them might lead to trouble. Once the door closed, the two immediately released each other's hands. Sin-yen rushed to the washroom to wash her hands vigorously, while Su-young buried her head in search of disinfecting wipes. They sat at opposite ends of the room, ignoring one another. It's time to eat. Meng-yuan knocked on the door and, upon entering, found the two had relaxed. Sin-yen hastily set down her phone, exclaiming, Coming. As she approached the door, she bent her knees and turned with a smile that radiated warmth. Su-young, if you're still unwell, don't move. Let me bring something for you. This smile reminded Su-young of the moment she was fed candy earlier that day, sending a shiver down her spine, prompting her to leap from the bed. No need. I believe I'm well enough to go downstairs. Before Sin-yen could respond, Su-young had donned her shoes and dashed downstairs, moving with a swiftness as if pursued by a ghost. They practiced in the studio during the day and filmed their group variety show in the evening. The footage from their yacht shoot had been edited and was ready for viewing during dinner. The director, eager to present the prepared video, remarked that they had been so busy with training that they hadn't had time to film any group content, and they needed material to edit. We can't miss dinner time. Let's record. We need to capture some trending moments. Su-young felt a gaze fixed upon her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Are you cold? Should I fetch you a blanket?
Guan Lulu asked.
Su-young shook her head. No. Thank you. I'm dressed warmly enough. It was undoubtedly someone secretly scrutinizing her. The director, silenced, lamented the keenness of his vision, able to see clearly from a distance. Soo-young served herself a bowl of millet porridge, warming her stomach. The nourishing soup at noon had been delicious, yet it hadn't filled her, and she had to endure an afternoon nearly fainting from hunger in front of Si-myen. Once everyone was ready, they immediately began playing the video. This was the first time the 9 of them had seen it, and as the screen illuminated, their heartbeats quickened involuntarily. The familiar music played, a song they had rehearsed countless times, and its presentation still felt refreshing.
Wow.
Soo-young, making her debut, appeared in a simple white outfit that radiated youthful exuberance, her makeup light to the point of near invisibility, revealing her skin's texture under the high-definition lens. Bathed in the interplay of light and sun, she emanated a sacred beauty. Her phone buzzed with anticipation. Had it not been for the need to maintain her image before the camera, she would have whipped it out to snap photos incessantly. The exclamations of awe filled her ears, and Soo-young's face flushed from white to crimson. The cameraman did a fantastic job. Was I really that beautiful? No wonder she was admired. Her natural beauty shone through. Save it, frame it, hang it on the wall. 9 points, one less than perfect to keep you humble. As the camera shifted, the remaining members appeared, each showcasing their unique style. Anyone with a discerning eye could identify the individual flair each of the 9 possessed. This distinctiveness, presented before all, garnered widespread acclaim, proving worth the hefty investment made in the filming.
Such high quality.
Guanlulu marveled. Initially, I thought filming on a yacht would be odd, but the final result is stunning, Fong Li commented. It seems our modest investment was not in vain. With this backing, the new album sales could soar. Soo-young nodded in agreement, noting that with a more cohesive storyline, it could easily be considered a short film. She mused on the photographer's peculiar demeanor, but acknowledged the skill behind the lens. If this were shown to fans, it would surely leave them in awe. I can't believe this. What is this? A new song? I already know the lyrics backward, and you only released it now? Are you alright? This must be the footage from that reshoot, the version filmed with the private yacht. Seeing them play and joke around usually, it's oddly embarrassing to witness them perform so earnestly. Absolutely captivating.
Excuse me. Who is that?
Wong Kar-wai, upon seeing the release, immediately downloaded it onto his computer for repeated viewing. The yacht shoot yielded such high-quality footage. All thanks to Soo-young. Her charm enhanced everything around her. But that wasn't all. Wong Kar-wai set his phone down, adjusted his posture, and picked up the phone. Hello? Xiao Li, how do I use the printer in the office? Half an hour later, Wong Kar-wai's hands were sore from the printer. Where are the photos? The ones I meticulously cropped? Spit them out. In Guan Xiangyan's office, the assistant gazed at the mountain of photos threatening to engulf the room, unable to utter a word. The joy on the girls' faces contrasted sharply with the assistant's grim expression. Mr. Guan, it seems someone from another office scanned the wrong QR code and mixed up the device names. I'll have someone clean it up. Guan Xiangyan glanced at the scattered photos on the floor, recognizing the girl's face from an earlier encounter. No need. Call Wong Kar-wai and have him come to clean this up. Understood. Upon seeing the floor covered in photos, Wong Kar-wai wished he could dig a hole and hide. Brother, would you be willing to hear my explanation? I beg you for some leniency. Chapter 90. My brother wants to meet you. Wong Kar-wai wore a pained expression as he resignedly gathered the scattered photos. How could clicking a few extra times result in 2 entire boxes of prints? The quality of the printer in his family's company was indeed exceptional. Do you have a fondness for this girl? As Wong Kar-wai placed the last photo into the box, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Now, due to Soo-young's influence, he found himself learning at the company, but without her, he might have easily fallen prey to someone like that woman and ended up thrown out of his home. Things were better now. Yet, how could his elder brother, so cunning in tricking others, comprehend such matters? Typically, he was the one deceiving others, never allowing anyone to trick him. All right, arrange a time for us to meet her. When Soo-young received the invitation from Wong Kar-wai, her cold had just subsided. Wong Kar-wai, Soo-young, it's not me who wants to invite you. It's my brother who wishes to meet you. It's not that my brother wants to invite you. He just wants to see you. That phrasing seems a bit off. To sum it up, I accidentally printed your photos in the office and mistakenly set them to my brother's office. Soo-young, you must come tomorrow. Otherwise, my brother will surely have my head. Actually, my brother isn't that frightening. He's just a bit aloof. Soo-young replied, understood. Amidst Wong Kar-wai's rambling, Soo-young grasped that this fellow had gotten himself in trouble for printing his own photos at work and now had to face the consequences. It is difficult to ascertain what kind of person Guan Dashao truly is. Having never met him, Soo-young is unable to glean any insights regarding Guan Xiangyan. Suddenly, a bank card is flung at her, and the man glares at her furiously, stating, "This card contains 100,000 yuan. Leave my brother." Soo-young hastily catches it. But the texture of the card feels somewhat off. A psychiatric hospital? What is all this? Just as she raises her head, a figure lunges at her.
Ah.
Soo-young sits up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. Was it just a dream? Noticing a gaze upon her, she turns to find Si Nyen looking at her with an expression of bewilderment. Time is slipping away. She should rest. Aware that Soo-young intends to meet Guan Baiwei, Song Lanue expresses her reassurance. Go ahead and make sure to get along well with Xiao Guan. If you can secure more investments, if you can attract more support, that would be splendid. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, a waiter promptly greets her and leads her to the reserved private room. Mr. Guan and Xiao Guan will arrive in 10 minutes. Please wait a moment. Holding the warm tea poured for her, Soo-young feels an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Perhaps due to the peculiar dream she had last night. She genuinely fears that upon Guan Baiwei's brother's arrival, she might face an overwhelming reprimand. Time ticks by, and after consuming half a pot of tea, just as she is about to lose her composure, the door to the private room swings open. Leading the way is an assistant clad in business attire, followed closely by a man who bears a resemblance to Guan Baiwei. Dressed in a tailored black suit, his tie perfectly knotted against his shirt, he exudes an aura of confidence and charisma that complements his tall, striking physique. His hair is meticulously styled, and his shoes are polished to a shine. Without uttering a word, he commands attention. "Hello, Mr. Guan. I am Soo-young, a friend of Xiao Guan." She quickly rises to introduce herself. Guan Xiangyan glances at her, failing to perceive anything remarkable, aside from the fact that she appears slightly more refined than the women Guan Baiwei has previously dated. She must be a member of a girl group. That would explain it, he thinks. The assistant pulls out chairs for them before exiting the room. With only the three of them remaining, Soo-young feels an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Why the silence? Is it possible they intend to silence her? Heaven knows, my relationship with Guan Baiwei is innocent. She muses internally. The most intimate thing they have ever shared is merely the scent of his flatulence, a secret she has kept to herself. Guan Xiangyan pauses mid-sip, his brow furrowing as he stares at the bubbles rising in his cup. What on earth? Guan Baiwei excitedly nudges his brother. Brother.
Did you see that?
Soo-young's bubbles. She is extraordinary. Yet, the words stick in his throat, and all he manages to utter is her name, Soo-young. Guan Xiangyan's mind drifts back to a peculiar comment in her profile, wondering if this is the strangeness they referred to. Under the scrutiny of pointed fingers, Soo-young is at a loss for how to respond. What is wrong with me? After what feels like an eternity, Guan Baiwei finally articulates, "Isn't Soo-young beautiful? I told you she is the most stunning in her group." Guan Xiangyan remains silent. Soo-young chuckles softly. "Thank you, Xiao Guan, for your kind words. All right." Guan Xiangyan interrupts the awkward atmosphere. "The reason I asked Awoke to invite you today is to assess what kind of person you are and whether you meet the investment criteria of our company." His words are lighthearted, yet Soo-young grows serious. Investment criteria? Surely, such matters cannot have fixed standards. It is merely about reading the room and gauging the elder's mood.
Is it not?
Very well, Mr. Guan. What would you like to discuss? Are we to talk about career aspirations? She wonders, recalling that such topics were never covered by her teachers. Yet, dramas often depict domineering figures asking if one wishes to change jobs. Indeed, facing employees who shirk their responsibilities might drive anyone to peculiar behavior. Heavens, the last bidding failure was not due to a lack of funds, but because someone sabotaged it on purpose, wasn't it? And the beautiful women in the hotel during the last business trip were not sent by a partner. They were leaked by someone within the company. Soo-young gazes at Guan Xiangyan, observing his increasingly grim expression. What could be the matter? Is the domineering CEO feeling unwell? Suddenly, Guan Xiangyan rises abruptly, fixated on the bubbles in his cup, and declares, "I need to use the restroom." "All right," Soo-young replies, puzzled. Wasn't he about to question her? Why does he leave without a word? Is he truly intending to silence her? No wonder it is said that the moods of these CEOs fluctuate unpredictably. If he were to ruin her reputation alone, what would happen to the others in her group? Her gaze shifts to Guan Baiwei and she quietly inquires, "What is the situation, Mr. Guan?" He had mentioned that his brother is typically critical of everyone. It turns out that he has been set up to be sent to hotel rooms during business trips. Can this be forced? It's a miracle he hasn't fallen ill from the stress. How tragic. Thank goodness I am not the one inheriting the company. Outside the private room, Guan Xiangyan glares at his assistant. What is the matter? The assistant, sensing his unusually grim demeanor, more severe than when he discovered someone had intruded into his hotel room, feels compelled to inquire. Guan Xiangyan struggles to articulate what he witnessed moments ago. Yet the words elude him. Mr. Guan? The assistant prompts, bewildered. Guan Xiangyan recalls Guan Baiwei's stammered words and begins to connect the dots. Who is responsible for hiring personnel within the company? Manager Kong, the assistant replies. Guan Xiangyan heads toward the restroom, instructing, have someone investigate. Brother, are you alright? Guan Baiwei, genuinely concerned, asks. After all, as men, they understand such matters. Guan Xiangyan casts him a sidelong glance. What could possibly be wrong? Let us eat. As they serve themselves, they finally dare to use their chopsticks. Do not ask. It is simply the pressure of a superior. However, Su Yang finds the atmosphere tasteless as the conversation halts abruptly, leaving her feeling anxious. What if they expect me to stay behind to settle the bill after dinner? Dramas often depict such scenarios. But he did offer to treat me. The expenses here must be quite substantial. I certainly cannot afford it. Su Yang remains vigilant, observing Guan Xiangyan's movements, prepared for any eventuality. Little did she expect that the bubbles above her would multiply, nearly filling the space beside her. Suddenly, Guan Xiangyan reaches into his pocket, and Su Yang holds her breath, anticipating the classic scene. Has it finally come? He retrieves a black card and tosses it onto the table in front of the ravenous Guan Baiwei. You go settle the bill. I need to speak with Su Yang privately. What? They both exclaim in unison. Guan Baiwei swallows his food, utterly confused. Brother, we have only just begun our meal.
Why settle the bill so soon?
It should be as simple as remembering a name. Yet, upon meeting his brother's gaze, he falls silent. I will take care of it now. As he departs again, Su Yang sets down her chopsticks. Goodness, with this demeanor, I thought he might offer me 2 million to leave Guan Baiwei behind. Thank goodness. At least he is not asking me to settle the bill. Feigning ignorance of her comment, Guan Xiangyan inquires, Miss Su, I have discovered that you and Mr. Li are siblings. Li Hejing, Su Yang replies, her demeanor shifting as the bubbles around her burst. Yes, he is my brother. But Mr. Guan, you are not here because of my brother, are you? Guan Xiangyan suppresses his surprise. You need not be anxious. I am here regarding your group. I have heard that you are currently recording a variety show, but have yet to find a suitable investor. The ensuing conversation is a blur of information for Su Yang. But one thing is certain. They have funding. Their variety show has secured financial backing. Without delving into the relationship between Su Yang and Li Hejing, her peculiar ability, coupled with her current popularity, ensures a lucrative investment. Chapter 91 What? Song Lanhua took the contract from Guan Lulu's hands. Every clause was articulated with remarkable clarity, unmistakably penned by someone of distinction. Did General Guan provide any additional information alongside this contract? Su Yang shook her head, indicating they were to contact them at any time if needed. She had anticipated a stern reprimand from Guan Xiangyan upon her arrival, but to her surprise, he promptly presented her with the contract. Such a good soul. Guan Baiwei is a little good soul, while Guan Xiangyan is a great one. Song Lanhua patted her shoulder, commending her splendid effort. Continue with your training. I shall reach out to Guan's company. The unexpected appearance of a young master Guan was already a delightful surprise. But the fact that General Guan expressed a desire to invest was beyond her expectations. Su Yang was indeed an unusual child, yet she seemed to possess a certain fortune that allowed her to bask in the glow of good fortune. She hastened to contact Guan's associates to finalize the contract. She could not let this opportunity slip away. Just as Song Lanhua departed, Su Yang found herself encircled by several individuals.
Su Yang,
quickly tell us. What is the nature of your relationship with that young Master Guan? Previously, the investment was one thing, but now even the group variety show has received funding. Yes, indeed. What did you two discuss over dinner? We want to know. It can't just be the two of you, right? Where did you go? What did you eat? One question after another bombarded her, leaving Su Yang at a loss for words. Could it be that the young Master Guan intends to engage in some underhanded dealings with you? A voice emerged from the group, belonging to Si Nian. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Si Nian awkwardly continued, What are you looking at me for? I'm merely speculating. Do you think the two young masters from the Guan family are so easy to negotiate with? Su Yang merely dined out and suddenly receives an investment. Who would believe there isn't something more to it? They are capitalists, not philanthropists. Such a large sum of money doesn't just get handed over without a reason. Observing the silence that followed, Si Nian added, "So, I suggest, if it comes to it, you might want to return the contract." Her words sparked doubt within Su Yang. Although Guan Baiwei harbored no intentions toward her, she could not be certain about Guan Xiangyan's feelings. To suggest any terms so casually, who would dare? She retrieved her phone and hastily messaged Guan Baiwei, "Tell me the truth. Does your brother have a crush on me?" Unbeknownst to her, Guan Baiwei was explaining his first independent project. The message on his computer screen was projected onto the large display, visible to everyone in the conference room. "Next time, please set your notifications to do not disturb during presentations to avoid disruptions." Guan Baiwei chuckled awkwardly. "Sure. I'll remember for next time. Rest assured. My brother is not interested in women like you." The words were only half-typed when he reconsidered, deleting them before retyping. "You can be assured. My brother does not fancy women like you. Doesn't he fancy women like me?" Su Yang pondered over his words repeatedly, ultimately dismissing the thought. If anything were to transpire in the future, she would undoubtedly resist with all her might. Song Lanua worked swiftly, and within a few days, the contract was signed and funds transferred. This time, it was genuinely happening. The 9 members sat around the dining table, bewildered, as the director outlined the plans for the upcoming days. "Members, the long-awaited outing is finally here." The director paused, expecting applause, but the sleepy 9 merely stared in surprise. "Let us proceed, shall we? This time, we have specially organized an outing to the Phoenix Mountain Scenic Area in the capital. Experience a 2-day, 1-night short trip." The director excitedly concluded, preparing for their cheers, but instead, he was met with 9 skeptical gazes. Fong Li, seemingly not having heard, asked again, "Director, where did you say we're going?" Meng Yuan chimed in, "This is a joke. We can see Phoenix Mountain from our courtyard. How is that a trip?" Su Yang shook her head. "Didn't General Guan provide the funding? With such a large sum, shouldn't we at least travel out of the province?" The director protested. "This is unfair." He turned to Song Lanua, who cleared her throat. "I organized this outing." The 9 fell silent for a moment before erupting into applause.
Great.
"Not only is it nearby, but the scenery is also lovely. Sister Song made an excellent choice. I heard you can even offer incense there. I've wanted to go for ages." The director retorted, "You weren't saying that earlier." Once the itinerary was confirmed, preparations began immediately. "It's just 2 days and 1 night. Do we really need to pack so much? Where will we stay at night? Are we bringing tents? I recall that place has goose houses. We can stay there. Let me check for available rooms and make reservations." As they discussed their single-day outing, they ended up packing excessively, each person lugging a large suitcase. Guan Lulu clutched her suitcase. "I have clothes and skincare products in here. Every single item must come." Fong Li insisted. "Mine is already minimal. We cannot take pictures when we're out, right? This is a professional camera." The outing was to be arranged by the 9 members themselves, with several needing to drive to the destination. Despite the number of members, only a few had driving licenses. Chuning drove the first car, carrying Su Yang, Lu Ke, Lin Wen, and Fong Li. Guan Lulu drove the second car, with Chi Chi, Meng Yuan, and Si Nian aboard. The production team's vehicle led the way toward the Phoenix Mountain Scenic Area. The occupants of the car were extremely excited. They were free from training and the worry of being photographed by paparazzi, already dreaming of how comfortable the next 2 days and nights would be. However, just as they exited the courtyard, the car jolted and stalled. Su Yang's alarm bells rang, and she shot up from her seat. "What happened? What happened?" The driver, Chenning, offered an awkward smile, adjusting the rearview mirror. "It seems we've fallen into a drainage ditch. Let me check." Chapter 92. Take a bite. Take a bite. The production team anticipated that their outing might not go smoothly, yet falling into a drainage ditch right at the start was somewhat surreal. The property management of the villa area quickly came to apologize, fearing that the incident could escalate and tarnish the community's reputation. Ultimately, with the assistance of the staff, they managed to pull Su Yang's car out of the ditch. Fortunately, the vehicle suffered no significant damage, and they could continue their journey, albeit delayed. The drive from the apartment to the Phoenix Mountain Scenic Area typically took 2 hours, but since it was a holiday and not peak tourist season, the roads were relatively clear, allowing them to increase their speed to arrive in about an hour and a half. As autumn had set in, the scenery outside was rather unremarkable. "How about we play some music? It's too dull otherwise," Linwen suggested. After the earlier incident, the group's drowsiness had been shaken off. Even if they felt a bit sleepy now, no one dared to doze off, fearing yet another mishap. Sitting in the passenger seat, Soo-young activated the car's audio system. What song do you all want to hear? I'll find it, Luke replied. It has to be our own song. Yes, our song. However, while searching through the system, Soo-young could not locate it and calmly opened her phone instead. This system needs an update. I'll have to connect using my phone. As music began to play, the group sang along, then swiftly switched playlists. They had practiced their songs countless times in the studio. Listening to others was far more enjoyable. They could see a line of vehicles queuing to ascend the mountain. The winding mountain road was narrow, and the speed was slow. To ensure safety, there was a sufficient gap between each vehicle, further slowing their ascent. Car 1, Car 1. Did anyone bring food? The intercom crackled to life with Meng Yuan's voice. It was already past 9 in the morning when they set off from the apartment, and after over an hour on the road, noon was fast approaching, a perfect time for lunch. Didn't we prepare some food? Let us eat when we arrive, suggested Fong Li from the back seat. The meals they had brought were actually self-heating rice from a brand they had endorsed, offering a variety of flavors. However, with fresh meals available most of the time, the self-heating rice had been neglected in the apartment until this trip, when they had conveniently packed it into the trunk. I don't want to eat self-heating rice. What's so good about it? Let us just go straight to the homestay, Meng Yuan chimed in. She often stumbled upon picturesque mountain homestays or farmhouses online, where they would slaughter chickens and lambs for guests, creating a lively atmosphere. The ordinary meals served in such vibrant settings offered a unique ambience. She had heard that the chickens running around the mountains had a distinctly different taste. All right, let us head to the homestay then. The 9 of them had meticulously planned their trip, intending to have lunch upon arrival. However, at 1 o'clock, their vehicle came to a standstill midway. Soo-young and the others exited the car to assess the situation. They encountered a cyclist descending the hill, his face a picture of dismay. Is there an accident? Soo-young inquired anxiously. Is it serious? She had thought their misfortune of nearly falling into a ditch was bad enough, but it seemed others were worse off. It's not serious. They're just arguing over compensation. You'd best not go over, the cyclist advised kindly.
Thank you.
With no immediate way forward, the group found themselves stuck. The self-heating rice, once deemed unappealing, was carefully retrieved as hunger began to set in. Anything would suffice at this point. On the roadside curb, they opened the packaging and added water. Within minutes, the heating packets began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma from the rice and vegetable packs that made their mouths water. Nearby motorists were drawn to the delicious scent, wondering what delectable food was being prepared. I'm starving. It smells so good. Is that takeout? One of them exclaimed. It's not takeout. I checked half an hour ago, and this area isn't within the delivery range, one of Su Yang's friends replied, eyeing the girls nearby, their mouths watering in anticipation. Unable to resist, the leading woman approached. Excuse me, what are you eating? Just then, Su Yang lifted the lid, and the wafting fragrance intensified. The woman inhaled deeply, nearly drooling. This is self-heating rice, something we brought from home. The dish featured fluffy white rice topped with succulent braised pork, its savory juices seeping into the glistening grains. The pork appeared so tender it seemed it would melt in one's mouth. This looks amazing, the woman murmured.
Do you sell it?
As she spoke, she noticed the astonished expressions on the faces of Su Yang and her friends and realized the improbability of selling such a treasure in this remote location. However, to her surprise, one of the girls dashed to the trunk and handed her 2 boxes. This is from the brand we endorse. Feel free to take some. And do remember to follow us. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the woman clutched the hefty boxes of self-heating rice, tears brimming in her eyes. What's the name? Show me on your phone. I'll follow you right now. Witnessing this, the other motorists immediately gathered around, eager to follow suit if it meant enjoying such delicious food. Unfortunately, Su Yang and her friends had only brought a limited supply and could only distribute 5 boxes. Thus, on the winding road up the mountain, a remarkable scene unfolded. A group of people perched on the roadside, eagerly awaiting the bubbling self-heating rice. Those who had brought food from home couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing that cold, stale rice could never compare to the warmth and aroma of the freshly prepared self-heating meals. We need to order some, they exclaimed. Though they missed out this time, they vowed that if they encountered a similar situation in the future, they would be the ones tantalizing others by the roadside. Buy it. Let us order it now. As Su Yang and her friends finished their self-heating rice, each enjoyed their own portion. She scooped a spoonful from the dish. and the warmth of the ingredients and the fragrance of the spices filled her with a profound sense of happiness and comfort. Indeed, food was essential for one's well-being. The specially processed rice was fluffy and tender, perfectly complemented by the juicy side dishes, a delightful harmony of flavors in every bite. Delicious. I love it. I want more. Unbeknownst to them, the brother was a food writer. By 3 in the afternoon, Su-young and her friends finally made it up the mountain. They began by taking photos at various iconic spots, followed by a brief meeting with the staff before sharing their experiences on Weibo. The autumn scenery at Fenghuang Mountain was rather unremarkable, dominated by camping groups and team-building activities. Small tents dotted the hillside like mushrooms. And Su-young felt a pang of envy, wishing they had brought a tent to rest while others took pictures. Fangli, disregarding her image, plopped down on a large rock and chuckled at this thought. Don't worry. Maybe next time we'll secure some funding, and we can come back again. The director, feeling subtly mocked, remained silent, too intimidated to respond. Su-young, I've sent you the photos. Remember to choose the original images when posting. And also share a few unmarked ones in the fan group, Wang Jing said from the car. As her assistant, she was busier than ever, even on this outing, with a notebook in hand. After a few quick edits, the photos were sent to them for uploading to their personal Weibo accounts. Alright, I see them. There were only 3 images, hastily taken without much formality, but fans adored such candid snapshots brimming with life. Fangli, watching her post, couldn't help but exclaim, "Your skin looks amazing. You don't even need any touch-ups." Within 3 minutes of posting, the images garnered thousands of likes, comments, and shares, much to the delight of their fans. So beautiful. Why isn't it a grid? Is it so hard to take a few more pictures? I'm saving this as my wallpaper. Everyone must see my wife. One fan humorously shared, I keep tearing my pants, so I signed up for a sewing class. One day, the teacher asked whose clothes were old and torn, and I raised my hand and shouted, my old ripped ones. Another chimed in, I went to buy a meat sandwich and asked the vendor to add more chili. I took a bite and it fell into the mud. I cried. Realizing this is what it means to love spicy food. Hey, don't be too outrageous. Where did you come up with this? I want some too. Su-young furrowed her brow at the screen, puzzled by the current trends in conversation. She didn't understand, but she chose to remain respectful. Is this how I need to speak to get Su-young's attention? Then I'll join in. Where is this place? It's been a while since I saw a fresh Su-young. I hope to bump into her. You guys need to give them some space. Besides, by the time you arrive, they have left. The fan was right, just minutes after Su-young posted the images. The entire group had already moved on to the next location. Ahead lay a temple, bustling with visitors. It was said to be particularly auspicious, with the opportunity to tie red strings on the trees in the backyard, a tradition they planned to partake in together. Hello, Master. At this moment, most of those ascending the mountain to pray were on foot, while others had parked their vehicles a short distance away. However, the 9 of them had driven right up to the temple entrance, which seemed rather insincere. Come on, there are so many people here. Let us not get separated. Chun gathered several individuals and they proceeded inside the temple. Many areas within the temple were off-limits for photography, allowing the group to move about more freely. After paying their respects, they headed to the rear courtyard, where a magnificent ginkgo tree stood majestically at the center. At that moment, it had donned a splendid new coat of golden yellow, as a gentle breeze rustled through its branches, leaves cascaded down like fluttering butterflies. How beautiful! Su-young couldn't help but exclaim. The ground beneath the tree was carpeted with golden leaves, adding an enchanting charm to the atmosphere. This tree had stood for several centuries. As the elderly abbot of the temple recounted, it had never fallen ill, and its beauty was unparalleled each year. Someone nearby interjected, several hundred years? How impressive! Su-young marveled. Mr. Song, what brings you here? Lin Wen's voice rang out, startling Su-young as she realized the speaker was actually Song Jirong. Noticing the cameraman behind Lin Wen, he inquired, are you filming a variety show? Lin Wen nodded, yes, it's a short-term group trip for 2 days and 1 night. Casually glancing around, she asked Mr. Song, did you come alone? What about your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend, Song Jirong interrupted, an urgency in his tone that was uncharacteristic for him. Su-young let out a sigh of relief, thinking, good, that's wonderful, it's a perfect opportunity to nurture feelings. I must not be oblivious. Yet, with the 2 of them so close, it felt rather torturous not to indulge in the sweetest of moments. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently collided with someone, causing a stranger to stumble back, nearly losing their balance. I'm so sorry, excuse me, she exclaimed. Are you all right, master? The individual wore the traditional garb of a monk, exuding an air of authority. He flicked his sleeves with a slight frown. Dear lady, it would be prudent to watch where you walk. Hearing the commotion, many turned to look, and the two became the center of attention. What has happened? Is everything all right? The remaining members of their group approached, quickly assessing Su Yang. No bubbles, all safe. The monk scrutinized the group with an unsettling gaze, ultimately fixing his eyes on Fong Li, reciting Amitabha. This unexpected action left the group bewildered. To preempt any further complications, Su Yang hastily said, Master, I shall make a generous donation to the temple as an apology for my clumsiness. If any other monk had heard her, they would have been pleased, or, at the very least, would have ceased their inquiries. However, this monk was different. With another flick of his robe, he intoned Amitabha. I seek not offerings, but rather to find those destined to cross paths with me. He strode up to Fong Li, grasping her hand. Dear lady, from where did this adornment upon your wrist come? Fong Li shook the red string, which bore a small piece of white jade of considerable quality. The group had often seen her wearing it, as she never took it off, even while sleeping or washing her face. Oh, this? It was given to me by my family, said to bring safety. As the situation unfolded, onlookers grew increasingly intrigued. A concerned matron in her 50s remarked, Master, you seem troubled. Is there something wrong with the jade? It appears to be of excellent quality, worth quite a sum. Please, enlighten us on the matter. Master, you must be mistaken. This jade has been with me since childhood, and I've worn it for decades without issue. Her words sparked dissent among the crowd. How dare you speak to Master Hitchin like that? If he says there's a problem, there is undoubtedly a problem. Indeed, Master Hitchin's divinations are always accurate. Just a few months ago, my shoulder was in agony. After a couple of taps from him, I was instantly cured. Now I can carry my grandchild for miles. Others echoed their faith in Master Hitchin, and Fong Li began to doubt the jade's integrity. Master Hitchin raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. Amitabha, dear lady, the origin of your jade is tainted. While short-term wear may not present immediate issues, prolonged use will undoubtedly affect her health. Fong Li's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Her family's business was flourishing, and some matters were best approached with caution. She had witnessed her family seek masters for rituals before, yet never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Noticing Fong Li's troubled demeanor, Meng Yuan whispered, Fong Li, could he be telling the truth? Master Hitchin, please, what can I do to resolve this? It's quite frightening. The matron interjected again. Fong Li turned to the monk, seeking a solution. Resolving this is quite simple, Master Hitchin stated, his gaze fixed on the jade at Fong Li's wrist. If a person of substantial cultivation recites scriptures with this jade for 90 days, the malevolent energy within can be dispelled. The matron nudged Fong Li. Did you hear that, dear? Hurry and give the jade to the master. Offerings. She scrutinized Fong Li. Young lady, you appear prosperous. Don't hesitate to donate generously to the temple so the master can cleanse your jade. Fong Li found herself in a quandary. The jade was a cherished gift from her family, worn for many years, and it held sentimental value. Yet, the monk insisted there was an issue. As she hesitated, familiar bubbles appeared before her, causing her to reflect, are con artists becoming this sophisticated? Claiming it takes 91 days to purify the jade? Surely they plan to swap it out for another. By then, the two jades would look entirely different, but that's merely because the jade has been cleansed. How absurd. For a master, he should be willing to assist without such conditions. How perilous. I nearly fell for their ruse. Thank you, Master Hitchin. But this bracelet is a family heirloom. I believe it's best I keep it. I can simply choose not to wear it anymore. I appreciate your concern. Fong Li smiled, turning to leave, only to be seized by the matron. Young lady, do you doubt Master Hitchin? He is remarkably accurate. Just like my shoulder, which felt better after his gentle touch. One might think you two are in cahoots. Just because he tapped you doesn't mean it's magic. A doctor could do the same. Indeed, a doctor might charge 2,000, but a master would demand 20,000. Disregarding science is one thing, but at least possess some common sense. Master Hitchin's complexion paled, his gaze darting around. Who dares disrupt my presence? The matron's unwavering confidence began to waver. Doubt creeping into her eyes as she regarded Master Hitchin. Was the text within that strange bubble genuine? She yearned to clarify, yet the words stuck in her throat. The scrutiny directed at her grew more dubious, and Master Hitchin suddenly flung his sleeve, exclaiming, Beware. There are malevolent spirits present. You cannot perceive them with mortal eyes. So, exercise caution. His declaration sent the previously animated crowd scattering toward the main hall of the temple, for it was only beside the Buddha that one could find true safety. Su Yang stood motionless, appearing calm and unruffled. Yet the distorted bubbles above her revealed the tumultuous storm raging within. Demons? Is there truly such a thing in this world? Surely not, for I am a staunch materialist. As the crowd dispersed, Heechin finally discerned the source of the bubbles, which astonishingly emanated from the girl who had just collided with him. She seemed no different from an ordinary person. Although clad in designer attire, it paled in comparison to the girl's sporting jade on her wrist. Yet, at that moment, the bubbles above her head continued to surge forth. Should we not flee? This master clearly reeks of deception, undoubtedly lacking any real skill. What if a demon truly appears and uses us as shields? Heechin was perplexed by the nature of the bubbles above her head, yet he could not shake the allure of the jade adorning her wrist. Its exquisite quality was immediately apparent to him, and if he could acquire it, he would not need to toil for the rest of the year. To relinquish this chance now? Heechin found that utterly inconceivable. He fiddled with the beads of his prayer bracelet, striving to keep his thoughts from being swayed by the peculiar bubbles. Dear benefactor, allow me to offer you some advice. This jade may affect your fortune, so it would be wise to entrust it to me. Heechin's eyes were almost closed, adopting the demeanor of a wise monk. I sense a connection between us, so there is no need for any offerings. Simply call me master, and in 3 months, you may reclaim your jade. His words were imbued with sincere emotion, and had he not recognized the ruse earlier, Fong Li might have gratefully presented it to him with both hands. Master Heechin. Thank you, but aren't you supposed to be wandering the world? It would be best not to waste your time. Heechin was infuriated, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, cursing the moment he had declared his intention to travel. It is no trouble at all. It is the duty of a humble monk to vanquish evil. It would be quite inappropriate to delay my time. Master should swiftly go aid in eliminating demons elsewhere. Yet, the thought of allowing this fiend to escape before him left him deeply unsettled. How long must this drag on? I am growing weary. It seems this master has yet to master his craft. The texts clearly state, you may give or withhold as you please. Should problems arise in the future, do not seek me out. I shall not come to your aid again. The others nodded in agreement, as if this reasoning held weight. Feeling despondent, Heechin took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, since the benefactor is unwilling to part with it, I shall not press further. Here is my contact information. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. In the instant he turned, he could no longer maintain his composure, pointing at Su Yang and shouting, Demon! Demon! Just you wait. I shall not spare you. Su Yang, what is happening? Before she could react, the monk had turned and fled with remarkable speed. Confused, Su Yang glanced at those around her, pondering what he had just said. Could it be directed at me? Chuning cradled her head with both hands and earnestly remarked, he is merely a fraud. Isn't it normal for someone with a troubled mind to act thus? The others chimed in, exactly, he must be unhinged. What kind of demon would come to a temple? He must be furious for failing to swindle us. Such individuals spout nonsense when they cannot deceive others. Su Yang found their reasoning compelling, but why did he point at her? Is he petty and holding a grudge for our earlier collision? Or is it merely that I resemble a captivating vixen? Guan Lulu interjected, shifting topics. All right, while there is still no one around, let us quickly tie the red cloth. The ginkgo tree already bore numerous strips of cloth, their colors varying with the extent of sun exposure. There's a ladder here. Should we tie it higher? The group studied the ladder as Su Yang ascended step by step, reaching for the highest branch she could touch. Carefully, yet resolutely, she secured the red cloth. Pulling it taut, Meng Yuan had already clasped her hands in prayer, eyes closed, preparing to make a wish. It is said that wishes made here are particularly potent. Let us not forget. She hoped for increasing fame, more opportunities, and that all 9 of them would excel as idols, embracing a brighter future. The golden ginkgo tree now bore an added splash of red, the cloth fluttering at the highest branch, akin to a luminous future beckoning to them. Chapter 96. The image is for reference only. Songji had other matters to attend to, exchanging brief greetings before parting ways. After a day filled with twists and turns, the group finally arrived at the inn they had arranged online. However, the reality of the inn appeared quite different from what they had seen online. Are you certain this is our booked inn? A small courtyard, a vegetable garden, and chickens, ducks, and geese surrounded them. Guan Lulu checked her phone and then looked at the scene before her, confirming that the navigation and address matched. It would be more fitting to call this a farmhouse, Su Yang remarked. The 9 stood at the entrance, momentarily unsure whether to proceed inside. We have guests. A booming voice suddenly called from within. The group turned to see a woman clad in a red coat, an apron draped over it, sleeves rolled up, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of confidence and vitality. Oh my, we have several beauties here. The woman strode forward, her gaze appraising the group. This is the first time I've seen so many stunning women. My little shop has become quite upscale.
Come in, come in.
The proprietress effortlessly lifted Su Yang's suitcase and pulled her inside. Although our farmhouse may not look large, the facilities inside are quite complete. Many young travelers enjoy staying here. Su Yang desperately clutched her suitcase, refusing to step further. Wait, this isn't right. We booked at ULI Courtyard, not Happy Farmhouse. The proprietress abruptly halted, and Su Yang nearly collided with her. There's no mistake. This place used to be called ULI Courtyard, run by my daughter, but after I took over, I felt it was inauspicious, so I renamed it Happy Farmhouse. The 9 could only blink in disbelief. The proprietress remained unfazed, hoisting Lu Ku's suitcase with her other hand. Although this place may look different from online, rest assured, you'll find it quite comfortable. The group was half dragged, half led into the room, and upon witnessing the interior decor, they fell into silence. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was identical. Rather, it bore no resemblance whatsoever. Lin Wen whispered, "Can we not report them for false advertising?" The advertised mountain cabin had transformed into a farmhouse, wildflowers replaced by cabbage and scallions. However, the main hall was nicely decorated, clean and bright. Guan Lulu surveyed the surroundings, noting the stark contrast to what they had seen online, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. The next second, the proprietress's loud voice came through the receiver. "Hello?
Who is this?"
She turned to Guan Lulu, smiling. "Am I not right here? Why are you calling, beautiful?" After ending the call, the proprietress approached the rudimentary front desk and took 5 minutes to power up the computer. "Let me see, you've booked 10 double rooms. Quite a crowd. 5 upstairs and 5 downstairs. You can decide where to stay." The 9 saw the proprietress's eyes light up as she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Aw, that's why you all look so stunning. You're actually big stars. Just look at those beautiful faces, and that aura. I knew you weren't ordinary."
Come.
Everyone look over here. Su Yang and the others were puzzled but instinctively glanced in that direction, only to hear a click as a flash went off. And the printer whirred, spitting out a photo. It was a snapshot of the 9, all wearing bewildered expressions. "We must commemorate the visit of such stars to our farmhouse. I'll give you a 10 discount, the proprietress declared, pinning the printed photo to the wall behind her, where a collage of handsome men and beautiful women adorned the space. The promotional approach employed here is quite commendable. Just as Chuning intended to voice her disapproval of such indirect advertising tactics, she was met with a piercing gaze from Song Lanhua amidst the crowd. This matter would be addressed by her, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. When they entered the room on the first floor, their eyes widened in astonishment. This quaint chamber appeared rather decent. Perhaps it was due to its construction as a self-built home, as the space within was quite ample, complete with a washroom and a cloakroom. The wooden floor tiles contributed to a clean and elegant aesthetic throughout the room. Su Yang casually brushed her fingers across the table, finding it impeccably pristine, devoid of any fingerprints. "Rest assured, this is all thanks to my efforts in tidying up. It's immaculate. The upper and lower floors are equally so. Feel free to choose," the proprietress enthusiastically introduced, clearly anxious that her guests might leave without a word. "The situation here is quite agreeable. Let us stay for the night," Song Lanhua declared. "Do not be misled by the rustic appearance of this courtyard. For constructing this charming villa atop the mountain is no small feat. Just wait until tonight. I will prepare a meal using fresh vegetables from the garden, ensuring you'll be thoroughly satisfied." "Does that mean we can indulge in authentic farmhouse cuisine?" Meng Yuan exclaimed with newfound excitement. Although the accommodations differed from her expectations, the prospect of delectable food made the journey worthwhile. "Absolutely. I have been cooking for decades. You need not worry. Then I shall rely on you." Meng Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Do you need our assistance?" "I can cook as well," she added. The proprietress waved her hand dismissively, insisting, "There is no need for you to help. I can manage this alone. Go and rest. I will call you when dinner is ready." Resting was not an option. Despite it being a 2-day, 1-night excursion, They could not simply conclude their adventure with a mere red string tied at the temple. Song Lanue gathered the 9 individuals to inform them of the evening's plans. We have prepared treasures for you nearby. Tonight, you shall embark on a quest to seek these treasures, each box containing a mysterious reward. Fong Li frowned in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You want us to venture out in the dark to hunt for treasure? No way. I'm afraid. Meng Yuan clung tightly to Guan Lulu's arm, refusing to let go. Count me out. I prefer to remain in the room, Su Yang began, but upon catching Song Lanue's gaze, she fell silent. In truth, a post-dinner stroll could be quite refreshing, aiding in digestion. With only 2 leaves of vegetables daily, is digestion truly necessary? She lamented. The remaining individuals nodded in agreement, expressing their enthusiasm for a leisurely walk. I also enjoy a post-meal stroll. One chimed in, their faces radiant with joy. Chapter 97. A Mere Darkness. With the evening's itinerary established, the group of 9 prepared for their nocturnal outing. First, they needed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding geography to ensure they would not lose their way in the dark. Next, they would learn basic first aid. I merely wanted to enjoy a 2-day getaway. Why must I learn this? Si Nian complained, her displeasure evident. These skills will prove useful sooner or later. Even if we do not go treasure hunting, they are essential for emergencies, Chenning replied. You make a valid point, Meng Yuan conceded, glancing at the map with a furrowed brow. Wait, what if I can't tell east from west? She fretted. By the way, this tourist spot is quite popular. We shouldn't encounter any wild animals, right? Su Yang pondered aloud. There are likely no large wild animals, but we might encounter squirrels or snakes, she suggested.
What?
Meng Yuan clutched Guan Lulu even tighter, exclaiming, I can't handle the dark. I can't even tell directions. You can't leave me to fend for myself. Guan Lulu struggled to free herself from Meng Yuan's grip, gasping for breath. You need to let go. Otherwise, there will be no one to guide you tonight. The proprietress's insistence that no help was needed was indeed genuine. Within an hour, she had prepared an abundant spread of dishes. Standing by the table in her apron, her visible nervousness was palpable. Since this is your first visit and you did not specify any preferences, I prepared a little something for you to try. By the way, I have beverages as well. Let me know what you'd like.
Yes.
Before she could fetch them, Song Lanue had already snatched the drinks away. Excuse me, do you have any floral teas?
Please brew a pot for them.
The 9 guests dared not voice any further requests, opting instead to enjoy their meal in silence. Having flavorful water was already a luxury. What more could they hope for in terms of refreshments? Hurry, eat while it's hot. If you want more, there's plenty in the kitchen. The proprietress was exceedingly warm, serving them heaping portions of rice, nearly eager to feed them directly. Su-yeon was pleasantly surprised as she received her bowl. The first dish she picked up was a homely stir-fried eggplant with mincemeat. The rich flavor of the minced meat combined with the tender texture of the eggplant melted in her mouth. The savory stir-fried eggplant outshone all other dishes, prompting the group to exclaim, "This is simply delicious. How come this minced eggplant tastes different from the one we have at the apartment? I want more, after all. We have to head out later. Give me a spoon, I want some of the sauce." The first dish brought such delight that the remaining offerings were bound to impress even more. Sweet and sour ribs, farm-fresh chicken, braised fish. Each dish may have appeared unremarkable at first glance, but the flavors left everyone pleasantly surprised. I am not exaggerating. I could easily consume 2 bowls of rice just with the soup, if Song Jie permits. Meng Yuan devoured her meal heartily, while cautiously observing Song Lanue's expression, fearful that a careless move might result in her bowl and chopsticks disappearing. After the table was cleared of delectable food, they realized their stomachs were pleasantly full. Seizing the moment while Song Lanue was distracted, Su Yang discreetly unbuttoned her pants. With their appetites satisfied, it was time for everyone to venture out in search of treasures. In winter, darkness falls early. By 7:30, the mountainous landscape was barely discernible. Meng Yuan clung tightly to Guan Lulu's arm, reminding her, "We promised to walk together. You mustn't back out, Lulu." "I know. Can you loosen your grip a little?" With one pair having formed a team, the others naturally paired up as well. Su Yang and Shening separated from the main group, beginning their search from the back entrance of the farmhouse. Su Yang speculated that they might still find the boxes left over from their previous expedition. The two made their way down the narrow path, only to be met with a swarm of mosquitoes and no other discoveries. "They're just too small. We can't see these little things." "Found it. What does it look like? Quick, let us see what's inside." Su Yang could hardly contain her excitement as she approached a box no larger than her hand, fearing it might only contain a card. The words on the bubble slowly materialized as Chinning opened the small box, revealing a note. What is this? Congratulations. You have earned a day off. Does this mean I can take a day off? Indeed. The cameraman was equally eager, having received the director's instructions earlier in the afternoon. They all wondered who among them was fortunate enough to get off early. It's me. I can't believe it's actually me. Soo-young shook the locator in her hand, adding, and I have this. There's nothing to worry about. A mere darkness cannot thwart me. Even without gold. A treasure will suffice. Anything but a pack of chips. The cameraman chimed in, you wouldn't believe it, but there really is one. How effective. Chapter 98. You Enchantress. Photography teacher. Do you think there are more treasure boxes around here? This equipment you carry seems quite heavy. Wouldn't you prefer to find a treasure and finish your day early? Please keep your voice down. This is our little secret. 20 minutes after Chunning departed, Soo-young found herself utterly empty-handed, and in her desperation, she turned her attention to the cameraman. However, no matter how she pleaded, the cameraman remained tight-lipped. Soo-young sat down on a stone by the roadside and implored, just tell me one thing, please. The cameraman averted his gaze and replied, I can't. My pay will be docked if I do. Soo-young sighed. I knew you all were aware, yet you still refused to inform me. Oh heavens. I hope I didn't overlook something. That would be rather foolish, wouldn't it? Tell me, is it more important to earn a salary or to finish work early? We've been running around all day. Our step counts on WeChat are nearly exploding. Don't you wish to leave work sooner? The cameraman, with a serious expression, insisted that the salary was of greater significance. The temple gates remained open, and faint voices could still be heard emanating from within. Soo-young assumed they were overnight guests and paid it no mind. However, as the moonlight illuminated the courtyard, she immediately retreated. You again. How dare you show your face here? Just as she prepared to flee, the Master Hitchin from earlier confronted her. I recognized you. You're the one who disrupted my business today. Perhaps due to the absence of onlookers, Master Hitchin dropped his pretense and pointed accusingly at her. How did I disrupt your business? You were merely angry because your deceit was uncovered. You call me a demoness? My camera is recording, and I will file a complaint against you. In the dead of night, Soo-young realized she stood no chance against an adult man, especially one as enraged as he. A complaint? You intend to lodge a complaint against me? Where do you plan to file this complaint? Master Hitchin exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Yet he remained wary of the peculiar bubble hovering above her head. Brother, come quickly. Soo-young, momentarily puzzled by the term brother, wondered if they were part of a scam. Before Master Hitchin could summon assistance, a glowing green bubble emerged again. He scarcely noticed the text within, who had green bubbles, if not the most peculiar of individuals. Brother, save me. What is happening? Why is he so startled? Soo-young mused, questioning his sanity. Yet, given the nature of their work, where they spent their days outdoors, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to be experiencing hallucinations. Such a shame. Such a pity. At such a young age, his mind is already in disarray. One bubble after another rushed toward them, and Master Hitchin, unsure where to hide, could only sprint away. What is going on? Why the fright? A voice, seasoned and mature, called from a nearby room, prompting Soo-young to fearfully grab the bewildered cameraman and flee. Run! Stop watching the show. Seeing everyone fleeing, Master Hitchin instinctively sought to pursue. Yet his fear of the strange bubbles halted him, causing him to shout, Brother! Brother! Hurry and help me! Quiet down. The guests are resting, he admonished. But upon reaching the exterior, neither Soo-young nor the cameraman remained. Only a hint of green was left behind. What transpired? A young monk emerged from the Zen room. Slender and graceful, his long hair flowing, clad in a gray robe. Upon seeing the newcomer, Master Hitchin immediately straightened up. Brother! This afternoon I encountered a strange woman who disrupted my ritual of transference. The young monk's face bore a serene beauty, an air of detachment evident in his demeanor. He glanced at Master Hitchin, his voice devoid of emotion. What mischief have you been up to this time? Though youthful, he exuded an otherworldly authority, swiftly dismantling Master Hitchin's defenses with a few words. Sweat beaded on Master Hitchin's forehead. I swear, brother, I did not. That woman is truly problematic. She is not like others. I am not lying. The young monk raised an eyebrow, then enlightened me. What makes her so different? Master Hitchin's eyes widened in terror. Well, she is quite beautiful. The young monk shook his head, a glint of ethereal coolness in his gaze, as if he were beyond the mundane world. For today, I shall pretend I did not hear that. Do not speak so carelessly in the future. What is this situation? Why must I voice it aloud? Master Hichin's expression froze, muttering to himself, a monster, truly a monster. Hearing the commotion outside, the young monk sighed and chose not to elaborate further. For the first time, Su-yong discovered she possessed a talent for sprinting, primarily motivated by the instinct for self-preservation. Noticing that no one was in pursuit, she released the panting cameraman. All right, it's safe now. Let's take a moment to breathe. As she felt her foot strike something, she shone her flashlight upon it. Well, fortune indeed favors the bold. Unbeknownst to her, her fans had recently unearthed a peculiar black account on Weibo. Yichin Dunran, friends, believe me, Su-yong is a monster.
Truly.
Yichin Dunran, you've all been deceived by her current facade. I've witnessed her most terrifying form. Yichin Dunran, if any fellow practitioners see this, please contact me to exorcise this demon. Is this person a runaway from a mental institution? I will report you. Yes. Su-yong is my little demon. Don't you dare covet her. As Master Hichin watched the screen filled with rebuttals and attacks against him, his frustration soared. I was correct. Su-yong is indeed a monster. How else could so many be enamored by her? As he prepared to unleash another tirade, a large exclamation mark appeared. Your comments have been reported for inciting behavior. Please reapply for reinstatement in 48 hours.
Ah.
This is infuriating. Chapter 99. Just follow along. Su-yong, have you found the treasure chest? Meng Yuan, with her disheveled hair, looked as if she had faced a tempest in the past 2 hours. Su-yong produced a small box. I found it, but I haven't had the chance to look inside. After seeing Chen Ying's treasure, she assumed her own chest contained a slip of paper. Having wasted time at the temple, she refrained from opening it. Quick, take a look. Neither of us has found anything yet. Meng Yuan leaned in closer. Su-yong opened the box, extracting the paper inside, which bore a single line. Please follow my lead. What does this mean? Su-yong glanced at the director and the others, a thought flashing through her mind. No. The director, upon noticing her perplexed expression, quickly interjected. Let me explain. After a rapid explanation, he turned to the 9 participants. I have clarified. Do you all understand? Su-yong nodded. It seems maybe I should jump, and they will follow suit. The director interjected. The disparity in the contents of your treasure chests is quite stark. Isn't it? Si Nian voiced her discontent. This is a legitimate stage performance opportunity. So many fans and viewers will see it. Yet what do I have? A half-price gym card? Lin Wen chuckled. You should be grateful. I have a burger combo. In comparison, Chen Ying's rest card seemed quite valuable, as she likely dozed off by now. Let us wash up and rest, and see what tomorrow holds. They decided, and in perfect harmony, they all made their way to the kitchen. Having run about all night, hunger gnawing at them, the next morning, the proprietress prepared a lavish breakfast. Such a feast? Did you rise before dawn to prepare this? Su-yong marveled at the abundance of breakfast, soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks, congee, and side dishes. All varieties were present. The proprietress explained, as one ages, sleep eludes me. Thinking of the vegetables in my garden, I rise early to tend to them and prepare breakfast for you all. I have heard that all of you celebrities enjoy indulging in foreign delicacies. I have simply heated some milk and toasted a few slices of bread for you to sample. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, I relish all kinds of food. Su-yong picked up a bun filled with fresh meat, and with a single bite, the juice burst forth. Seizing the opportunity before Song Lanua arrived, she decided to indulge a bit more, lest she be restricted on how much she could eat later. At 8 o'clock, all members were seated neatly at the dining table. Song Lanua held a notebook and began a meeting with a few of them. Today was once again designated for free activities. Nearby, there were renowned fishing spots and glass slides that had garnered fame online. You are free to choose for yourselves. But I still suggest that everyone ventures out together. Haven't we already experienced fishing before? This time, let us opt for the glass slide, which stretches 300 meters. Surely it will be incredibly entertaining. I agree. It certainly sounds like a blast. However, due to a substantial number of fans flocking to the scenic area, the activity had to be cancelled to ensure everyone's safety. Wang Jing regretfully conveyed this news. But there was a silver lining. Tomorrow, there would be a music show featuring performances, with different groups participating each episode, and we would be the first. Su-yong could hardly believe her ears. Does that mean we finally have a chance to perform? Goodness, could it be true? After so long, we finally have a legitimate stage to showcase our talents. In that moment, no one cared about the 2 days of vacation that had yet to be fully enjoyed. They were eager to dash to the practice room to prepare for the stage the next day. What difference does it make? We are all groups. Haven't we debuted for 2 years, with fan numbers comparable to theirs? The backstage was bustling, and those standing on the periphery could see a few tall, slender boys inside. Aren't those the Firefly boys? What are they doing here? A voice of exasperation from the staff echoed. Those who have yet to arrive are so lackadaisical, devoid of any sense of time. Why should we relinquish this performance opportunity to them? Who says we haven't arrived? Song Lanue's voice cut through the noise, silencing the commotion. With 20 minutes remaining until the scheduled rehearsal, we were certainly not late. Rather, it was the Firefly boys who had arrived unexpectedly. Her gaze fixed on the woman standing in front of the boys. Xingqin, do you still not comprehend the schedule issued by the director? Did you accidentally wander into the wrong place?
Ah.
Sister Song is so cool. I must cheer for her. Su Yang exclaimed, admiration evident in her voice. It was quite audacious of them to show up uninvited for a performance. Indeed, their audacity was remarkable. Even after 2 years, I have yet to fully recognize them. Perhaps they ought to engage in some self-reflection. In the face of a situation where others sought to seize their resources, the Firefly boys, along with their manager, displayed an unusual nonchalance. Who do we have here? Oh, it's Sister Song, Xingqin remarked, her figure ample, striding with a gait that nearly threatened her high heels. Sister Song has been absent for quite some time. I thought she had retired completely, yet here she is, partaking in such a small group. She glanced at Su Yang and the others, then suddenly covered her mouth with a smile and continued her sarcastic commentary. Sister Song, we have all worked under the same company, so as a colleague, I advise you that newcomers debuting in this manner lack the capability to handle such a significant initial stage. You might as well let this opportunity go to us. Next time, I can share some good resources with you. Xingqin's words, though cloaked in a facade of concern, were merely a guise for her own self-serving intentions. Why not let us take the stage this time, and you can have the opportunity next week? Look at how you can speak to the younger sisters like that? An oily man suddenly interjected, slicking his hair back with one hand. These girls have just debuted, and still hold considerable potential. However, we should be the ones to perform this time. The group continued their banter, placing themselves on a pedestal. Yet, their manager was Song Lanue. It would be quite strange for her to relinquish this opportunity. Although we are a rookie group, we have maintained the highest team popularity for 2 consecutive months. Perhaps those who have been in the industry for 2 years with no notable impact should engage in some self-reflection. Ignoring Xingqin's increasingly dark expression, she smiled as she approached the coordinating staff. Hello, are we ready for rehearsal now? Yes, you can come with me now. The staff were happy to resolve such matters themselves. While resource contention was expected, they despised creating difficulties for their own kind. After all, they were merely workers. Why should one worker complicate life for another? Su Yang and the others hurried to follow, leaving Xingqin and the Firefly boys behind, of no concern to anyone. Xingqin shot a glance at them, muttering, what difference does it make? We still have several hours before the live broadcast begins.
Who knows who will take the stage then?
Sister Qin is correct. We're not performing just yet, so they shouldn't get too carried away. I finally understood why they were so eager to vie for this performance opportunity. This was my first encounter with such a grand stage. Upon entering the studio, Su Yang was taken aback by the splendid scene before her. The stage was adorned beautifully, enveloped in lights and smoke. At its center stood a massive lift, accommodating various performance needs. Behind were an array of musical instruments serving as a backdrop, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. A large black screen was embedded in the background, flashing lights and vibrant patterns. Rows of seats were arranged closely to the stage, facilitating interaction between performers and the audience. As Su Yang curiously surveyed her surroundings, Fong Li leaned in and whispered, this is a Guanxi investment. They are truly affluent. How do you know? Su Yang scanned the area, noticing no signs bearing the Guanxi name. Fong Li gestured in a particular direction. Did you spot that man? I accompanied my father on a business trip when we collaborated with Guanxi. That man is from Guanxi. Ah, I see, Su Yang nodded, realizing she had struck gold once more. The next time she encountered Guan Baiwei, she would certainly treat him to a roadside meal. The group donned name tags for easy identification and commenced their first rehearsal. After some discussion, they decided to perform 7 songs, each lasting approximately 5 minutes. With costume changes and audience interactions included, time was exceedingly tight. However, given the significance of this stage, with simultaneous broadcasts on 3 websites, everyone was eager to showcase their talents before the audience. During the first rehearsal, Everyone was without makeup and in casual attire. Although their movements were somewhat laid back, their dance skills were evident and quite impressive. The choreography is a bit out of sync. Lu Ko, you need to step forward a bit for it to look better. Also, everyone's voices are quite low. Soo-young, don't pitch your voice too high, or it will be jarring during recording. And this song, Soo-young, didn't he want to lead? Remember to communicate with the trainees in advance, and you all must pay attention to Soo-young's movements. If you wish to present an engaging effect or synchronized actions, it's up to you. Half an hour later, they prepared for the second rehearsal, allowing everyone to change outfits. Their performance costumes followed closely, and the second rehearsal required a change in attire and makeup. Soo-young found her costume to fit perfectly, needing no adjustments from the makeup artist. She considered heading to the restroom first, but unexpectedly encountered a man in the hallway. Soo-young? Soo-young had no recollection of the person before her and simply nodded, intending to resolve her business in the restroom. To her surprise, the man followed her. You don't remember me? We met just a while ago. As he spoke, a vague shadow flickered in Soo-young's mind. Was it one of the Firefly boys who had just been arguing with them over the performance order? However, they had failed to secure their position. So what purpose did it serve to linger here, merely to become the subject of ridicule? Suddenly, the man flashed a greasy smile and remarked, I find you quite intriguing. Since we've already met, why not add each other on WeChat? His confidence was palpable, yet Soo-young politely declined. I'm sorry, but I didn't bring my phone. What's the harm in adding each other? We are all part of the same entertainment industry. Yet, this individual displayed a remarkable lack of perception, pursuing her relentlessly. I truly don't have my phone, she reiterated. His anger was inexplicably ignited by her words. He furiously stowed away his phone and shouted,
Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?
Without a moment's hesitation, Soo-young replied, a person. Then, with utmost seriousness, she inquired, Are you not a person? What then are you? The man, flustered, retorted, I am not an object. Oh, Soo-young nodded, conceding that he had a point. Chapter 101. How chaotic you all are. Zhou Zian, what are you doing here? Have I not told you not to wander off? Zheng Qin approached from the corridor, her gaze landing on Soo-young. How many times must I tell you? Girls like her only have their looks to offer. It's fine to have some fun, but don't take it seriously. While seemingly advising Zhou Zian, she implied that Soo-young was nothing but a decorative vase devoid of value. Zhou Zian donned a fade of innocence, obediently clinging to Zheng Qin's arm. Soo-young couldn't help but find their relationship peculiar. Was the bond between artist and manager supposed to be this intimate? Even after years of working with Wang Hong, she had never experienced such familiarity. Was it merely because she was a woman? Soo-young disregarded her need for the restroom, now intent on uncovering the nature of their relationship. The revelations were overwhelming, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhou Zian had evidently secured his spot in the group through dubious means, and every opportunity thereafter was similarly obtained. Regardless of gender, he was willing to indulge any powerful figure that took an interest in him. Zheng Qin appeared to be orchestrating these arrangements, busy introducing her artists to influential individuals. Yet, her matchmaking was poorly executed. While connections were made and beds shared, resources remained elusive. Furthermore, her young protégés had all seemingly passed through her bed. The remaining details were too uncomfortable for Soo-young to observe any longer. Among the 6 Firefly boys, 5 maintained inappropriate relationships with manager Zheng Qin. The last one was no angel either, having been kept by a wealthy fan, always cautious in public. Meanwhile, Zhou Zian continued to act coy with Zheng Qin, only to suddenly recoil in shock when confronted by something greasy sliding toward him. What's wrong? Zheng Qin finally lifted her gaze from her phone, only to be met with an unwelcome sight that resembled a squirming mass of fat. Under the overhead lights, each lump of fat writhed grotesquely, a sight that seemed to exude its own repulsiveness. It was an intangible presence, yet both Zhou Zian and Zheng Qin found it inexplicably foul. As the greasy mass was crushed, both were too horrified to notice the twisted text that accompanied it, their throats constricted by an overwhelming sense of nausea. Unable to withstand it any longer, they both dashed toward the restroom to retch. Soo-young, perplexed, wondered, what just happened? Have they been disgusted? Or is it possible? It seemed unlikely. Zheng Qin, at her age, should be well versed in contraception, and Zhou Zian, being a grown man, certainly should not be in such a predicament. For the first time, Soo-young felt the world around her was chaotic, lacking in understanding and respect, yet resolved to refrain from disgust towards others. She nearly collided with Song Lanue, who was about to exit. Why the hurry? Who did you bump into? Song Lanue inquired, her brow furrowing. Really? Let me take a look. As she took a few steps, a small bubble floated past her, and she thought, it's just right to see Sister Song. What oddities have you encountered this time? Song Lanue knew Xingqin would not leave easily, so she sought a staff member backstage, only to find several individuals lingering in a temporary break room. Voices echoed from the end of the corridor, prompting Song Lanue to quickly hide. A portly man was ushered into the break room, and within minutes, all the Firefly boys emerged, save for Xingqin and the man. Song Lanue cursed inwardly, realizing Xingqin had grown quite audacious, even careless in her concealment. As she stepped around the corner, the crowd at the break room door was startled. Sister Song, what brings you here? Observing their fearful expressions, she feigned ignorance regarding the situation and approached the break room. Why are you all standing around at the door? Where's Xingqin? I need to find her. Zhou Zian and another member immediately blocked her path, their voices trembling slightly as they insisted, Sister Song, our Qin Jia is resting. If you have something to discuss, it's best to wait a while. Yes. Just wait a moment. Is that so? Song Lanue scrutinized their perspiring foreheads. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, but this is the artist's break room, not the manager's. If word gets out, your fans will surely create a scene. Her words were casually spoken, yet they struck a chord within the group. Indeed, this was their resting area, and standing idly in the corridor would be utterly embarrassing if seen. If you wish to engage in such activities, why not find a hotel? At that moment, the door swung open, and the portly man emerged with a stern expression. Director Chen Yu, finished so soon? Zhou Zian suppressed his disdain. It seemed they truly did not need to seek out a hotel. The man referred to as Director Chen scoffed, uttering not a word, and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Song Lanue contemplated delivering another jab when a sound of retching echoed from within. Who else could it be but Xingqin? Your Qin Jia doesn't appear to be well, she remarked with a shrug. I won't intrude any longer. I have a live broadcast soon and can't afford delays. The sounds of retching grew louder, and the young men had no time to engage with Song Lanue as they rushed inside. Qin Jia, what's wrong? Are you alright? Xingqin's face turned pale as she gulped down a glass of water to alleviate her discomfort. She straightened her clothes and asked, who was outside just now? Zhou Zian replied, it was Song Lanue. I don't know how she ended up here. He glanced at Xingqin's pallor and added, Qin Jia, the rehearsal is about to conclude. Our performance. She had exerted considerable effort to connect with Director Chen, and today's events should have posed no issues. Yet, recalling the sight of his flesh, she could not shake the memory of that grotesque, greasy mass at the restroom door. The mere thought prompted another wave of nausea, resulting in her expelling a bitter fluid. The Firefly members exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that she was genuinely pregnant? But with so many men, who could possibly be the father? Chapter 102. The long-awaited stage. Here we are. Today as the live broadcast, dear daughters. It's been a while since we last met. Where can we watch the live broadcast? What time does it start? You can view it on Apple Video, Yangshitsi Video, and also on Goose Video. It begins at 6 o'clock this evening. Let's not miss it. At 5 in the afternoon, 9 individuals concluded their final rehearsal, sitting at the edge of the stage to hydrate and regain their strength. The makeup artist meticulously rectified the foundation marred by perspiration, ensuring each garment was neatly positioned off stage to avert any mishaps. As the last song commenced with the elevation of the stage, everyone was reminded to pay close attention to the gestures provided by the live director. Meng Yuan fanned herself with her voluminous sleeves, reassuring Xiao Jing, do not worry. We are all aware of our cues. Did the rehearsal not go smoothly? Wang Jing raised her notebook, fanning away the heat. I am merely anxious about our first live broadcast. With such a vast stage, we must exercise caution. She recalled a previous incident where a male idol group forgot to ascend the stage, leaving one member silently stranded below while the others were lifted and rotated. Lu Ke squeezed her shoulder. Rest assured, everything will be fine. During such moments, Su Yang often displayed an unusual silence, her anxiety palpable. She was undeniably tense. After 3 years of auditions, the opportunity to debut was finally within reach. Typically, practice sessions were manageable, yet the sight of the stage sent her heart racing. Do not be nervous. Once the lights dim, we will not see the audience. Just treat it like a rehearsal. Guolulu offered her a towel. Su Yang nodded, recognizing it as the only solution. With 5 minutes remaining before the audience's arrival, the members were permitted to prepare backstage. Let us proceed. As Soo-young walked at the rear, she glanced back one last time, knowing the vacant seats would soon be filled with eager fans. The live stream has commenced. Only 3 minutes remain until 6 o'clock. Sisters, hurry in.
Sisters.
I need a screen recording.
Ah.
The audacity of the boss to schedule a meeting today of all days. I am truly exasperated. While fans lamented on Weibo, tens of thousands of viewers flooded 3 streaming platforms, eagerly anticipating their idol's entrance as they fixated on the countdown displayed on the large screen. In the final 30 seconds, the countdown magnified. 30, 29, 28, 12, 11, 10,
9, 8.
At the last moment of the countdown, all stage lights extinguished, prompting an uproar from the fans, who shouted the names of their beloved idols.
Soo-young.
Soo-young. Lulu. Lulu. I love you.
Chunning. Chunning.
Mere seconds later, music resonated and the stage lights illuminated each member. An even greater cheer erupted from the audience, who sang along effortlessly to the newly released song. As the first song concluded, the audience was still recovering from the excitement when the next song began immediately. The fully open mic stage captivated the audience, so much so that even the sound of heavy breathing was scarcely heard amidst the performance. Am I seeing this correctly? Are they really using open mics? Such talent. They actually did it. An open mic stage in domestic entertainment. I'm in tears. What about those groups, known for slacking off? Speak up if they can do it. Why can't your idols? Did you hear Si Nyen mess up the lyrics? Hilarious. After 2 more songs, Soo-young found herself slightly breathless, hastily moving the microphone away from her mouth. The 9 members gathered at the center stage and bowed. Hello, everyone. We are Meng-yuan received the script from the staff and expressed, we are thrilled to meet you all on this stage today. Thank you to the fans present and those watching the live stream. While Meng-yuan and the others engaged with the audience, a few members descended to change outfits and touch up their makeup. Why are you so sweaty? Quickly wipe it off. As the makeup artist removed the microphone from Soo-young, they noticed it was slick with sweat and her back was soaked through. Concerned about ruining her makeup, Soo-young cautiously dabbed her face with a towel. Perhaps it was the overwhelming number of spectators that heightened her anxiety. She mentally reassured herself that this was merely a routine rehearsal, yet the sensation of hundreds of gazes upon her was indescribable. Her palms were slick with perspiration. Following 2 upbeat songs, the next 2 were ballads, allowing them to perform seated, without choreography. Thus, their new outfits emanated an ethereal quality. Soo-young, you're just in time. Many fans have questions for you.
Come over and answer them.
Next, let Soo-young chat with everyone for a few minutes while we change outfits. Soo-young settled into the spot where Meng-yuan had just sat, squinting at the questions on the public screen. Soo-young, it's my birthday today. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday. Wishing all fans celebrating today a joyous birthday. Soo-young, did you know someone captured a photo of you sitting on the curb in the scenic area? They even confessed their feelings for you. Did anything amusing happen during rehearsals? Soo-young, I encountered some seniors. You will likely see them next week. Can sensitive skin watch this? Yes, it's suitable for all skin types. I've purchased it for my child twice. Our stream is focused on singing and dancing. We are not selling products. Something feels off. This isn't the Soo-young we know. Bring out the real Soo-young. I have the screen recording open and this is what you give me? This isn't what we want to hear. Who understands? Such a serious Soo-young. This is quite abnormal. As the music played again, the live stream audience finally paused, listening intently to the song. Chapter 103. What a coincidence. Live stage. Music broadcast live. Fully open mic unplugged. Has a domestic entertainment group finally showcased their stage? After the performance, several topics surged to trending status, numbering at least 7 or 8. Among them, oh my god, my daughter is truly famous this time, with so many trending topics. I can't differentiate my feelings. This is so cool. Especially the black outfit at the start. I went wild screenshotting. The difference in the comments. What is the name of the second girl from the left? I adore her expressions. So I responded. The second girl from the left is Gualulu, the main vocalist. Her expression management is top-notch. Interested sisters can visit my profile for many candid shots of Lulu. Deciding for the future. Oh my, our group is genuinely popular now, able to grace an official stage. Some adore it, while others disdain it. How dare you speak the truth? Are you out of your mind? Bro, if our Firefly boy was the first to perform, their popularity and heat would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Wonderful, wonderful. A quick announcement. Next week at the same time, it's our Firefly Boys performance. Don't miss it. When a silhouette photo was released, the fans erupted in excitement. Even if other fans expressed dissent, the data was irrefutable. You may claim your idols are popular, yet no one knows their names. Popularity exists only within the fanbase, rendering it inconsequential. Sister Chin.
Look.
Zhou Zian was ready to bite her nails. The opportunity for their first performance should have been theirs, all because of that Song Lanue. Sitting in her hospital bed, when Chin unconsciously tightened her grip on her phone. That Song Lanue truly enjoyed being contrary. Back when they worked at the same agency, she had taken a liking to a young man, hoping for a night together, only to be thwarted by Song Lanue, who even persuaded him to expose her. If I had not been acquainted with a few influential figures, this matter would have long been exposed by the paparazzi. Moreover, the newly signed talents in the company are quite limited in variety, inevitably leading to competition for resources. However,
I have always found myself outmatched.
Subsequently, when Song Lanue resigned to establish her own studio, it was only after being betrayed by her own artists that she announced she would no longer accept new talents, which finally brought a sense of relief to Zheng Qin. Yet, just as I lowered my guard, Song Lanue surprisingly returned to the scene, taking under her wing a group of inexperienced girls. After several days in the hospital, it is baffling that no diagnosis has been made, truly a waste of time. Zhou Zian dared only to grumble internally, as daily life still required him to adhere to Zheng Qin's directives. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a nurse entered, clad in scrubs, carrying a meal tray. Teacher Zheng, the doctor said you can have a little bit of oil today, so I made some braised pork that has been simmering for over an hour. Rest assured, it will melt in your mouth. 2 slices of marbled pork glistened in brown sauce on the tray, garnished with scallions, making it quite appetizing. The nurse was confident in her culinary skills, certain that anyone who tasted it would fall in love, even if she were to be dismissed afterward. Quick, taste it while it's hot. As she placed the small table and set down the tray, both Zheng Qin and Zhou Zian grimaced, gagging. Take it away. Get it out. The nurse, taken aback, hurriedly removed the plate. Once the meat was out of sight, the two inside the room ceased their gagging. Since you don't like this, I'll prepare something else, the nurse said, suppressing her surprise. It's quite rare for someone not to enjoy such delicious braised pork. I even fought for the ingredients at the market this morning. However, if she didn't eat it, it would all be for herself. In the apartment, Su Yang was oblivious to the bubbles forming above her head, unaware of their impending impact. Let us watch together with the barrage. We can see the audience's reactions, Wang Jing suggested. The cast and crew of the film had been invited to the recording of Weekend Appointment, leaving no room for the 9 of them. How could any fan claim low popularity after this? Guan Lulu commented, munching away. Sister Song said she's not sure. There might be a few supporting roles. Exactly. Chapter 104 is in dialect? Zhou Zian tousled his hair, striking a pose he thought charming. Sisters, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Let us exchange contacts, so I can take care of you during future events. His words exuded confidence, prompting Su Yang to wish she could borrow some of it.
Zhou Zian.
What are you doing? The director is waiting for us. Zheng Qin's voice echoed from a distance, sounding weak and ill. Guan Lulu shot Zhou Zian an exasperated glance. Since teachers called for you, you should hurry. Such a person was truly nauseating to behold, yet he seemed unaware of the impression he left on those around him. Zhou Zian. Zheng Qin's voice urged him more urgently. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Zian dared not delay. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras in the corridor, Guan Lulu would have kicked him out of sheer disgust. As they suppressed their revulsion, they noticed Su Yang's head beginning to bubble. Why is Zhou Zian so self-assured? He isn't even that handsome. Is he being inflated by fans? Doesn't anyone tell him how greasy he is? Just looking at him makes you lose your appetite. As the staff in the corridor were distracted by the floating bubbles, Guan Lulu quickly pulled Su Yang toward the lounge. The space here was larger, allowing for more freedom. If Song Lanue caught wind of this, she would certainly not allow such arrogance to go unchecked. Isn't it obvious? It's that twerking manager of theirs. What's her name?
Zheng Qin?
Fong Li peeled an orange on the table. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Keep your voice down. Su Yang nodded. I thought Zheng Qin's voice sounded weak. Turns out she is sick, and she even has a condition that makes her gag at the sight of chubby men. Meng Yuan silently gave Fong Li a thumbs up, impressed that she had guessed correctly. The 9 of them had been relegated to backup dancer positions, while Zhou Zian and the host took center stage. Are we really just opening dance partners? Just as dissatisfaction brewed among them, there was a sudden knock at the lounge door. Meng Yuan jumped, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me, Zeng Qin." "Are you afraid to open the door without your manager?" Wang Jing maintained a polite smile as she opened the door. "Teacher Zeng, how can I assist you?" As the door swung open, a strong scent of perfume flooded the room. Su Yang sneezed repeatedly, unable to contain herself. "Am I not allowed to come and show concern for the newcomers? After all, my reputation in the industry is quite comparable to your sister Song's. If you disband one day, you might still come to me." She swayed her curvaceous figure, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief, as if eager for validation. Both Zeng Qin and Song Lanyue had embarked on their managerial journeys simultaneously, and over the years, one had propelled several prominent artists to stardom through sheer talent, while the other had thrived on the notoriety of her artists. Well, how can it not be said that our fame is comparable? Su Yang had not anticipated the overwhelming scent of Zeng Qin's perfume, which made her nose itch uncontrollably. Just as she reached for a tissue, a pair of icy hands lifted her chin. Zeng Qin scrutinized her face with disdain. "You are the one for this round? I find you quite average. Why not terminate your contract and follow me? I assure you within 2 years, no, 1 year, you will rise to fame." This young face had no visible pores. No wonder the big shots favored her. As Su Yang opened her mouth to respond, Zeng Qin, eager to hear her words, was met with a sneeze that sprayed droplets in her direction. "Ah!" Zeng Qin shrieked, stumbling back. "Can't you cover your mouth when you sneeze?" "My makeup. I apologize. Teacher Zeng, your perfume is just too overpowering. I've never encountered such a strong scent before. What are you disgusted by? I haven't found you nauseating. I merely sneezed because of the perfume. You sleep with men daily, yet remain oblivious to the potential consequences. Especially that sleazy director. He radiates filth. With a rampant spread of AIDS, surely, a brief conversation wouldn't pose a threat." I held my breath while speaking to her. "I must go sanitize afterward." "Zeng Qin?" A wave of alarm washed over her as she instinctively glanced at the others and her assistant, Wang Jing, who appeared unfazed, as if nothing had occurred. Turning back, she saw the bubbles still twisting in midair, seemingly beckoning her. What was going on? Such matters of unspoken rules were not uncommon. But how could someone speak of them so openly? Seeing Zeng Qin's displeasure after being splattered with her own droplets, Su Yang retreated a couple of steps. Then, she noticed Zeng Qin's fury rising, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Su Yang, you!" "Huh?" The woman before her fumed, yet the words that escaped her lips were incomprehensible. Where was Zeng Qin from? Was that a dialect? Why couldn't she understand? Chapter 105. Words left unspoken. A seemingly innocuous remark from a bystander had sparked ire among the fans of the Firefly youth. "Brother is the most handsome." Fans shouldn't pretend to be bystanders, alright? Your homepage is filled with the records of a few individuals, and yet you dare to utter such words? The fans of the Firefly boy, naturally, cannot tolerate such indignities. How could they endure being bullied by fans of a newcomer who has barely debuted? It is simply intolerable. As the program commenced, the 9-member group performed their opening dance, and while the fans were admiring the beauty of the 9, some critical comments began to appear in the comment section. One user remarked, "Is this the strength of a formed group?" Another commented, "It's so ugly it hurts my eyes. Are there no beautiful girls in the entertainment industry?" A composed and insightful individual expressed, "If people like this can debut, why has my sister not made it?" Another said, "Isn't Su Yang a member? This person looks too ordinary." A cute fan chimed in, "Can you really not find anything to criticize? Picking on someone's looks. One would think you are all stunning beauties yourselves." When Zhou Ziyan and Han Xiao appeared, the comments shifted dramatically, filled with praise. "Zhou Ziyan is so handsome. Zhou Ziyan is so handsome. Han Xiao's face is magnificent. That nose bridge makes me want to slide down it." Someone remarked, "Just ordinary passers-by. Who are Zhou Ziyan and Han Xiao? Are they also idols?" The backup dancers, possessing looks that rivaled ordinary people, overshadowed Zhou Ziyan and Han Xiao, who, due to irregular schedules and unachieved body management, were left wanting. However, for the fans, their hearts belonged solely to their brothers. Anyone who spoke ill of them was undoubtedly a villain. As the program officially began, the host asked the 9 members to introduce themselves briefly. Even those who were mentioned received only a sentence or two. The host stated, "I believe our 9 members have developed a strong rapport, making it perfect to split into 3 groups." Zhou Ziyan stood by, eagerly awaiting the host to call his name, but even with the staff preparing props, His name was not mentioned. The first member read the words on the board, conveying them through gestures to the second member, who was to guess the words and then pass them on to the third member, who would finally articulate the guessed word. It was noted that they could not speak during the entire process. The host, feeling indifferent towards the two guests who had been added last minute, nevertheless asked, "Zian, do you have any questions?" Zhou Zian glanced at the 9 members and replied, "What's the point of just letting a few junior sisters play? Why not let the 2 of us come up with words?" Now, Zhou Zian insisted on presenting the words himself, and in front of so many fans. The host found it difficult to refuse. "All right, let us allow Zian to choose the first word." When Zhou Zian approached the board, he appeared as though he did not understand the host's words, reluctantly saying, "Am I to choose? Wasn't I supposed to write?" The host silently cursed him for being foolish, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Very well. Zian, please write a word." Satisfied, Zhou Zian took the pen handed to him by the staff and wrote a line on the whiteboard. The game commenced. The first group comprised Lu Ke, Lin Wen, and Su Yang. Lu Ke, leading the group, nearly rolled her eyes upon seeing the word. The countdown was ticking away, and Lin Wen, anxious, urged Lu Ke, "What is it? Hurry up and say it." From Lin Wen's perspective, she pointed at the boys behind her and made a starry-eyed expression. Glancing at Zhou Zian behind her, her expression became complicated. Could it really be what she was thinking? Lu Ke nodded, confirming, "Yes, it's exactly as you thought." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wen poked Su Yang's shoulder. Observing Lin Wen's gesture and the eager expression on the greasy face behind her, Su Yang decisively stated, "I can't guess. Pass." Zhou Zian was furious. Such an easy question, and you couldn't guess it? However, Lin Wen and Su Yang had already donned their headphones, ignoring him. Within the 3 minutes allotted, the trio managed to score 5 points, a commendable score. Nearly 2 questions per minute. The host encouraged the remaining 2 groups to strive harder. You couldn't answer such an easy question? This was a gift question. Zhou Zian remained fixated on the earlier question, clutching the blank board he had written on, which bore the awkward phrase, "Zhou Zian is so handsome." Su Yang was speechless. This isn't a gift question. It's a life-threatening question. I fear that if I speak such lies, the rain will follow me with thunder. Furthermore, the handwriting was poor, and yet he had the audacity to display it, as if he feared others might not recognize his lack of education. Almost forgetting, this diploma was something his manager had purchased for him, costing several thousand yuan. On the screen, several participants besides Su Yang wore serious expressions. Yet their eyes were subtly and intentionally glancing in his direction. "Haha, did anyone capture Meng Yuan's suppressed laughter?" remarked one user. Another quipped, "On the surface, I can't see. In reality, haha, let me see what else there is. What's this nonsense?" questioned another. Zhou Zian's handwriting was indeed lacking, inferior even to that of my elementary school nephew. A fan defended, "As long as the writing is legible, does it really matter if it's beautifully penned?" Another added, "Perhaps since elementary school, parents and teachers have insisted on better handwriting?" During the show, Zhou Zian was momentarily taken aback by the comments. Su Yang, filled with existential doubt, could not focus on the remaining 2 groups, bubbles of anxiety rising in her head. What was Zhou Zian laughing about? Was it a remnant of cosmetic surgery? He couldn't even maintain a normal expression. Stop laughing. His face is already full of creases. And the more he laughs, the more they multiply. After a round of games, surprisingly, Su Yang and her team scored the highest. Everyone, whether they participated in the game or not, was in high spirits, not solely due to the game itself, but because of the spectacle. Truth be told, they also found Zhou Zian overly greasy, but being in the same circle, they felt it unwise to speak too much. However, today they witnessed him in an entirely different light. It was not merely because Zhou Zian's expression was awkward and amusing. They felt a shared recognition of the absurdity. Only Zhou Zian bore the brunt of the mockery. The final challenge involved knocking the opponent off the stage to win. The victorious team would engage in a will battle against the opposing team until they were eliminated. Zhou Zian, filled with bravado, stepped onto the stage, declaring, "I'll go first. Who will join me?" With a single statement, he silenced everyone. His prowess needed no further elaboration. The host, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Well, Zian, we haven't divided into teams yet. Perhaps you should draw lots first?" Zhou Zian waved dismissively, "No need. I will definitely win. No matter who my teammate is. I will win." The crowd fell silent. Even after clearly being told, he seemed to heed no words. Let us draw for the first few spots. The last one will be Zian's team, the host said, suppressing his displeasure while maintaining a smile. Including the host, there were a total of 18 individuals on stage, divided into 2 teams of 9. Zhou Zian, eagerly anticipating the action, stood on the stage like a pillar. Who is on the opposing team? Step up. Su-yang, you come. Unprepared, Su-yang was thrust onto the stage, clutching a pillow, her confidence wavering as she asked, "Are we really going to fight?" Zhou Zian, poised with his pillow, replied, "Of course we are starting. I won't let you off easily." His words were yet unfinished when a pillow hurtled toward him, catching Zhou Zian off guard and causing him to tumble to the ground. The onlookers rushed to assist the stunned Zhou Zian. "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Su-yang remarked, "Is Zhou Zian really that weak? He talks a big game, and I thought he was formidable. Should I go help him? But I barely tapped him. It only took 5% of my strength for him to fall." However, at that moment, surrender was not an option, and she climbed back onto the stage. "It's fine. I was unprepared for that hit. Let's have another go." Technically, falling once signifies defeat, yet Zhou Zian asserted that he had been caught off guard, making it seem as if his opponent had won unfairly. The host interjected, "Well, we'll consider that a practice round. Let's officially begin now." Zhou Zian gritted his teeth as he returned to the stage, his expression one of intense frustration directed at Su-yang. The next moment, Su-yang felt another pillow strike her. With a bit of force, she swayed slightly and instinctively swung her pillow back. Zhou Zian once again found himself on the ground. "I refuse to accept this. How can a girl possess such strength? I demand another attempt." The host, stifling laughter, suggested, "I think I shall withdraw from the game and let Zian take my place." Su-yang proposed, "How about we switch players from our team as well?" Although the sponge appeared soft after 2 falls, it must have still been quite painful. Given his previous condition, I genuinely worry that your hemorrhoids might burst from the falls. "No switching, Su-yang, it's still you." In the next moment, she fell from the stage once more. Su-yang was at a loss for how to express herself. "I truly didn't use much force. Do you believe me?" Lovestruck commented, "This is the first time I've encountered someone so ordinary yet so self-assured, even clownish." Right or wrong, is Zhou Zian really that weak? 3 falls? Raindrops held in palms. Is Zhou Zian really that one? Can someone like him truly be liked? He gives off a greasy vibe. Zian. Is Zhou Zian still ordinary? Take a good look in the mirror. Zian draped in red. What if he is? Mind your own business first. Truly exceptional. Just look at all the criticism directed at you. It's clear how many people appreciate this type. With a thud, Zhou Zian flung his phone away. Zhou Zian is so pathetic. Zhou Zian with hemorrhoids. Sister Qian, there are so many negative comments about me online. My terms are almost trending. Why hasn't the company removed them yet? Qian's gaze remained glued to her phone. Is that criticism? That's merely the truth. Zhou Zian gazed at her in disbelief. Sister Qian, what do you mean? The company wanted to assist me in removing the trending topic? I refuse to go. Making Zhou Zian apologize to Su-yang is something he cannot bring himself to do. Qian slapped his head. If you don't go, just wait for your career to end. She took out her makeup bag, trembling at the thought of the young master from the Guan family, having not seen such a youthful, handsome man in ages. Chapter 107. Who are you?
I don't know you.
At this moment, the young master Wong Kar-wai was unaware that he had already drawn attention. He sat nervously in the private room, holding a cup of hot tea. Had it not been for the previous incident in the conference room, where his older brother had reacted in anger, he might have thought his brother had taken a liking to Su-yang, considering how beautiful she was, with an impressive figure and extraordinary skills. Didn't I ask you to invite Su-yang out? It's already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't she arrived? Didn't you arrange for someone to pick her up?
Huh?
Wong Kar-wai looked bewildered. Should I send someone to pick her up?
Su-yang said she could come on her own.
Guan Xiangyan sighed in exasperation. Previously, the family was worried that some abnormal person would deceive this brat emotionally and physically, but now it seems that a certain girl can indeed win him over. It's a good deed in itself. Half an hour later, Su-yang finally arrived, followed closely by her manager, Song Lanyue. Sorry, Mr. Guan, young Master Guan. We were caught in some traffic and arrived late. Guan Xiangyan approached and exchanged a brief greeting. We just arrived as well. It was this lad's oversight. We should have sent a car to pick you both up. Guan Kar-wai interjected, but you didn't mention it. How can this be blamed on young Master Guan? We should have left earlier. As the 2 adults engaged in polite banter, the children whispered among themselves. Is your brother really the one who sent us? There's no conspiracy, right? Su Yong sneaked a glance at Guan Xiangyan, recalling the dramas that depict such powerful figures as inherently untrustworthy, except for her own brother, who should be included in that calculation when he bullies her. Guan Baiwei shook his head. I have no idea. My brother didn't say anything. After some small talk, they finally got to the main topic. When Guan Xiangyan spoke, his sincerity almost made Su Yong spit out her tea. Song Lanyue quickly covered her mouth, her smile stretching nearly to her ears. Is this a typical domineering CEO? He is even more dedicated than my own agent. As Su Yong listened to Song Lanyue's praises, she couldn't help but doubt, is this really about me? Guan Baiwei, upon seeing his older brother pull out a project proposal, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was his benefactor, his idol. Why was his brother doing better than him? He felt utterly overlooked. Can you all hear me? Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, interrupting Guan Baiwei. Who is there? Cough, cough, cough. A strong scent of perfume flooded his senses, causing him to cough a few times. In the next moment, a pair of soft arms wrapped around his own. Young Master Guan, long time no see. Have you forgotten me? Yes, young Master Guan. We just met a few days ago. Guan Baiwei squinted through the perfume haze, struggling to recognize the woman before him, still devoid of any memory. Who are you? I don't know you. He glanced toward the door and suddenly remembered. Oh, I remember you. You're that male celebrity with hemorrhoids. Zhou Zian. His frustration was now bottled up, and he could only force a smile. Haha, as long as young Master Guan remembers me, that's all that matters. Before Zhou Zian could finish his sentence, the door behind them swung open again, revealing several burly bodyguards. Apologies, Mr. Guan, it is our oversight. We'll escort these two out immediately. The bodyguards had no regard for who had entered. Each seized an arm and began to drag them away. Having finally encountered the big shot, how could Xing Qian let this chance slip? She struggled fiercely, Mr. Guan. Give me 2 minutes. I really need to talk to you. Young Master Guan, please listen to me. But the two men were unyieldingly cold, ignoring her pleas as they tightened their grips. As she was about to be dragged out of the room, Xing Qian desperately reached for the doorframe. Song Lanyue, say something. Would it kill you to say you know us? Song Lanyue, noticing Guan Xiangyan's gaze upon her, calmly lifted her teacup and replied nonchalantly, Not familiar, Mr. Guan. Let us talk. Xing Qian. The two were unceremoniously ejected from the hotel, landing in a most disgraceful state. Xing Qian clutched her chest, spitting at the onlookers.
What are you looking at?
Can you even gaze upon my chest? With negotiations failing, Zhou Zian felt increasingly anxious. He even thought the passers-by had recognized him as that man with hemorrhoids. Sister Qian, what do we do now? Xing Qian exhaled. What else can we do? We must continue to follow them. The two crouched at the hotel entrance, and after an hour, Su Yong and her group finally emerged. Xing Qian immediately flagged down a taxi. Driver, follow that car in front. The car remained stationary. Zhou Zian pulled 300 yuan from his pocket. Driver, hurry up. We can't let that car get away. Yet the vehicle still did not move. Xing Qian, Master, 500 yuan. It cannot be more. The car remained stationary. A knock resounds against the window beside him, and the tinted glass descends slowly, revealing a pair of piercing eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, fixated intently on the two.
Ha ha ha.
Big brother, look. I had someone send that man with hemorrhoids to the police station, and he still wants to follow us. How naive. Guan Baiwei edits the image sent by his bodyguard and casually reposts it on Weibo. Xiao Guan keeps his phone on. Image 18. Xiao Guan keeps his phone on. Hemorrhoid-ridden male star is in the police station. Everyone come and see. Wanna see snow? Hemorrhoid-ridden male star? It couldn't be, could it? Wong team to the rescue. Recently, only one person has been exposed for hemorrhoids. He isn't really in the police station.
Is he?
Heartfelt with your name. If you look closely, there seems to be a woman beside the fourth image. They sure know how to have fun. Fireflies respond to fire. I believe in Brother Zian. He wouldn't do such a thing. Just one ticket. Just one comment. It could make Huajun happy for several days. Isn't that a great deal? Chapter 108. I and the fiancé E. After being released from the police station, Xing Qian and Zhou Zian did not give up. Instead, they chose to persistently follow Guan Xiangyan and Guan Baiwei. Observing that the two posed no threat, Guan Xiangyan and his companion did not take them seriously. Furthermore, fearing another arrest, Xing Qian and her companion kept a safe distance to avoid missing any significant details. Presuming the two would not cause any major trouble, after a week of surveillance, Xing Qian indeed found her opportunity. She wrote an anonymous post late into the night and sent it off. If she said something inappropriate, it could always be edited out later. After all, it wasn't a live broadcast. Who knows? If she revealed some trivial quirks that fans might find endearing, it could even enhance the star's appeal. In contrast, Zhou Zian was not as fortunate. Due to the dual stigma of hemorrhoids and being greasy, his agency failed to respond promptly, resulting in a substantial loss of fans and diminishing his public image. A few loyal fans, unable to wait for news of his activities, began to take an interest in other rising stars. Such a tainted individual found it difficult to engage in variety shows with the Fireflies, and even his manager, Zheng Qin, began to question his worth and considered ways to terminate their contract. Zhou Zian felt anxious, but found himself bereft of solutions. While choosing Su Yang, Guan Xiangyan also worried about the potential repercussions of the bubble, fearing Su Yang might attract unwanted attention from ill-intentioned individuals. Rather than a studio, it felt more like a small room. A large screen, a two-seater sofa, and a snack cart formed their recording venue. Though modest, it exuded a cozy charm. The director of Just Not One Yang was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, exuding a professional yet gentle demeanor. In her interactions with Su Yang and Fong Li, she created a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. If everyone is ready, we can commence recording. Su Yang nodded, though her heart raced with anxiety despite being told to relax. Fortunately, the number of staff in the room was minimal, and sitting on the comfortable sofa helped ease her nerves. The crew moved aside the popcorn obstructing the camera and announced, "We're starting now." Su Yang glanced at the red light on the camera, and her smile inevitably appeared a bit stiff. Fong Li waved, "Hello everyone, I am Fong Li." Once Su Yang successfully recited her lines, she sighed in relief. As expected of me, I managed to deliver such a lengthy script in one go. Impressive. Fong Li stifled a laugh. "I happen to know a few of your fellow trainees, like Yu Qiao Qiao, who is currently live streaming on short video platforms, nearing 5 million followers. Also, Lu Yingying has joined a film crew and has recently gained popularity in a hit drama." As they mentioned the current status of their peers, they were still considering whom to contact first when Fong Li suddenly posed a question. "By the way, Su Yang, how did you feel about not debuting during the previous talent show?" Her expression was eager, completely oblivious to the potential sting of her inquiry. "It was all right, I suppose. As there were many talented trainees, anyone could have debuted. I could only pretend to be strong and mask the hurt within. Nevertheless, it was fine. I would continue training and return to the battlefield next year." The director behind the camera could no longer contain her laughter and interrupted. "All right, Xiao Yang and Xiao Li, let us take a 10-minute break." "Okay." A staff member approached Su Yang. "It seems someone is looking for you outside." Su Yang felt an odd gaze directed at her, but thought little of it. However, upon stepping out of the room, she was confronted by an irate woman. "You are Su Yang?" Not much to look at. The woman's disdainful expression and scrutinizing gaze made Su Yang uncomfortable.
Who are you?
She asked, frowning at the girl before her. "You don't even know who I am." The girl rolled her eyes, her nostrils flaring in indignation. "I am Kong Xianwan, the fiancé of Brother Guan. I don't care who you are, whether you are a big star or a small star, just stay away from Brother Guan." With her hands on her hips, she declared. However, being of shorter stature, she needed to look up to meet Su Yang's gaze, which diminished her imposing demeanor considerably. "Guan Zong?" Su Yang asked uncertainly. "You must mean Guan Baiwei and Guan Xiangyan, right?" Little did she anticipate that her brief comment would trigger an emotional outburst from the girl before her. "You're fixated on Brother Xiangyan, and now you're eyeing Baiwei too. You're truly a vixen. I will ensure Brother Xiangyan sees your true colors." Chapter 109. Have you not seen a brain? Who is she? Su Yang shook her head. She claims her name is Kong Xianwan and that she is Guan Xiangyan's fiancé. She found it perplexing. Why would a fiancé seek her out? Did she really appear to have any connection with Guan Xiangyan or Guan Baiwei? It was absurd, truly absurd. Upon hearing Kong Xianwan's name, Fong Li couldn't help but snicker. A fiancé? That Kong Xianwan hasn't had her head examined. Su Yang leaned closer and whispered, "Do you know her?" "No." Fong Li decisively shook her head, adding before Su Yang could say more, "Not knowing her means I haven't heard of her heroic deeds." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do enlighten me." Fong Li glanced around to ensure no other crew members were eavesdropping before lowering her voice. Kong Xianwan is somewhat of a public figure, but not for any commendable reasons. She became known for her loud declarations of love for Guan Xiangyan. Noticing Su Yang's inquisitive gaze, Fong Li suddenly realized that if Su Yang wanted to know about this gossip, It would be easy for her to find out without needing Fong Li to explain. Continuing, Fong Li elaborated, her family is nouveau riche, and ever since childhood, she has been trailing behind Guan Xiangyan and Guan Baiwei, hoping to marry into a wealthy family and achieve a leap in social status. But alas, Guan Xiangyan has little interest in her, and Guan Baiwei is even less inclined. So, upon learning of your close relationship with the Guan family, she felt threatened and came looking for you. With this explanation, Su Yang understood. It was merely a person of no standing feeling insecure upon witnessing her closeness to the Guan family. Thankfully, she had no actual relationship with Guan Xiangyan and the others. Even if she did, Kong Xianwan had no right to question her. Su Yang and Fong Li hastily concluded the topic, deciding that focusing on making money was far more important than indulging in gossip. Their first connection was with Yu Qiao, who was currently live streaming. Since they hadn't informed her beforehand, both Su Yang and Fong Li were trembling as they pressed the connection button. After all, Yu Qiao was working during her live stream, and it would be perfectly reasonable for her to ignore their connection request. In the moment when Yu Qiao received the call, her expression froze, and she hastily removed the tangled earphone cable from around her neck. Please hold on a moment, everyone, she said. In this lifetime, I only love you. I was enjoying myself. Why did it stop? The last embrace. Is someone applying to connect? Didn't Ti Xiao say she wouldn't accept live connections? Some fans should have a little self-awareness. I desire nothing else. What happened? Is there another stalker fan? Countdown. Everyone, please stop chatting and focus on Xiao's live stream. After finally untangling her earphones, Yu Qiao turned her head only to find the screen erupting with excitement. Wait a moment, everyone, 2 friends are applying to connect. Let me get ready first. Fans, watching her retouch her makeup on screen, were filled with confusion.
Who are they?
What friends? She still needs to put on makeup. It couldn't be a male friend. Could it? Perhaps it's a rival. That girl has visited a few times, hasn't she? Where is the moderator? Get rid of the filthy scum upstairs. Those 3 minutes seemed interminable, yet passed in a flash. Just as the live chat speculated about who was arriving, the faces of Su Yang and Fong Li appeared on the screen. Hello, Su Yang, Fong Li, long time no see. The live stream camera, which tends to amplify makeup, revealed Yu Qiao's look to be quite dramatic, yet it did not deter from her charm. It's been a while, Qiao. We hope we're not interrupting you, Su Yang and Fong Li greeted with waves. Yu Qiao nodded. Oh, I just learned your hit song a couple of days ago. Shall I give it a try? Absolutely. Su Yang nearly leaped up in excitement. The two watched as Yu Qiao skillfully arranged her equipment, adjusted the lighting, and finally played the music. I don't care. The beautiful sister must come closer. Clearly, Qiao is in a fantastic mood. She should play more with her friends. When can we see them dance together? I'd cry on the spot. Don't even think about it, came the response. As the song neared its conclusion, Yu Qiao made a slight alteration. In one moment, she embodied the spirited college student. In the next, she transformed into a captivating enchantress. Su Yang and Fong Li could hardly contain their expressions, nearly drooling in awe. Ha, look at their faces. This is the first time seeing such a rendition of a hit song. Though it's indeed captivating to see Yu Qiao dance. It's somewhat inappropriate to alter someone as song without permission, especially in front of the original artists. If you love it, just enjoy it. Su Yang and Fong Li haven't said anything. Why are you so anxious? As the dance concluded, Su Yang was utterly enchanted, her heart bursting with little red hearts. The beauty of a dance is not merely in the technique, but in the emotion conveyed. It's beautiful, I love it. Yu Qiao noticed the hearts flooding the screen. Her face flushed. We'll pause here. See you next time. If she didn't end the connection soon, the red heart-shaped bubbles would surely burst through the screen to reach her. Chapter 110. Have you tried? After watching the beautiful dance, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Who doesn't enjoy watching beautiful women dance? However, her elation waned upon receiving a message from Guan Baiwei. Su Yang, I have a friend who is also your fan and adores you. When are you free for a meal together? She's a girl too, but rest assured, she's not as pretty as you. Su Yang, say something. Flipping through her recent schedule, Su Yang noticed she indeed had time 2 nights later. Although she initially planned to relax at home. However, with her benefactor asking, it would be rude to decline. She worried that if she refused, Song Lanhua might hear about it. Su Yang, you're ignoring me again. You must have seen my messages. I'm going to make a scene. More messages kept popping up, and her phone vibrated incessantly. Soo-young wished she could turn on Do Not Disturb. The night after tomorrow, see if you have time.
Great.
I'll book a restaurant now. Just wait. By the way, I'll send a driver to pick you up. It's unsafe for a big star like you to go out alone. But I want to bring my brother this time. And don't let your intimidating manager come either. It's a bit frightening, and I didn't get enough to eat last time. Yet the conversation continued endlessly, prompting Soo-young to mute her phone. Before going to bed, she pondered why she had so many fans online yet never encountered a single one in reality. Were her fans as human as she was? Or were they merely bought by the company to maintain her image as a star? She shook her head, chastising herself. You earned your debut. You are talented. Don't undermine yourself. On the evening of the dinner, Soo-young was personally escorted by Song Won-yue to the car sent by Won Kar-wai, her face filled with smiles. Soo-young, make sure to get along well with young Gwon. Don't be difficult, and remember to let us know you're safe. Soo-young nodded, and Song Won-yue watched the car depart with satisfaction, pleased that her friend had such a wealthy and somewhat simple-minded companion. As the vehicle headed toward the city center, it finally stopped in front of a private restaurant. Thinking she would soon meet her fan, Soo-young straightened her outfit before exiting the car, ensuring she looked impeccable. Her makeup was intact, which was excellent. Following the waiter, she took the elevator to the third floor, sneaking glances at her reflection in the mirrored walls. You're here. Please come in. Who's here? Soo-young couldn't help but smile. It seemed there was more than one person. Thank you. The next moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Soo-young's smile instantly faded. What is this? Where's my fan? Why is it just my fiancé? She immediately recognized Won Kar-wai seated in the room, alongside a girl she had fought with by the river, both having been deceived by the same girl. Beside her was a young man of similar age to Won Kar-wai and his companions. As their gazes met, Soo-young sensed the scrutiny in his eyes.
Soo-young.
You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Won Kar-wai exclaimed excitedly. Soo-young forced a smile, bewildered by the situation. She wished she could lift Won Kar-wai and return his earlier words. Where's my fan? Where's my fan? I'm going to make a scene. Had she not heard about her fan being present, she wouldn't have come at all. Noticing her hesitance at the door, Won Kar-wai hurried over to pull her toward the table. We're all friends here. No need to be shy. Just relax. Soo-young gripped his arm tightly, suppressing her anger at being toyed with. Where's my fan? Didn't you say there was a fan here? Fan? It seemed that only then did Won Kar-wai recall. He pointed to Kong Xianwan and the young man beside her. Your fan is right here. If it weren't for the others being present, Soo-young would have liked to pry open his eyes to see how he could possibly think those two were her fans. Without delving into the guarded expression of Kong Xianwan, who seemed ready to consume herself in her anxiety, let us address the man beside her whose scrutinizing gaze unmistakably conveyed the message of his interest. As if emblazoned on his face were the words, I desire you as my lover. What, then, does this have to do with the term fan? Rising from her seat, Kong Xianwan's smile did not reach her eyes. Soo-young, we have met before, do you remember?
Ah.
You two have met before? Where? Won Kar-wai expressed his astonishment. Initially reluctant to engage with Kong Xianwan, he had only agreed to dine with her upon hearing her mention Soo-young and identify herself as a fan. If she was indeed a fan of Soo-young and they had crossed paths previously, it was hardly surprising. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the private room. Even the waiter who had entered to pour tea hastily set down the teapot, closed the door, and exited. Soo-young observed the shifting hues on Kong Xianwan's face, turning from green to red, then to black, with a sense of satisfaction. She found it utterly intolerable that the protagonists in such narratives remained silent while being bullied, and she could not abide by such passivity. Won Kar-wai, now irate, confronted Kong Xianwan. Did you not claim to be a fan of Soo-young? Are you attempting to deceive me? Understanding the temperament of this young master and the indulgence he received from Guan Xiangyan, Kong Xianwan hastily clarified, No, that's not it. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Even if she explained, Won Kar-wai would hardly believe her. She could only push forth the individual behind her. In truth, Mr. Shiniza is genuinely your fan. He has spoken of you several times in my presence, and upon discovering that young master Guan knows you, I hastened to connect you. If they could indeed come together, would this not be a benevolent act on my part? Won Kar-wai was nearly incensed. What do you mean? Are you matchmaking for Soo-young? With no choice but to act, Kong Xianwan sought to stabilize the emotions in the room.
Yes.
Because Shiniza truly adores Soo-young. So, Her panicked gaze turned to Su Yang. Su Yang, rest assured, Shaniza is in excellent health. He will surely meet your needs. Caught off guard, Su Yang was nudged forward, sensing a strange atmosphere between Calm Xianwan and Shaniza. Is that true? Absolutely. Calm Xianwan nodded vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. How do you know he is in good health? Have you too? Guan Baiwei interrupted in shock. The scene unfolded with an unexpected intensity. As both Guan Baiwei and Li Muse turned to scrutinize Calm Xianwan and Shaniza, who appeared to have shared something more than mere acquaintance. This exchange left Su Yang in a state of confusion. Wait, are you two actually involved? Well, it's only that they had been intimate, holding hands, sharing kisses. How could that be classified as a relationship? Yet, in this day and age, what was wrong with being together? Concealing such matters seemed rather outdated. Calm Xianwan, in her pursuit of Guan Xiangyan, appeared unable to relinquish the allure of Shaniza's physique. A green bubble floated to the top of the private room, leaving even the typically taciturn Li Muse astounded. Although he had previously witnessed Su Yang's abilities, seeing it firsthand again was nothing short of remarkable. What astonished him further was Calm Xianwan, who had always clung to Guan Dage, her affections for him seemingly profound, yet the reality was far more complex. She had seemingly placed a green hat upon Guan Dage, perhaps not just one, having already associated with others. How could she still profess her love for Guan Dage while cultivating an image of unrequited love? This made Guan Dage appear a fool. And it was fortunate he was not present today, otherwise, everyone who learned of this would suffer the consequences. Calm Xianwan was rendered speechless by the revelations within the bubble. The incident with Shen Iza occurred when they both became inebriated at a banquet and inadvertently found themselves in bed together. Only they knew of the events that transpired that day. Having harbored feelings for Guan Xiangyan over the years, she had no intention of divulging such matters. Thus, the only source of this information could be Shen Iza. No, it's not like that, Calm Xianwan murmured. Yet none of the attendees were concerned with her words. Their attention was entirely focused on Su Yang. I truly cannot comprehend your relationships. Is this some strange phenomenon? Are we part of this dynamic? Please keep your eccentric antics away from me. I genuinely wish not to catch your foolishness. Caught off guard, Calm Xianwan's defenses crumbled at the sight of the bubble. And with a cry, she fled the private room. Shen Iza, who had previously identified himself as Su Yang's fan, hastily followed her. Guan Baiwei did not anticipate that the gathering he had orchestrated would devolve into this. He offered an awkward chuckle. Haha, indeed, the private dishes here are quite delectable. Shall we give them a try? Su Yang, bewildered, wondered aloud. What is happening? There's a table full of food, and neither of you is eating? Guan Baiwei could not bring himself to address the bubble incident and resorted to nonsensical chatter. Perhaps they forgot to turn off the gas at home? Let us not concern ourselves with her. Let us focus on our meal. Su Yang was even more perplexed. Wasn't it said that Calm Xianwan's family was nouveau riche? Could they not afford a maid? Hello everyone, I am Calm Xianwan. You may call me Xianwan. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope for your kind assistance. She introduced herself, clad in a delicate white dress that accentuated her petite charm. Xianwan, which family do you belong to? Engaged? So, you're already betrothed? Another guest expressed shock. However, given that young Master Guan had numerous ex-girlfriends, there was no mention of a fiancée, leading to the conclusion that it must be Guan Dage. Su Yang, observing the reactions of the group, realized they had been duped by Calm Xianwan just as she had once deceived her. The claims of her being a betrothed woman resurfaced. Guan Xiangyan truly had a remarkable temperament, allowing her to spread rumors without consequence. To attribute their 3-year absence to a desire for discretion was absurd. With such a knack for fabrication, she could easily find a role in public relations at Guan's company, swiftly climbing the ranks to stand beside Guan Xiangyan. It was evident that her jealousy stemmed from a lack of personal growth. A future devoid of prospects awaited her. The remaining individuals mused, is this truly happening? How scandalous. Old Gua and his companions busily sought to curry favor with Calm Xianwan, entirely oblivious to the bubble emerging from Su Yang's head. Today's event aimed to assist the permanent guests with agricultural tasks, and Old Gua had initially planned for the girls to prepare meals at home. However, with Calm Xianwan, the fiancée of an investor present, it was unthinkable for her to engage in the same tasks as others. Old Gua retrieved a fishing net from the storeroom. Xianwan, we have wild fish here, and they are exceptionally fresh. Today, you shall accompany me to catch some. Su Yang, you and the other young ladies can tend to the chickens, ducks, and geese, chop the firewood in the yard, weed the vegetable garden, and prepare the meals. Kong Xianwan cast a provocative glance at Su Yang, relishing the moment. Thank you, Teacher Gua. I adore fish. Su Yang, do ensure all your tasks are completed. Fortunately, with many hands, despite the abundance of work, the clear division of labor allowed for efficiency. Although there were minor hiccups, it did not detract from the excitement on the day of the program's airing, with fans eagerly awaiting in front of their screens. But what was this broadcast? Fiery beauty. Did this person just admit to being a privileged insider? Tomatoes stir-fried with tomatoes. It's quite amusing to see them bowing and scraping to curry favor with this woman. Leader taking me to earn big money. Are those who dislike such phenomena unemployed? Would you dare confront your boss at work? Tomatoes stir-fried with tomatoes. Surely, fawning over someone and confronting a boss are not the same? Little black s little white. I'm curious, whose fiancée is this woman? She seems quite impressive. In the next couple of days, adjustments will be made based on circumstances, and there will be a significant update on the 2nd of next month. Let us all be a bit more active as the month draws to a close. Chapter 112. Who is Kong Xianwan's fiancé? Kong Xianwan. Family with a foolish dog. Who is Kong Xianwan? Haven't I just been offline for a few days? Why is there someone I don't recognize? I am the domineering CEO. Where is my secretary? Hasn't anything been found after so many hours? President, we have located the information. Please follow me. Through a link in a netizen's comment, curious onlookers eagerly moved to find out who this so-called Kong Xianwan truly belonged to. Fiancé. Investor. After eliminating a few married individuals and those of inappropriate age, only 2 remained. Xiao Zhang unfazed. It definitely isn't the Zhang family. My boss was handing out wedding candies in our group chat yesterday, and I know his wife personally. Standing by your side, right? Our boss's wife is far more attractive and exceptionally capable. She and our boss are quite affectionate. Whoever this Kong Xianwan is, she has no business being in our sphere. Ning ning. If it's not the Zhang family, then it must be the Guan family. Guan family? That sounds familiar. Did I hear about it somewhere before? The only fiancé of the god of wealth. Looks like the gossip has come home. The Guan family. That's the young master, who is a fan of Su Yang. Upon mentioning Su Yang, some began to understand. One is the idol of the young master Guan, while the other is suspected to be his fiancée. This situation is far more intriguing than anticipated. Like Xiao Shui. Wow. Is it really that complicated? Could it be that the legitimate wife has shown up? Overnight wealth. No way. Young master Guan doesn't seem that handsome. Why would anyone need to compete? Bear. Though he may not be exceptionally good-looking, he is wealthy, and I find young master Guan quite charming. If you say it that way, it seems quite reasonable. Seeing her name trending brought immense joy to Kong Xianwan. The fact that her name appeared alongside Guan Xiangyan's on the trending list made her heart swell. Even if Guan Xiangyan internally denied it, their families would not sever ties. Once the engagement news spread, it would be as solid as a rock. Who would dare call her a fool then? However, upon clicking the entry, she was bewildered to find it referred to Guan Baiwei instead of Guan Xiangyan. Guan Xiangyan handled the daily operations of the Guan family and seldom appeared before the public, while Guan Baiwei, the playboy, was active across various social platforms. Whenever the Guan family was mentioned, netizens would immediately think of Guan Baiwei. This wouldn't he do? Kong Xianwan promptly created a secondary account to correct the misconceptions in the comment section. 1-1. You are all mistaken. It's not the young master. It's the eldest son of the Guan family. 1-1. Kong Xianwan and Guan Xiangyan are a match made in heaven, not Guan Baiwei. 1-1. The one engaged to Kong Xianwan is actually Guan Xiangyan. They have been childhood sweethearts, attending the same school since they were young. What is the basis for this? You seem quite informed. Do you have a source? A pile of rebuttals. Hold on. I'm a bit older and can't keep up. Who is Guan Xiangyan? Xiao Yao. You truly are out of the loop. Guan Xiangyan is Guan Baiwei's brother. Dislike for fish. I believe I understand. Guan Baiwei is the younger brother, a fan of Su Yang, while Guan Xiangyan is the elder brother, engaged to Kong Xianwan. Rainy season 1-1. If the two have no connection, why is Kong Xianwan bullying Su Yang? Rainy season. Wait, 1-1. You wouldn't be Kong Xianwan herself, would you? Not eating instant noodles. I find Kong Xianwan unimpressive. She lacks emotional intelligence and would be lost in a crowd. Would a wealthy heir choose someone like this? Brother Xia, isn't it a bit superficial to judge solely on appearance? Perhaps she possesses depth. Kong Xianwan was engaged in a heated argument with those refuting her when a message popped up, revealing that someone had guessed her identity. She was quick to counter, no. You've got the wrong person. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made, prompting her to change her nickname and prepare to continue with a new account. Happy Mai? Oh wow. Rainy season. You seem to be onto something. This Weibo appears to be a secondary account, located in Jing City. And even the name is quite similar. Flying birds. The netizens really guessed it right. Nuanwan has already changed her name. Green Sun. Nuanwan, please clarify. Why are you silent? Sad potato powder. I initially thought childhood sweethearts would be delightful, but the actual person stepping in complicates things. The netizens, left without answers, sought them directly from the young Master Guan's Weibo. Wealthy fortune. Young Master Guan, is Kong Xianwan truly your fiancé or your sister-in-law? Sticky dumplings, bro. If she really is your fiancé, can we get an 80 discount on Guan family products on engagement day? Little White, can we be bolder and ask for a 50 discount? Upon discovering that his marital affairs had been arranged without his consent, Guan Baiwei was taken aback. The Guan brothers are single. Please refrain from wild speculation. It was as if he wanted to shout, stay away from me. This has nothing to do with the Guan family. What Kong Xianwan, what fiancé, none of it concerned the Guan family at all. Chapter 113, satisfied and carefree, without worries. After seeing the statement released by Guan Baiwei and the official Guan family account, netizens erupted in chaos. Mimi, the teaching master. Goodness, I genuinely thought they were childhood sweethearts. Turns out, they just claimed not to know her. Lin Xiao, they thought they were catering to Gua Xianwan to please investors. Only to find out this fiancé was a fabrication, while those few were treated like air. Cola with beer. Did you notice the difference in tone later? When Gua Xianwan was mentioned, it was all praise, but when it came to those few, it was all blame. Little jumping frog. Don't criticize their work. With so many tasks, if I had to do it, given that many are out enjoying themselves, I would consider it a win if I didn't destroy the place. The crowd turned against them. It wasn't merely fans mocking them, but also the denouncement from other idol fans. What? I was happily enjoying the gossip, only to have it land on my brother. Comparatively better. Had the internet not been in its developmental stage 2 years ago, Old Guo would have faced severe backlash for his confusing actions. Old Guo, clutching the materials sourced by his agent, cursed Kong Xianwan countless times in his heart. The agent wiped the sweat off his face, recalling how confidently the woman had presented herself. Who could have anticipated she was a fraud? But don't worry. I've acquired a few $1,000s worth of fans. There shouldn't be any noticeable discrepancies on Weibo. Old Guo, infuriated, tossed the materials aside. Getting angry now was futile. He beckoned his assistant and whispered, find a paparazzo. See if there's any attention-grabbing scandal.
Huh?
Isn't that a bit inappropriate, Guoge? Old Guo rolled his eyes. It's inappropriate. If I end up in obscurity like this, you won't need to be an agent anymore. Just retire. I'm on it. The tumult on the internet had no bearing on Su Yang and her group. During a break in the recording of their variety show, the second episode of Just Not One Yang officially began filming. This episode's guest was Meng Yuan, and the theme naturally revolved around her expertise in culinary delights. Upon entering the room, Meng Yuan immediately spotted the newly added lazy sofa and large screen, wondering if they were intended for filming rather than for relaxation. This sofa is exceptionally soft, the screen is impressively large, and the room exudes a warm and inviting atmosphere. Perhaps we should invite the frugal director for a lesson in true relaxation. This episode's theme revolves around the engaging topic of food broadcasts, a realm in which Meng Yuan undoubtedly excels. We could order takeout. What would you like to indulge in? At 8 o'clock in the evening. It is the prime time for all streamers. By this hour, most individuals have finished their work, tidied up their belongings, and nestled comfortably in their blankets, savoring their personal moments of leisure. Various food broadcasts commence, showcasing an array of noodle slurping, rice devouring, restaurant explorations, and peculiar culinary experiences. As Su Yang navigates the food channel, her eyes are immediately drawn to an array of dishes glistening with vibrant red oil. Let us take a look at this one. It boasts an impressive view count. The video features a woman appearing to be in her 30s, cradling an enormous bowl filled with a layer of red oil, topped with a scattering of chili peppers. She effortlessly lifts the oil-drenched noodles with her chopsticks, indulging in one bite after another. Tears of envy escape from the corners of Su Yang's eyes, rendering her fried chicken suddenly less appealing. If only she had opted for some rice noodles instead. The woman truly makes it look delectable. Frustrated, Su Yang takes a bite of her fried chicken, the crispy skin flaking off, revealing the tender meat within. Meng Yuan, holding her cola, gazes at the screen with envy, marveling at how this woman manages to avoid any choking. Not a single drop of chili oil staining her pristine, white attire. It's utterly tantalizing. Let us switch it up. Initially intending to find something similar, Their fingers inadvertently slip, leading them into a live broadcast featuring a large pot of food. A middle-aged man, with a sincere and unassuming demeanor, wields a spatula to stir the contents of the pot, a towel draped around his neck to catch the sweat. Elderly folks, please wait another 20 minutes. It will be ready shortly. Soo-young and her companion are puzzled until the camera shifts, revealing a multitude of elderly individuals seated behind the lens. They gather under the plaza's lights, each holding their own lunch boxes, engaging in conversation with those beside them. Upon visiting the host's profile, they discover that this man operates a charitable food truck, traveling weekly to different villages to provide complimentary meals for the elderly residents left behind.
Ah.
Do you recall our visit to the Fenghuang Mountain scenic area? The home-style meals there were exceptionally delightful.